本日よりお送りするポケモンジャパンチャンピオンシップス2025は2日間の日程で行われ、本日初日はゲーム部門、カードゲーム部門、ポケモンユナイト部門が行われます、はい、そして明日はポケモン GO 部門も加わり、各部門の優勝者が決定いたします。本日から行われる過去バトルはそれぞれの配信チャンネルにて配信いたします。ゲーム部門は YouTube ライブ、ポケモン公式 YouTube チャンネル、ニコニコ生放送にて、カードゲーム部門は YouTube ライブ、ポケモンカードチャンネルとニコニコ生放送にて、ポケモンユナイト部門は YouTube ライブ、ポケモンユナイト公式チャンネルとニコニコ生放送、ポケモンユナイト Twitter アカウントにて配信いたします。
最後に大会の感想、そして投稿はハッシュタグ PJCS2025 で投稿してください。皆さんのね熱き思い伝えてまいりますので、ぜひ投稿の方お願いします。
さて、バトルエリアでは続々と受付予選に向けた準備を始めています。
はい、ちょうどね今入場のね時間とかぶってるのすごいですね。
すごいですね。
はい、
ワクワク感もありつつ、でもどこか緊張しているような選手の皆さんの表情が伺えますね。
なんか楽しみとやっぱ不安が入り混じってる感じがね、なんか本当に大会が戦いがねこれから始まるなという。でも反対側ねちょっとね見えますかね、選手すごいですよ。もうこっちはカードの方ですかね、もう待機してね、もう本当にずらっと並んでおりますけれども、でもね2日間で今日が終わるとやっぱこの選手たちもだいぶ絞られていきますんでね、日本一目指して戦っていければと思うんですが、お兄さんはねポケモンユナイト部門はどんなところ楽しみにしてますか？
そうですね、やっぱり試合中にメンバー同士の絆の強さが見れるのが、やっぱ5対5というポケモンユナイト部門ならではのバトルだなと思いますし、私注目しているポケモンがいまして、そうなんですよ、バシャーモなんですけれども、やっぱり一番最初はアチャモが一生懸命走っている姿が可愛いなと思うんですけれども、進化してワカシャモに進化して、その後バシャーモに進化したらもうかっこいいし、なんて言ったってすごく強いので、ちょっとバシャーモ今回の大会でいっぱい見れるのじゃないかなと思うので注目したいと思います。
バシャーモね本当今ね環境に欠かせないポケモンになってるんで、かなりね登場も可能性もあるんじゃないかなと思いますし、この PJCS ねやっぱポケモンユナイト部門でいうと去年チャンピオンロードが優勝してるんですけど、その後フェンネルになってやっぱフェンネル世界一取ってるんで、やっぱ世界的にはやっぱ PJCS でポケモンユナイト誰が勝つのかっていうのはすごく注目もされてると思うんで、今日本当にね楽しみな戦いがねこれから始まっております。奥のねメインステージで選手たちが戦っていきます。
配信ではピーチアタックより試合の様子をお届けします。
はい、さあということでね参加する選手の皆さんも頑張っていただければと思います。視聴者の皆さんもねぜひ応援のコメントなどよろしくお願いいたします。
皆さん熱いポケモンバトルをお楽しみください。
それではポケモンジャパンチャンピオンシップス2025スタートです。
さあ皆さんおはようございます。こんな早い時間からステージの前にも集まっていただきありがとうございます。そしてコメント欄の皆さんもね、朝早いと思うんですけどお集まりいただきありがとうございます。いきますよ、ポケモンジャパンチャンピオンシップス2025ポケモンユナイト部門開幕さあ実況 MC 務めます篠原光です。そして解説には
本日解説を務めます滝島です。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
そして滝島さん今日豪華です。選手のインタビューを務めてくださるのは
ポケモンユナイト部門でアシスタント MC そして選手のインタビューを務めますうないりさと申します。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
お願いします。
なんかすごいのようないさんって。アナウンスゲーム好きアナウンサーの真打ち来たなって感じ。
いやそうですよね。僕もたくさん拝見させていただきまして、
やめてください。
本当に真のゲーマーだなっていうのがね感じられる方でしたけど、
ポケモンユナイトは初心者で今マスター目指して頑張ってるんですけど、
めちゃめちゃやってましたもんね。
だからゲーマーなんだよってここでうだうだ言うよりも、うないさんって SNS の発信とか見てても分かるんですけど、使うボキャブラリーがだいぶこっち側というの方です。
ゲーマー側の
嬉しいです。
ぜひぜひ注目しながら、この3人とね実況解説はいつもの長本さんと水上さんとともに選手8チームですかの皆さんの行方をアナハイム続く道のりをお伝えしていきたいと思います。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いします。
それでは WCS2025 日本予選の流れと PJCS2025 についてご説明します。まずはこちらをご覧ください。本日のポケモンジャパンチャンピオンシップス2025、通称 PJCS2025 とは、ゲーム部門、カードゲーム部門、ポケモン GO 部門、そしてポケモンユナイト部門、合計4つの部門で日本一を決める大会です。ポケモンユナイト部門では4月、5月、6月の予選大会を勝ち抜いた合計8チームにて日本一の座をかけて競います。そしてこの PJCS2025 において上位の3位までのチームが日本代表として WCS2025 ポケモンユナイト部門に出場できます。そんな WCS2025 はアメリカカリフォルニア州アナハイムで開催します。現地時間8月15日金曜日から17日日曜日にかけて今年もポケモンユナイト部門が開催されまして、世界中からさまざまな地域からたくさんの地域代表チームが集結するということですから、これ滝島さん、
はい、
我々地域予選か日本予選4月5月6月から口酸っぱく言ってますけどね、もう皆さんコメント欄の皆さんのスケジュール帳には現地時間8月15から17もうして入れてますよね。
もう朝早いですからね、しっかり開けてもらわないと見れませんから。
そうなんです。アナハイムとの時差どのぐらいですかっていうのをね、6月の配信とかでね、皆さん調べていただいたりなどしまして、13時間ぐらいだったかなということです。
すごい時差ある。
なので15から17開けてくださいとお伝えしましたが、念のため14から18を1回
時差を考慮してね、
5日間分開けていただいて
スケジュール入れ直してもらってもいいですかというところですね。さあ、そんなさまざまな地域から代表チームが集結しますとお伝えしますが、どのくらい集まるのかこちらです。滝島さん、
はい、
そうそうたるメンバーが出揃ってますね。
そうなんですよ。もう実は日本以外の地域っていうのはもうすべて、出場チームが決まっている状態になっております。
そうなんです。合計32の地域代表チームが WCS2025 チャンピオンの座をかけて競い合います。今日と明日の2日間で上位3位までのチームは日本代表の3枠を獲得。また右下にある PUACL 優勝枠が追加されています。3月末に開催した PUACL ファイナルズでアジア王者となった皆さんご存知インソムニアは WCS2025 出場がすでに確定しています。ということで、まずはこの PJCS で上位3チームに残らなければなりません。数百チームエントリーしたこの4月、5月、6月予選からさらに8チーム、そこから3チームに勝ち残ることがどれだけ難しいかと。
いや本当にここまで相当もうねしのぎを削ってきてますから、どんな戦い見られるのかワクワクしますね。
今日初めて見ると、ユナイトに初めて触れるっていう方も多分でいらっしゃるかもしれませんけれども、選手たちが本当に魂削りながらゲームやってるんだなというところを我々も全身全霊で伝えていきたいなと思っております。そんな PUACL を踏まえて PJCS2025 はこちらのチームが参加しています。じゃじゃん、出揃いました。4月大会からはゼータディビジョン、スカーズ、バーニングコア富山。5月大会からはアクシズ、エンターフォース36、夢へ羽ばたく。6月大会からはリジェクト、QT ディグ以上の8チームにて日本の頂点を目指して戦います。いや滝島さん、6月予選が終わった頃には、いや8チーム中5チームがプロで3チームはアマチュアチームなんだねなんて話してたらよ、
そうですね。
なんと4月大会2位だった LL はスカーズに、そして5月大会2位のチームですね、アルティメットフュージョンはエンターフォース36へと昇格っていうのかな、まあでもプロチームが選手たちの頑張りを認めてくれたというところになりまして、8チーム中7チームにプロの皆さんが目を向けてくださったというところになります、ね、
広がっていくのは嬉しいですね。
逆に言うと夢へ羽ばたくのダークホースっぷりにも注目したいところです。
確かにそうですよ。
さあということで大会フォーマットをご説明します。今回はダブルイリミネーション方式です。グランドファイナルを除き全てのマッチは BO3 の2試合選手制。マッチを負けてしまうと敗者復活トーナメントに移動し、そこでも負けてしまうと敗退となります。続いて試合ルールです。今回は重大な不具合が発生しているガラルギャロップが使用禁止となっています。滝島さん、これは先週末アメリカで開催していた NAIC でも同じくガラルギャロップ禁止だったと思うんですけれども、もうパチパチされまして、そして その禁止も踏まえ現環境全体で竹島さんどうご覧になられてますか？
そうですね、やっぱり先ほど、平岩さんも話してくれた通り、バシャーモっていうのはね、すごい今回の環境でも活躍するポケモンじゃないかなと思っていますし、NAIC ではカビゴンなんかの、ね、採用も多く見られたので、今大会も活躍する、非常に強いポケモンなんじゃないかなと思ってますね。あとは今回追加されるマホイップ、今回使用禁止じゃありませんからね、出てくれればいいなって思ってます。
滝沢さんなんか楽しそうね。
いや楽しいですよそれはもちろん。
ノリノリでマイクを握りしめてくださって、このやっぱりステージで一気に音楽になった時とかやっぱり皆さんの顔が見えた時の興奮たるやというところを伝えたいですね。
そうですね、いつものオンラインじゃ味わえない楽しさっていうのがありますよね。
まさしくでコメント欄でね今日行けなかったっていう方々も皆さんに向けてまた次オフラインで集まれる機会があるように盛り上がっていきたいなと思っております。ということでドラフト選択も楽しみですねという形でドラフトモードのご説明させていただきます。ドラフトモードとはその試合で両チームが使用禁止にするポケモンを決定できる、それぞれのチームがポケモンを1匹ずつ選択できるルールです。各チームが交互に選択し合計2匹ずつポケモンを使用禁止にします。つまり最大4匹のポケモンがその試合で選択できなくなります。次に各チームが使用するポケモンを交互に選択します。すでに相手チームが選んだポケモンを重複して選ぶことはできません。そして最後の準備フェーズではチーム内でのポケモン交換が可能です。さらに PJCS2025 では大会成績に応じてチーム賞金も与えられます。優勝するとチームに1万5000ドル、2位には7500ドル、3位には6000ドル、4位以下の全てのチームに賞金があります。また副賞としまして1位と2位のチームには WCS2025 アナハイムまでの渡航と宿泊が提供する。これ大きいですね。
めちゃめちゃ大きいですよ。副賞という名前にしては大きすぎますね。
いいツッコミですね。本当に等身大のツッコミをコメント欄にいるみたいなね。
そうですよね、もう大きすぎますから。
そうですね。
ぜ
ひ通過3位が決まった後も2位ラインをかけてね、選手たちは本気でぶつかると思いますので、そういったところにも注目
ですね。
間違いない。さあそしてこの後のトーナメントの組み合わせを決めるため、先日の6月予選大会の終了後に配信上で抽選会を開催しました。その厳正なる抽選の結果、初戦はこちらの組み合わせとなりました。さあ皆さんじっくり改めてご覧ください。この後の初戦はゼータディビジョン VS QT リーグ。
Good morning from Asia! Ohayou gozaimasu! We are live at Pokemon, well, we're kind of live at Pokemon World Championships for Japan region. My name is Naitero, and of course, we'll be bringing you all the live broadcasts here at Unity Clash. First of all, I have Steel Agent Cow on my right, and of course, on my left, we have Speedy, who's going to be bringing you all the first ship of today. But, real quick check, how are you guys doing on this lovely morning?
Yeah, doing pretty well. Really excited to be casting for the Japanese nationals here. I mean, this is one of those events leading up to Worlds that's just going to be a really big deal and kind of the last foothold for these teams to get their way in. But not only that, it's going to show us what we should be expecting through the rest of the summer. There might be some updates here and there, but this is the real serious last chance we get to see what competitive Pokemon Unite is going to look like before the World Championship.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And that's just one part of the story, right? Because today, we're going to be seeing who kind of participates into that top bracket. But what about yourself, Kyle?
Doing pretty well. Really excited for the matches today. Just got back from the North America International Championships at NAIC. Holy cow, the games were intense. They were crazy. LG came out on top. Excited to see what these Japan teams are going to bring in terms of metagame. There are a lot of very interesting picks that happened during NAIC. Some kind of shockers. I want to see what Japan feels about this meta, though.
What Japan feels about the meta. You know, I like that take there, because I think every region, they have their own separate kind of ecosystem to an extent, right? We'll see some Pokemons that we don't see it do as well in NAIC come in Japan, and, you know, vice versa with the other regions. EU, we have OCE and whatnot. So, With that being said, though, this is a very good encompassing fact of what we're really looking forward to today. It's just to see what Japan can bring to the table. And that's why we have an unofficial broadcast here with Unity Clash, who will be bringing you the live English translated, more or less, with interviews to boot as well. So, Kyle, Speedy, first things we gotta ask, as always, Pokemon that we're looking forward to.
Ooh, I'll start. I have a big one. Armarouge. It's a Pokemon that was kind of left by the wayside at regionals. I think it was not even in the top 10 of attackers being selected, at least in the North America region. And then all of a sudden, at NAIC, this thing started popping up left and right. It was picked 25% of the matches. Not only that, but it earned those 25%. It had an 88% win rate when it was played, and it looked fantastic. Not a lot of teams are playing it, but the ones that did used it perfectly. So I'm really interested to see how Japan's going to pilot it, if they're going to take it, and if it's going to perform very similarly.
All right, you've heard your call. Now, Speedy, what are you matching with?
Yeah, I definitely think that Armarouge is a good pick, something that could be interesting to take a look at that we saw from previous. There were a couple of odd picks, truthfully odd picks that forced some bans at NAIC, like the Azumarill, the infamous Azumarill. But besides that weird stuff there, I think that all these weird adaptations on the attacker side of things, it kind of makes me curious about what the answer is going to be. And I'm more looking forward to these bans than I am actually to picks. I want to see what everybody is afraid of right now, and if they're going to stick to banning the same things while this new meta starts to build and while these new damage dealers and attackers start to take center stage, or if they're going to have to make these mid-match adjustments and start making these counter bans. And I do think there's going to be a lot of that, so I really don't think it's going to be one solid thing we see through the whole event, and that excites me. I think it's a good place to be right now in competitive Pokemon Unite, being able to just have to turn on a dime, make your adaptation, and really come out as the best team at the end of the day.
Okay, so not to make it sound like it's a cop-out answer, Speed, give me one band you think Japan's gonna fear, or what do you think they should be fearing?
Listen,
okay? I'm gonna stick
with the same thing I always say. As we moved away from the speedsters back to those attackers, there's a few that stuck around, but there's one that always excites me. It's one that I've been parading for such a long time since I got here. Leafeon. It's gotta be Leafeon.
Okay, Leafeon. Okay, we've got at least that answer from you. And that's great because I think Leafeon, especially in Japan, they were seeing a very strong play rate, especially when it first introduced all the way to now. Leafeon is one of the Pokemon that has definitely seen a wave of nerfs and buffs in between here and there. And now that we're looking at the Japan side of things, they are very, very, very in love with the evolution lines. And so I definitely agree when you say that Leafeon is something they should be wary of, right? So now that we have both of your Pokemon answers, I think we have to kind of take a look at what really the teams are going into. In fact, I do believe we have a short list here as to what is going on. But just to give you all a rundown of what we have today here, we're going to be all the way live from now to about 3 p.m. So that's about, count with me folks, we start at 8 a.m. and that is about another 7 hours, I think. Can someone do the math for me? Not my strong suit. But what is my strong suit though?
Sounds right.
Is counting up to 80.
Something like that.
I can count
8 hours, somewhere around there.
A long time.
Right. So, with that being said though, we also have live interviews coming in from Fifi, one of our resident Pokemon Unite players who's also very into the Japanese grassroots communities. And so we might actually get a few of the teams to give us a little bit of insight as to how they're doing, what the placements are live from the Japan regionals. As well as the fact that we do have as well Universal coming in together to come and cast this with us. We have people from the sides of Australia who's coming in. We have, of course, you guys coming in from the other side of the world. But let's take a look at the top 8 brackets here as we have Zeta Division and QT Dick will be in the first bracket. Anis, Burning Kong to Yama, second bracket. Scars to Soaring to Dreams in the third bracket. Enter Force, Dot 36 and Reject on that last bracket there for our top 8. However, that being said though, we are a little bit early here, and so I kind of want to see if you know any of these teams because be honest, the teams that I am most known for are in season 1. I'm in like anniversary 3. It's a bit far.
Yeah, well, I think looking at the teams that we have here for our top 8, some of the really noticeable ones being, of course, those ones who have qualified already. So many of these teams that have qualified so far. there's a huge list of them that are already prepped and ready for Worlds, but the ones that are going to be really dangerous are the ones that have been qualified all the way back since April. Those top 3, including Zeta Division, up at the #1 spot from the April qualifier, those are the teams that have been sitting back and waiting for their chance to strike again to come out on top here. They're the teams that'll have the most question marks on top of them because we don't know how much they've been sandbagging, if maybe they've been trying new things and we haven't seen their full force yet. So all those teams that qualified in April, especially that top team Zeta Division, they are going to be dangerous and definitely we want to keep an eye on them the entire time.
Now, agree with you on that because, well, one of the biggest factors is that we've not seen them since April. Let's put it that way. And there's a lot of things that have changed, right? Unite is a fast-paced, I would say an evolving game where things change at the flick of a dime. You know, some might even say at the flip of a ray. But that now kind of gives us an idea of what you have in mind. What about on the other side, though?
Yeah, I think I'm really interested to see a few of these teams. Like you said, Zeta Division, obviously kind of a known commodity at this point. They've been Worlds qualifiers a few different years. They've were runner-up at EUIC last year.
Yeah,
like, this is a known team. I'm very interested to see how a couple of the teams, and you talked about sandbagging, and I don't think that teams are intentionally going to sandbag, and if they were, oh man, one of the teams that just on the short end of the stick in April in the qualifiers, you know, I mean, Alter Ego, I believe they were the runner-up at the ACL and just unable to make a splash landing in Worlds. It's just kind of heartbreaking for that squad. So I think these teams kind of see the writing on the wall. The spots are open. The bracket, I mean, 8 teams, 8 demon squads, and we're going to figure out who exactly is going to be going to Worlds from this region.
Well, hey, you know what? The stage is open as well. We're getting our shows in, and of course, we've already introduced our teams, which is Zeta Division versus QEDIC. So, kind of have a good idea on what we're going to be looking at here. In fact, the monsters of the brackets are coming out already, which are the first few qualifying teams. So, this is going to be kind of the way we're going to look at this. We're going to look at the games in a bit here as they start, and we're going to cast over it with more or less without a sound. We'll figure something out at some point. But I wanted to hear your thoughts on like one other thing here, and that's if have you guys been to Japan? Have you?
For about an hour and a half on a layover to the Philippines. So.
Good start.
Yeah.
Try longer.
That's about all I got. I definitely got to make a better attempt for sure. Maybe, you know, Japan Championships 2026. We'll see what happens. My very amateurish Japanese language skills will hopefully carry me most of the way.
You know what? That is an absolute agreeable moment here. But what about you on the other side?
No, I have not. Unfortunately, a couple of my best friends just got back. They went there for like 3 weeks. They sent all the pictures that they could. Incredible trip it looked like, but unfortunately I just have not been able to get that far. I'm here in North America, if those that are aware, so it is quite a trek to try to get out to Japan, but ideally I would love to get out there at some point.
Right, and one of the things that I really do enjoy in Japan is the amount of respect that each player does give to another. And that's not just a culture thing. We've seen it in Unite many times, and I might even opt to say that we might see them really respect their players. A lot of them don't like to take a lot of hard engages, and so the teams that do prosper a lot, at least from my experience over the 3 years of Unite, are the teams that are willing to leverage off the fact that they know that you're not going to do something about it. I'm going to take advantage of that. And I think this is what we're going to see a lot happening here. That's also why I'm trying to relay back to whether you've been in Japan, because respect is core, I believe, in any game. However, the ones who strive the most are the ones who's able to leverage off the fact that they're able to, you know, put their differences aside and say that we're on equal ground, right? Where can I leverage off that? And I think it comes to one thing that you said is that you want to see Amaruch here, and I believe that, you know, that is honestly something that can be explored, can be put into the test where, you know, if you're not going to abuse it in a sense, or if you're not going to understand what it is, then why should I not play it, you know? So I kind of agree with that, and especially with Leafeon, I think at some point it's like, let's put the cat down. It needs to stop, right? Or are we just gonna let it keep running, right? Is this a mutual agreement where we don't ban it, you pick it up, or I pick it up? So I would love to see how this comes about into fruition. Those are like your dream picks / bets. So I think this is where we're gonna wrap around to how it's going. With all of this though, we're gonna take a look into a lot of the few things here. In fact, I have some of the stuff right here and right now. We're gonna take a look, and that's that they're currently actually uploading a video for us in terms of some of the interviews, I believe, or at least the experiences in Japan's regional championship. So we're gonna take a look very quickly there. In fact, Fifi has given us the word that it's going up, and we'll have that in just a bit. So live production side, we're gonna check if it's all good on the other end. But now that we have that, is in a very incredible morning. We are slowly pushing into our first match of the day. We're just about 10 minutes away here as we go about that. Any shoutouts you have for the teams here? If not, I will have to go through them one by one to give you a good idea.
I mean, yeah, I'll kick that off. My first shout out has to go to QT Dig here because they are up against the Titans right off the bat in Zeta Division. So, got to give a shout out to them. They're going to be fighting tooth and nail from the very, very beginning. It's going to be a tough run for them, but if they can overcome that very first match, they're going to be feeling invincible throughout this entire tournament. So, of course, that being a team that kind of just pulling themselves together after a disbandment for that team. They pulled in a lot of these new players here, players that are experienced playing together before, kind of creating a little bit of a comeback roster. So I'm excited to see they didn't qualify for the national here until June, I believe. So they do have kind of a lot. They had a lot to make up in terms of time, but you know what? They're here now. Everybody's on even footing. It's just 8 teams that are going to go at it, and they've got just as good of a chance as anybody.
It's 18, bro. You're absolutely right here as we go about it. And we're going to take a look as to first of all, what Zeta Vision has been cooking over the past few months leading up to today. And of course, what QD can bring to the table. Because, you're right, Titans of their field. I wouldn't want to be standing against them at any point in time. But on the other hand, what about you? Oh, hold on. We might actually have a nice video coming out for that. Let's take a look from the Japan side of things, how it is going on. We first have QTNet pushing it off here and giving a great performance here, showing off their flags. Beautifully done. This is camaraderie at its finest.
Yeah, QT Dig looking good here, taking the stage first. Definitely saving that room for Zeta Division to come on in just a moment. They'll be popping out, but this is their side that they're going to be taking to in just a moment. And here they come. The crowd goes wild. Here they come from off the side of the stage. Here is Zeta Division. So these guys, champions in a lot of different ways. Very confident stepping up here. I think they know the position that they're in and kind of the expectations that they have for themselves are the same expectations that everybody else is going to have for them. So they're coming in here. They've got to be feeling confident after all their placements. They've been cooking for months. Now it's time to see what they're bringing.
Right, I agree with what you're saying here as we're gonna take a look. Nice wave from all of you. Nice to see you. Lovely, lovely people here as we push in for our first match. All getting set up and ready to go. It's gonna be down to the Titans versus what we like to believe is the underdogs here. But underdogs, they have a way of winning this around, and we're gonna be seeing what they can bring to the table first. Lineups are gonna be coming out in just a bit here as we do take a look. And look at that. Oh my lord, this overlay looks beautiful. This is so simple. We get to the point. It's upper first round A here. So we're gonna take a look at Zeta Division versus QT Dig. Moving forward here, players are lined up. They've more or less got their stuff locked in here. We're gonna be able to see the first pick and ban phase coming up in just a moment. Just a reminder to you, we are looking at 2 of the pick and bans Pokemon that we're going to look at. Is that we're going to hopefully see an Armarouge come about here. Chances are we might also see a Inteleon coming in here. I do see a Soul Plush on the table there on the side of Zeta Division. And on the other side, we're hoping to see a ban onto Sylveon moving forward here, which is going to be one of the Japan top picks. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, and of course, these are our starting 5 here. The captain, Vitopo, Tomi, Wajiro, Rome, and Tameto as well. All going to be taking for the first 5 and then 1 level up. standing on the sidelines ready to come in at any time. But you talked about that possible Inteleon. It's been picking up a lot in popularity lately. I think that that's something that Zeta Division are going to be very happy to see, that sniper style of play. I'm curious if it's going to come through with just the Inteleon, or if we're going to see some Decidueye play as well. There's been a few styles of that sniper play that have been coming out, but of course on the other side, what we saw from QT Dig, that Leafeon plush, it's got me excited. I am ready to see some Leafeon, and if it comes out in game 1, I'm going to be feeling pretty good about my pick.
You know, I love how you're confident about your pick as we go about this. So we're gonna see if we can really match the pace here and make this happen here. But look at the lineup here, we are gonna see how they're gonna bring this around. Now, actually, some of the things they are seeing on screen are infographics for the teams here. Some being winners of certain regionals or certain months of regionals. And so, again, these are noteworthy credentials, right? These teams aren't just here without they. Yes, we are saying that Zeta Division is the stronger team of the two currently here. The Titans that are in April. But let's not slouch at the fact that these are teams that are in the top 8 brackets moving forward. So, now we're gonna see everyone locked in here. We have their headsets all up, ready to go. I do believe that some of them are kind of just waiting for the games to start now. No technical errors as far as I'm concerned. So we're gonna be looking at quite a strong game moving forward.
Yeah.
Right. But as we get to the drafts here, I've got some bad news. Kyle, Speedy, my job as a caster is done for today. I'm more of a host. So at some point, as the draft starts, I'm going to be throwing that to you guys. And I'm going to let you guys take stage here. But before that, I'm going to give you guys a chance to, you know, put me on the spotlight. I put you guys on the spotlight for about 30 minutes here today, this morning. I think you guys deserve a chance, you know?
All right, well, as we head into this one, I think the only thing really left to say for you, we got to get your picks. What do you think we're going to be seeing here? Anything separate from what we said? Before you head out, do you want to give any hot takes or predictions?
Now, I think the cats in the series, in the evolutions, yeah, all great, right? But you know what beats cats? Dogs. Specifically a blue one. You know, I'm not saying that there's a specific blue dog Pokemon that's called Lucario that's going to be picked. But I'm saying Zacian is also blue and it's a dog. And I feel like that's one of the Pokemons that we might actually see come to fruition here, who has been very dominant since the start of the meta. And I gotta say, the amount of presence that Zacian can put out, in terms of if I decide not to score, I have that extra boost in damage, or like power spike there. You know, it's worth considering whether that's something that they should be worried about.
I think there's another potentially. I guess it depends on what you consider the primary color. The white and blue dog, Absol.
All right, hold me on that. What were you thinking about?
I think
Also,
Absol
how
could
are
be
we
really strong here?
How are we skipping over Suicune as
Oh,
well?
that
I'm
too.
only just now understanding how many blue dogs
There's
are in
so
this
many
game.
blue dogs.
Yeah, you know, hindsight, yeah. Anniversary, second anniversary Pokemon Unite player, returning player of Anniversary 3. Not sure what Suicune is. You're absolutely right, though. Suicune has been dominant, and I feel like though Suicune has been dominant, Zacian is definitely the one for me. I think has a lot of control bringing it into their kit as well. Not to say Suicune doesn't have that.
Yeah. The other thing with these two teams here that we haven't completely gone into depth yet, we could see it on the infographic, and yes, we do have this information in English, but you know what? I have fun trying. And what we saw on these infographics is that we actually did have it was the April qualifier first place team was Zeta Division, and that was up on the top right of the infographic. And then when they showed QT Dig, that was the June qualifier second place team. So definitely a huge difference in the path that these two teams took to get here. And of course, that's why they're matched up against each other in this first round of the bracket. But they're on very different sides of that spectrum. Zeta Division been so comfortably in this place for so long, and QT Dig just finally scraping by to make it in. So thank goodness for them and for them securing their spot. But now they're going to have a lot to prove in round one. And as I mentioned earlier, I mean, if they can take this first game, I think that's going to be huge for them. But are there any other underdogs or big names that we should be expecting, Kyle?
I mean, I think maybe not necessarily a complete underdog, but I think a team to watch here is also Reject. So I don't know how familiar everybody is with this squad, but a little bit of news that came out, I believe, just like today or like within the last few hours, is that Tone GG is taking part in some way with this team. I'm not sure if it's as like an analyst or as a coach or even as a sub, but a huge pickup for this squad. I mean, just an incredible player. So I don't know if that's going to be anything that's going to impact the matches today, but definitely something to watch out for.
You know what? I absolutely agree with all the picks here coming into that. I do believe they're actually play testing at the moment. Or we're not watching the game because they're delaying it for some reason. I'm not on site here. I know someone who is on site, however. We are still getting some of the info coming in here, but a lot of what is going to happen here is that we're going to just be waiting for a bit. But did you see the infographic, guys? They had their own nicknames and everything. I remember I saw Tommy's one and I was like, Burst Beast Tommy.
That's pretty cool.
That's a name to be feared. Burst Beast Tommy.
Burst Beast.
And I mean, then there are simple ones like the ones we're looking on screen now, Sui X. Plain simple, not much to put in here. And I love absolutely how they have all these infographics each player moving into this. What are your cast names moving like that? The mighty Steel Agent Kyle.
I don't think I have it. I think it's just that.
Speedy the Speedster. Or the
There we go. You know what? Speedster, I'll take it. How did you know? How did you know? We've never played together. How did you know that?
Thank you. It's part of my job. I have to read up on you guys.
He's researched me.
Yeah, but as we take a look at that, one of the interesting things that all the players except Sweet X left for the QT Dig, right? Probably Sengoku, if you guys didn't know, right? And so when they all came back, Mame, which was one of the stronger tank players in Japan region, now has moved on with Kami Killer, and so this is kind of a complete reform here. And like we were talking just now, QT looking to be the underdogs of this match here. They have a lot to prove on the table because we do not know too much about them, aside from what their kind of core structure is with Sweet X.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be kind of up to this first game for us to figure out what they're going to be locking in with, and it looks like the two captains here are going to be stepping up, taking front and center stage, so we should be heading into this one shortly. Captain's going to go ahead and face off. I mean, this is something that you only get with Pokemon Unite here.
Right, I love how, like, there's like I said, Japan respect is very important, right? At the very least, it is a match that will be hit on each other. There is
where's the coin?
No hard feelings. There's no anything extra insight.
Oh,
in between.
he got it.
It's only come in. Coin pickup here, beautifully done. All right, and now as we go into here, that's the fist bump we're looking for, and now we have our match more or less set up and ready to go. So, with that being said, though, I'm not really sure if I'm supposed to show you at this point here, but at some point, you guys can say you want to take over, and I will let you have the stage. Because right now, we're going into the upper first round A picks and bans of Zeta Division in QTD.
We need a coin guy in the Western scene. I think a lot of the rules within the Western scene don't allow for a lot of coin flips. I think the only situation where there's a coin flip is if there's a bracket reset, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to double check on my facts there, but there's not like an actual coin flip to determine sides. They usually determine sides based on seeding. It's not like that, at least in this tournament. We need more coin guys. I think that'd be a lot more fun.
There you go. Low price. Nightera's already auctioning himself off to be the coin guy, so lowest bidder, I guess. Alright, well, let's knock ourselves out.
Alright, we're going to see what we're going to have for bans here early on. I mean, teams immediately going to ban out a couple of Pokemon. You got Hoopa, Psyduck, and then the Pokemon that I was talking about, it's going to be that Armarouge. I think it's a really good ban right now. It's been really tough to deal with.
Yeah, it has been clearly a read on that, but we can see that the supporters are still gonna be getting grabbed. So not a huge adjustment right off the bat. We'll see if anything changes as we get deeper into the series here, as we get into our game 2 and a possible game 3. But it is going to be the supporters first, locking out that Hoopa and the Psyduck. The Psyduck a lot more standard. If it isn't banned, it will be picked. The Hoopa is a little bit more of a team-dependent pick and a playstyle pick, but still a really good ban to grab, especially if you know the team sitting across from you. That's one of those advantages that Zeta Division has right now, is QT Dig has played so recently to qualify here that they know what they should be looking at.
Evolutions in high demand for Zeta Division, immediately locking up 2 of them. That Leafeon that you were so keen on, and then Umbreon, despite getting some nerfs recently, still heavily prioritized by this Japan squad of Zeta Division. That first pick, though, for QT Dig was that Clefable, a Pokemon that has starting to creep its way up into the meta more recently, and then they're going to try to round that out with their all-rounder, that Blaziken, along with that Miraidon.
Yeah, I think seeing Clefable picked before Blissey, and not only that, but seeing Blissey picked in the second round of 2 picks from Zeta Division is, it's a little bit surprising. I think it's showing how much things are changing around right now. The fact that Blissey is getting picked up so late, you're allowing other teams to be able to grab that at any time, and it would feel dangerous most times, but now I just feel like we're not in a supporter-focused meta anymore. It really does matter what you're doing damage with. And we see a Dragonite getting picked and coming out here as one of the all-rounders to go side by side with some really big damage dealers in Blaziken and Miraidon.
Very, very consistent pick here in the eastern side of the world. They love the Dragonite, the shreddability on objectives, and then also having its own secure tool with Hyper Beam. So really look forward to QT Dig to be able to contest the objectives. They have 2 big forms of secure with that Hyper Beam along with the Overheat from Blaziken. And then for maybe even a little bit lesser of a sense, potentially a Solar Beam or an Electro Ball from that Mew. So a lot of options there for Zeta Division. It's one almost only secure option is going to be that Inteleon Snipe Shot. Maybe some abilities from Leafeon, but these when you look at secures, if things get contested, QT Dig might have a little bit of an upper hand here.
I'd agree with that. I think there's a lot of difference makers on the side of QT Dig, and I think that Zeta Division are putting a lot of weight on individual players, specifically, of course, the Leafeon and Inteleon. There's going to be so much weight behind their actions, and if one of them goes down early in a fight, it's going to be so difficult to come back from, so difficult to make the adjustment for, especially as you get later in the game. So we'll have to see if their strategy is going to work out. If there's any team that has the star power here in Japan to make it happen, we know it's going to be Zeta Division. So I'm really excited to see them in this meta for the first time in a while and see if they're picking off exactly where they left off.
They got to be one of the favorites in this tournament, a world's contender. Really good squad all season long, but this is going to be game number 1 of your upper first round. Zeta Division going to be on your purple side, QT Dig on your orange side. Looking like they're taking that Miraidon EXP share to the top lane with that Blaziken.
Yeah, getting this thing started off. That top lane Blaziken that you're talking about, I think the eye has got to be on that, what's the Torchic right now, heading toward that Blaziken. The earlier you get that Blaziken up, I think the quicker you can start leading into what we were talking about, which is going to be that quick damage coming out and just from all angles. The Miraidon is already ready to go. You're going to try to get your Dragonite up, and then once you have the pressure of that Blaziken, it's going to be so hard to turn around on.
Yeah, Dratini going to clear up the remainder of that central area, as well as the Leafeon. Leafeon heading down to the bottom path, looking for a little bit of a push here. Clefairy going to have to X-speed on away, but Tomato is going to find them. Foul play! That is absolutely foul, as that is the K opener for Zeta Division. Points rain down on this Tier 1 goal zone.
Yeah, they're going to go in quick for this one, and understandably so. They have to make sure they're keeping the pace up so that QT Dig cannot get ahead of them. We do see right now Tomato getting a little bit caught out, going to get sped out of there. Now that these birds are up, that's where the focus is going to be, and they immediately get wiped. A lot of pressure put up here from QT Dig. I think with all those rotations, they would have liked to get a little bit more out of it, but it looks like they're going to keep hunting.
Ooh, this Drizzile getting caught between a couple of different Pokemon, but is able to get away, at least for the time being, with the Felsinger living on 1 HP. Just barely getting to safety. Not a sliver of health there for Rom. We're going to clear out the rest of this bunny family, try to get their level 7 as fast as possible. But Zeta Division keeping the pressure on, staying on the QT Dig side of the map.
Yeah, I was going to say, if there's one that they cannot have go down, it's that Drizzle right now, that Inteleon. You need that Inteleon getting built up quickly. You can't be spending time getting knocked out, going back to the Pokemon Center. The Blissey here, going to eat up a lot of damage. It won't be the most terrible thing. It's drawing pressure away. The rest of the team gets to escape. They even get the center birds there, so it's a fair enough trade, and it's nothing too impactful right now. But this Inteleon is online, and now you can slow down that frontward pressure that's going to be coming in from QT Dig so often.
Rom is 3 for 3 on the snipe shots. They are absolutely connecting here early on. We have the Garchomp trying to slow down this Combuskin from being able to prevent these goals from going on in. Combuskin able to stop it a couple of times. Might look for a KO here. They do find it with the help of this Miraidon. This is actually a big catch here for QT Dig.
Yeah, it is. It's a good way to finally slow down the game for the first time in a while now. They catch all these upper birds as well, and there is a big push here from Zeta Division. They actually try to go in deep, but the Leafeon has to escape quickly. Of course, that's a style of play we expect, but I'm surprised to see such a commitment there. It was a little bit dangerous.
Quite dangerous. Use their Unite move as well. Not getting the value that they wanted. No KOs found there for Zeta Division. Now, QT Dig going to start on this Reggie Ice, doing what the Dragonites do best. But 2 members of Zeta Division looking to steal this away. Nice little basic attack there is going to put the Dragonite into harm's way. But Inteleon has that snipe shot. Rom doing exactly what you want. Nice catch there. Dragonite down. And another couple KOs are found here for Zeta Division. They're putting on the pressure. Double KO. They find the Clefable. That's a triple KO here for Rom. These snipe shots are raining true.
Absolutely lethal. Rom is on fire right now, hitting that level 9. Getting the Inteleon up so early was a huge point for Zeta Division. It was a huge focus for them, and it's really, really paying off here. There is a secure on the Regieleki up top, so it will take the focus for just a moment from Zeta Division, but they still do have some pressure to be putting in here. They're going to pull back a little bit and just let that Regieleki get slowed down. Now I think the question is, where does QT Dig focus from here? They can't keep letting themselves get chased down like this. The Mew is going to get caught out, and it's just a continuation of what we saw earlier. They're letting the bleeding go on just too long.
Another double KO here for Rom. Miraidon going to be next on the chopping block. Points going to go gone in. Goal zone threatened down to 28 HP. QT Dig trying to respond. Leafeon finds a pair. Blaziken looking for an overheat. It's a little bit wide. Just gets popped by another snipe shot. That's going to send Zeta Division packing back towards this T1 goal zone for a little bit of a reset here. 230 to 81 as we near the halfway mark. It has been all Zeta Division early.
For sure, and I was going to say something here about Suix needing to be a little bit careful about when to use those overheats because it makes them a really easy target for a snipe shot, but I mean, at this point, Rom is just able to land a snipe shot on anyone, no matter how mobile, and now a nice collapse here deep into the mid side of QT Dig. It's going to be Zeta Division still taking numbers.
Wow, what an incredible collapse from that Blaziken to still find that KO onto that Leafeon. That's a big catch right there. There's going to be finding a couple more KOs, but the Livid Outrage is out from this Garchomp. Again, this Blaziken is absolutely crushing it right now for QT Dig. Level 12, it's keeping pace with the side of Zeta Division. Now they're looking for this T1 goal zone break. They find it. Mew finds a little bit of value here for QT Dig.
Yeah, what a great turnaround for QT there on that one. That was an attempted collapse from Zeta Division, and it looked really dangerous early on. That Leafeon started to just take down HP bars, and it was a really nice turnaround. It feels like QT Dig had their players just in time on the spot. Now, this Inteleon getting kind of low. This could be dangerous if a fight's going to start up here. I mean, you're not going to be the first target to get caught out if you have your teammates up front, but this is a full team of QT Dig moving in right now, heading down toward that Regice.
Yeah, bottom path, no Reggie to be found. They are looking for maybe a little bit of a sneaky T1 goal zone push. Or maybe... Okay, I was going to say, they're not disconnected, are they? It look oddly suspicious, but they are going to go for this goal zone push. They are going to find it 184 to 296. So they find a goal zone break. They find some value. They're starting to level up this score. 330 mark, probably going to be the last time we see any Unite moves used by these players before Rayquaza.
And this is where it's going to start off. It looks like... for a short moment there, Tomato was getting focused, but just kept all of that shield up. Now there's a tier 2 top push here from Zeta Division.
Oh, and that goes in. This looks like it might be broken. Leafeon finds another couple KOs. They don't have enough Eos energy at the time. They're going to try to fill up this pockets, try to get as many scores in as possible, maybe recharge their Unite moves. But the damage is done here. 422, 184, a minute left until Rayquaza, and Zeta Division has been all pressure.
Yeah, and QT Dig, you can see, has been sitting on those Unite moves. They have them all up right now, even with a minute left, or Zeta Division's on the recharge. You can see where a lot of that success came from. The timing for Zeta Division in this one has mostly been completely on point, minus one team fight that they didn't come out the victors of. I mean, it's a level 15 Leafeon already. Can you imagine how dangerous this is going to be in this final fight leading up to the Rayquaza?
It's going to be quite dangerous. Zeta Division hiding in some of this tall grass. QT Dig's going to have to be aware of the Pokemon hiding in the tall grass as a Regirock hits the map here. Fight's looking to break down. Snipe Shot connects onto the Mew. Miraidon connects a little bit of a Charge Beam. Another Snipe Shot connects, but Clefable doing its job. Moonlight is going to keep the team's HP bars topped.
Yeah, it's going to be a kite out here from QT Dig. They're going to wait for Rayquaza to come on. Stick together as a pack as well. I definitely like this strategy. At this point, you cannot afford to get separated. Not when the level differential is at what it's at. This Blaziken is going to lead the charge, and nobody else really should be doing it. Suix is the only player, maybe Teacher as well, that can come in here and put out the damage needed for something early, but they're not going to approach early. They're going to keep rotating as a team. They try to catch the Garchomp out, but Tomi is able to rotate away, so now from side.
They are. These Snipe Shots are going to connect, but again, this Moonlight healing is going to keep the HP bars almost full. Nice engage here from Tomato. Going to steal some shields. Looking to go on in now. Unite moves starting to rain down. Miraidon, the first one to fall. 3 members of QT Dig get separated from the pack. Mew's going to try to retreat. We have the Snipe Shot looking for this Mew. Going to try to find it, trying to retreat. Oh, Inteleon didn't see them hiding in the tall grass. Now they're going to have a little bit of a reset.
Yeah, very lucky reset back to the Pokemon Center there. Did not get caught out. And now we see the Mew's back and ready to fight, so maybe not completely lost. This Rayquaza is dropping Draco Meteors, but of course, it's this outside goaltending that we're seeing right now from Zeta Division. They know they're so far in the lead that they don't have to play for Rayquaza right now. They can just play goalkeeper, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to make the engagement come from QT Dig. It's the Umbreon again jumping in, trying to get something started, but this time the bait isn't taken, and now QT Dig is in.
Oh, they are going to need this Rayquaza. Still down by more than 200 points. Rayquaza starting to get chipped here. Miraidon starting to get hit from the Unite move from the Inteleon. Rayquaza now at half. We have 3 members down for QT Dig. It's all Zeta Division. They're going to look for the Rayquaza. Snipe Shot lined up. True. Zeta Division. They're taking game 1.
Taking game 1 handedly. There was never a question in this game about which team would come up on top. I think since the moment we doubted them in the Pokemon Select at the very beginning draft, that was the only time that we thought the odds may be stacked against them, but no, they come out on top of this one with a very, very clear game plan. I think they played this Inteleon in a way that is not usually played. They did not stack their front line with those Pokemon that could take those heavy hits. Instead, they let the Inteleon be more aggressive on its own, and coming out and just revamping a common playstyle to make it their own. I mean, it's Zeta Division. They're here. Yeah. They're ready to play. They want to win a championship.
I mean, that's what they're here for. They're all business. You look at them. No one's surprised. A couple of little pop-off moments if you're watching the cameras, but nothing too crazy. They know the job's not done. They still have one more game that they'd like to win. Hopefully for them, it's going to be in game number 2 and not have to go to that game 3 situation as we look at these stats. Look at that 103K from Rom, 82 from Vitopos, and rounding it out, I mean, Tomi didn't have to do a whole lot there. You didn't see the Garchomp making, like, huge plays. They were there to rip through objectives, do a little bit of damage, but the heavy lifting, obviously coming from Rom and Vitopo.
Yeah, big time. It was a great duo there because instead of playing the protect the president and Teleon game, they played more of a you're going to have to focus your attention somewhere. Either our Leafeon is going to come from your back line and shred through your low HP attackers, or you're going to have to ignore this Inteleon and take snipe shots and lack the ability to ever make an engagement. And I do think that was a big issue for QT Dig in that one, was being able to find the place to make an engagement. And of course, this is where it started. It was nice that QT Dig had packed themselves up together. They knew it was going to be hard to break through, but whenever they had an opportunity and an opening, they kept rotating unsecurely. They didn't know where they were going to approach from, and Zeta Division just boxed them out from the Rayquaza the whole time.
Yeah, you're seeing it here. They're showing a little bit of that picture-in-picture replay. You have all of Zeta Division on the bottom side of this map. You find the Garchomp, and then they, like you said, they're all rotating as 5. They're huddling around this Clefable, but once you find a lot of those shields stolen from Tomato on that Umbreon, they're able to open the door, open the floodgates on finding some KOs. I think it was the Garchomp that really unleashed some fury after that, too.
Yeah, it was. And of course, with eyes on the Leafeon, they had decided as a team, well, there's nobody in our back line. And Umbreon said, well, I'd like to differ. I'm going to go ahead and foul play to get this one started. And of course, the Garchomp coming in, that quick execute from Tomi. I mean, we looked at the numbers, right? And the damage wasn't quite there. But those quick executes, those quick knockouts, you don't have to fight to take down the health bar. You're not going to build up a lot of those damage stats. You're just going to rip and tear when you need to and just find that one knockout that you need to get the numbers advantage. And then it was right back to just playing goalkeeper.
Yeah, and that's what they had to do. 422, 184 at that moment. So they knew that the win condition for QT Dig was going to be Rayquaza. So all they had to do is hold the door, try to stuff them out from getting into this Rayquaza central area, finding a couple KOs here and there off the back of this Leafeon, off the back of this Inteleon. The Unite move was huge. Found a snipe shot, found a couple of massive basic boosteds with the critical hits, finding that Miraidon there. You see Leafeon on the backside finding another one, and then there's just these 2 left. Leafeon making quick work, line up the snipe shot, take the Rayquaza, take game 1, and Zeta Division made it look quite good there in that Rayquaza. Perfectly played.
Yeah, they really did. It was the entire game that they just looked flawless. I mean, even in the moments when the scores were coming through against them, it still looked like they were in control because they were racking up double the numbers at a time, even quadruple by the end of it. And they had held on to that 400. That did not happen right before the Rayquaza started. They had that high score count from long before. So they had been ready to play that game. They had planned it from before. Instead of making a quick snap decision during Rayquaza, I think they had decided that's the way they were going to play the end game long before. And being able to have that kind of foresight and comfortability in an end game of Pokemon Unite, I mean, it's more comfort than almost anybody has ever granted. So you're definitely feeling good about your win condition at that point. Now going forward, QT Dig, they've got adjustments to make, and a lot of them, and I really do think it starts in the draft, because I think now that they've seen what Zeta Division are going to play with, a lot of meta picks, but used in very unconventional ways, maybe not even expected synergistic ways, just playing their own strengths. QT Dig have to find an answer to what was hurting them the most. What do you think it was?
They didn't have a speedster. They had nothing to really control the Leafeon, and they didn't really have anything to stop the Inteleon. I mean, it was sniping for free. There's nothing to get on top of that and kind of disrupt what it wanted to do. So maybe some sort of speedster pick here for QT Dig could maybe open the floodgates for them and maybe slow down something like Rom on that Inteleon, because I don't know if you can really stop Rom on the Inteleon, but you could definitely start to contain him, and a speedster will definitely at least make him think twice about just holding down that snipe shot and getting off a good shot. You may be able to rush some shots, maybe make them go a little bit wide, because it is a little bit more difficult to hit than an average sniper, something like a Decidueye that has a little bit more of a forgiving hitbox. Inteleon, very narrow hitbox, so you have to be very precise on those.
Yeah, and of course here on the main stage of the Japanese Championships is where we're going to see the players that can hit those shots. So this is one of those do not try this at home moments. We don't want to be responsible for you losing rank. Your games are not going to end the same. You don't play Inteleon like that. I don't play Inteleon like that. I don't think any of us do. We reserve that for these championships.
There's
stages.
footage.
Yeah.
There's footage. I certainly don't play Inteleon like that. At least not on the high level. In the solo queue environment, I'm pretty good at Inteleon. In competitive, it's a whole different ball game, and these are the best of the best, and that's why they are on stage showcasing their talents. Rom, one of the best to do it. I am excited to see how Zeta Division is going to attack, because they're a team that may just run it back. We'll see if QT Dig maybe lines up a ban to kind of target maybe that Leafeon, maybe that Inteleon, to just maybe get them off of a little bit of their comfort. And there are a lot of Pokemon that are really strong in the metagame right now. You know, maybe which is why we saw Armarouge just kind of run rampant at NAIC. A lot of teams, I think it only had like a 2% ban rate there. So banning it's definitely still good. But you leave things on the table like that Inteleon and that Leafeon.
Yeah, the bans that we saw from QT Dig as well, the Armarouge and the Psyduck, it does feel like a very different play style from what we were just seeing previously. So now the question is, do you ban those again in fear of the play style that you could go up against, or is what you just saw so dangerous and has influenced you so much that you're going to focus and counter ban with picks that you saw in the last game, things like that Leafeon and any speedster that's going to make you more vulnerable? QT Dig have to decide which adjustment they're going to make, because they can't do both. So they're going to have to run into something they already didn't want to, or something that they now know they don't want to see.
Yeah, I mean, there's still like a lot of speedster. Like, we're about 2 months removed from that big speedster meta that we had, but there's still so many in the game that are quite good. I mean, you think Absol still has a lot of encounter rate. You still see a handful of Zeraora, and maybe definitely not as much as you did about 2 months ago. But there's still some play that it has. Leafeon never has been bad, and with high skill ceiling that it can have to really maximize the value. That's why you keep seeing like it get nerfed and nerfed, but people are like, oh, at the highest play, I mean, you could still find a ton of value out of it, and Game 1 was a perfect example of that. So maybe we'll see some Absol. I mean, I think that's a Pokemon that, you know, still, while receiving some nerfs, is still incredibly strong in the right hands. They have good target priority if you're able to get onto, you know, what it goes well into. So things like those squishier targets, like that Inteleon. We go 1v1 versus that Leafeon, and try to avoid, you know, those tankier targets that could kind of break up your combination. So I like an Absol. I'm not sure if there's anybody on QT Dig that's proficient in it, but I think it could work pretty well.
Yeah, I think if QT Dig do want to run something like an Absol, they probably shouldn't change too much about the style that they were previously playing. The way that they grouped up for team fights in 4s and 5s so frequently, I think that's probably still a good way to play if you're going to play with that Absol. If you want to push from the front while your Absol approaches the Inteleon and makes them vulnerable, take out that pressure that usually comes in on your front line, and you'll have a much more successful push. All that they needed was to dislodge that Inteleon from those comfortable positions. And of course, with the Leafeon coming from the back line, that was also an issue for them. If they can just dislodge that Inteleon and make it so that their approaches are so much cleaner and safer, I think they're going to have so much more success. So that small adjustment really can do it. They might not need to totally change the way they're going to play this.
And we already got game number 2 underway. We have bans up in the top section of the game. Hoopa and Blissey not getting played in this round. It is a little bit different here. So something that changed in the game recently is an option to just swap the priority of the pick. So Zeta Division, while they had the second pick in game number 1, they were still on the same side. So it's a little bit different, new setting that was added to the game. So for those that don't know or maybe new to the game, they are going to have first pick here, and they are going with that Umbreon once again.
Yeah, nice early lock. They're going for the double evolution. Again, it's going to be the Umbreon and the Leafeon together. This time we do see the Psyduck from the side of QT Dig, so they're definitely looking to slow this one down. It's a nice way to start working on that Leafeon. They're choosing to approach the Leafeon this time instead, bring a little bit of CC that they can slow down those approaches with, which is interesting because they were playing slow before. It just felt like they didn't have the right utility to do it. Now, this time around, they're going to try to bring more of that utility, and this is what we're talking about. Bringing the Snorlax, bringing the Psyduck. This is going to enable the style you were looking for before. And here's the speedster we were talking about. It's not going to be what we thought it would be, but instead of an Absol, we're going to see a Talonflame.
I like the Talonflame pivot. I think Talon is another one of those Pokemon that has a pretty good skill ceiling. There's a couple of different ways that you could play. You could play it with the Fly build. You could play it with the Brave Bird. Brave Bird, probably one of the more difficult ones to do because it's very risky. If you miss your Brave Bird, you're kind of in the middle of danger with no escape. So definitely need to hit it if you are going to play that. But you do have a couple of squishy targets that you would definitely love to connect on. That Leafeon, that Inteleon once again. And look at this double Speedster for QT Dig. So they are going with a very fast composition, rounding their squad out with that Dodrio.
Now I am really curious as to how this one is going to play out because I originally thought that they were going to try to slow down the pace of play on their end. They've got a defensive core build here, but their double Speedster tells me that they're going to be playing a lot more aggressively individually. So that tells me that Bacon and Hayatobi here are both going to be, I think, kind of just left to play defense while Hachi and Teacher try to pick up on what they can. They're going to have to find so many openings, but it's going to make the job so much easier bringing this double Speedster. I just wonder if they're sacrificing too much in the way of mid-fight pressure. They're really relying on that early fight damage, and after that, I'm curious if they're still going to be able to keep up the pressure or if they're just going to get overwhelmed.
True. This could have also been a pretty good game for an Armarouge here. I think Armarouge really thrives when there's not a lot of poke damage from the opposing side. So having, the Inteleon could be a little bit of a struggle if the front line, kind of lets some of these speedsters get by. And some of the speedsters that they did pick, especially Talonflame, is able to bypass a lot of that beefy front line. Dodrio does have to kind of run through it, but Talonflame can either use that Fly or that Brave Bird to just get on top of them. So definitely going to need to make sure that eject button is up and ready to act, or that Fell Stinger is ready to grab onto a wall and dodge away from it. But game number 2 online, same side, Zeta Division taking this Aegislash to the central area, though.
Yeah, one note that I want to make here, while our Fletchinder, actually Hachi's going to go very low early on, so that pressure is going to come out quick. These screens here, I think, are going to be very influential to keeping this Inteleon as a good pick here. I think that it's really important that these screens are in play to be able to defend the Inteleon. You can see the Mr. Mime playing with it down there. They're committing a little bit more of their resources to their Inteleon, knowing that there was going to be some kind of counter to try and stop it. I just don't know if it'll be enough, but Leafeon's going to go down early trying to score there.
Yeah, Umbreon gonna just be a little bit of a pest there, trying to just hit that bunny family to try to bring them towards that central area. But 3 members, QT Dig, also pressuring this bottom path. Finding a quick KO on the Mr. Mime is gonna be pretty nice for them early on. Kind of starving out this Drizzle from getting their level 5 right before the 850 birds is gonna be pretty beneficial for them there. They have 3 members down here.
Yeah, they do. Usually we see a big commitment to the upper lane, but it's going to be 3 in each right now here at the bottom, so this is going to be the one that they're going to take, and those screens do go up. Not for much, as we do see the Dual Blade already going in. Fletchinder does go down. I don't think they're going to try to pick up too much more off of that. They try to get out, but the Dual Blade with the Shadow Claw actually gets in a little bit too deep.
A little bit too deep. Hands caught in the cookie jar means they go back to the Pokemon Center for refreshments. Dodrio is going to be a little bit of a pest here as well, trying to put a little bit of pressure on this central area now for Zeta Division, knowing that they do have a little bit of a level advantage. But Zeta Division collapsing a little bit on, going to put them in a mean look, going to be collapsed here. Heavy slam, not enough to insulate the Dodrio for QT Dig, and that is going to be Zeta Division finding a nice little win here right before these 8-minute Altaria family.
And I think that's what it's going to take against QT Dig right now, because another adjustment that they've made, not only maybe playing slower with half their team and quicker with the other half, but the bulk that they have on a lot of their team members now, it's going to require Zeta Division to pick off just 1 or 2 at a time, take what they can get, and have to go back to focusing these targets. They're going to have to go toward their Reggies, which will be coming up soon, and of course the birds as well. So they're going to have to be keeping their mind on making these rotations back and forth between targets, whether it be players or just the Pokemon in the open area.
Gonna put a little bit of pressure up here in the top path. All 5 members for QT Dig. Gonna converge. Leafeon's gonna go down. Now is this Aegislash that is gonna try to scramble away. Mean Look is going to put the circle onto the Dodrio. Nice positioning there for Tomato, or not for Tomato, for the Umbreon to make sure that they have that target priority, keeping that Dodrio away from those carries. That's going to be very crucial as we move forward.
Yeah, this is the matchup of Regice here for sure. Blaziken gets in for a little bit of an execute, but doesn't get caught out for it. So Zeta Division, they do get the better starting position here, but with that Talonflame able to dive in at free will, it's going to be the Mr. Mime going down first.
Nice play here. Aegislash able to secure a little bit of a contested Regice there. QT Dig not able to advance super far forward because of the good front line from Zeta Division. Going to try to clean up the rest of their wild Pokemon experience. But on the top path, it is going to be Dodrio ripping through this Regieleki. That is going to be taken just in time before Leafeon gets there. It's going to push towards that T1. A little bit of vision here for the Umbreon. Is going to find out a couple of Pokemon are hiding, but Aegislash finds that Talonflame hiding in the tall grass. That's a big KO there for the Zeta Division squad.
Oh, another nice snipe shot there onto the Psyduck. Goes low, was trying to get a little bit of a... Oh my goodness! Gonna go right through the jungle area here. Catch that Psyduck, and now you have more open space to play with. These birds are yours. No more Regieleki to worry about either. QT Dig are going to try to make in the last second with the Regieleki online, they are going to get a double score to pop that tier 1 now for the fight. They may not win it here, but they might have gotten everything they wanted in terms of objective.
Eject button to ensure that KO onto the Dodrio from Inteleon. Now Rom is starting to heat up, connecting on a snipe shot. Great psychic there to keep Inteleon from pressing forward or pressing their button. Another snipe shot connects. Aegislash closes the door. Talonflame, flame sweep. Gonna take out the Inteleon. Gets out of safety. 1 HP in a dream. They're gonna find their way towards this goal zone. Aegislash gonna try to get there just in time. No, 40 points on in, but they're gonna pay the ultimate price.
QT Dig have had to scrape together all of their wins here, and so far it is working out for them. The Leafeon's gone very deep, but it pays off, taking down the Blaziken very quickly, and I think we're seeing how much damage this Leafeon can put out so quickly. This Psyduck going to try to take a little bit of the 1v1 here, but the Dodrio is going to come up and try to take this fight with them, but look how quickly the Leafeon cuts through.
Yeah, that was a really nice play there. Gonna take 3 to take them down. Talonflame eventually does the trick. Now, Regirock in the bottom path has appeared. Now, we also have the Blaziken trying to find its way in, but the Umbreon, along with the Mr. Mime, going to make that a tough task. Snipe shot connects once again. Basic attack is going to be a little bit of a critical hit. Blaziken going to scramble away. Mr. Mime finds them. Are they going to be able to find a Confusion? Overheat is up. It misses. Confusion also missing the mark. Eject through the wall. That's a nice play there for QT Dig. Tomato trying to stay upright. Regirock is still getting hit here, but I believe off screen we saw Dodrio find that Inteleon.
And it was a Regieleki secure up top right now as well, which means that there is going to be another score here in the top that's going to almost break that other tier 1. But so, a nice secure there for Zeta Division, but I think that they were trying to win both of those at once, truthfully, so they didn't come out with everything they were looking for. Now it's a bit of a mixed fight, but QT Dig are coming back in to support their team members. It's a whole lot of supporters and one squishy Leafeon who's going to drop to the Talonflame.
This is quite the different match here. QT Dig is going punch for punch with this squad. This double speedster composition has at least slowed down Zeta Division for the time being. 202, 177, 320. A minute and 15 seconds until Rayquaza. Let's take a look at the level state, though.
Yeah, the levels right now, we're seeing that the Leafeon is not as high as we saw previously. That level 15 coming up at the 3-minute mark. That was a serious stoppage point for QT Dig from being able to make any progress. Now, they've held Leafeon to barely having the level lead, and we have 3 level 12s, all, of course, on these big damage dealers from QT Dig. That's why this game is looking so much more even. They actually have the damage to do it with. Now, this Inteleon has not been feeling safe all game because it's never just a one-to-one team fight. So both teams going to stall out here with 40 seconds remaining, and it looks like things are really slowing to pace themselves for Ray now. Not a lot of levels going to go up on the board anymore. I think this is where we're going to see our maybe last fight before the race secure.
Good vision checks here from Zeta Division as they check these tall grass areas just to make sure that no one's setting up for a little bit of a surprise attack. It is Zeta Division that is looking for the surprise attack, but no surprise there. It's going to proc the headache gauge of this Psyduck. On the top path, look at Dodrio positioning. Looking for a nice little cap there, which would put them ahead if they wait till the final stretch to dunk some of their points.
Yeah, and it looks like right now taking a little bit of scouting as well. You talked about that vision earlier. I mean, deep in that center area right now. But it looks like not going to go for the score. Going to come in here, see if the team needs assistance. And it's a quick engagement already from the Aegislash onto Ray. So Zeta Division this time going to try to fight it really early.
Oh, Snipe Shot also connects on the Dodrio. Talonflame Fly is going to land on the Thea Sky Ruins. Flame Sweep going to hit to a wall, and Mr. Mime with a huge confusion combination is going to send them packing. Snipe Shot still raining down. Rayquaza now starting to get chipped up. Snorlax looking to enter in the fray. Oh, there's the Unite move from the Inteleon. Rayquaza already starting to get ripped here. Leafeon goes down. Got to look for a secure there. Psyduck is going to put a nice little Psychic. 3 members down for Zeta Division. QT Dig looking to control the Rayquaza. It's getting dangerously low. Looking for a secure though. It is Umbreon. Umbreon Zeta Division steals it away, but there's only the Umbreon up right now.
Yeah, it's still a big question of whether they'll be able to capitalize on it because QT Dig right now surely able to capitalize on everything they've gained. They're now 141 points ahead, and it is looking like it's just going to keep building at this point. You can see that the Leafeon has started to close in, but the Psyduck hiding away. We see that Umbreon finally going down. It took so much effort, but it'll take so much time to respawn now that any effort given from the Umbreon in these late stages is just going to be for naught.
And you also have a Dodrio on the other side that could go score at will if needed. 140 points going to separate these two squads. Bottom path is going to be looking like the path of execution here. 24 points looking to go on in. Pokemon jumping down from that jump pad already. No points going on in just yet. Psyduck going to surf away Mr. Mime. Here comes the rest of the squad for QT Dig. The defense is on. Overheat. Connects onto the Leafeon. Inteleon is going to pop there. Azure Spy Vision with 10 seconds left. QT Dig is going to hold on in game number 2. And we're going to a game 3.
Some amazing adjustments there from QT Dig. They didn't just make those Pokemon swaps. They committed to the play style that they needed to bring forth. They played to the strong suit. That is an intelligent team sitting on the other side of Zeta Division right there. This is a true contender. And I mean, this is why it's the top 8 at the Japanese Championship. Nobody is an underdog at this point. We talked about underdogs and favorites to win at the beginning. I don't know if there are really many underdogs here. These are all such tough teams. The Speedster adjustment, they pulled everything they needed to. They focused the right targets, closing in on that Inteleon and taking those fights with the Leafeon. Sometimes it took a 2-to-1 because that Leafeon was putting out so much damage, but they knew when to commit it, when to protect their Psyduck, when to get their Snorlax in the way. They played it so well. That's how you play double Speedster. It was looking like an awkward comp, very split up the middle, but it really ended up working because they played to all of its strengths.
Look at that. Very unfortunate clipping the corner of the wall there from that Talonflame Flame Sweep. Aegislash walks directly into an overheat. Doesn't get a much damage that they wanted to. It looked like Aegislash was looking for a massive engage there. At that point, they found the pick that they wanted, so it was time to put on the rip. But QT Dig with a massive Dodrio Unite move to stun up this Leafeon along, I think it was directly into the yawn from the Snorlax, so that is a heads-up play there. And at that point, Zeta Division started to crumble.
Yeah, that was the moment I thought this Rayquaza was going the other way, was when that Leafeon, that secure, got dropped down. I knew the Inteleon was going to be far too vulnerable. There was going to be no more pressure coming through from the Leafeon. What I did not expect is for this Umbreon to, of course, I knew it was going to stick around, even with that recent nerf. I did not expect to secure another Rayquaza. You can see the excitement there from Zeta Division as well. I think they really thought they had it for a moment, but you have to make the realization eventually that with 4 up from QT Dig and 4 down from the side of Zeta Division, Array is not going to be enough. You have nobody there to stop this Dodrio from putting in 50, the Blaziken from 50, the Psyduck's holding on to another 40, but really never got to secure it because they had to drop back to play defense.
I also like the way that QT Dig attacked the Inteleon in that moment, right? So you saw not only Psyduck come in from the bottom side, but Blaziken went in for a little bit of a pincer maneuver. It came in from the top, which forced Inteleon to go back towards the center of Rayquaza and just hope for the best. I think if Blaziken doesn't come up from that top area, I think Inteleon is able to kind of skate away around the Rayquaza and maybe get a nice clean snipe shot on it, and they're able to stay upright. You might have more Pokemon up for that fight after Rayquaza goes down, and maybe we're talking a different story here, but either way, QT Dig, incredible composure there in game number 2 after a pretty tough game 1. Bring it back to even, and now we go to a game 3 where winner is going to move on in that upper bracket. Loser, not done for the day. It is not a single elimination, but they'll be going down to that lower side bracket where it'll be a little bit more of a tough way to qualify for Worlds.
Yeah, it is going to be a really difficult spot to be in if you drop down first here, but I mean, I think most people really did coming into this one think that QT Dig might be the team that drops down. Now it's looking like it could be anybody, and what an upset it would be for QT Dig to be able to take down Zeta Division. If you were in the top 4 or you were in the winners finals, then of course it starts to feel like anyone could lose at any time, but Zeta Division in round 1 of the Japanese championships going down to losers would be a huge moment to start off this tournament. I think it would kind of set the narrative here and just let us know that nothing is what we're expecting it to be. But that's not what's happening just yet. Zeta Division, they slipped up a little bit, but let's not act like that game was completely out of their hands. It was a back and forth game for most of it. You talked about QT Dig. The way that they improved was by being able to trade punches. It's not that they turned it around and took the game with a heavy hand. It was that they were able to fight back this time. So that's what got them the win. Now we need them to secure it a lot stronger. Otherwise, Zeta Division, they're going to make the adjustments needed to come out and make the comeback, just like QT Dig did. QT Dig have to be ready to slow them down. They have to make predictions now because they're going to be running into something different once again.
Look at this. Hoopa and Clefable going to be the bands of choice here, as well as the Comfey. So supports, not going to be on the menu, at least some premier ones. Oof. It is all supports in the band category, so there will be a minimal amount available to these squads. We'll see if they prioritize them first. Immediately is going back, Zeta Division is, with that Umbreon.
Yeah, that is twice in a row now that we have had 4 supports banned. This is really speaking to how this one is going to look. Clearly, there's a lot of pressure on that, but because of the support bans that we've been seeing, we haven't been able to see their impact as much. I think the Psyduck is the biggest one we've seen, but that's to be expected. When Psyduck is available, Psyduck will have a big impact. Now, Zeta Division, it's going to be Vitopo this time that's going to go ahead and steal away the Dodrio. But for the most part, we're going to see both of these teams sticking to their guns.
I like the pivot here from Zeta Division. They felt like Leafeon wasn't quite as good as they wanted to in game number 2. It ended up giving a lot of KOs over to that double speedster composition, so they want to go with a little bit of a pace here with that Dodrio. Rom, once again, just going to be an Inteleon for the day. It's the 3rd straight game locking in that Pokemon. And QT Dig, they are going to line up the Psyduck Snorlax combination once again. And then it's going to be Aegislash, so stealing that away from Zeta Division.
Yeah, taking it from Zeta Division, but I don't think Tomy is too sad to be going back onto the Garchomp here. It was a very successful game 1 with it. The Talonflame does get locked in, so QT Dig somewhat committing to the changes they made. They're kind of going for a middle ground between their game 1 and game 2. This is probably going to be a little bit more compact of a game for them. They're actually going to be able to put out pressure in an organized manner in the lanes when it comes to the team fights this time. instead of just having to approach from all these different angles and have the speedsters running around like, you know, at Dodrio with 3 heads cut off. But this time they'll be able to, I think, play a little bit more succinctly, a little bit more together. There will be some synergy to it, and it won't be played in 2 parts like we saw them play in the last game.
I'm interested to see what the pivot is here with this Aegis Slash. We saw Zeta Division take it in game number 2. We're seeing QT Dig take it in game number 3. We saw the Shadow Claw variant of this Pokemon in game number 2. Let's see if QT Dig wants to take that Shadow Claw. Sacred Sword's still quite good, but man, there were some moments there where Shadow Claw really packed a punch in those big team fights, finding KOs, being able to lock on to those speedsters. So maybe that is the key here for this Aegis Slash. Not only chunk through the tankier composition, but being able to lock on those boosted autos onto that Dodrio, a Pokemon that is notoriously tough to catch.
Yeah, you make a really good point there, and we're going to get Game 3 kicked off, our very first round of the Japanese Championship here. It's going to be Zeta Division still on that blue side, and on the orange side, going to be QT Dig rolling out with the Psyduck and Blaziken up top. It's going to be the Talonflame in the lane down bottom with the Snorlax and the Aegis Slash here taking to that middle area.
A little bit of a dance here for Dodrio as they're going to start to clear out their central area. We have Umbreon immediately going towards a little bit of a score, stack up the stacking scoring item, and look at this, a little bit of an invade from Talonflame, heading towards this blue buff of the Dodrio, who sees the writing on the wall, gonna look for a KO here. Oh no, the little Fletchender gets taken out by the Sobble, sending them sobbing back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, if that's any implication as to what we're going to see for the rest of this game, I think it's going to look a lot like Game 1. However, they're still rolling with the same Inteleon protection that they did in the last one, that being the Mr. Mime. That's going to be their front line here to try and stop this Inteleon from getting caught out. It didn't work too well in the last game, certainly not as well as their Game 1. So they have to be either very defensive of this Inteleon or focus really hard on making sure this Dodrio is able to pick up early things in the fight.
Power play up here for QT Dig. 4 members converge on this Altaria family now, looking to push pressure on this T1 goal zone. Going to start shredding through this little Gibble. Points starting to rain on in. 26 looking to go on in, along with 7 and 5 from the Psyduck. So damage is done in the top path, but in the bottom path, it's Zeta Division taking full advantage. Now they're going to bully that other side. Dodrio finds another KO on the poor central area Pokemon on the bottom path, and we have a fight still breaking out between this squad. Health bars are getting incredibly low. Garchomp could be going back to the Pokemon Center.
Very surprising to see that Snorlax stay up so long with still having HP somehow. Dodrio will come in to clean up the Psyduck, which I think is a big one to start slowing down, especially if you want to make something happen in the central area here. It is going to be all Zeta Division for that moment. But notably, the Fletchender only just getting the evolution right now. The Combustion getting shut down. Zeta Division just will not let QT Dig get back up as a 5.
This is a early stomping here from Zeta Division with this Dodrio, level 8 already. Been quite hard to deal with. Oh, even harder to deal with are these snipe shots from Rom, finding that poor little Fletchender once again. They are having a very tough early game, and that is not what you want from a speedster.
No, and that's what target focus is right there. That's Zeta Division playing really intelligently here. When they saw the Fletchender, they said, if they're only going to run the one speedster, that's how we eliminate the problem, is focus that target first. Now, the Inteleon can move around freely, so safe at so many different opportunities that get opened up because this Fletchender is constantly coming back from the Pokemon Center and just rolling out. Doesn't even make it halfway through the central area before being taken down again.
If you hear something, say something about bullying in your area. And oh man, this Dodrio is on America's Most Wanted for that. Over Reggie Ice getting sliced through. Aegis Slash is able to secure it for QT Dig. However, they might be going down here. They take 1 member on the way back to the Pokemon Center, but Zeta Division finds their revenge KO, 126-57, and they're looking to take the top path.
Yeah, QT getting the first Reggie is big. It's a little bit unusual from what we've seen in the games so far. They haven't been able to secure that many. Oh, and right into it. I mean, the Talonflame was just, oh my goodness. You can't take a straight flight path. This is not a commercial airliner. Turn on your fighter jet.
Oh man, Rom is absolutely putting on a clinic here. Oh man, I couldn't imagine playing Inteleon this well. Blaziken is looking for a little bit of an entryway here. Gonna be secure on secure. Blaziken gets the best of that one there with that big overheat. Now Rom going back to the Pokemon Center. Livid Outrage out from this Garchomp. Looking to take a big old overheat to the face. Dragon combination. However, Talonflame finally finds some revenge. They get a KO. They're alive.
The Talonflame does exist, believe it or not. I know it's been myth and folklore up until this point, but we do have a Talonflame. Hachi finally up to that level 10. Still out-leveled by the Dodrio, but not the Inteleon. Of course, Inteleon not being able to get in close and get so secure on some of these Pokemon that it's going to try to be leveling up off of. Nice little dodge there from the Aegislash. Almost took a snipe shot, and it looks like being chased down, but this Blaziken finally being the secure that QT Dig need them to be. Finding the Regieleki, finding those quick executions onto Inteleon, getting the squishies as well. They're finally putting Blaziken in a spot to thrive, and it's a spot that we needed to see Suix in for a lot longer in this matchup. Hopefully it'll pay off now.
See Dodrio just playing the vision game, grabbing all that wild Pokemon, watching in the tall grass, making sure that no one is hiding, trying to grab vision on the remainder of the squad. They see that there are two Pokemon guarding this T1 goal zone. Talonflame Fly. Gonna miss the mark a little bit there. Reggie Ice has appeared in the bottom path. We have three Pokemon starting to migrate down south for the winner for QT Dig. Snorlax's gonna put Mr. Mime a little bit into a blender. Snipe Shot's gonna connect on the Snorlax. Snorlax is gonna try to body block those Snipe Shots. Does a great job allowing Aegislash to secure that Reggie Ice for QT Dig.
And I think that's our 5th or 6th Regice of this match. That's, I mean, we've seen, what, one Regirock, was it? But these scores are going to come through now in the top. So it's going to be that top tier 1 broken. Zeta Division have made some progress. It's not looking as even as it was just a moment ago. Zeta Division certainly not running away with it yet, but they are looking to get themselves in a secure spot. We're down to 4 minutes now, and this is where things start to close in. Who's going to be our highest leveled? We still see the supports under level 10 for the side of the Zeta Division, so not quite keeping up. That could be a difference maker, especially with how much of an impact this side up could make. So we got to keep an eye on those levels in this next minute coming up and see if any of these Unites are going to come out at the last moment.
Very surprising to see Rom just now take into level 11. Unite move out from this Garchomp now. Going to try to focus on this Psyduck, but Headache, along with their Unite move, is going to keep them insulated for the time being. Aegislash going to go in that shield form, but that's not enough to sustain. 3 members converge on QT Dig. They find a double KO. Dodrio trying to stay upright. Flame Sweep. Oh, it misses the mark. Expert dodge here from Zeta Division, but the heavy slam into the Unite move is going to finally allow the open door for that Talonflame to take out Dodrio.
Zeta Division has had a few really nice dodges. Tomato getting out of the way of some of these Blaziken overheats, and then, of course, being able to get out of the way from the Talonflame as well. So, I mean, really good mechanics here from Zeta Division so far. QT Dig's had some moments there on this Psyduck. Is awfully low. The Snipe Shot does not catch, and the shields go up. Gets that Headache pop, but stays alive just for the moment. That was looking really, really scary, especially since we're coming so close to the Rayquaza fight now. Both these teams need to start getting set up.
211, 120, 30 seconds until Rayquaza. Final time for these squads to start leveling up. Level 12 finally gained by the Inteleon. You'd love to see it get level 13, so they're going to try to just pile wild Pokemon experience into that Pokemon before Rayquaza. Basement Reggie is up, but it doesn't look like Zeta Division really has any interest in it. They want to get in position.
Yeah, and you can't really blame them. I mean, this is game 3. Both teams are going to start setting up, and they're perfectly split here between top and bottom, so it's just going to be these last moments. This Talonflame not quite going to hit level 14 before this Rayquaza hits, so it's time to go, and they're collapsing.
Oh my gosh, Rayquaza already dangerously low, looking for a secure. Oh, I think it's Talonflame. They secure a QT Dig. They take it. They take 3 members down of Zeta Division. Inteleon scrambling back to try to salvage what's left in this game. Points starting to go on in. Hundo burgers are served up fresh. 320 to 11. Triple KO. Talonflame. It's QT Dig advancing in your winner's upper round.
QT Dig have this all but secured at this point. I mean, there's a little bit of time remaining. That was a quick Rayquaza fight, but what can you really do at this point? You have to collect so many orbs, so much to get dunked at this point, and it's just not there. This Talonflame still has shield, still can drop down, still doing damage. You're holding Zeta Division all the way to their spawn, and with a minute left, there's not going to be anything they can do to get ahead. They're trying to move forward slowly but surely, but there's going to be so many roadblocks in their way.
Look at this, 100 points still likely going to go on in for this Aegislash. Psyduck also waddling their way to that home goal zone, so additional 200 points going to be needed from Zeta Division as they make their way to this T2 goal zone. Pokemon starting to come down. Snorlax trying to lay down, take a nap, trying to hold on to this pad because it's a tall task for Zeta Division. Snipe shots, not going to be enough. Pokemon falling down to the Pokemon Center. 3 members down, and it's this Aegislash. The king is here. QT Dig moving forward.
I guess we got our answer on what that Aegislash was going to do. We have now seen the impact. I think everybody carried their weight in that one. We can't really attribute it to a single player. There were some huge... We're going to get a celebration here in the middle, a nice little pose at the Japanese Championships. That's going to be a screensaver for a few of these players for the next few months, I think.
Huge plays here for QT Dig. Pop-off moments all around. Big hugs. You just took down a team of Titans in Zeta Division, at least in these winners round, sending them down to that lower side bracket. Big smiles, celebrations are in order. QT Dig, you're moving forward. Incredible stuff here in this round 1 matchup. Lots of hugs. These players, they are pumped. The adrenaline is flowing.
Yeah, I mean, this means everything right now, because at this point, you are so close to... I mean, winning 1 game brings you so much closer to being in top 3 than I think most people realize. At this point, winning 1 more game puts you into the winners finals and secures you a top 3 placement. 1 more game now stands between them and a top 3 placement guaranteed. And of course, they want to go all the way to the end. So this winners bracket win is so important for them. For Zeta Division, they're going to have a grueling slog through the lower bracket now against the teams that they're going to have to go against. I mean, I guess the upside here is you're still Zeta Division, and these are still going to be the losing teams in the losers bracket round 1. But there's a lot more to get through if you want to make it, and not having that security blanket anymore makes your run so much more dangerous. QT Dig making the upset that I think we started to believe they really could pretty early on into that game 2. And a huge congratulations to them. I mean, they're going to be going on to this next round of upper bracket.
Incredible stuff. And we're going to see, I'm not sure if any of the other matches are going off stream or if they're just broadcasting everything. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they're broadcasting everything. So we should be able to get to see the next round's matchups. Oh, okay. Just got word from production. Nothing is off stream. So very exciting that we'll get to see everything. Yeah. 11-hour broadcast. 11-hour broadcast. I mean, I'm not doing all of it. My voice will be gone if we do it all. We have a couple more casters coming in later. I believe it is going to be Fu and Kello, along with Spartan Tano and Tano. Who else was doing it? Fu and Tano. Oh, Lobo. Lobo's also going to be there. So it's going to be a roster full of good casting. Yeah, Tano actually is going to be doing both shifts, both shift 2 and 3 today. So that is a lot of casting for our friend across the pond.
Yeah, you know what? You got to one-up him. You got to do all 3.
No, I'm going to go bed. I'm going to go bed. No way.
Yeah, well, no, we're in North America. It's already bedtime, and we're going to be here for a couple more hours. So, I mean, we can't, come on, we can't miss the Japanese Championship. We're going to be here for as long as we can before we start looking like that Pikachu behind Kyle over there. But for now, Suik's going to be taking the interview. Had a really, really big impact throughout that game. I think we saw him really, no pun intended, but heating up in Game 3 and starting to put in all the effect that you need out of a Blaziken, all the secure that you need. So much objective control from QT Dig in Game 3.
All right, let's go ahead. Let's bring back our host. Let's bring back Nitera in as we get set up for our next round matchup. Nitera, holy cow, what an incredible set that was.
I know, right? Like, we were talking about it, and like, all this time, it was like, yes, these are the teams to beat, right? These are the Titans. These are the underdogs. It's pretty clear-cut. The story was there. And then Cinderella came around, right? And I love how we watched that entire thing unfold, because it was definitely, QT was definitely the back foot for a short while, and all of a sudden, it was like, BAM! And I think I talked about it. It's respect, right? Like, those two teams, they respect each other, but at the end of the day, QT Dig had nothing to lose, right? They're like, alright, these guys, we're good players, they're good players. One thing they don't know is that we have nothing to lose. Let's go! And that was it. That was that defining moment. I loved it so much.
Too. What an incredible match to kind of kick us off here in day one of your Japan Championships. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better one. You had almost just an absolute draft masterclass, a Rayquaza masterclass from Zeta Division in game 1. Just a back and forth in game 2, and then game number 3, it was anybody's game, went down to a flip, and Talonflame finding a way to get it done.
And I gotta be honest with you, I mean, like, where would you ever see Talonflame be really brought back to prominence? And if the first word is in Japan, you're not watching enough Japan, right? So, I mean, I'm so excited to see how this is coming about here, and well, that can't happen until we throw it to a break. So maybe Kyle and Speedy, do you want to give some words before we pack it up for this set and move on to the next one?
Well, I guess just to recap real quick, Suik's interview, he did say he was so happy and thank you to all the supporters. He said they prepared the game 1 comp against Zeta for 2 weeks straight, but it got defeated, which was really tough, but they were able to turn it back around as we saw. And then, of course, they're going to be analyzing their next opponents for tomorrow is a big focus for them. So that was Suik's summarizing basically just the mindset, the straightforward path that you have to take when you're in this setting. Win or loss, you just have to be on that train track, just chugging forward.
And for you, Kyle?
My voice, I'm going to need some water. So, yeah, that was an incredible set. That's all I have.
Right, and of course, just to keep everyone up to date here, we are playing in a double elimination format. So, of course, your teams are not out just yet here. The Titans are at least, they're sleeping giants. We're waiting to see when it'll take them to kick into high gear here. And so we have some games before that happens. And so, congratulations once again to QT Diggs for actually toppling these Titans here. But Zeta Division is not out of the ball just yet here. And we're going to see how they're going to bring everything back in just a bit here. But for now, we're gonna take a break and we'll see you guys. Kyle, Speedy, Godspeed.
昨年の PJCS2024 でも活躍し、そしてあと一歩届かなかった日本の選手やマメ選手も共に擁して勝ち上がってきました。シエル、カビキラーなどなどフォーリン選手もいらっしゃいます。リザーブとしてはリスペクト M 選手も控えている。日本の選手はアクシズで上がっていたインタビュー、注目してほしいのはリスペクト M だとも語っていました。6人でアクシズというところをぜひ皆さんもお目に焼き付けていただきたい。アクシズという話しましたが、日本の選手、マメ選手、フォーリン選手というのは、ね、本当に経験豊富な方々で、そこにその PACL 以前からインしたシエル選手やカビキラー選手という一つ若手の選手が入ったことで、今すごいチームとしていい感じにまとまってるんじゃないかなというイメージが5月大会から伝わっていたんですけれども、チョモスさん、このマッチアップいかがですか、両チームに対しての印象は。 もうアクシズの方は幅がすごいんですよ。はい、戦略、いろんな戦略、おそらく世界的に見てもポケモンユナイトのチームの中で一番戦略の幅を持っているチームですから、はい、何が出てくるのかわからないというのが一つ正直なところではありますね。
初予選の騙し討ちヤミラビなんかは非常に我々の度肝を抜かれた部分でありました
ですし、はい、それでいて、まあ、今ね上木田選手映ってグレイシア、はい、一緒にねいますけれども、はい、上木田選手のグレイシアが止まらないなんていうところもよく見られる、戦い方としてはよく見られる、全然その集団戦も非常に強力なチームではあるので、はい、それが本当に対戦相手としては厄介なチームですよね。
アクシズはやっぱりプロリーグ期間はラッシュもすごい狙うけど全然集団戦うまいですよっていうチームだったんですが、ラッシュも狙うし集団戦もうまいけどもっともっといろんな戦略持ってますよみたいなところまで今消化していると思うので、戦うのは難しそうだなというイメージがあります。さあホーリー選手、マメ選手です。滝に打たれて気合十分、強い思いで勝ち上がってきました。 WCS2022-2023 では日本代表でしたが、昨年はあと1勝2勝というところで涙を飲んでいます。その際に共にしていたのがこのユポノ選手です。当時はユナイトホリックという名前で2024を駆け抜けたチームでした。
悔しい思いをしていますからね、1年前に。
はい、でマメ選手とはユポノ選手もかな、 PJCS ほぼ確かこれが PJCS という名前で行われていなかった頃から、この代表決定戦というところは皆勤賞のはずですので、その分強い思い、苦し悔しい思いもしましたし嬉しい思いもしているという話しているところで、カビキラー選手はものすごい離れを感じる。
余裕ですね。
カメラパフォーマンスもバッチリだ。
非常に若手の選手だったと、はい、よくしてるんですが、いやもうここまで余裕があるのは素晴らしいですね。
対するはバーニングコア富山の面々です。
バーニングコア富山も、はい、基本的には王道を行くポケモン選択でありながらも、まあ、選手個々人のこう得意ポケモンで変わったポケモン、まあ、例えばその大会の予選で見られたところでいうと、ユークリッド選手の学習装置ゲンガーであったり、春雨選手のその非常に得意なポケモンとしてのストライクなんかも、あまり他のチームでは採用見られないところなんですけれども、春雨選手のストライクというのは非常にずっとこう競技史の中で印象を残し続けていったポケモン選択でもありますから、そういった個々人の得意ポケモンの選択というのが一つ光るチームですよね。
さあ先ほど上木田選手が見せたカメラパフォーマンスに負けじとにらめっこのような、いや目をそらしたら何事も負けてしまうと言わんばかりの眼力を向けております。いやちょっと笑いそうか、にらめっこは笑うと負けよ。耐えています、耐えています。この後の戦いも絶対に勝ち切ると、だからこそこのカメラパフォーマンスを負けてはならないと表情を一度引き締め直し、もうカメラさんも意地ですね、こうなったら絶対に
どこまで戦うんでしょうか、
笑わせてやるぞという思いが伝わりました。こういったところもね、一つその戦いが始まってしまうともう没頭ですから、選手のこの気持ちを整えるのに勝っています。さあバーニンコアというのは春雨選手ですね。すごいな、このカメラに対してね、さまざまなパフォーマンスしてくれるっていうのは僕らとしても嬉しいですし、カメラさんとしても多分ね、こう向けがいみたいなのがありますよね。ベラ選手、そしてね、この逆張り選手が、ウィンタートーナメント以降から、チームに入り、WCS 期間はこの逆張り選手を加えて5名で戦っているのがバーニングコア富山です。
逆張り選手もね、世界大会に2度出場している、
2022、2023
ベテラン選手ですね。
シークレットシップという名前で世界の海へ漕ぎ出した経験を2度持つプレイヤーです。あ、木狼のヘアピンだ
確かに学習装置
そうですね、ジュナイパー
はそうですね、ジュナイパー、上平選手でしたかね。
豆選手も選んでいた、でも結構その上選手、ジュナイパーのイメージは
ありますよね。インテレオンやジュナイパーのような遠距離からダメージを出すポケモン選択が得意な選手です。
木狼が主役のカメラワークになっています。
これはなんか読み合いなんですかね。
読み合いありますよね。
ちょっと。
Hello everyone, welcome to a special broadcast coming from Unity Clash, and that is going to be today's Japan qualifiers for the Pokemon World Championships. My name is Nitera. I'll be holding you guys up here as your host for today, and we're bringing back Steel Agent Kyle and Speedy from what is one of the most amazing matches we have seen today. So how are we doing here moving into Axis versus Buddy called Toyama?
I think we're doing pretty well. It's a great first set. Kind of a shocker to everybody if everybody was tuning in. For if you are just tuning in, it was Zeta Division losing to QT Dig in round number 1, but we have round number 2 upcoming here. It's going to be a good one.
Right. Speedy, come on.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to even think about this next upcoming game right now with what we just saw. It's a little bit difficult to pull our brain off of the fact that Zeta Division is in round 1 of the losers bracket. But we have to move on, and now we do have, of course, Burning Core Toyama here going up against Axis. So I think this is going to be another one of those maybe high expectation versus question mark kind of games that we're walking into here. I think that Axis here, we've got high hopes for and high expectations, but now I think it's a little bit shaky on what everybody is ready for. It might be a meta shakeup that's got everybody kind of off kilter right now, but I don't know. We're just going to have to see in this match. I think the draft is going to tell us a little bit of what these teams have adapted to, and I haven't gotten a chance to look yet at where these two teams came from in terms of their qualifiers, but it'd be interesting to take a look at that and see where they're coming from.
Right, and as we take a look into that later on, fun fact, we were in production and we realized that they were instantly going back-to-back in the games. We did mention just now, like, Kyle was going to get water. So, yeah, that was a fun thing. We saw the entire thing happen. They were setting up. Wow, Japan production is really fast. We should match their speed like Speedy does, right? Like, Speedy is like benchmark. This is where we need to be. But, yeah, I mean, as we go about this, love the players. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Such a nice little pose from them. But Axis versus Burning Core Toyama. It's going to be one for the ages here. We're going to be seeing how they pack it up here. But this time, again, what are your picks and bans moving into this? Because Armor Rouge was definitely the ones that banned. Then we saw Leafeon got picked up. Not really sure what happened there. You guys might have flipped the script. But where are we going with this next one?
It's a really tough one. I mean, Axis seems like they'll maybe the favorite, but I mean, with what we saw in round number 1, it's anybody's tournament. I mean, these squads have all put in the work. They've all done their research. They've had plenty of time to do a little bit of scouting. You saw what type of scouting, how it paid off for QT Dig in round number 1. So if Axis is able to kind of understand the meta of, how Burning Core Toyama wants to handle their draft or vice versa, it's going to come down to who's more well prepared, or maybe it's going to come down to another Rayquaza flip. I mean, it's anybody's game.
Well, it's always going to come down to Rayquaza flip at some point, right? 8 minutes on the clock left. At some point the 2 minutes coming up. But what about you on the other side?
I mean, in terms of the picks and bans, I do think we're still going to see a lot of focus on supports. So I think that for bans, at least, when it comes to the picks, I do think that that's where it opens up, where you can pull your strongest suit to be able to output some early game damage and then counter that by also being able to hold strong in the late game. I think that's the adjustment that was made in our previous match that ended up flipping the script, was being able to kind of even out the way the pace of play. I think that might be kind of how we have to move around in this meta, and the supporters seem to be a really, really crucial, important piece of that. I would expect to see more Psyduck bans here, honestly, unless one of these teams is dead set on picking it. I think we're going to see more Psyduck bans, maybe swapping out for that Blissey.
Right. I agree with exactly what you're saying here. And you know what? With the kind of bans they're picking up here, there was a lot more support-centric. you might absolutely be right here. We will potentially see more of that coming into play. Remember, Japan, rather every region has their own ecosystem, and Japan's one favors a lot heavily onto the banning of supports here. Maybe potentially because they believe that they can pilot other Pokemon to efficient levels where they don't need that kind of extra support to bridge that gap. We'll need to see a bit more of how Japan plays around with these qualifiers here to know where we stand. We already have our first upset for today, and that's going to be quite a shocker for us. And so Japan has quite a lot in store for us. But as we take a look at the crowd side of things, it looks very lively there. I can't wait to see how this match is going to play out here. But some player info for you guys here. Kyle, Speedy, did you guys know that apparently, I believe Axis is the team that Mame and Kabe Killer joined? So I did reference that just now, that Zeta division, QT Dick with Suik as the captain, had a lot of players, disband and like rejoin together. And Mame and Kabe Killer were the two players who, very prominent in Japan scene, have swapped over to Axis. And so this is actually going to be, at least for this team, their debut match with Mame and Kabe Killer.
I do think we have a little bit of a video that Shiv wanted to throw over to.
We do,
yes. We do have a little bit of an interview, I believe.
Do we have time, yeah?
Yeah, I think we have a little bit of time.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Clash fam, it's so good to see you all again. Hello to the whole crew and big love to everyone tuning in from around the world. If we haven't met yet, hi, I'm Fifi, konnichiwa. Connecting a world from Japan, I work as an esports interpreter and reporter, connecting the Pokémon UNITE community across languages, and today I'm here at the very special place. Right now, I'm standing in front of Pacifico Yokohama, the very same venue where the Pokémon World Championships were held in 2023. For those of you who were here for watching that then, you remember the unforgettable energy, the cheers, and the epic matches that lit up this entire building. Well, that same spirit is back today. Japan's national championships are happening right inside. And over the next 2 days, we'll find out which players are going to represent Japan at Worlds 2025. I'll be your eyes and ears on the ground, bringing you interviews, venue vibes, merchandise madness, and all the action you won't see on the main broadcast. So stick around and let's dive into the scene here in Yokohama, only on Unity Clash. Let's go!
That was a beautiful take from Fifi there. Thank you so much, and ohayou gozaimasu to you too. That's crazy, because I think Yokohama is considered, for many Pokemon fans, one of the sacred grounds, right? We had Worlds recently there as well, coming back from a little bit of a pandemic that we had, and we're going to be re-seeing that all here in the qualifiers today, and these teams are willing to fight it all, risk it all for a chance to qualify into Worlds. Remember, 3 teams get their Worlds invite, and that is what they're aiming for today. Now, giving you a bit of the bracket updates here with Axis versus Burning Core Toyama. We have Axis winning the coin flip here, and thankfully that's not the Rayquaza. If not, this game might have been set in stone. But at least Kyle and Speedy, you guys have something to look out for, since this is not the Rayquaza flip here, as we go into pick and ban phase. I will depart now. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, Nitero. We're going to get into game number 1. Axis going to be on your left side. Burning Core Toyama going to be on your orange side. Bans already on deck. Inteleon, Blaziken, Hoopa, and Sableye. This Hoopa Sableye ban, likely a target ban over here on Axis, who loves playing those 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely a target ban. They want to get funky with the supporters that they're going to come in on, whereas Axis... Oh, we see the Armorers early. Don't even get to talk about the bans before it gets locked in. That is exciting. Going to be the first time today that we see it picked up. They have banned out the Inteleon and Blaziken, so taking 2 of those big damage dealers off the table. A lot more of a well-rounded ban this time around.
I'm liking this Dodrio pick, if they do allow it, or do maybe go for it, and they do, because it does deprive Axis from being able to play it. They love playing that Dodrio Sableye core and putting on a lot of pressure, a la, very similar to the orange juicers in North America. But the Psyduck is going to be incredibly strong, going to be able to push and pull with that Psychic, or with that Surf to maybe a little bit lesser of a degree.
Actually, I'd like to counter that with this Surf might actually become very, very important with what we're seeing from Axis right now in this particular matchup. Usually, like you said, it is that Psychic that ends up catching players and kind of getting them in a standstill. But I think the Surf, the group CC, is going to be more important. I mean, look at is this not the worst thing that you could get run down by? Like, this is just tanks to destroy. And the damage output from Toyama right now, just they're trying to make an adjustment, bringing the Scizor here, likely a Scyther, but I don't know if what they're going to be able to do. This double support with not a lot of bulk in terms of the majority of their team, I'm not really sure they're going to get away with this one and not just get steamrolled.
This is a pick that Harusame is known for, the Scyther. So this is very similar to someone. Players like Anemo in the western regions, and this core of the tanky squad, you got Umbreon, you have Snorlax, so these are very bulky compositions, as well as that Serena and Lucario, so it's going to be really hard if they do decide to go with Scyther opposed to Scizor. There's not a whole lot of targets that you'll be able to, 1v1. Could be really difficult here for that pick.
And that's what I'm worried about with this Dodrio as well. Not only do you not really get handed any squishies on a silver platter, but there's not even a support to try and disrupt in the backline or in the middle of the pack. It's just going to be so difficult to find target focus if you do go with the Scyther or that Dodrio that's going to be out. I see a lot of struggle here and a lot of adaptation that need to be made by Toyama, and if they are going to make those adjustments, I'm going to be really impressed, and I would love to see it play out. But for now, Axis looking good to kick this one off. But we are going to get started with our game 1 in this second game of round 1. Going to be Axis on your left and Burning Core Toyama on your right.
Scyther heading towards that central area, and then it is going to be this little bounce suite. Kind of pocketed by this Umbreon, try to maybe head towards the top path with that red buff, but immediate damage going to be placed onto the Snorlax, looking for a KO onto this Mewtwo. Why are they going to be able to find it? They do. Great early game pressure here from Snorlax, who's now making a beeline to that blue buff.
Yeah, went for it quick, but it is going to be the Scyther that's already there, already at the level 4. Going to be taking swings at this Snorlax, and while the blue buff does go the way of the Snorlax, grabs that purple aura, it looks like you're actually going to get away for free, so doesn't really need anything out of that.
That's actually criminal from Axis early on, and Snorlax also going to get to safety, grab this yellow berry, and rejoin the fight. 850 Birds going to be on deck. It is going to be a 3-on-3 down in this bottom path. We'll see who kind of comes out on top here, as it's been kind of a stalemate so far. Damage is going to go on top of the Birds, and it is Axis who's going to come out ahead. They find some evolutions.
Yeah, the evolutions being in, still not that Armorers. You still have a level 3 on the Umbreon as well, so you do not have that bulk to deal with a fight. Thank goodness it didn't come up to this upper lane. Now you do finally have that Umbreon on board. You get that evolution right coming up on that level 5. Clefable just going to kind of stand still for a bit, but has the backup from the Dodrio. Now we'll see how much impact this Dodrio is able to have, even though it's mostly bulk here in the early game on the top side for Axis.
Yeah, and level 6 already, Serena online. Central area for Burning Core is also online at level 7, so these level 7 Pokemon are going to be squaring off in the central area when this Altaria family kicks in. Both squads heavily looking for this experience to go in their favor. We have Serena going to make a beeline towards this Clefable. Clefable is going to get out to safety. Nice little moonlight healing there is going to keep them insulated pretty well.
Yeah, I think my question here is whether they're just kind of throwing their heads at the wall. It looks like Mewtwo here is going to put out enough damage to look good for a moment, but it's going to be the Serena finding the Psyduck. So it's still Axis coming out on top of things, even though it's only one at a time right now. And it's not a huge gain of momentum. They're not putting in a lot of points at a time. They're just chipping away to slowly grab this advantage one step at a time, and they haven't faltered yet in the entire first quarter of the game.
Another Altaria family down in this bottom path. Heavy slam engage from the Snorlax. Damage onto him from the Mewtwo Y, but writing on the wall, Burning Core is going to turn tail, head back to that T1 goal zone. Points looking to go on in on this top path, though. 30 points not going to go on in. Great defensive stand here from this Dodrio, preventing all of those scores up in that top path, all by their lonesome. Now, Reggie Ice is going to be the Reggie in the bottom path, and it is Burning Core that's going to just shred on through it, take that first objectives for their squad.
I might be removing Regice as my favorite Reggie from this point on. It's starting to get a little bit tiresome at this point. I'm a little tired of seeing it, but something I do want to see is these Psyduck Surfs. I want to be able to try and hone in on whether or not they're being effective here. The game has slowed down for a moment. I mean, we can see an even split down the middle, like the Red Sea being parted right up the center. These teams just playing their sides, holding still. Someone's going to have to make a move. It looks almost even down the middle, but that Regieleki up top might be the thing to draw some out. Axis is going to get those middle birds for free. I think that kind of shows the way this is starting to lean toward Axis now.
2 Unite moves online for the squad of Axis, but it doesn't matter as Burning Core takes the second objective of the map, and it is going to march towards this T1 goal zone. Reggie going to weaken that goal zone, make it defenseless, 10-point overcap in the top path for Burning Core. Axis looking for this goal zone in the bottom path. Points not going on in. Great Psychic from the Psyduck on the top side on the T2. It is going their favor for Burning Core. They're putting in a ton of points. So they are going to yield this T1, but they net a T2 in the top path.
Psyduck doing its absolute best. I think knowing that it does have the strong suit of that group CC with these slower moving Pokemon, these, just regular pace. They're not really flashing it on you, making any quick movements. That Surf is going to be able to disrupt a lot, but 4 players is a lot to deal with as a solo Psyduck. So, of course, can't hold the fort forever. One player that might not be able to score here is going to be this Dodrio. Going to have to get out of dodge, and Clefable's going to have to turn attention. So now you can see in the bottom, there's starting to be a collection of players from Axis ready to make a move together in the undefended bottom section.
10 seconds to the basement Reggie, and it is Axis in full position. 3 members there with Umbreon grabbing Vision in the tall grass. Dodrio snuffs that Vision mission out, and it is Speedy. What is up with these Regice? It is another Regice here in the bottom path as Dodrio is looking for a score. Lucario sees the writing on the wall, knew that they were going to try to do it, prevents all those scores from going on in, and that is a big hold there because you do not want that T2 going down.
No, I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if we've seen a shiny Regice at this point and just didn't notice because it barely changes. But there's going to be collapse here on the Clefable. This middle section has been all Axis, and they're going to keep moving in. A lot of damage is coming in, though. Toyama is making the rotation. They almost find some pickups here. Scyther is going to get out. Not as much damage as they could have taken. It's nice to see Toyama finally pushing their way forward and being able to take these fights instead of always retreating back.
Yeah, 177-113 is the scoreline here at the 4-minute mark. This Regieleki, not going to be a home-based Reggie at this point unless they stall it out towards closer to the Rayquaza. Axis is at least trying to poke vision, seeing exactly what Burning Core is doing in the moment. 3 members are up here. Lucario looking for maybe a sneaky steal. They're going to be able to find it. No. Scyther closes the door. Lucario going to try to run away, and they do, getting them able to bone rush onto safety. They're going to just have to defend the Regieleki from pushing in on that T2.
Yeah, I think unfortunately this could have been one of the strongest objective grabs for Toyama if they were to push with that Regieleki because of, Axis. I think they're able to slow down this Regieleki very easily, but what they're not going to be able to slow down is this fight. Toyama moving in. They've already taken 1. They're going to try to take even more. They get some score in, but it's been a really slow effort to get just a few points at a time here on this tier 1 in the basement.
They're going to yield that Regieleki, let it go in, let it crash, break with a 3-point overcap, and they're going to leave that home goal zone defenseless, which is something to watch out for here in the next minute or so as Rayquaza starts to come to the map and we get to double time. But there is another basement objective that will be spawning in the bottom path, 2-1. Neither team really in position to grab it, and you got to be kidding me. There's no way it is another Regice.
How is this happening? Somebody calculate the odds on that. It's just 1/3 after 1/3 after 1/3. It is a sleeping Psyduck for a moment who's going to take to the front line, but double Psychics from the Mewtwo and the Psyduck, you're going to really get that Umbreon caught up. It's all for no real gain, though, as everything comes to a standstill. This Rayquaza about to come online, and it is Axis with control of the central area, but they have to cap this Rayquaza if they want to start moving forward to secure the game.
Axis, full position here. Small lead for Burning Core, under 100 points. Rayquaza hits the map, and it is Axis putting a little bit of pressure on Dodrio, trying to poke and prod where the tall grass is. Snorlax going to engage onto the Clefable, looking for a heavy slam angle. Dodrio getting caught out a little bit, going to retreat a little bit. There's the Mewtwo Y Unite. Here comes Dodrio, going to take out the Armarouge. That's the first KO of the match. Serena shortly there follows after. Burning Core on the offensive. Marne getting taken down, sliced up by Scyther. 3 members down for Axis. It's all Burning Core. Rayquaza now down to a little bit under half. Gonna be healed up by this Clefable. Snorlax trying to get to safety, but Dodrio gonna be the Dodrio that takes them out. Looking for a secure here. Burning Core heading towards these goal zones. They already have a lead. They're looking to take the win.
Yeah, already in the lead and with plenty of points to be scored here. Plenty of shields to protect them, which is good for a lot of these squishier Pokemon. They're even going to be able to score on that home base. It is getting rained in 1 at a time. Now they have a huge lead with 1 minute remaining, and you gotta think this one is just about over. Toyama definitely turned this one around. They were looking really hesitant in the early game, but it turns out they were just biding their time and waiting for their openings, maybe figuring themselves to be a late game team when they had those levels and could put out more damage. And part of me almost wants to say that Axis did not play to their strong suits in this one and push forward like we see them now. This is the kind of team fighting we should have seen a lot earlier on.
Looking to push this T1 goal zone. Are going to find at least a couple of scores, bring this up to a little bit closer, but looking at the pockets, 0, 0, 0, 0. Not enough money. This is going to be a game for Burning Core. Just going to try to burn out the clock here in the last 10 seconds. Maybe go for a little bit more, add on to their score lead. 22 in from Dodrio is going to do that. But either way, you slice it. Burning Core putting on a clinic. That Scyther was incredible at Rayquaza.
Yeah, that Scyther was just pushing through the entire time, but it was the opening from the Dodrio, catching out the Armarouge, the only target that you really can secure as that Dodrio on the side of Axis. So they found their perfect opening. They really did play that, but it wasn't only that fight that they took well. They were leading up to it with a few really strong fights where they began pushing Axis back and starting to creep their way forward, creep their way up in levels. We saw that by the end of that Rayquaza. The Scyther was up to level 15, the only one on the board. So really, really good play from Toyama. They had to pull that one all the way back around, and I think Axis just got themselves a little bit too slow. I think they knew slow was the playstyle they wanted to play, but it seemed like their decision-making was non-existent. They really just took what they could get while Toyama played scared in the early game, and after that, made no effort to keep up any kind of pressure and just scare Toyama out of being able to level up.
Yeah, we're taking a look at some of the replays here. They're focusing on this Clefable who's ticked into level 11. I'm not sure what the significance of what the level 11. Level 10, really one of the big power spikes there for Clefable for those additional heals from that Moonlight Plus. But this is the big engage point here. Psyduck with a massive Surf Stun into the Psy Strike from the Mewtwo Y. Not enough to take down the Snorlax, but the damage was done. They forced out a lot of cooldowns from it. And at that point, Burning Core did start to turn tail at least a little bit. They had a little bit of struggle trying to enter in that central area.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, it looked like for a while there, Axis were going to try to hold strong. But like you said, that opener onto the Snorlax, it's not what you would expect a lot of the damage to go out on. But by opening up and getting out a lot of those cooldowns, and you look here, Snorlax is at half health already at this point in the fight. The Armarouge was low, and this is where the Dodrio came in and just started cutting them down. Very, very nice time to strike. Came in from afar, kind of stood in place and waited for that health bar to be just perfect. And then it was the Scyther who was able to run away with it already at level 14 here. They definitely focused their levels correctly, and that's what you'd expect going with two hard hitters like that. If you don't focus those levels correctly, you just might not be able to take down a lot of these bulkier Pokemon like the Umbreon that you were able to take out, and doing so much damage to the Snorlax to the point where it had to use up those cooldowns that you mentioned earlier on.
Perfect team fight there for Burning Core, not losing a single Pokemon during that altercation in that central area. It was just masterclass Ray fight from them. You saw them isolate the targets correctly. You saw Scyther being able to take down that Serena, and then they were able to turn their attention towards that Umbreon, and that kind of ended up splitting up the squad. And when you have something like a Clefable that's going to continuously heal your own squad, if you're able to get one Pokemon and have, take that advantage for longer and longer, it's a Pokemon that really helps you enable that snowballing, because you could the sustain that Clefable has on multiple targets that are clumped up, especially once it gets its stacks in. If I'm not mistaken, they're running special attack specs, so they got their stacks in, and then that plus ability, that area of effect healing is incredible, and you need something to slow it down. And I just don't think Axis had a Pokemon that can really slow down that healing.
Yeah, well, it ended up being a really good answer to Axis just bringing a lot of bulk. The answer was to make sure that their damage was never going to be enough, because that is something that you're kind of leaving out when you build into just all-rounders and support and defense. You're kind of leaving out that quick execution, that ability to strike something down before it can be healed. And when you've got Clefable on the field, you need that. You need a speedster. You need one of those attackers like Scyther that we saw that can just cut them down so quickly. When you play Lucario and Serena, you give a lot of opportunities for the healing to counteract all that slow damage that you're putting out. It's significant, and it really does wear down Pokemon over time, but not when they're clustered and healing. Maybe it was just incorrect target focus, maybe incorrect lane focus even. Should have been focusing away from that Clefable in the earlier game, like you were when you were striking down some of those squishier targets and just preventing them from getting those center birds.
Yeah, you saw just how Burning Core was able to snowball team fights. You saw how quick they were to rotations, and just how quick they were to pull the trigger on the objectives. They had the ability, they had the confidence to do it. I think a majority of the times they were first in the area to an objective, and then they were just immediately going on. They knew that they had positioning. They trusted their secure tools. They trusted their tank and support to grab vision. So just a great team effort from them. I think the only thing that I could say that Axis did really well was making sure that T2 goal zone didn't go down, because I feel like if that did go down earlier on, it could have been over so much quicker for Axis. But Lucario did an incredible job of staying true, knowing that the Dodrio was going to put on pressure on those goal zones. So good plays there. So hopefully for Axis, they'll be able to maybe do a little bit of the same. But it looks like Burning Core, they're going to self-ban here this Dodrio, knowing that it was Axis that was likely going to try to take it away from them with that first pick.
Yeah, that's a pretty good answer here. And Toyama this time, they will have the first pick on their end, and it's going to be that Hoopa. So we're going to see a completely different style of play for sure. This is going to be so mobile. The entire team is going to be just, well, maybe it won't be that different, because when I think about a Toyama played that first one, they really were up and down the map. So kind of leaning into that more here, bringing the Hoopa. And it's the Blastoise coming out from Axis along with that Zacian. So kind of sticking to the bulk, but really switching up the way they play. Looks like Toyama's going to capitalize on that by taking the Snorlax for themselves.
I like this Blastoise pick. It's not a Pokemon that we see all that often. We typically see other defender players. I mean, you normally see something like the Snorlax. You see a lot of Umbreon. Maybe to a lesser extent, you'll see some Slowbro or maybe even some Trevenant here and there, but even Lapras to a little bit of an extent. But Blastoise has been a Pokemon that's kind of fallen to the wayside, so I'm excited to see what it's going to be able to do. And we are seeing that Armarouge once again, this time for Burning Core.
Wow, Axis with a huge commit here to just stand their ground and just fire off as much damage as they can while trying to be survivable. They do not bring a support, and not only that, but they've got very little of that execute style damage. What they really are going to be relying on for that, I think, is going to be this Zacian to break down some of these bulkier targets on the other side, and especially to drop those squishier health bars like the Leafeon. That Leafeon has to be really careful about engaging anywhere where that Zacian is.
I like this Gutter pick Charizard to help take down that Leafeon. Maybe even to some extent the Aegis Slash if it can take it down while it has some low shields. Maybe even the Hoopa. There's a lot of targets that this Charizard Unite can really center on, and I'm liking it. We saw Overlord take it in I think it was like two or three times at NAIC, and it performed quite well. Obviously, it's Overlord, but either way, I mean, Charizard in the right situation can really thrive. That Unite move is quite game-changing.
Yeah, I think that's similar to that Inteleon situation we were talking about earlier, which is there's just a certain level at which things change, and the Charizard from Overlord is not going to be the same as the Charizard from anybody else. So it does look pretty different, but who knows? Maybe there are some players here who have been studying up who do know what makes it so strong now, and this is what we're going to see rolling out. Two of the Kanto starters on the left side of your screen here for Axis, and Burning Core, Toyama going to be here on your right, coming out on the orange side.
Gonna take this Charizard to that central area. Excited to see that thing come up to life once it gets level 9. That's really when the party starts for them. Zacian, immediate pressure along with this EXP share Mew. Gonna find some last hits here and keep the pressure moving. Leafeon is gonna try to slow that Zacian down. Coaching, also gonna speed up those boosted attacks there for that Zacian. So early game is gonna be the advantage here for the Zacian.
Yeah, I mean, just the way that Zacian is cutting through Hoopa right now, I think this is what we're going to be looking at from the side of Axis most of the game. That's going to be the tool that they're going to be relying on. They get that early knockout onto the Hoopa, sent right back to the Pokemon Center. It's a bit early for it to be super impactful. They would have liked it a little bit later for those birds, but you'll take the EXP for sure. You're not going to worry too much about that. And I'm a little bit curious about how slow that bottom duo is going to have to play for Toyama. They're definitely going to have to focus his top lane. It looks like they're going to. They brought the Armarouge up.
Armarouge trying to put a little bit of damage on that Zacian. Maybe a little bit of a snapback. Gonna force the eject button now. Oh, Musted auto body blocked. Leafeon stays upright. Nice Astonish stun. Is gonna maybe put a little bit of damage on the Zacian. Almost putting them in danger, but not quite yet. Charmeleon not quite online just yet. You definitely would love to get that thing evolved here before the 8-minute mark.
Yeah, it would be nice to see. Kind of take some effort here. You could see it's kind of running around where there are no central area Pokemon really hanging around. So going to have to gather a little bit more experience first. The 8-minute mark is coming near. Not going to be ready for that center area, it doesn't look like. So not going to have that Charizard online. What does this spell for Toyama? If they are set up and ready to go in the center, this could be their first turning point. The Snorlax going to try to slow them down from engaging. They know it's their top laners who are going to come down and try to grab that experience. Looks like some of it was taken away from Axis, so kind of an even trade there in that one.
Lucario got the hit on the last one, but Zacian looking for some KOs. Lucario finds the Hoopa. Nice little citrus berry grab there, but that's not going to be enough. Leafeon trying to dip, dodge, duck, dive, and dodge, and does. They get to safety. Going to try to go in, but Lucario says absolutely not. Closes the door on them. Axis finally finding their footing. 49-0 early on.
Yeah, this is looking better. It was 4-0 for a really long time in that first game, and while Axis had their lead in the game state, they weren't grabbing themselves the points that they needed to maybe have more pressure in the end game and force an engagement onto the Rayquaza by Toyama. They actually had to fight for the Rayquaza themselves. This time around, going to try to put up more on the board. Now that shared experience going to be coming through from the Reggie on the bottom could be really important for pushing ahead for Axis, especially with this Mew still all the way down at level 6. You need to get that up so your whole team's above. We finally break the Reggie streak as the Regirock goes the way of Axis.
Snorlax going to defend this T1 goal zone, but 29 points followed in by a nice overdunk. Although they could have been a little bit more. Axis still finds a 20-point overcap down in the bottom path. Now, Regieleki going the way of Burning Core, surfs up. It's Cowabummer for Burning Core. However, they turn the script. They find a KO, but Blastoise grabs some revenge. Armarouge now going to take to the skies as the Charizard. They take down the Armarouge. Going to try to burninate through this Leafeon. They grab some berries, surfs up once again, this time for the Mew. Leafeon defends the goal zone, but they give up a little bit of KOs there to Burning Core.
Yeah, that was a pretty nice push there from Axis. I think they showed us a lot of the strengths of what their composition is right now and how aggressive it can be. They're going to continue to show it as they do find the Leafeon. It's going to mitigate a lot of the damage that can come out, but this Armarouge still going to be finding that Zashi, and that is a big target to take out. Now it looks like things can turn around here. The Charizard's awfully low, gets taken. Blastoise finds the Snorlax, though, so it's defender for defender. Can Blastoise take this one on its own? If you can just find that last hit of the Armarouge, but they can't.
Oh, man, I don't know if the Hydro Typhoon just missed or if they were able to time up that shield form just in time. I think it might have been just a little bit short. Otherwise, I think they might have been able to find the KO on the Aegislash. So very unfortunate, but they don't yield that 4 KO streak either way. Blastoise now going to suss out where that Leafeon Snorlax is, but this Aegislash is absolutely slicing through Axis right now. Level 11, almost the level leader, but they did take down the level leader at that level 12 Lucario.
Yeah, and this is the second time in a row that we're seeing Aegislash be this really, really impactful Pokemon for, just taking things away, being able to turn it around. Now we have a Registeel on the board. This is finally going to be a game changer that we haven't seen. Being able to increase the attacks, I feel like, is something that a lot of these teams would have liked with the compositions that they're running, and they're just not getting what they need. Of course, Regi's not the most impactful overall, typically. So Charizard going down here, going to be a really big opener for Toyama to be able to engage, but the Hoopa does go down in the Unleashed form.
Oh, Aegislash gonna be caught between a rock and a hard place. Mew is able to take them down. Regieleki gonna try to get taken down here. Electro Ball a little bit early. Oh, almost mistimed there. Very unfortunate, but very fortunate. Axis is able to get that Regieleki. Is gonna push towards that T1 goal zone. Walk right in, and points gonna be inevitable, but not before taking out this Snorlax. Mew Electro Ball is able to make quick work of them, take them out. Now they have their sights set on this T1 goal zone.
And this Blastoise is not just here for defense in both. This Blastoise is actually in both attempts with CC, but also being able to put out well-timed damage is really having an impact here. Actually, a lot more than I thought was going to come out. We're very much seeing what that piece of the team is meant for. And now the Zacian just not having that same execute power that it did in the early game. Now it's the Aegislash, although getting taken down by the Charizard, eliminating one of the really big threats that was to be worried about on the side of Axis.
Snorlax grabs a nice little small camp down in that bottom path, which is going to go ahead and break that T1 goal zone on that bot side. Not a massive overcap, only 2 points over on that break, so not the biggest thing, but another thing that you want to watch out for, that T1 goal zone, which is very interesting. Zacian had 19 points, and the goal zone was left on 20. but they decided, or I don't know if they decided or if there was a mistake, but they ended up picking up like another 5 points, and it could have been a massive overcap. So we'll see if that ends up being the difference. There's a minute left until Rayquaza. Burning Core has started to level up here, 158, 182, so only a couple points separating these two squads.
Yeah, this is probably going to be a heavy reliance on Ray to end this one. Both of these teams are going to be fighting for it. Nobody can really box out one or the other because it is going to be important for both of these teams. These last birds do go the way of Axis. It's nice that they're picking up some of that experience in the end game because we can see that they're pretty over-leveled. Now, these fights have been fairly even considering how many levels they have right now as a whole. We do get a Regirock here with 20 seconds remaining, but it's not worth the commitment, and I think that's the call that Toyama just made, is not to commit. This fight getting started a little bit early. The Mew is caught out here, separated from the team. That's like the only supporter that they really have right now, so Axis are caught without him.
Yeah, Mew is caught between a rock and a hard place, but Leafeon's gonna open up the party with the KO onto the Charizard. Damage is flying. Blastoise going down. 2 members now down for Axis. Rayquaza dangerously low, looking for a secure. Who's gonna grab it? Lucario! Axis finds the Rayquaza. Now they need to find some points. The 3 members are down here for Burning Core.
It really looked like it should have been going the way of Toyama with so many early knockouts, but Axis held strong. They proved that if they can keep the levels, the bulk will succeed, and this time around, it did. They did what they had set out to do 2 games in a row. It really, really did work for them. This Zacian has been so impactful, and now they're up by over 100 points. It looks like we're going to be going to a game 3, especially with all the clutter from Toyama in their own central area.
282, 158, you just have to defend, and we go to a game 3. Mew looking for additional Eos energy, maybe to deposit into that T2 goal zone. They are still sporting an almost entire full shield from Rayquaza. Looks like Burning Core is going to still try to make the defense here, but we'll see how much... Axis is going to make the defense as Burning Core looking to push on in on this goal zone. Blastoise is going to surf, try to make that a little bit of a harder task. Nice little wide guard there. That is going to take the Charizard down. Marne is holding on to this goal zone. Snorlax, Score Shield, going to be finding it, but on the backside, Lucario got 100.
But yeah, we may have been calling that one a little bit too early, but yeah, it does still look like the lead extending for Axis. A lot of push here from Toyama on the top side, but eventually they do get cut down. They're not going to be able to keep it up. It was a good attempt. It was starting to look like a really nice breakthrough. We're going to see the Hoop Unleashed. Still will not be enough. So by over 200 points here, Axis still going to hold that lead. I imagine the defense would have been a lot stronger if they hadn't sent the Lucario up to get another score. So either way, I think that game was still in the bag for them. But Axis sending us to a game 3 by taking that game 2. They're trying to go for that comeback game 3. It's a nice, secure little win there for them, but it looked like a closer one than game 1.
It was very close there. It came down to a flip. I think trading KOs at Rayquaza during those moments was pretty close in a couple of different ways, but Axis definitely coming out ahead. Team seems pretty calm and collected here going into game 3. Not a lot of worried faces. Yeah, there's a little thumbs up. They're ready. Yeah, they're ready. They're feeling pretty good about that game 2 win. And I mean, they kind of had to, right? Backs up against the wall. Gonna wipe off the hands, make sure no sweat's there. A lot of these players definitely playing on mobile. Not as many Nintendo Switches.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can see even here, if you look in the bottom left, there's 3 heads pointed down for Axis, 2 on the side of Burning Core Toyama, but here's where everything got kicked off. This is where that Mew had gotten split off, and it was starting to look like things were going to get pushed really far away from Axis. It's the Charizard they're circling right now, showing the positioning, the defensive positioning that it was holding pretty far back, making sure to stay alive and secure so it could come in, but it ended up going down first.
Look at this little engage here. Yeah, this is where they got caught out. Yeah, Charizard going down right as Rayquaza hit the map. Blastoise forced to use their Unite move, but they hit an incredible one, knocking 3 members of Burning Core up, which allowed more damage to fly through. Leafeon gonna have to try to escape there. And at this moment, you thought that Burning Core might have had quite a bit of an advantage, but while all that was happening, Rayquaza was getting absolutely shredded. Zacian lining up their Unite move. Lucario looking for a secure, and also Mew looking for a secure there. So a lot of good secure tools from Axis, so they felt confident.
Yeah, things are still getting away from them in terms of the team fight. It's just the Rayquaza focus here that Axis locked in on. They were losing players slowly but surely over time, and I mean, that Mew stayed alive for so much longer than we even thought they would. It was never really turned on and considered to be important enough to really take the focus on. The Armourouge, of course, going on the chase there, leaving this Rayquaza a little bit too open, and Lucario coming back in to try and close out Rayquaza. I think at this point, it was considered the only win condition for Axis. They knew they needed all resources on it. Just a little bit too late for Toyama to change focus from the fight onto the objective.
Big Aura Cannon releasing the pumpkin to secure Rayquaza. Quite clutch there for Axis, and they absolutely needed it in that moment. Still in that moment, you look at the map, 5 members still up for Burning Core to 3 members on Axis, so they absolutely needed to secure that Rayquaza. Otherwise, they were going to have a very tough time getting the points that they needed, or even just staying on the map, because I think if you don't get Rayquaza, you're probably going to lose the fight to all that damage that you get from those shields, so it would have been likely a very different story, but very clutch moments here for Axis as we go into Game 3.
Yeah, and our second Game 3, which I think is showing us just how close the top 8 in this region are. Japan has some serious competitors and some real nominated picks for that World Championship. Only 3 of these teams at the end of it going to be making it there. But as we talked about in the previous game, winning this one is so crucial, because if you can win your first round in winners, you're 1 game away from securing a top 3. 2 of the teams will go to winners finals and secure themselves a top 3 spot in a World Championship qualification. That is where you want to be without a doubt, and winning this first game gets you so close to it already. So both of these teams, it was Toyama this time that came out maybe considered to be the underdog. I mean, they came in 3rd in their qualifier, barely made it in, barely qualified, and now here they are taking it to Axis, the, I believe, May first place qualifying team. So it's another kind of upset situation, but this time it was the underdog team that took the first round, and then our top dog team that kind of has to fight their way back into it. So not quite like our Game 1. Everything is going to be so different, and I just love that the state of play in this competition right now is completely unpredictable. We never know what's going to happen. We're in a whole new world of Pokemon Unite right now.
Yeah, we absolutely are. And you're looking at the bracket, so the winner of this match, exclamation point bracket, if you want to see exactly where we are on the updated bracket. But, oh, looks like we were just going to go ahead and show it here. Yeah, so the winner of this match right now, it is 1-1. They will be taking on QT Dig, who took down Zeta Division. So that is going to be that next round matchup that we'll likely see in... I'm not sure if that's going to be later today. I imagine that they're probably going to run it through this first round matchup, maybe go into that second round before heading into the lower side bracket. But either way, lots of matches to be had here in your top 8 bracket. But the winner obviously wanting to get that spot on the winner side. You do not want to go down to that lower side bracket. It is a much longer road if you want to qualify for Anahei.
Yeah, and I see that our production staff is still kind of in denial, but Zeta Division, they are in fact going down to the first round. We don't want to put their name there yet because it still burns a little bit, but it's true. They dropped down in round 1 for anybody just getting caught up now. And as much as it hurts, you love to see an underdog thrive, and that's what we're seeing so far. A lot of underdogs coming up and just evening out the competition playing field right now. So we're going to head into our Game 2 of this upper first round B, and the bans are going to lean toward that support. We always see it starting to lean that way as we get later into these matches.
Yeah, 3 of them this time. Sableye, Hoopa, Clefable, not being played in game number 3, along with that Inteleon, a Pokemon that we've seen time and time again turn the tides of a match with just a singular snipe shot. So no opportunity for that here in game 3. What we will see is this Armourouge once again, an incredible brawly Pokemon that can really self-sustain. in that fire spin. So we'll see how Burning Core wants to combat that Pokemon.
Yeah, gonna have to take your best moments from the last 2 games. That's what's always so tricky about a game 3, is identifying your strengths and weaknesses from each of those 2 games and compiling them into a strong composition that you think can take you forward. So it's gonna be the Dodrio and Psyduck lock in there. Definitely a scary duo to be working into. A lot of CC coming out from that Psyduck, and then the capitalizing that the Dodrio can have. Axis haven't exactly been playing the most susceptible composition to be dropping to speedsters, and now that they see the Dodrio here, I don't imagine that they're going to be giving up to that with their next composition either. So it's the Blaziken and Serena lock-in once again that we saw from game 1.
Liking this all-rounder core from Axis. See if Burning Core Toyama wants to line up a double speedster core. It's likely going to be that. We saw that Scyther in game number 1. Might be the Scyther again, once again in game number 3. Axis has options to pick their support defender core. They are going to grab 2 defenders, but very likely is going to be this Umbreon acting more like that standard issue supporter. We'll see if they do. I'm very interested to see what the Snorlax brings, though.
Yeah, and the Darkrai coming out here as well. I mean, you talked about flexing onto supporter roles. I think that's probably what we're going to be seeing here from this Darkrai. Is playing a little bit more supporty, definitely. I mean, there's still plenty of damage output and a lot of CC here. I think the question is where the targets are for all of that CC, for all that disruption. It's who do you lock in on, because you don't have any speedsters on the other side. You don't really have anybody that's going to be trying to break through your front line, so you don't have an easy target. I think this Snorlax is going to have a pretty easy time eating up some of it. The good thing, of course, about Toyama's team here is that because of how much of it they have, Snorlax can't take it all. It's going to be able to break past and affect a lot of this team.
Yeah, you do have a decent amount of crowd control for this triple speedster, right? I mean, you have Darkrai, who has a lot of crowd control in its own kit, and then you add in what you get with that Psyduck, and with some of the other Pokemon, the Mewtwo Y, obviously having a decent amount of crowd control with the Psystrike, along with its Unite move. So being able to follow up on all that crowd control is going to be the name of the game, with a heavy speedster composition for Burning Core. But we are going to get into game number 3. Winner is going to be taking on QT Dig in your upper bracket semifinals. But this is game number 3. Axis going to be taking this, I believe it's going to be the Torchic heading to the top path, and the Umbreon is going to shepherd this Serena in the central area.
Yeah, Serena taking that central area again. It's a big replay of what we saw in game 1, which, you know, if you're Axis, that's not what you want to be hearing. So I imagine there's a game plan switch up here. This Darkrai going to be hanging around the top with the Dodrio. So double speedster, but the Darkrai going to be supporting that Dodrio a lot more. Of course, that Dodrio has to pick up early in this game, because I think the further this game goes, the harder it's going to become for the Dodrio to get anything really quick. You know, those quick executions that get you the EXP and the levels up. You have to get your levels up really high, really early on.
Snorlax retreating back to this berry in the base pad just to grab a little bit more health before the 850 burrs, and the Serena trying to get as much XP as possible, trying to get that level 6, hopefully before this next real big engagement after the bird. So maybe with those birds, they will be able to grab that level 6 if they get a majority of them. So that is going to be the name of the game. Triple Axel going to try to secure a lot of it, and they do, and that is an evolution for this Serena, who's now going to maybe make a little bit of a pivot to the top path.
Yeah, we're seeing the rotation so far. They're setting up for those middle birds. We still do have 30 seconds, so the Dodrio deep in the central area here for Axis, just trying to take some of that attention, but it is still the purple buff going the way of the Serena. Dodrio has to get out, but of course with the speed going to be able to do so, and it's just a question of whether these teams are going to set up for that middle area and when, because now they're looking for a top path fight. They do catch this Darkrai out despite the sleep actually landing. They're still able to find that one just in time, so they're going to have the numbers advantage.
Going to pull a little bit of the Burning Score squad over into the central area, but we do have a little bit of a pause, likely some sort of disconnection on stage, so they're going to try to rectify that situation before we get right back into the action.
Yeah, from what it's looking like so far, Axis is taking their weaknesses and really remedying them from what we saw in the last game. They're being a lot more aware of the movements, and we did see that in the early game of Game 1. They were playing a lot more aware, a lot more mobile and reactionary. It was just a little bit too much comfort that they started to take to, thinking that they had the HP pools to take those straightforward fights and that they were kind of invincible, uncollapsible, and the Speedsters were still able to cut through and find a lot of the damage. They opened up the Rayquaza fight by finding the Armor Rouge first. They're a skilled enough team to know, even if they have one target, they know how to execute on them. So Axis going to try not to make the same mistakes again. I hope they carry through this reactionary mobility through the rest of the game and not just in the early game.
Seeing what the status is on stage. You see some of the players talking with each other on stage, trying to figure out what the disconnection is. Let me take a look at the casters there. I like the bow tie that we got going on. Nice and formal. I'm liking that. And I like the stage there. I like the RGB lights. Kind of looks almost like a basketball hoop over there. It's very fun. Yeah, I don't know what it is, what it's like supposed to be, but it kind of like reminds me of like the netting of a basketball hoop.
Oh yeah, I have always loved the staging for the Japanese National Championships, honestly. I love this four-sided stage that they have for all the different games, for Unite, for VGC, TCG, and Go. They've got the 4 sections, and then of course you can see the lights on each side to represent each game as well. It's so cool the way you could rotate around, and of course Fifi as well. Actually, that opening intro that we had that showed the entryway. I mean, you take a left turn and a right, and there it is. It's this grand stadium that kind of feels like the Detective Pikachu underground fighting ring.
Ooh, yeah. I'm trying to see if we have... It looks like the TOs are trying to solve something, I believe, on the Axis side of the map. So I didn't quite see who was disconnected, but clearly there's some sort of connection issue as they try to rectify. I know, like, the mobile LAN tends to have some issues when connecting to... Or the mobile app tends to have a little bit of issues when connecting to LAN. Hopefully they'll try to solve this as we get further and further in the bracket. I know, like, during NAIC, they had a little bit of tech issues with the mobile, kind of trying to connect to it. I think, like, something with airplane mode. Like, you need to have airplane mode, otherwise it doesn't quite work, or, like, tries to connect to other things. So hopefully they'll get that rectified, and we'll have a smooth Game 3, because you never want to see, like, connection issues in a big pivotal moment, especially, like, at Rayquaza.
Oh, yeah, that would be pretty terrible. I think the point that we got it at was, it was bad enough as it is, so yeah, you don't want it to be at a really crucial moment like that. Now, speaking of Rayquaza, though, when those objectives do come on, from the point that we're standing at right now, I think that could be the big difference maker. Axis did secure a lot of those objectives in Game 1, despite losing the later game, so a lot of this early game is just going to be committing to the same thing that they played in Game 1 and patching up all the mistakes as we go later on. So honestly, it's a little bit adrenaline pumping right now to think about, like, are they going to be able to hold? Where's the change going to be? I'm a little bit worried about them going back to the style that they wanted in Game 1 and trying to play it again despite having lost that game. I'm hoping they could turn it around, fix their mistakes, but it's all going to take place in the later half of the game, so we still don't know if they're going to be able to. And of course, they've got to just hang on to the edge of our seats, but we are going to finally head back in, so we're mid-fight. They're going to jump right back into it.
Oh, that's always tough, too. Mid-fight, to get a KO onto the Dodrio. That is going to send Access start scramble back towards their side of the map, because low health bars going to be very tough to deal with. A Scyther looking for a little bit of engage point, but Serena was able to replenish a lot of that health bar. Not only that, but finding a KO on that Scyther. Darkrai going to put them to sleep, at least for the time being. Serena going to back out of that situation.
I love that team play there, too, because that's really what you need with this composition. You're not dealing with the biggest damage dealers in the game, but you do have some pretty good just finalization of these, like, one strike. So the Serena being able to get off the triple axle, and then the Snorlax going for the stun so that Serena could prepare for the next attack was a really nice group up. But now it's the bottom lane where the pressure is still coming out from Axis. It was a 3-on-4, but they're still pushing forward.
Now we have a little bit of a power play. Sorry, 4-on-4, even strength fight down in this bottom pass. Scyther is going to try to slice through the Snorlax, who has now made their way into the central area. Serena just barely escaping. Makes her a nice wish there as well as a shield. And Darkrai going to try to advance a little bit forward, putting Armarouge a little bit into his sleep, but base and objective, top objective, both up this time. It is a Registeel, and it is Burning Core that is pivoting toward it very quickly. Scyther taking that for them.
Yeah, a really nice quick play there for them. The Psyduck is going to drop as well, so Axis is at least getting something out of this, but they do not get the buffs. Still, even without the attack buffs, they're able to find 2 knockouts on the way out, and they continue to score, take down the tier 1. So they lost the objective, but they really don't lose the play overall. They've got a big-time lead now. Dodrio does take the Regieleki, but I just feel like there was so much gain from Axis that you're not feeling too terrible about how that ended up.
They're going to minimally overcap that. 3 points over. They're holding on to a little bit too many points. Dodrio, though, is going to be a little bit of a pest here. Try to stay on the central area of Axis. Going to check this tall grass, make sure no one surprises them, and continue putting a little bit of pressure on the map. Now on the bottom side, not a whole lot going on. Burning Core just going to hit some of their experience, but we do have a little bit of a scuffle between the Serena and Dodrio, but Serena with the levels, along with that experience they're handing out, is going to probably be a little bit in the driver's seat for them.
Yeah, almost level 11 before 5 minutes. You like to see it for sure. I mean, it was almost before the 5.5 even. So level 11 already is looking really good. You've got your Unite move online. Really, this next fight in general is looking really, really good for Axis and everything they have built up. The one thing that's why I'm have going for them is how many Unite moves they have to counter with. So you can see the Dodrio being a little bit of a pest here, but I'm wondering if Toyama aren't kind of looking for an opening to try and take a fight together. They're leading with the Dodrio and holding back with the rest of their team, trying to use it as bait.
20 seconds to the basement objective spawns there. 3 members with Blaziken could look to be the 4th, heading down and position for that, while Serena making sure this Dodrio doesn't cap any of their points in that T2 goal zone. So great positional, great map awareness here for Axis. They look to engage into the front line, but Dodrio finds the back line, scores a bunch of points into that T1 goal zone, and immediately Scyther finding a couple of KOs, uses their Unite move, and now we have that infamous Registeel that is getting burned down from Burning Core.
Yeah, they really do execute on that pretty well. Grabbed that Red Ice right up, and they've got the HP on their side. They're going to retreat. They still don't have the lead here. Dodrio looking a little bit weak as well, so needs to get out. Seems like every time Toyama gets something going, Axis are just able to recover so quickly. Now they're on this Darkrai, but Darkrai doing everything they can to stun the Snorlax. They've got him awfully low, and he's trying to hold frontline, but he can't. Umbreon had to take some of the pressure and goes down. This Darkrai is putting out so much damage, and now Serena as well, putting him up, dropping him down. The Speedster is gone. Where is the damage coming from?
Yeah, we have the Darkrai put that Umbreon into the Unite move, and now going to peel towards that Armarouge. Mewtwo Y is able to make quick work of them. Darkrai closing out that Snorlax now. So Burning Core finding exactly what they wanted in that exchange, but Overheat is going to hit the mark. Darkrai damaged, but not enough, as a little bit of an advancement here for Burning Core as they take down the Blaziken. They find the goal zone. They're able to break it. 172, 145 now as Serena tries to make something happen, but 2 members of Axis are going to fall down, and that is not what you want here nearing Rayquaza.
No, definitely not. There's about a minute left until Rayquaza, 1:06 at this point in time, and things have definitely flipped the way of Toyama at this point. I think a little bit of what we were expecting with all the damage that they're starting to build up here. It definitely does look like it's going to be a repeat of Game 1 with that late game just starting to go the way of Toyama. This is about exactly the spot where they started picking up steam in Game 1 as well. So I'm really worried here that Axis are going to drop the ball again. They have to remember where their pressure comes from. Their Blaziken is their closer for a lot of these deals. That Armarouge, if you're going to bring it, you have to bring out the best of it. We're just not seeing the impact that it originally came out at NAIC for.
Going to start to rip through this Regieleki, make sure it doesn't walk into that goal zone, while Burning Core going to set their focus on getting levels. Level 14 likely going to be on the menu for the Scyther. Level 13 for that Dodrio is very nice to have, And then the Mewtwo Y, if they could get that level 13, that could also be pretty big. But oh my gosh, we already have a little bit of an opener here. Darkrai gonna put that Serena into the Unite move, gonna try to find the damage that they need to take it out. But Serena flips the script, they find the KO. Rayquaza now on the map. We're finding big KOs left and right. Mewtwo Y Unite, but Serena able to find a pair. Scyther looking to go on in. They're looking to close on in on the Blaziken. Are they gonna be able to chase him down? No! Yes, they do! They find the KO just to return the favor.
It's pretty split here. It opened with Axis looking pretty good after taking down that Darkrai, but now everybody needing to split a little bit. Nobody really has the health pool or the damage to take down Rayquaza yet. It is still a lead for Toyama. There's 90 seconds remaining in this match. Serena trying to get a little bit more level, up to 14 at this point after taking down that Darkrai, but so is Scyther, and that has been such a dangerous target now. It looks like Toyama are going to be the ones to pull the trigger. They're poking out a little bit of damage. It's 4v4 in the middle, but Serena is in, misses that first attack. Going to be drawing back, and it's going to be Rayquaza focus now from Axis.
It's already getting chipped down to half. KO found on the Snorlax, looking for a secure Burning Core. Are they going to be able to do it? No, it's Axis. They find the Rayquaza. Now Armarouge trying to find their way to these goal zones. Darkrai already on their way on the backside. They're going to try to find some points. They do. 100 points on in. 46 the other way. Still small advantage for Axis. They are able to stop the Scyther. Darkrai still looking for some points. They don't know that they are down. 11 points on in is going to get additional points on in for Axis, and this is going to be very tough here for Burning Core.
Yeah, the Armarouge here trying to keep that shield. Eventually going to be taken down. There's only 30 seconds remaining. It's a really nice defensive setup, although the Umbreon is the only one on that upper side, and there are more members of Toyama pushing that way, so they could try to overwhelm. The Umbreon is extending by a little bit. Like you said, they don't know exactly the score, so Toyama right now trying to play a little bit of defense. They don't want to give anything up either. The Scyther here not going to be able to get the score in time. Snorlax puts in a couple of points, tries to keep the lead. There's some scoring coming in. This is going to be a very close game, and at the final second, was the 18 points enough to match? I don't think it was, but we'll only find out when these bars come up. Let's see who it was. Did Axis hold on to the lead? They did by 9 points.
Holy cow, what an incredible heart-racing moment here for Axis. They had to watch as these score bars filled up. Dodrio able to empty a lot of their pockets with that triple score ability, but it was not enough. Axis holds on by the slimmest of margins here in Game 3, and they are going to be taking on the winners semifinals matchup against QT Dig.
A really huge win for them there. Definitely turned around that end game. It was not played quite the same as that game one, and that Serena had a huge impact in making that happen. You can see the levels were focused toward the Serena, and so was a lot of the gameplay. I do want a replay on the one moment with the Darkrai putting the Serena to sleep, and then nobody from the side of Toyama capitalizing on that player being too far forward, completely CC'd. Nobody closed in on that, and they just used it as an opportunity to try and break through this imaginary front line that really only consisted of the Serena at the moment. I'm not sure why they didn't close in on that more, and I'd love to see the replay for what they did go for instead, because I think as much as we love to talk about what teams did right, I do think that that slip-up was a big moment in kind of handing it over to Axis.
I'm looking for this replay. I'm sure that they're loading it up by looking at the stage. Teams are handshaked up. Looking forward towards their next matchup. Axis comes out victorious. Looks like they're going to have an interview on stage as well. Looking to see who's going to be getting interviewed. I can't quite see it just yet, but yeah. Replay is likely going to be after the interview, I imagine, unless they do decide to show some of them.
So we're going for the stages lighting up, so I think we are going to get the interview first. Of course, we'll get a little bit of translation in here. My Japanese not nearly good enough, so we'll hand it over to the interviewer here. So the team captain Yukono there for Access being interviewed right now.
9点差、あれが生まれた要因って何だと思いますか？
あの場面でも試合中に最初結構1試合目とか焦ってたんですけど、スローテンポでっていう自分たちのチームルールを何個か決めて、そのチームルールをしっかり守れたことが、今回の勝因だと思います。
1戦目焦ってたという話ありましたけれども、取られた1戦目とほとんど似た構成の3戦目でしたが、それを貫いたのは何でなんですか？
それこそさっき言った通り、チームルールを守れてないとか、自分たち側のミスから起きた、負けだったので、それをしっかり修正すれば最後の3戦目は勝てるだろうということで。
Waiting for our production to translate this for us.
明日へとつなぎました。明日への。
Oh, I don't.
Sure.
Yeah, I just realized we actually don't have our translator anymore. I completely forgot. Our translator actually left. So.
ありがとうございます。応援してます。アクシズのユポナ選手でした。
はい、この選手インタビューありがとうございました。さあ、トモスさん、そして皆さん、まだ2戦です。この質量ですよ。
なんならまだ午前中です。
そう本当に序盤なんですけれども、この見応えある2試合というのが PJCS の応援してくれたと思います。
That's crazy.
Well, I guess we'll just have to talk over them then. But in terms of gameplay, we are going to want to see that replay. I'm really hoping they show some. I'm hoping it's not going to be after they come back because they don't really take breaks. We did just go into the next game last time, so maybe here we go. We are going to get some replays, and it looks like we're going to get a little bit of a break too. So it's starting with these early highlights. And then, of course, here was that end game. This was after that 2-minute mark. So it's actually after the Serena had already gone down. So we kind of skipped over the moment.
Yeah, Serena goes down. Rayquaza dangerously low. They're able to chase out the Snorlax. And now at this point, you have 4 members down. Easy pickings. I think this was game number 1 for Burning Core. And yeah, this was game number 1, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that was game number 1. Game number 2 now.
There were a lot of interesting, like, pseudo support picks coming out here, starting with that Mew, of course. Some very close games in game 2 and 3, much closer than that game 1, and different victors coming out. Obviously, Axis taking the second 2 games, going back to back, and then here was that late game where it finally got closed in. The Darkrai did find the Snorlax, but it was just a brawl on that Rayquaza. There was only 1 minute remaining. Someone had to secure. It was eventually Axis. Getting those shields was just enough to keep them alive, too, because it did look like they may have been losing that fight in HP as well.
Yeah, this is the big moment there. Counter up, pop-offs for Axis. He's got like a seat cushion there. That's awesome. Anyway, good stuff for Axis. They're moving on. But either way, we are going to go ahead and take a quick break. So grab some drink, grab some snacks, and we'll be back very, very shortly.
チームにどこまで追いつけられるか。相手はこちらのチームです。さあ、赤と黒 e スポーツ界ではおなじみのこのユニフォームに身を包んだ
today with a special broadcast bringing you the live footage from Pokemon's Japan Regional Qualifiers for Unite. My name is Nitera, hosting of you, and of course we have Kyle and Speedy as your casters for this shift. We're going to Scars versus Soaring to Dreams. Now this is going to be an interesting one because it will be the last game for shift number 1 here, which Kyle and Speedy, you guys are going to make this one a fantastic one to end off. But after the games we see today, it's been a complete left and right pancakey moments here. I absolutely love it. But you know what? Give me your thoughts on what you guys had from before. I know you've said it a little bit, but summarize it for the people at home.
Yeah, so we saw Zeta Division fall down to that lower side bracket in the round 1 matchup, sending QT Dig to the upper semifinals, and then Axis, similar fate to QT Dig. They took that best of 3 and they are heading to the upper bracket. Burning Core heading down to that lower set. So we've seen 2 sets today. Both have gone to a game number 3. It looks like these 2 squads are rearing up, ready to go, looking for maybe another 3-game set.
Ooh, right. And what about you, Speedy?
Well, yeah, I think the fact that both of those were 3-game sets already, I think we learned a lot of trends, which is firstly, a lot of supporters are getting banned here. A lot of the focus is going on to the supporters for our bans, which it doesn't translate when we watch the game, but it's because they're banned. It's because we can't understand their influence because they're not there, but that's the whole point in the first place. So a lot of it is kind of what can you compose without a lot of those strong supporters that's either going to be able to outlast a lot of incoming damage or be able to put out that quick damage and find the executes that you need against tougher teams. So a lot of those trends are really starting to shape up. We're seeing those and I'm wondering if we're going to see those follow through later on, especially as we get towards like upper winners and such.
Well, this trend will continue to take stage here as we do see the next teams potentially following through here. But just a bit of team background for everyone here. With Scars, actually they're formerly LL being taken over by the organization Scars. That's why the team is now Scars. So a nice pickup there for the organization. But on the other side, Soaring to Dreams, really riding on the wings of whatever it is, man. Whatever talent flame stream they're on. They're the only non-organization team here who are competing, and so could be a very interesting thing to see them actually qualify first place or at least second here, moving into it, being one of the strongest non-org teams around. So I don't know about you, but that is a story to tell for Agents Car. In fact, maybe them winning here might secure them an organization who's willing to help them, follow better on their career in Unite. So that being said though, Scars versus Soaring to Dreams, I've heard a little bit here and there about the teams here, but I just want to hear about your thoughts. What do you guys think first before I set anything in stone?
Well, I mean, what we know about these teams so far is the way that they qualified, I think, is pretty important. We've talked about that with the other teams, so we might as well continue. Scars here, the April qualifier, that was the one that Zeta Division had taken a victory in. That was the game that Scars had taken the 2nd place home in that April qualifier, so they're coming off of that. And then, of course, Soaring to Dreams here, they were our 3rd place in the May qualifier, so another one of those teams that kind of eked their way in. It wasn't in the June qualifier, so that's all right, but still, it was the 3rd place in the May. So this is the first time that we don't have a team that qualified in a 1st place spot, so I would say it's going to be great because it's going to be a close game, but they already have been, so I guess nothing's going to really change.
Right. And Kyle, what about you?
I mean, it's everything's out the door at this point, right? I mean, we had a huge shocker in set number 1. Maybe not a huge shocker in set number 2, but still an incredibly close matchup where multiple games went down to just a couple of iframes at Rayquaza. So if I'm gonna make any predictions here, I'm with Speedy in that we are going to see additional supporter bans, but I'm also thinking that we may see some more heavy pressure. We saw a couple of games where the teams put a lot of stocks into speedsters. We saw 3 of them for the last matchup for one team. So maybe we'll see a couple more additional double speedster, maybe even another triple speedster composition.
And I mean, to follow with that, you might be right, because, I mean, they are going so fast, right? I mean, speedsters to their name, fast is one thing, but one thing that people might not realize is that their evolution gaps are a lot shorter as to most Pokemon comparatively, and so that's why they get a lot of levels faster. And that also means they kind of fall off faster when other Pokemon are matching up, right? But I also just want to keynote this. I have an exact note that just says like 3 things on it, and make what you will of it, but this is for Soaring to Dreams, and the keynote that's coming from Fifi, by the way, was watch out Coin. I'm not gonna tell you what exactly there was a 4th word in there, but it just says watch out Coin. Good luck with that. They're soaring on some dreams, and I did mention what that Pokemon was. If you catch the hint there, great for you, but this might be something Scars can leverage off on. They do recognize that that is a threat. We will have a Speedster locked down there. So, with that being said though, I do believe they're going into the games here, and I won't hold you guys back for too long, and exactly on cue, they've got the games going, so I'll take my lead.
Perfectly timed. Thanks, Nitera. We'll get back with you after this set. But yep, we are back into Draft Scars on your left side, and that is Soaring to Dreams on your right side. Up around C, it is the first game of this set. And already seeing some Speedster bans this time. Leafeon, Dodrio for the Speedsters, Psyduck banned on the support side, and Mewtwo Y on the attacker side.
Yeah, some trendy bans, I guess, just kind of piggybacking off of what they've seen a little bit earlier on, or maybe a little bit targeted here. The Speedsters, I mean, of course, Soaring still, they do have a Speedster player here who could be very dangerous, so maybe just not the Pokemon in their wheelhouse that they're going to want to be playing, but Scars are going to go ahead and build up their backline first. They're going to go with the Mamoswine, which is, it's not an unseen pick, but we wouldn't call it the most popular. I think we named a lot of defenders earlier that we'd see a little bit more frequently, and that Mamoswine, it's got a little bit of that ability to CC, but also kind of pick off one target at a time and create some separation. So it's kind of a secure way to play, and I do like to see it coming out here, especially if we're going to see that Inteleon who could pick up easy snipes on it.
Yeah, I also like it pairing with Blissey, because then you're also taking away a nice tool on the opposite side from being able to cleanse any of the crowd control that Mamoswine outputs. We do see Scars line up that Inteleon, like you said, as well as their all-rounder, likely going in the top path, that Blaziken, which does leave quite a lot of openings here for them with that gutter pick. But Soaring to Dreams is going to line up a couple of their own. Looks like they're hovering the Armor Rouge, going to pivot over to a Mr. Mime in the H-Slash, though.
Very interesting to go for a Mr. Mime here. This is not the kind of composition I would expect to see that Mr. Mime with. I would think you'd be holding back, playing, trying to defend something. You know, I'm trying to look for what here needs that kind of protection, and I'm just not seeing it. So I'm not sure what the Mr. Mime influence is going to be on this one. However, the Talonflame is going to come out, just maybe not from who we thought it was going to be. So we're going to see the Talonflame on the field, a very balanced team from the side of Scars.
Looks like Mew is switching hands over to Mickey. Also switching some item sets, and it was holding an XP share when it was on the other player, but looks like it is going to be more of a carry-centric build for this Mew, so focusing on damage, focusing on, you know, hitting their solar beams, hitting those electro balls, and doing a little bit more damage than it would without that, or with that EXP share equipped. Looking at the composition all around, that gutter pick Talonflame, looking to take to the skies, likely going to try to land on that Mew, which is a very tough target to take down, so I really do love that pick.
Yeah, another thing I'm looking at here is I think the Snorlax, while it could pass by as just being a very kind of passive play, I think what I'd like to see here is just Ruikun picking up on some of those team plays that we saw in the previous match, which is where the Snorlax is able to get some of that stun to allow the all-rounders who maybe don't have that quick execute like some of the Speedsters or like a Zacian all-rounder, to be able to pick up more because they have the free stun that brings them more time to get another attack, another move out that'll just, you know, make it easier to close off that one target. And there are a few targets that they can pick up on here in the balance comp on Scar's side. So we're going to head into this one. Scar is going to be on your left, and it's going to be Soaring to Dreams on the right, kicking off our game one here in the third game of round one.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Torchic take the central area for Scars, so going to be coming up to the top path likely at level 5. The Gibble try to put a little bit of pressure on that side of the map, able to steal away a little bit of XP from this little fletchling. Nice little plays there. Blissey able to deposit 2 points into that top goal before getting slowed down by that Snorlax.
Yeah, and Swinub playing it slow right now. They're waiting for that Combuskin to come in. Going to be helping out. Still not a whole lot happening. The Dual Blade trying to make the rotation, but they do finally find a knockout. Dual Blade does not get there in time, so the first knockout kind of be going the way of Scars. And they're picking up those levels as well. They're not quite caught up to where Soaring is just yet. I think a really important evolution to keep an eye on here is when that Aegislash gets online. Those first birds do come up, and it's really quick pickup from Scars, but Soaring are going to answer right back. They bring out the pressure not on the birds, but on Scars themselves, and now they're going to get some scoring and quite a decent amount, as well as getting some of that XP up.
Yeah, dropping that down to 13 is quite the win early on for them. Mr. Mime going to also try to disrupt this Swinub from taking their own experience on their side of the map. But look at this. Invade is on here for Soaring to Dreams as they try to deprive this poor little Combuskin away from the central area experience, and they do exactly that. Dual Blade looking to get their level 7. Looking their sights on this little purple buff. Nice heavy slam engage, but Drizzile able to secure the XP for their own team.
Yeah, this is exactly the combo that I wanted to see. It was the Snorlax and the Aegislash. Snorlax getting those stuns to allow Aegislash to get in and pick up on some free damage. That looks like what it's going to be. They're even rotating into that central area. Good. Now Aegislash is up at that level 7. It's a few of those points collected, and now at low health, still going to stay aggressive. I think that shows just how powerful Aegislash knows they are right now. Mew breaking that bottom goal as well, almost 100 points on the board already, just from that bottom tier 1 alone.
That is going to set up these 720 birds down on the bottom path for Soaring to Dreams, while this Garchomp, still not evolved just yet, still hanging out as a Gabite. It's going to hold on to that top path, but 3 members already up top for Scars, going to take all that Altaria family for themselves. And now with a 5th member coming up here for Scars, they are going to look to take advantage of this top path. Looking for a push, looking for vision. Going to check some of this tall grass. Nice little overheat just to make sure that no one is there. Oh, big snipe shot connects onto the Mr. Mime, sending them backwards. Regieleki now up for the taking. Scars in full position.
Regieleki being focused here by Scars, and it looks like Soaring are going to be down bottom, but it's a quick Regieleki take. We've seen so much focus on the basement Regis, but that's going to get taken by the Talonflame as well. So now with this 4 stacked up top, that Talonflame having taken the Registeel means that it's so dangerous to push against Scars. They have to give up their tier 1, and now Soaring are on the back foot.
Gonna retreat back to their own side of the map. Gonna secure a lot of that wild Pokemon experience for themselves. Blissey up for a little bit of a cap here in this T2 goal zone, but gets met with a little bit of resistance. Garchomp, Mr. Mime converging on them, finding a KO there. Point line relatively even, 2 points separating the 2 teams.
The KO and the evolution. Of course, Mamoswine, notoriously long time to get that evolution. We're almost halfway through the game, and you still are not at your final form yet. I think this Inteleon could have to be the difference maker. A nice shot there, landed onto the Aegislash, who's kind of hanging in the same area. They could close in on it, but it's a nice shield thrown out there with a Mew to protect. A great snipe, though, from Inteleon, continuing to land those, showing us that the influence will be there. This will be a game. Almost lands that Mr. Mime, but just barely does not pick that one up as well.
If it was football in America, it would be a field goal up and good, splitting the uprights between 2 players. Now, going to focus their attention to this Altaria family in the top path as Scars. Going to take them all for themselves. Mamoswine getting their evolution level 9. Not an easy task with an XP share, but they're able to get it done there. 3 members looking to push this T2 goal zone now. Mamoswine hiding in the tall grass. Looking to see if there are any Pokemon here for Soaring to Dreams guarding this goal zone, and they do see it. But 4 members looking silently for this push.
Yeah, but it's only a matter of time, I think, before Soren here notice that there's something missing, and this Aegislash is sticking around. I think they know that there's something off about the positioning, about the sight that they don't have. This does give time for Blaziken to rotate up to the Regieleki, so it could be another capture, but there's another Regiseal up, and this time Talonflame is not there to take it. So Aegislash does get the spot. It's not going to be that big push that Scars wanted. A little bit of wasted time, but they are still going to be able to secure this Regieleki, so it's not all wasted.
I like the patience from both of these squads. They didn't want to give up any of information about their positioning, and they held on to their positioning very patiently. So good plays there from both of them. Used it auto, going to connect on the Blissey. Talonflame going to fly directly on top of the Mew, grab the berry. Now Garchomp with a big dragon combo. Looks to go on in. Livid Outrage is out. Blissful Assistance onto the Blaziken. Overheat is out. Reposition with an eject button. They take out the Garchomp. Now there's the Flame Sweep from the Talonflame. More Pokemon falling back to the Pokemon Center. This time Blissey going down. Talonflame able to take out the Aegislash, but a big old Solar Beam is going to take out the Talonflame.
Talonflame does go down, but I think that Aegislash going down is also a shutdown for Soren, so both teams going to have to pull back after that. Listen, they got some experience on both sides, but we are still at a 6-point game here. Nobody's really taking the lead too far forward at this point. The Regieleki got to be taken down, not going to allow for any early scoring. Garchomp shuts that one down. So now, 3.5 minutes, you have a little less than 90 seconds before this Rayquaza is going to be online. Somebody's got to try to take a lead here. There is a 10-point lead now for Scars, but the experience is looking fairly even. This game is still looking hand in hand.
Earthquake there from Mamoswine directly into a dragon combo. Very unfortunate timing for them. They go back to the Pokemon Center. Minute left until Rayquaza hits the map, the first one of this set, and it is a very close game. Only 10 points separating these two squads. A top path online for Scars, a bottom path T1 online for Soaring to Dreams, as central area starting to get cleared out by Soaring to Dreams, and it is Scars in full position for this basement Reggie.
Yeah, I really don't even know if Soren can test this one too heavily here, because the setup that Scars have with the Talonflame and the Blaziken, this Regice is going down in no time, and that is not just because of super effective damage or anything of the sort. It is just absolutely melted. So the Regice goes up. It's not the worst thing to lose heading into the Rayquaza fight, but it's still not great for them to have that little bit of bonus shield, a little bit of extra experience before this final fight. It is that final objective that you kind of tick on. The Regieleki going to disappear in 8 seconds, so this is it. Both teams set up and ready to fight. The levels are looking close, but there's some 13s on the side of Soren that might make them feel pretty good here. It's just going to be about which one of these teams is going to call it, because both teams kind of need this Ray at this point.
Mages are trading blows back and forth, snipe shots from Inteleon, solar beams from Mew, going to chip back and forth. Poke and prod is the name of the game. No, neither team really wants to engage right now. Snorlax living on half HP. Mr. Mime does look to engage, though. There it is. Showtime's out. Azure Spy Vision out from this Inteleon. No Pokemon fallen just yet. Livid Outrage looking to hunt down this Inteleon. They hit a snipe shot from the back line. Still, no Pokemon found yet. Mew is going to find the Talonflame, but a nice fly there. Inteleon takes out the Mr. Mime. Rayquaza now starting to get chipped here. Mime's still the only one down. Big Ice Feigning engage onto the Snorlax. Inteleon closes the door. Snipe shots out, and it is Scars on the offensive.
It is definitely Scars picking up on this one. They still have a few targets to close in on. You can see they're not fully focused on Ray yet. They know they have to close it out, so it'll be a snipe onto that Garchomp, and of course, the Aegislash going down. It was interesting target focus that they had, but the damage never came through to stop them. It's the Rayquaza going the way of Scars. They should be able to close this one out in the last 50 seconds here. It was a nice attempt from the Mr. Mime to try to dislodge the Inteleon. It was a good start to making the way forward. However, it was just too much mobility on that Inteleon. Playing wisely, you talked about patience earlier. It was nice patience in the final play, not engaging too soon or taking too many early shots. And now hundreds of points, half of 1,000 have gone in to put Scars in a position to take the win.
625, 97, writing on the walls. Sorry to Dreams. Gonna be a nightmare for the next 10 seconds as they have to reconfigure their team going into game number 2 as Scars takes full advantage of a couple big snipe shots there. That is going to be a Game 1 victory for them. High fives, claps all around, smiling faces on the side of Scars. A little bit of disappointment there for Soaring to Dreams.
I think for anybody asking the question tonight of why has Inteleon been getting banned so much, I think you just got a little bit of your answer right there. Some compositions definitely play a lot more protective of their Inteleon than the one we just saw, which was a lot more balanced. But I do think that the Mamoswine played an amazing frontline game and was really, really influential. Once that evolution came online, it seemed like every fight kicked off really well with that Mamoswine. Every success that Scars had was always off of an engagement from the Mamoswine repositioning one of the players of Soren.
Great repositions, great tank play there from the Mamoswine. And we were talking about it going into the draft of how impactful some of the other defender players are in this game, and Snorlax being one of the very impactful ones, but you saw time and time again how impactful that Mamoswine was. I mean, at that Ray fight, you saw them just pick up that Snorlax, put them directly into a snipe shot. Just great team communication to make sure that they're going to be able to hit that snipe shot, take down just a crucial puzzle piece to Soaring to Dreams composition. And you saw it time and time again. Mamoswine looking very strong here.
Yeah, a great pick. I think it's always a great pick for an Inteleon comp, but you do usually see it paired with a little bit more defense. I was impressed to see the Inteleon be so maneuverable. Didn't go for snipe shots all game long, but found areas where they could put out clusters of snipe shots at a time. Now, there's the Mr. Mime coming in behind all of Scar's player banners there. That was the Mr. Mime jumping in on the Inteleon, and you could see it definitely disrupted the Inteleon for a moment. Cause for reposition. A chance for Soren to come in and find their spot, but Inteleon immediately following in on the Mr. Mime who had disengaged is once again comfortable. Snorlax with the back turned to them, the block going the other way, has a chance to put off so many shots still, and here was the, of course, Inteleon Unite that helped grab just a couple extra shots, get some targets low, and Mr. Mime was the one who ended up dropping first.
Yeah, Mime goes down first. Nice snipe shot, connects onto the Mew.
Oh.
Muted auto. It does not do a whole lot as Inteleon takes out that Snorlax. Garchomp looking for something. Inteleon also in this moment looking for a snipe shot. They find it onto that Aegislash. That was pretty big right there. And Garchomp sees exactly where Inteleon's positioning is. Dragon combo to secure it, but a huge Fell Stinger into the snipe shot takes them down. A hope and a prayer from the Mew with that Solar Beam, but unfortunately not enough damage. And it is Scars walking away victorious.
And it's kind of hard to believe that that's already game one, because that one was fought with the intensity of some of the game threes that we've seen in this one already. So pretty amazing that we're only going into a game two here. Soaring, they do have a lot to pick up on, because while that game was even, and I suppose it did come down to the Rayquaza fight in the end, I feel like the draft there had a lot to do with it. I think the composition that Scars were sitting on was always the more likely to win in an end game scenario. Having that Inteleon in the back with no really secure answers to it. I mean, when you're sending your Mr. Mime to dislodge the Inteleon, I think you know that you don't really have the right answer. So you either need to ban it here in this upcoming one, which I do hope we see. If not, just pick it and change up the way you're going to play. Soaring to Dreams, maybe balance out their own composition a little.
Gonna get into draft here for game number 2. It is going to be Soaring to Dreams on the right side, getting that first pick in ban selection. It is Leafeon. Scar's going to combat that with that Psyduck ban. And again, this looking very similar to game number 1 for the bans for Soaring. But there is a little bit of a difference here for Scars. They are going to ban that Mew instead of the Mewtwo, leaving that pick potentially open to grab.
Yeah, it is interesting that they went for the double Psychic CC ban on the first game, and this time around they're leaving that Mewtwo open on the board. It's going to be an Eldegoss here for support with the Mamoswine rather than that Blissey.
Ooh,
Eldegoss
yeah.
a really interesting pick, feeling like a little bit of a throwback right now.
Very big throwback. It's almost like kind of like a third tier support at this point. It doesn't like do the best at really a whole lot. It does do the best damage as from any supporter right now, at least from the basic attack standpoint. So that's why you see that muscle band attached to it. But I mean, you still have Blissey, you still have Clefable, you still have Comfey, you have so many, you have Hoopa, you have so many supports on the table that we've seen tonight, and this is the first chance that we will see this Eldegoss, and already flying through this draft, that last pick Talonflame here for Soaring to Dreams, they are going to take to the sky.
Ooh, I'm seeing a whole lot of picking up and putting back down all around here. There is going to be a lot of stun, a lot of repositioning. This is going to be a tough one. I mean, between the Talonflame Unite, the Buzzswole, the Mamoswine, the Snorlax, the Mewtwo, there are so many things to get these players stunned and just CC'd out of their minds, and a lot of it going the way of Soren right now. So maybe this Aegislash approach is going to be difficult, but now on the side of Scars, we're looking at something that's so much more defensive of the Inteleon. They're absolutely looking to make their Inteleon a centerpiece of this endgame, and they're going to do it by making these early fights centered around the Aegislash and the Garchomp. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Aegislash and Garchomp actually eating up a lot of the early HP and letting Inteleon pick it up later.
Yeah, I like the Inteleon pick almost in most compositions. I'm surprised that with how much Inteleon that we've seen tonight, there's been a surprising lack of Lapras, a Pokemon that's been notoriously a thorn in the side of Inteleon players. Pokemon that's just able to get on top of you, absorb up a lot of those snipe shots. So very interesting that we have not been able to see that Pokemon come to the fray just yet, at least tonight.
Yeah, we've also seen a little bit of synergy between Lapras and Inteleon as well. When Inteleon gets in sticky situations, especially when the speedsters are in prominence at any event, you'll see a little bit of the Lapras play to get everybody moved around, especially when that double sniper was kind of hanging around that Decidueye Inteleon. But that is not what we have right now. Right now, we have Scars on the left, Soaring to Dreams on the right. Once again, this is game 2. Scars are on game point, and they're opening up with this Sobble Swinub on the bottom.
Gonna look to try to secure this bunny farm for themselves, unable to do so. Snorlax just so good in this early part of the game, but I believe it was actually Mewtwo getting the last hit on that one, as we do see Scars pushing very far forward, almost finding a KO on the Buzzball, but unable to close out that deal.
Yeah, this Eldegoss picking up quite a bit of experience. I mean, you talked about how much damage it can do, which means that early on there will be a bit of pressure when the basic attacks really, really matter. A Dual Blade already on the board, sitting at level 5. Tries to come down, but doesn't stick around too long. It looks like the Fletchinder might head away as well for a little bit. So the action has really slowed, and I think that game being so close for about 8.5 minutes in game 1 has these teams really respecting each other and being patient.
Dual Blade gonna look to engage directly onto the Buzzwall. They are gonna pick them up, throw them down, but it is Dual Blade that gets the last laugh there, as well as additional 17 points. 24 looking to go on in from this Gibble, but Umbreon says absolutely not. That evolution's gonna have to wait at least for a little bit. And now we have a little bit of an invade here. It is Fletchinder stealing away some of the buffs from Scars.
Yeah, this Eldegoss here going to be chasing down the Snorlax. I mean, how often do you see this? The supporter going to be trying to take out the bulkiest member of the team. It'll be the Drizzle that picks that one up. And it does look like the Aegislash is getting the focus for experience here. Definitely playing a lot of the central area. The Garchomp not being focused as much, kind of being even with the Drizzle right now. But there is a Talonflame on board. It is going to be dropping down in the center, and that'll be a pickup on the Gabite.
That was massive there for Soaring to Dreams, as Mewtwo Y is going to Mega Evolve and find additional damage, an additional KO, make it a streak of 2. They're going to push towards this bottom path. Swinub looking to get online as a Piloswine. They do. Snorlax going to try to retreat. Ice Fang directly on the Mewtwo Y. That's a massive pickup there for Scars.
Yeah, really huge pickup. The Mewtwo Y had already been causing problems. Of course, didn't have that Mega Evolution ready anymore, but still could be a very big threat. Now it's just the 2 defenders for the side of Soren hanging around, and this Talonflame going to try to jump in, but a really nice catch by the Gabite there, interrupting, and the final basic shot from the Eldegoss. I have no more questions. This is the best supporter in the game.
From downtown, Eldegoss finds the KO with that boosted. That was criminal.
Inteleon who?
Yeah, who needs an Inteleon? You got Eldegoss, the best sniper in the game. Reggie Rock joining the fray in the bottom path, already getting a massive amount of damage. Fly looking to land down to earth. They do. They take out 2. Mewtwo Y sent back to the Pokemon Center from this Eldegoss. Another Fly looking to take down the Regirock. It might be a little bit early. Piloswine looking to close the door. Another basic attack should do it. You gotta get it, buddy. He does. Looking to take down the Umbreon. He gets them. This Piloswine looking good in game 2.
Only at the Japanese championship, I suppose, will you see Eldegoss 1v1ing a Talonflame, while the Piloswine attempts to take down a Regirock. So, very interesting composition rounding we have here. But Inteleon is at level 7, has hit the field now, hitting level 8 as well. Aegislash still ahead at that level 9, but it's being matched by the side of Soren. They are keeping up their levels right now in about the same way. It's just that the Buzzwole not coming in and making a big impact. Snorlax sticking around a little bit too long there. These snipe shots not quite hitting yet. Talonflame's going to attempt to defend, goes in deep.
There's the wide guard to avoid that Talonflame Flame Sweep, but there's the Mewtwo Y. Infinite Cyber gonna stun up the entirety of Scars, sending this Garchomp back to the Pokemon Center. Now it's the Aegislash looking to try to slice through this Mewtwo Y, but the basic attack, Snorlax Yawn, puts him in a coma, sends it back to the Pokemon Center to visit some Nurse Joy. Now it's Soaring to Dreams. It's looking to push onto this T1 goal zone. Buzzwole joining the fray, looking to take down the Inteleon, picks the Piloswine up instead, trying to send them back. Now Snipe Shot gonna connect on the Snorlax. Dragon combo onto the Buzzwole, gonna push them back and forth, trying to find a KO, doesn't. Inteleon coming out ahead.
Yeah, Inteleon, I think, always going to be the bane of Soren in this one. Right now, Talonflame just trying to get there to level 12. I mean, those stats are really, really starting to build up. It's been a quick takeaway, and now that this Regieleki is online, I also think one thing we're starting to see is the staying power of this Buzzwole and how dangerous that's going to become. Just the inability to remove it as time goes on and starts to build a bit of that bulk. It's stuck around in that 1v3 for quite a long time, and Aegislash going down quickly here is going to allow it to move forward even more. Talonflame once again picks up none, but it won't matter. Buzzwole's doing all the picking up that is needed, dropping down the Mamoswine, and now still chasing. You see how far back this Inteleon has to get, running with the Garchomp. The pressure is on. That tier 2 is close to being attacked. The tier 1 is down on the top, and it's a 177-65 lead now for Soren.
Yeah, 177-65. Regieleki on the menu. Buzzwole gonna eat that one up, send that towards the T2 goal zone. Aegislash looking to engage. Gonna be a 1v1. Mewtwo Y gonna join the fray, not making that 1v1 for super long. And now Scars on the defense gonna look to put that into offense with 4 members up here and 2 members of Soaring to Dream back in the Pokemon Center. They're gonna close out that Regieleki. Not gonna let that advance any further. But look at the state of the field. Level 12 Talonflame on the level 12 Aegislash gonna be tough to deal with.
Yeah, it is. I think the level 12 Aegislash is actually going to make it really, really difficult. Not only that, but the fact that Garchomp has been able to stay almost steady with the other attackers. I mean, they've split their experience so well here. You can see, obviously, Eldegoss and Mamoswine taking the less of it, but Mamoswine is on the field. Here comes that Talonflame. Mamoswine's ready to attack. Talonflame does pick up Aegislash, but Aegislash has plenty of staying power. Can get back with the team. They're grouped up. Talonflame going to go in deep. Does use the eject button to get out, but Mewtwo keeping up the pressure, continuing to put out damage.
Oh, and that's a KO. Make it 2. Scars scrambling back to the Pokemon Center. It's Garchomp and Inteleon just trying to get back to pad, trying to get back to safety, because Soaring to Dreams has taken quite the advantage here. They picked up that basement Reggie, so they knew that they could have a little bit of an advantage with the damage capabilities from that buff. Level 13 now on this Talonflame, and now you have Mewtwo Y and Buzzwole rearing very close, but this level 13 Inteleon is now the level leader for Scars.
Yeah, I loved seeing the attack rotation there. What a great snipe from the Inteleon onto that Umbreon. Obviously, it's going to be able to pick that HP back up, but it was a nice snipe. Checking the bushes is always very important as an Inteleon player. But I do think the rotation of attacks is really good here. Right now, Soren is just playing on a different level. They got to get themselves grouped up here for this one. This tier 1's going to be given up on top. The setup is a little bit too committed right now. So a nice pickup there from Scars, knowing that Soren weren't going to give up their position to protect that tier 1, not with Ray this close.
Gonna start checking these tall grass with those snipe shots once again, trying to understand where Soaring to Dreams is set up. Oh, it's a massive snipe shot, sending this Mewtwo Y. They're actually gonna have to full retreat back to base just to recharge that health bar. You do not want to re-engage with that low of health as that Mewtwo Y. Another snipe shot gonna poke and prod. Meanwhile, Scars still needs this Rayquaza because they are down.
I'm not really sure how that snipe shot missed. I must have been looking at that at the wrong angle. That one will connect the one to the Buzzswole. It's Garchomp right now, who's asleep. Snorlax is able to get in there deep, gets rolled over, is still in the back line, going to be pushing in. Talonflame picks up what looked like two there. Aegislash is low, but the Eldegoss is down. The fight's breaking through, and Scars have picked up so many. The Snorlax was not able to disrupt enough. The Umbreon gets taken down as well. Those huge HP pools just get shredded, and now it's only the Talonflame here to try and pick up the Rayquaza. No, it's too early. They didn't attack. Very wise from Scars to wait that one out. They close in on the Rayquaza. There's 1 minute remaining. They're already cheering. They feel that they have this one won. There's going to be a defense here on the tier 1, but with all of these shields, there just is no chance to hold back.
Yeah, point's gonna rain on in. Gonna try to break some of the shields as Soaring to Dreams. 2 members down. Snipe shot connects. Doesn't close out the KO. They're gonna find this Umbreon. Aegislash does that. 5 points. Make it 10 with the double time. Another hundo burger served fresh. 547, 177. Another snipe shot. This is gonna be really tough here. You see the look of defeat from Soaring to Dreams as it has become a nightmare, as they will go down to that lower side bracket where they will be fighting for their Pokemon Unite World's lives.
Yeah, a lot of stakes on this one, and Scars have just made it that much easier to push forward. Got that one in the bag. It all came down to the Rayquaza in the end, but they take the win in Game 2, and it's our first 2-0 win of the day. So maybe that tells us something about Scars here and just how much of a threat they're going to be. Against another one of these top 8 teams, they made it look like it was all theirs. 2 very dominant games where they controlled the end game. Used that Inteleon maybe better than almost any team we've seen today. A very popular pick and a big win for them as they head into the semifinals of the winners bracket.
Happy faces all around here for Scars. All smiles for them. All frowns, unfortunately, for Soaring to Dreams. Look at that, the plushies. Got the Dragonite plushie looking pretty good for them. But yeah, 2-0 victory. Made it look really clean there. Only maybe it's very slight moments of fear for them as they had a pretty good control of that Rayquaza from start to finish. They played it very patient, allowing Inteleon to poke and prod, and when you have the poke game that they do, when you get into a poking battle, Inteleon's going to win that almost every single time, especially with no true healer for Soaring to Dreams.
Yeah, that was a tough matchup for Soaring to Dreams, and at times it looked like they held just as much control as Scars, and I think it just came down to building toward that end game. I had mentioned during the first one that the composition did always look like it was going to win when it came down to the end, so it was up to Soaring to Dreams to build up early momentum, and when you're holding even through the entire game against a late game team, it's not really a good sign for you. So Scars picking up a big win heading into semifinals. There will be an interview soon, and unfortunately, we did not learn Japanese during the last break, so we still will not be able to quite translate this one for you. But we are going to be able to obviously highlight some of the best moments when we do get that replay after the interview. Stage lights are on, the interview's on its way, and it looks like it's going to be Lixel getting interviewed first.
練習試合をしたことがなかったんですけど、自分たちの練習してきたものを出せば 100% 勝てると思っていたので、これは結果通りなのかなと。
1戦目も2戦目もラスト2分丁寧な集団戦でしたが、意識していたことはありますか？
そうですね、相手が回復ポケモンがいないので、なんていうんですかね、一方的なダメトレをしっかりしていけば勝てるって思ってたので、そこを意識してやってきました。
そしてスカーズとして迎えた PJCS でしたが、 その肩書きを下げての対戦はいかがでした？
まあそうですね、まあ、ちょっとスカーツさん、僕入る前ちょっとどこか分かんなかったんですけど、まあちょっとまあでも入ってからちょっといろんなスカーツのスタッフさんと話をしてくれしたまあもうめちゃくちゃいい人ばっかだったんでまあ勝ちたいなって思いました。
熱へつなぎました。意気込みを教えてください。
レースも頑張ります。
ありがとうございます。スカーズの小虎選手でした。明日も頑張ってください。
はい、見事勝利した。いやー、滝島さん、これが見たかったんですよ。実は面白い。気づきましたか皆さん。スカーズの小虎選手、スタン性抜群なんですよ。本人の SNS で見ても。
Some kind words from Kotora, but what do you expect? I mean, we've talked about it, Japanese championship is always going to be a matter of the highest respect. So these teams, a lot to fight for. Nobody has been eliminated just yet. There's still a lower bracket to fight through, so you don't want to discount any of your opponents. You could be seeing them again in a very, very different setting.
Let's go ahead and bring back Nitera. Welcome back. I mean, you're kind of already back doing a little bit of translation for us, but any surprises from this set for you?
Surprises? I mean, Soaring to Dreams definitely felt like they had something going. Like I said, the hint was that they were gonna run in Yukin's Talonflame, and that did surprisingly well early on, but with any strategy, it cannot just be held with like one really strong stick, you know? Like, there needs to be a foundation built, and I felt like the entire foundation that lent itself on just Yukin at the start felt shaky, worked out. Could be like a one-time off thing, didn't feel like it was there, and well, Scars was able to adapt on it on the first game, and then like Soaring to Dreams were kind of just, what's the plan, right? And I felt that's kind of the big upset that I had, because I definitely was rooting for Soaring to Dreams as the only non-orc team here today. And well, that was my take on it at least. But I felt like Scar definitely did know what they were doing. They had a very idealized composition for both the games. But maybe I'm missing something out. You tell me. You're the casters, I'm the guy who just speaks.
I don't know if there's really any surprise. It seemed like Scars had a good handle of like the play. I think the thing that I was, I guess, surprised with was how free Inteleon was, despite there being not only the Talonflame, but a Buzzwall to try to get it. And it just didn't seem like the Inteleon really faced any danger. Like, Talonflame, regardless of everything that was going on, just never was able to find this Inteleon and keep them away from snipe shotting the team. Because I feel like that's got to be your #1 priority if you are Soaring to Dreams. You gotta take out that Inteleon, because that's their like big secure tool.
I mean, look at the replay here. We just saw Inteleon going on with a snipe shot, and it went directly into Buzzwall. That's almost 40% of its health moving to 50%. And you can tell, right? And they even highlighted there with the yellow marker there that yes, they were getting knocked up. They were actually trying to stop them, and it just didn't feel enough. The snore came in, they got the lockdown. And let's look at what happens here. They invested everything into it. And you guys were calling this out as well, right? It was like, alright, this is it. This was their time to go in. And this is where the flop happens. No one else was able to come in and respond. And so, like you were saying, right, there is an entire game plan around that. They knew it was like, alright, we're gonna need to protect this Inteleon. Mr. President, get down! And they were able to make it work. But on the other side, when it was Talonflame, obviously now it was like kind of floating around, has the flame suite on active. It was just waiting to find an opportunity. It's like Talonflame just went in, the team's not there. But when Inteleon gets dived, the entire team of Scouts is like, oh no, not this again. And so I can see where this kind of paddles back and forth, and maybe that's exactly what I feel like you might be hinting at when it comes to the game plan.
Yeah, I mean, truthfully, it felt like the Aegislash took up a little bit too much focus from the side of the Talonflame, and I can see what the thought process is. The Aegislash was becoming a little bit too much of a threat, and had leveled up the highest throughout the entire game, so it makes sense that you would start to be concerned about being able to break through that front line and even make it to the Inteleon, but multiple flame sweeps coming through and grabbing up that Aegislash and getting it out of position, and either not catching the Inteleon or not getting it out of position was just not enough. This play I loved right here because the patience for Scars to say, everybody stay still, nobody attack Rayquaza, we're going to make Talonflame waste this fly, and then they just scatter.
Look at that.
Get out of the way. Yeah, level 14, the Unite still online, the only Unite on the board beside that Buzzwole. So Talonflame drops in, they're able to close out that Rayquaza. It was beautiful timing, really well played by Scars to make sure that they didn't give it away.
Patience and discipline onto the Aegislash there. Caminero was just waiting for him. Like you said, the whole team, they were just like, all right, as a team, let's wait.
Yeah.
I loved it. But now as we take a look into the back end here and how they actually defend, you can definitely see that there was not really much you can do starting from that point. It felt very walled off at some point. And that 4 KO there just did not sit very well with me. And I'm very sure with Soaring to Dreams as well, given that that was their final game to boot and they needed to pull it back from there.
Yeah, well, that was 2-0. I mean, that's how it's going to end. Scars does take out Soaring to Dreams. A few nice bright moments from Soaring to Dreams. When you watch those earlier games, you can definitely see them locked in and in a decent position. But I think Scars knew that the end game they were building toward was definitely, the scales were leaning in their favor, even if the score lines didn't quite make it look exactly that way. They traded objectives, they had similar score lines, but what Scars was building up to having in the last fight of the game was just a little bit too much in their favor.
Right. Definitely can see, I think the most, the easiest way to spot it would be the level gaps, right? 14 on Aegislash at the Rayquaza fight, not after the Rayquaza fight, during the Rayquaza fight. Definitely one very prominent standout. And you're absolutely right on that. But now as we are going to wrap this up, I have one more question for the both of you before we kind of send this to break for shift 2. And that is, between Kyle and Speedy, the left caster or the right caster? You know, they have a podium there and I just want to know like where you guys stand on that.
In what way?
Would you want to be on the left side? Would you want to be on the right side? Matters. It's a good angle.
I don't know. What's my good side?
I feel like this side's my good side.
All right. It looks like Kyle's more of the left podium. Speedy, you can be on the left podium with him. I'll stand on the right.
I'll sit on his shoulder. Yeah.
Yeah. Just another. It's a Speedy mod.
Yeah, we'll be like two kids in a trench coat.
Alright, thank you so much, Kyle and Speedy. This is going to be the end of the first shift here for day 1 of the Pokemon Japan Championship Qualifiers for Pokemon Unite. And we're going to bring in another 2 set of casters here. Now, if you know their names, don't shout it out just yet. We're going to give them a proper intro here. Thank you so much, Kyle and Speedy. Love to have you guys on, and I believe we'll see you tomorrow as well, yeah?
Indeed.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow.
Alright, let's see you guys tomorrow then. We'll bring it to a short break.
ずっと今日これに座って実況させていただいてるんですけれども、本当に助かっております。最高の座り心地でおかげで実況も調子がいいです。ありがとうございます。
チョモスさんもすっぽりハマってますけどどうです？
すっぽりハマれるんで、この椅子だったら何時間でも解説できますね。
そしてですね、デザインも可愛いので、じゃあ水上さんちょっと後ろを見せてもらってもいいですか？せっかくなので。このように背面にもですね、ポケモンユナイトというデザインが書かれてたり、チョモスさんちょっと足をずらしていただくと、この座面の部分にもご覧のようにデザインがありますので、とっても可愛い仕様になっています。そしてカラーリングもね、パープルとオレンジがあしらわれてて、ポケモンユナイトを感じるデザインになってるんですが、機能面見ていきます。じゃあ水上さん、まずはリクライニングがどれぐらいいくのか。
見ててください。いきますよ、限界まで。180度です。これもう家のベッドと僕の体の角度何も変わってないんで、これ疲れたらこのような形で寝床にすることもおそらくできるかなという形になっております。一回上がっていいですか？
もちろんです。戻ってください。そうですよね、ベッドに行かなくともゲームをしてそのまま疲れたなと思ったらほとんどフルフラットになりますので休むことができる。そしてですね、注目がもう一つ、こちらアームレストですね。ボタンがいくつかあって高さが調整できたり向きも調整できるんですけど、こちら外の奥のボタンを押していただくと高さが変えられます。高さがこれでデスクに合わせることができますね。そして内側にあるボタンを押しながら左右に動かしていただくと向きも変えられて、そして押しながらですね、もう少し動かしてみてください。左右にも動いたりします。そうですそうです。こちら水上さんが動かしてくれてるんですけど、左右にも動くので、自分がどれだけね肘を広げるかとか、そういった配慮もされてます。どうですか、この機能？
ありがたいですよね。結構置きどころがゲームするときって重要だったりして、それがちょっと自分の椅子と噛み合わないと意外とストレスになったりするんですけれども、そういうのをちゃんと椅子側で調整できるのですごく嬉しいと思います。
そして大注目がこちらですね。これは何でしょうか？水上さん紹介してください。
ヘッドレストになるんですが、ただのヘッドレストではありません。なんと取れます。
いや、すごいのよこれ。
取れるということは場所をね結構いろんなところに調整できるので、その小さなお子さんであったりとか、あと身長が高い滝島さんであったりとか、そういった方の頭の位置に合わせて、いろんな位置にこんな感じで
一人一人にベストなヘッドレストの位置をね調整することができます。
皆上さん、それはマジックテープとかでついてるんですか？
何にもありません。裏
あら、
本当に自然な形なんですけれども、不思議とくっつく
マグネットですね、普通に。
はい
はい、ありがとうございます。だから逆に劣化もなかなかしづらいというところですかね。
そして最後に一つだけすいません、こちらご紹介させてください。なんとこのヘッドレストのカバー、現在ですね複数デザイン制作中ということで、推しのポケモンのデザインにヘッドカバーが変えられるということなので、ぜひ楽しみにしていてください。予約受付は本日からスタートということですので、ぜひぜひ皆さんチェックしてください。
はい、ありがとうございます。なんと和やかなお三方なんでしょうね。ということで滝島さん、我々もこの紹介を聞いてる間によいしょ
つけてみました。
これ結構しっかりくっついてるのもすごいんだよね、このヘッドレスト。じゃーんコダックと
リザードンです。
はい、に変わっております。こんな感じでね、こうかぶせる感じで、変えられたりもするので、いろんなポケモンに変えてみたりとか、あとこう使い古していくとね、やっぱり消耗もしていくと思いますので、それでも変えることができるというところも、利便性にとことんこだわったもの。そろそろ座りたくなってるんじゃないですか？皆さんも座りたくなってると思うんですが、実は会場内こっそり座れる場所ご用意しております。はい、我々実況席の滝島さんの左前ぐらいの位置ですかね。今ねスタッフさんが手を挙げてくれてるんですけれども、そこで座り心地などなどを見ていただけたり、座っていただけたり、もちろんね記念写真を撮って「ハッシュタグ #PJCS2025」でつぶやくみたいなこともお待ちしておりますので、ぜひぜひやってみてください。お願いします。はい、いやー滝島さん、嬉しいですね。
いやもうそうですね、ポケモンユナイトからこういうね商品が出てくれるのは本当に嬉しいですよ。
まだあるまだある。
はい、
僕普段こう立ってこうやって実況することとかあるじゃないですか。
そうですね。
実は、これね裏面めっちゃかっこいいんですよ。見て。
あ、本当だ。
これ刺繍なの。
ポケモンユナイトが
ホワイトシルバーみたいな。
かっこいい。
めっちゃいいんですよ。
いやもうしっかりポケモンユナイトじゃないですか。
新しい
色もあって
こんな形で告知することがあるんだっていう
そうですね。
新しくないですか？
まあ、かつね僕結構配信とかもするんですけど、やっぱりこのカバーたくさん種類があったら、まだ配信ごとにこう変えてみたりとか、今日使うポケモンここにカバーにしてみて分かりやすいようにするっていうのがいいかもしれませんよね。
あとね、これ僕が一番好きなポイントなんですけど、これ座面がこっち側が紫で、こっち側がオレンジになってるんですよ。今これ映ってますね。皆さんが見かって右側がオレンジで左側が紫で、あ、そうか、ポジションこの辺です。実況席が今映ってますね。ここ実況席ここで、その斜め僕らの左斜め前ぐらいに今スタッフさんが座ってますね。でこれ今オレンジが再度見えてるじゃないですか。オレンジ側のチームはオレンジが見えやすいように。
おお、なるほど。
そうで紫側のチームは紫が見えやすいように、こう競技シーンのゲーミングチェアとして使った時に、チームが分かりやすいようになっているっていう恐るべき配慮。
めちゃめちゃおしゃれじゃないですかそれ。いや
そうなんです。
確かにそうですよね。このステージ上とかでこうオレンジとパープル分かりやすいようになってますね。
だから長々語ってしまって申し訳ないですが、よくあるただ作っただけじゃないんですよ。競技シーンで使うとき、選手が座るとき、そして皆さんが座るときにこんなことがあったらいいなっていうのが詰まってるのよ。
でかつだってさっきもねうないさんとかも紹介してくださってましたけど、いろんな機能たくさんあるじゃないですか。さすがにちょっとお値段高いんじゃないですか篠原さんこれ。
その話しちゃう？
はい。
なんとですね、これ言っていいって言われたんですけど、
なるほど。
税込み58,300円。
お
そうチェア相場で言うと、想像以上にお買い得なんですよ。
そうですよね。
で180度リクライニングするものも結構限られてくるし、これだけの機能が揃ってっていうところになるとねっていうところになりますので、ぜひぜひ改めてですけれども6月6月21日から予約がスタートして、今日から予約がスタートしているということですので、 調べていただければ、ポケモンユナイトゲーミングチェアとかで調べていただければ、出てきますので、ぜひぜひ会場にいらっしゃる方はね、座ってみたりしてみてくれたらなと思います。さあ、ということで PJCS まもなくグランドオープニングが始まるということで準備を進めています。いや、滝島さん、人増えてきましたね。
いや、そうですね。他部門のところもどんどん埋まってきてますから。
すごい、今広い映像のカメラ映ったんですけど、見ました？
ちょっと今一瞬で見れなかったですね。
ユナイトブースね。
これすごい。
皆さん今日もお越しいただきありがとうございます。すごい。ユナイトブース、実は去年立ち見の皆さんがブワーって多すぎて、こう客席の数増やしたんですよ。それでも朝早くからたくさん集まっていただき、これだけの方に集まっていただきました。
横にすごい広いですよね。
そういうことですので、何度も繰り返しになりますが、この PJCS2025、我々が今2024のことを振り返っているように、アナハイムでも今日の話をするように、皆さんが見届けるこの瞬間がユナイト5年目の歴史に刻まれていくということですから、皆さんも傍観者じゃなくて登場人物です。さあ、それでは参りましょう。 PJCS のグランドオープニングです。
ポケモンバトル日本一を決める大会、ポケモンジャパンチャンピオンシップス。
入れ替えカードを使うプライムキャッチャー、雪わらしを捉える。
バシャンと AP を KO で持っていった。パワーリップ、鉄の体内イエローゲージ、祈るハラフーマ、
改造ハンマー、レガシーエネルギートラック、
バードレックス、アストラルフィットはどうか。これは貫きそうですね。はい、大ダメージになります。はい、もう一回冷凍麺を打てる。
ホームライフで勝負あり。
ウラウは耐えることができません。最高です。
ポケモンジャパンチャンピオンシップス2025、全国各地の熱い思いがここ横浜に集まる。カードゲーム部門、ポケモンユナイト部門、ポケモン GO 部門。
Welcome back everyone to Unity Clash, but on a special broadcast we'll be bringing you the live footage from Pokémon Japan Qualifiers. Now with me here, my name is Naitera, your host today. I have Mifu at the bottom and Tano at the bottom.
Hello,
the bottom. I keep calling you Mifu.
Pokemon Japan Championships.
I'm hyped for this though. I mean, I don't know about you, but Japan, such an exciting region for Pokemon Unite, and how exciting is it to be here casting it?
Yeah, absolutely. As the middle of today's broadcast, I'm very excited to watch these teams clash. We have a huge amount of important and I guess orged up teams, right? We're talking in the back, where there are 3 teams that can qualify for the World Championships, but only 2 get the travel awards. So for those teams that don't have an org, the best chance is to get into the grand final, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. And I've heard from production that we might be able to get our own Pokemon Unite chairs, right, Naitera? How incredible do these chairs look?
Yeah, have you seen it? Like, it goes up and down, it swirls around, and they have, like, back seats, and, like, there's no magic tape. There's nothing. They just removed it. But that
maybe
being said,
next year. We'll
next
all
year?
get chairs from Unity Clash.
Yeah.
Maybe you may have a UC at the back, maybe.
Unity Clash
yeah,
branded
Pokemon
chairs.
Plus.
Oh, that would be so
That's
cool,
right.
buddy.
Embroidered,
Sack
right?
on the back.
Right. Anyways, talking about that, we are going to go into the games where these players are sitting on those very specific chairs. I think they're already kind of settled down, so I don't want to give you too many weird questions off the bat. But I asked the two casters before, Kyle and of course Speedy, their picks and bets. Like, what do you think is going to be in? I believe Kyle was like, Arborouge is coming in. And Speedy was like, we're betting Leafeon, and it's swapped over. But I want to hear you guys. What do you guys have in mind? Maybe Fu, you can start first.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's very simple, especially since there hasn't been a huge patch recently. I think Blissey is still incredibly strong. I'm always a fan of teams banning out Blissey. It just makes the team fights a little bit easier, right? You can't just pocket one person or cleanse them of any crowd control. Makes it a bit more interesting. You asked for 2 bans, correct?
I asked for one, either a pick or a ban, but if you want to give one more,
oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, let's say I'll do a pick then. I feel like Zacian is so underlooked in a lot of the Western regions, but I think Japan loves Zacian, so perhaps we'll see a bit more Zacian today.
Fu was watching the stream, guys. You know that. I picked Zacian as well. I said Blue Dog, and we got it, right? That's pretty interesting because a lot of the meta, as of what we've seen now, it's a lot very support band kind of meta in Japan. It's their own ecosystem. But maybe Tano, what about you?
That sucks because I was going to lean into that, buddy. Now, what was interesting is I saw that there wasn't much Suicune that was getting any attention. The band weren't really there. It wasn't getting picked up. I find that so interesting for this region. But I expect Clefable to be banned quite a bit in this meta at the moment. We've seen, or at least in the West region, so much more Clefable coming out to play just due to the amount of damage it can take, the amount of healing it can provide to the team. And as you've already mentioned, support bans seem to be part of the course today. Now for a pick, I don't know, because I feel like I want to, these all-rounders at the moment, I want to stick with the Blaziken or the Metagross. I feel like, yeah, let's go with the Blaziken, I think.
Blaziken, alright. I mean, I have a favorite player, so to speak, coming from Axis, Yupono. And he just plays all the Pokemon that you would play in top lane, right? You have the Metagross, you have the Blaziken, you have the Serena, Lucario. Right? And I agree with you that it's still fairly strong and like Blaziken deserves its own ban, and maybe we'll actually see that happen, but I have a good idea of what you guys are looking out for. Here's what we're looking at. We have EF36 or Enderforce 36 versus Rejects here. This will be their first fight moving into not the upper bracket but the semi-finals bracket, so this will be an interesting one to take a look at it. As we move on here though, it's kind of down to anyone's guess who they're going in, and I believe I have some notes for you guys as well. They were given to me by our dear Fifi, who's on site now, Urso, who's on site now. So Ultimate Fusion, now known as Enderforce 36, they have quite a bit of stuff here. They qualified in the May qualifiers, which was just 2 months back. And of course with the June qualifiers, we have Reject Haruto, who got first place. And so if you want to look at the disparity here, Reject's looking to be a lot stronger than Enderforce 36. However, that remains to be seen because from what I understand, they have quite a lineup where they are actually moving players around here, and I believe Enderforce 36 actually have some players that they are loading off as well. So as we go into that, that's something for you guys to keep in mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's so cool to see these players going on loan as well. It seems like this esports for Unite have just exploded in the past year. And you can see these players going on stage right now. Everyone is farming a bit of aura, I think, Tano, as we get prepared for our next match on. And also, interestingly, Enderforce 36, they were acquired according to this infographic on the 14th of June, which is only a week ago. So whether it is a new org buff or a new org nerf, we'll wait to find out. But Reject definitely winning their spot in the semi-finals as well. And whoever wins this set will go up against Scars, I think, according to the bracket.
And that's a very good thing that you mentioned, actually, before I go to Tano. Like, just now we saw Scars versus Soaring to Dreams, and maybe it might actually be an Orc buff, because Soaring to Dreams, without an Orc here, really struggling in that fight, but maybe they'll just get picked up and Sunny will change, so this might be a cool thing to see. Tano, about you?
Mate, I'm just jealous of all these Switch 2s. I haven't been able to get mine yet, so I just...
okay. Are you also jealous of the chairs? Like, damn.
Mate, all the merch, all the switches, even the plushies, bro. I mean, look at the
Whoa,
size of
look at that
one.
restaurant.
It's
What?
so cool, bro. I'm so jealous of all of these players and just the whole thing altogether. But I'm very excited to see how these teams shake up against each other.
Just for you, I'll get production to find a way to grab a chair. Not by my expense, it's on there. So don't worry about that. But for now, you're gonna have to make do looking at the low-key glow in the dark chairs, which is amazing to say the least. Now, moving into that though, we are gonna see the upper first round D. Like I said, this is the 4th match going into this. Enter Force 36 versus Rejects, and of course this is a double elimination bracket, so expect to see the teams come back for another round of tussling with the muscle. So that being said though, players are setting up here. We're gonna slowly go into the pick and ban phase, but with that being said though, maybe you want to have any more thoughts before we push into that.
Yeah, I think one thing I want to talk about is actually on Wikipedia, they have obtained the statistics for some of the most picked Pokemon. And Snorlax has led. Yeah, Snorlax has actually led that with 7 picks so far in today's 8 games that have been played. No surprise though, Snorlax one of the best defenders so far, just because it's just versatile, right? And it doesn't really have any really good matchups into that Pokemon. It's pretty good, and it's great from early on, right? Tackle's a great execute for your lane partner if you want to make sure that you get those neutral farms really early on. And you know that Unite move, you can take a nap in the middle of nowhere, be unstoppable, and provide a huge buddy barrier to any one of your carries that you're playing with. So I'm not surprised, I think. And the other ones that have been picked quite often are Umbreon, right, very popular in this region, Blaziken, as you mentioned, Tano, Inteleon, and Aegislash. So even with the Inteleon changes, this Pokemon seems to be very popular in Japan so far.
Yeah, Aegislash being a Japan favorite since day one of release, but yeah, you're right. I mean, of course, no biases on Snorlax, yeah? Yeah?
Yeah, no biases.
None whatsoever, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
And I agree to a lot of the things you're saying there, though, because we did see in Unity Clash, specifically in the Southeast Asia tournaments, Snorlax were picked up a lot, right? And that was interesting to see, and I'm glad it's translating over to Japan. What about you, Tano? Tano.
I mean, looking at it, because of course, yeah, the pick and the bans are there, but look at the win and loss rate, right? So out of all those that you've mentioned there, Fu, there's only 2 with a positive win rate, which is crazy.
The counter argument.
Well, this is it, isn't it? Like, Snorlax 3 wins, 4 losses. Like, Umbreon picked 6 times, only 2 wins and 4 losses. I mean, Blaziken locking it in with 4 wins, 1 loss. So it does feel like, you know, there is a bit of an aspect with it of building around those Pokemon over here in the East, the West region. Like, Snorlax is one of the go-to carries that you'd go for, and you know, trying to lock in that win. Seems like on the side of this this tournament, definitely need to build around it a little bit more. Poor Umbreon with a 33% win rate there.
Yeah, that's actually quite surprising as well. And I think while we have a bit of time on stage, it's good to introduce everyone to these team players of both Reject and Enter Force 36. We didn't end up catching Enter Force 36 before, but on Reject on your screen, folks, you have Tamarin, the captain. Is it Piyu, I think? Satake, Haruto, Pavoni, and Haruto as their alternate player. So all these players look very locked in and very looking very good in those chairs indeed. I'm sure they're all ready
with the
to go
chairs.
to that first game. It's the chair buff, I think.
Specifically the chairs, yeah? Players are good, chairs better.
It's gonna be a chair diff, I think.
Chair diff.
In the Western world.
I mean, have you seen what what are you guys sitting on? Have you seen what I'm sitting on?
You're standing, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
Oh, you're sitting. Oh, okay. Oh, damn. That's a chair nerf right there.
Yeah,
is that even
chair
considered a chair?
No, man, it's not for a caster, not for a host.
No, that's.
I love how you thought I was standing for a
You need
while.
that UC sponsorship, mate.
Yeah, I need a UC sponsorship. When are we getting that? When are we getting that? All right.
That's right. That's right.
But as we go into that, I do believe there are a few things that we can also give thanks for. Of course, number one, Unity Clash having the broadcast here. We also have Fifi and also 2 Japanese players who are actually on site on the event just recently. I do believe Urso has went home. Fifi is still around the event area, just running around doing her journalism. And of course, to both of you and whichever caster is coming on today, tomorrow, and forevermore. You guys actually make this show fantastic.
Yeah, I think we're very lucky that Unity Clash is now opting to do an English stream for this Japan Championships. I think Tano and I, we do so much in the Western world in terms of casting the grassroots and, you know, sometimes the qualifiers for the UCS season, but we don't get to watch as much Japan gameplay. And I think they really bring something different, don't they, Tano, into the game. And, you know, what we saw last year in the World Championships, it was just a really masterclass a bit of gameplay from Fennel. So hopefully, you know, we get a bit of inspiration from the Western end here. What do you think about that, Tano?
No, I completely agree, buddy. I'm with you all the way. I feel like, you know, Japan is one of my favorite regions of Pokemon Unite because it is so different. They bring a completely different perspective to the game, and as you say, we're so used to casting in the Western region that we don't get that much time to even watch the games, never mind cast it. So whenever we do, it is always such an exciting opportunity. And I was reading Zoinks shared an article yesterday that one of the casters for the Japanese region does every time we have these qualifiers, and they were mentioning like about these teams. I believe one of them is a very new team that came into this and has been able to progress and be, you know, really big teams coming into this championship. So I think it's pretty huge. I mean, look, we don't have Fennel here, right? This is it. This is the biggest thing. They've not been able to get themselves to World, just showing how exciting this Japanese region is.
Yeah, definitely. I think that is a huge shout out. Actually, we won't have the 2024 World Champion, right, in any of these games. That means the bracket is really open for these, I wouldn't say new Japanese teams, but just Japanese teams that maybe haven't had as much recognition as they would have liked. You're really having a chance to get one, I guess, a return ticket back into Anaheim this year. I mean, Reject did decently last year. We actually went up, the OC team went up against Reject in the group stages, so we remember very well of how dominant they were. Let's see whether they keep it up. Do you have a lot of experience with these Japanese teams, Naitera, or do you watch them regularly, or you know, spectate a lot of their games?
I'm gonna give you something I said in the stream just now. The good news is I understand what they're saying. The bad news is I can't translate it. I hope you take that what you will, based on that information. Yeah. But I think Japan is always a force to be reckoned with, to be very honest, and something that you can't exactly predict. One example is when we had Japan play off very early on in Unite, and the first anniversary and second anniversary. This thing called score comp with Talonflame was a thing. If you know, it was a Japan exclusive thing basically. Like literally no one was running it. You even saw at Worlds they were running it. I believe it was Secret Ship that was running it. And it's crazy to see how they have their own ecosystem and how it's evolved. And somehow it does at times keep up with the meta even in the west side of things. So I mean, I would say that in terms of experience, I can't say that any one person outside of Japan will have as much experience as you think they should have, because it's always moving on. But as you can see, that really teams, it's really a lot of respect, right? Like they will always find a way to leverage off the fact that there are things that are stationary that shouldn't be changed, and what you can do to circumvent that problem. So if there's a Reggie, like, should I even bother taking Reggie? Is this a time that I should be like grabbing other people's EXP, their farms, or do I just like play for the long game, just grab points instead of the Reggie? That's something that always intrigues me.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's what Japan brings, right? Something new to the game every time. We just saw on screen that it seems like the captains, Kota and Tamarin, it was Kota that actually won that coin flip. If I could call it that. I think it was the guess what the coin is in which hand. So they're going to have priority into picking whether they want the purple side or the orange side here. Now, is it now? I mean, we talk about this all the time, Tano. Is it finally shifted that the orange side is better now? Or since the recent patch, would you say purple has the priority again? I know in NAIC, it was a lot of that first pick energy coming back in. Do you think we'll see the same thing for the Japan Championships today?
I feel like the orange side is still a better benefit. I think even with the recent patch, there's so many Pokemon in this game right now that are so strong, especially for a region like Japan that uses so many different kinds of Pokemon, that I think having that double pick from the get-go just gives you more of an advantage. So I'm going to predict that they probably want to lean into that a little bit more in this here.
Yeah, that's understandable, and I think from production we just got told that it's a draft priority feature. Oh, okay. So they're actually displaying the new change, the quality of life change to the tournament mode in this game, which is really exciting. Essentially, beforehand, when you wanted to change sides, you would have to manually change where you are located in the tournament mode.
Right, like all 5 of them
now
were
with the new
down.
quality life feature, yeah, there's a setting to actually just change which side you are going into it. So there's less issues with people swapping. We used to have a ton of problems in grassroots tournaments where someone would switch, but then not the full team did, and you get enter into game, see all the loading screen, and it's like, oh, whoopsie, we've kidnapped someone from the other team in. So it's cool that they're going to be using that right now. And we're going to be watching it very, very soon as these teams get set up. We won't delay for any further as these teams get ready to go. Something interesting I thought I'll bring in onto these stage games is, I don't know whether it's the same for Japan Championships, but in NAIC, there's so much static that they put as background noise, and it's very hard to hear a lot of things except your teammates. But if it's the first time you've ever been on stage, it's quite jarring, actually.
It
but,
is.
You completely understand why. Yeah.
I think at least for both of you, you have some level of experience going onto the stage. I've gone in for less of a team game. So it's a bit interesting to see how you get like these mufflers and whatnot, and it's a whole different experience here, which we will get to see right now. I won't hold you guys back for too long now because my time's up, so please take it away, Fu and Tano.
Alright.
I
just went for a drink of water and I absolutely just did not get the timing right.
I hope you're good, matey. But we're looking at the bands here. Dodrio coming out banned by Enterforce 36. Inteleon being here as well. We've already mentioned how high that is. And hey, I predicted it, buddy. Clefable on that band stage.
Yeah, that's awesome. Big cookie for you. And Cinderace, I don't think anyone would have predicted that coming out from Reject, though. So maybe a respect ban, or maybe, Interforce is more looking at that rip potential. Regardless, though, Nomu will pick up that Psyduck as the other, I guess, supporter that's available right now. I mean, Blissy's still up there. I'm wondering if Reject takes this, Tano.
Yeah, what is interesting, right? I do feel like the Japanese region like to go for those strong rips. I mean, do you remember when Dragon Knight was picked up by this region? All of a sudden, going for that heavy rip. So, that might be where they're coming from with the Cinderace. But looking at these first picks here, buddy, Reject locking in the Leafeon and the Mewtwo Y. Really got that early game locked down here. Enterforce looks like they're going to bring out the Psyduck and the Lucario for the all-rounder. Nightera is going to be at least happy in the background.
Yeah, that's a great response for that early game prowess that Reject has right now, right? I think Lucario is just a great top path Pokemon, and you can play it really well in the late game as well with that secure. But with the full heal, perhaps we will see an Extreme Speed come out, not too sure. This Blastoise pick is very interesting though. Blastoise, we don't see too much in the Western region, but definitely still a really great Pokemon to kind of crowd control a bunch of people into that Hydro-type food as well.
Yeah, such a great Unite move as well for securing. So, Alchemy has been picked up here. I'm not certain whether it is still on Memoriam. Looking at the global bans, it was just going to be the Galarian Rapidash, but I'm hearing the casters react to the pick. I don't know if that's excitement for Alchemy finally coming out onto the field, but with the newest edition of Pokemon Unite, I know people feel it's not that strong at the moment, buddy, I've been in duo queue with my pal playing it. If you have the right carry, Alchemy can be a great addition onto any team.
Yeah, that sounds good as well, but looking at the way they're switching, potentially we will have an Alchemy coming out. This is actually the first time we're going to be able to see Alchemy in a competitive setting, and with Glaceon rounding off Enterforce 36 roster, I'm excited to see what this game brings. Satake will pick up the Serena, a really strong Pokemon right now. And I'm looking to see how that goes in with the Blissey Umbreon as well. So on paper, I think I do like Reject's draft just a little bit better. Maybe it's just because it's more conventionally strong, but you never know what Interforce can bring to the table.
I do like the Glaceon pick here by Enterforce, though. I feel like if you can protect that Glaceon, I know it's very good at kiting, try and protect it from that Leafeon, and the Glaceon can chip away at what Rejects are bringing in here, but a perfect Pokemon for trying to handle that Umbreon, trying to deal with the Serena, and it can even lock on to that Mewtwo Y that likes to dash around so much. So it feels like that's going to be the core of the gameplay here for Enterforce.
Yeah, definitely. And I think having a Alchemy on your side as well, it will be able to buff your HP when it goes into that Unite move. And something about, having a high HP is you're going to be sustaining a lot more damage, right? And when it comes to that Rayquaza fight, perhaps going to be the difference maker. But we're going to head in right into our first game of our upper first round between your Enter Force 36 on the purple team, Tano, and Reject. We're rocking the orange.
Not many surprises here just yet, although we do have all three going into the central area for Reject, trying to share out that experience as much as possible. Leafeon's going to get a quick rotation into the top side from their own central area for Enter Force, but right now they just want to get in these stacks.
Oh yeah, they do, with Lucario able to secure a bit of farm there, just making sure that they can get 6 at the beginning, but it might be a bit tough considering the fact that we already have Haruto on that Leafeon to just play aggressive from the get-go. You can see all the rest of the members of Reject have just rotated to the bottom there. They're going to just leave this Leafeon knowing that's decent for the secure, and as long as it doesn't get knocked out, Tano, they're going to have that numbers advantage in that bottom part.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about Leafeon just surviving, being a nuisance in that top side while they get the dominating happening down in this basement lane. We do have a level 5 Glaceon here though, buddy. Level 6 is when the power spike of that Pokemon comes on in. And I believe they're actually going for the Icicle Spear here, right? Or the other, I always get them mixed up. But it's basically the shotgun moveset for Glaceon, trying to lock in some instant burst damage. But they do have to deal with 4 down here in the basement side. Squirtle is going to get away with that headbutt. But it does feel like Reject pretty locked in down there.
Yeah, no chaos so far. Both these teams playing very, very close. It is, yeah, exactly, that Icy Wind set that can have that shotgun effect, right? If it's something like a Leafeon coming into your space, it is going to be much better at dealing that immense damage rather than waiting for the spears to hit one by one. We're going to tick down into that 8-minute mark very soon, folks, as these teams fight it out in the bottom side. We have a Mewtwo Y already mega down in the bottom, and with the X attack, they're going to really rain down the damage on the Psyduck. But if there's one thing Psyduck can do, is soak up a lot of that damage, push away people with their headache, and really protect that pad.
Yeah, getting away with all of that action. 8 minutes are now here. We do have Serena in the center, ready to absorb all of that. Psyduck shows up, throws in the bubble beam, sees if they can steal anything away, but Serena straight on them, pulls them away, manages to get the movement berry though, and gets out of a sticky situation, while Umbreon locks in the secure on Wartortle.
And we have a cheeky little dunk coming in from Reject just to even the playing field a little bit more. I mean, level-wise, having a level 8 Serena and breaking that tier 1 pad, albeit a little bit early, is a huge advantage going into that first objectives coming in.
Oh, so we've got the 720s about to spawn here. Looking in that top side, we do have Lucario set up for them. Leafeon there as well, while Umbreon continues to score points in these goals, giving themselves a slight level lead at the moment. It seems like Enterforce have just abandoned this basement lane now. They know they need to get more experience, and they want to put the pressure into the top side, knowing that it's all coming to them down on that T1.
Yeah, here we go. We have Haruto with their Unite moves available. The 2-step will be on standby, as we also have Serena hitting that level 9. They're going to be focusing on ripping this Regirock, but not before a Psyduck perhaps goes for a potential steal. I'm not too sure what this duck can do against 2 members of Reject, but at the top side, though, we will have Hydro Pump to go through. Lucario getting that Regieleki, and now we might have an addition team member to help get some sort of siege going on in the top path. Emerald 2-step finds one. They find another as well. Great defense coming out from Reject. And look at the pressure that's imparted on Enter Force 36 in both upstairs and also this bottom path right here.
Buddy, how do you deal with this constant pressure coming in from Reject here, defending that top side, managing to lock in their KOs? They've dominated down in this basement lane right now, about to give themselves a 100-point lead here, but they do need to regroup, get themselves some more KOs, because it does look like at the moment Enterforce managing to just slightly catch up on these levels, managing to get a couple of Unite moves ready to go here. Umbreon's going to dash away. Enterforce are doing the right things right now, Fu, grabbing a lot of this experience, making sure they can get back into this game.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think really important for Enter Force 36 is they're going to wait for the Unite moves to come up before they actually commit to a proper fight, right? Especially with an Alchemy Unite move that's available from Senna right now. The next fight should be decently in their favor, and their carries will be able to survive something like an Emerald 2-step. We're going to wait here with a huge pick from Lucario, taking out the support of Reject, and perhaps an opportunity has arisen for Enter Force 36.
Yeah, not having that Blissey in this fight would be huge, but they need to make a decision on where they want to push. Seems like right now they're just trying to decide, do we want the basement lane or the top side? Lucario rotating up there. Alchemy may have been caught out here. Serena just causing some disruption onto them. Manages to get away with the assistance of the shield. Dives back in. Blastoise is here to spin them out of the way, but it seems like Reject are just locking in on these KOs where they can, buddy. In the meantime, though, that top goal has been broken by Enterforce, scoring some important points. The amount of of pressure that Blastoise has been able to hold in that moment was huge for Enterforce.
Yeah, also thanks to the fluffy Cream Supreme, right? Able to keep the Blastoise just, you know, in the playing field a little bit longer, giving them that opposite pad break there. Senno's right now in trouble yet again. The Infinite Cyber comes through to pick off 2 members. And yet again, it does seem like Reject is getting the upper hand in some of these fights. We do have Tamarin quite low now on the Umbreon, but with just a bubble coming out from your Psyduck, just not enough damage coming out from Enterforce 36. They're going to be giving up some scores up in the top side as well. So after all that, you know, shenanigan, Tano, it is still Reject in that points lead.
Yeah, what a way to bounce back, right? Just knowing that they can continue to push that top side. They've got vision on where Enterforce are at the moment. Looks like they want to go for the rip here onto the Regirock. Is Umbreon going to be able to take it? No, it's locked in by Blastoise. And then Reject just back straight up to their goal here. Of course, Enterforce have to get onto this Lecky to stop that going into that second stage. They've got the jump pad. Seems like Serena wants to dive on in. There's a Bliss Assistance coming through as well. It's not going to do enough just yet, though. It seems like Leafeon's debating whether they want to get involved in this fight. I think it's probably a lost battle at the moment, Fu.
Well, they do have the Emerald 2-step. They're going to come in right there, but the fluffy Cream Supreme yet again counters the entire 2-step coming out from Leafeon. We will have Reject backing away now. They've used a lot of resources, and you know, well, it was the last time to probably spend your Unite moves. Not worth losing your XP and obviously your giving away the KOs to Enterforce 36. Because now they do have the lead, right, still. They're holding on to that level 13 Leafeon, level 12 Serena. I mean, if it's just the first game that they're versing each other, it's very, you know, wise to keep that momentum going.
Yeah, that's so true. They've got themselves a nice little score lead as well. It won't make much difference coming into the final stretch, and that's why we're going away and grabbing as much farm as we possibly can. 2 level 13s on the side of Reject. But to be fair to Enterforce, they've managed to at least catch up. Level 12s on the field for them, Glaceon being there with Blastoise. So they've managed to do a little bit to get themselves back into this game. Level 11 just hit on that Blissey. It's all going to be about this Rayquaza fight coming up, buddy.
Yeah, it really is. You can see Reject's already taking a very aggressive positioning for this Rayquaza fight, even though it's going to be another 30 seconds before the Green Dragon spawns. Yet again, vision provided by the Psychic of Nomu is going to provide a bit more intel for Enterforce to know how they can actually enter in this Rayquaza fight, right? So is the Power-Up Punch, knowing that they are going to be unstoppable, able to just run in without getting punished. Bubble yet again landing on the Mewtwo, and Haruto actually has stationed themselves in the bot path, just looking for any cheeky back happens. But may have an immense engage now. Sonic able to take out Tamarin might be a huge advantage for them going into this fight.
Yeah, that's going to be mega for Enterforce here as they dive on back in. Take down Mewtwo. Why? A huge carry no longer in this fight. Bliss Assistance comes in to keep Serena, but there's a full power Psy to reduce that damage, buddy. Queen Ascendance comes through, but Serena's not being able to do much. The damage was stopped. The Shotgun Glaceon locks in the KOs. Now it's down to Leafeon and Umbreon being back. Moonlight Prance is here, but there's a Fluffy Cream surprise. That's going to keep Enterforce in this battle. Leafeon manages to find the pick. Hydra Typhoon comes through. The rip on Rayquaza is here, but it's Lucario who locks it in for Enterforce. Good effort by Mewtwo Y, but who couldn't do any better than Lucario?
Oh my gosh, heartbreak for Reject there. They looked so good throughout the game, but sometimes it's all about the picks you get at that start of the final stretch. Enterforce entering Rayquaza in a masterclass of gameplay, and that's going to be really, really good for them going to the set, right? They've taken seemingly game number 1. I mean, there's still 60 seconds to go, but with 300 points above to the name, Tano, this is a tall mountain to climb for Reject to come back.
It really is, buddy, and you know, a little bit of frustration on Tamarin's side, I'm sure. It's one of those where you wanted to position yourself aggressively, you wanted to get that vision, but unfortunately just getting pulled on out and getting taken at that Rayquaza fight just gives the advantage to Enterforce. Now they do want to try and see if they can defend this T2 here. Blastoise around with that rapid spin. It's going to cause a lot of damage, stopping anyone from getting any scores in at the moment. Mewtwo Y goes down. Hydra Typhoon being back here. Bliss Assistance does connect there onto the Serena, although it was Lucario in that fight. The Fluffy Supreme Surprise is going to keep Enterforce well fed, well healthy on this goal.
Yeah, with Glaceon scoring a little bit more, it seems like the nail in the coffin has been put in. It's gonna be, folks, Enter Force 36 taking this game number 1. You can see the reaction of the team when they secured that 2 picks and also that Rayquaza. I mean, nerves are being definitely shaken off now. We're gonna tick down into the points, but I think we already know who the winner is. Enter Force 36. Well done.
So interesting, but it honestly felt like Reject had that game in hand. At least they had the advantage coming into that final Rayquaza fight. They had level 13s on their side, a little bit more on the level front, a little bit more on the score front. So what a way to spot an opportunity on the side of Enterforce and really locking in and making sure they get the most out of it.
Yeah, I also love this camera work by the cameraman here, just to make sure that everyone realizes how much it means to these players. Gonna have a quick gander at the battle report. You can see Blastoise out here doing work with 81,000 damage on a Hydro Spin build. We're gonna have a quick look at the replay as well as these teams get set up for the next game. I think hopefully they show the first 2 picks, because that was just a really good way to start off that final stretch fight.
Yeah, I mean, I get the positioning here by Reject, and what is interesting, buddy, is that, you know, in the western side of Pokemon Unite, these teams would definitely be looking at either that Lecky or that Basement Reggie just for a quick rip to see what they can do to keep that pressure on. Here, though, Reject getting themselves nice and set up. We've got a floating turtle shell there, but looking at the approach, just grabbing that Umbreon so early meant that they were backed on up. They didn't have that Moonlight Prance that can really help in a team fight, right? It's got such a great area of effect, really takes those shields away and really assists your team.
Yeah, and I think that this was a great moment there to watch on stream. You know, Umbreon is known for having that annoying passive where it provides them a cleanse, right, to any CC, but as soon as the Psychic was used the first time round, they know this Umbreon had nothing to get away from that, and really well played from Nomu there, just to, I guess, tell the team as well, hey, I've got someone on the hook here. Do we want to go in, get this KO, and then use this to come in? You can see yet again, another Psychic pulling the Mewtwo in straight away into that Bone Rush power-up punch. Just a great, I guess, example of how a team can play together.
And this is the reason why, despite 2 free nerfs here on Psyduck, still such a strong supporter for your team, purely due to that displacement that you can do. Buddy, Enterforce has just been able to take away one of the biggest fights for Reject, taking that Umbreon so early due to that disruption, and then taking out Mewtwo Y so quickly as well. One of the heaviest carries in these fights. What a great way to really showcase how Psyduck is so important despite those nerfs.
Yeah, and also Alchemy on full display there as well. You can see in that fluffy Cream Supreme. I mean, a 2-step just does nothing, right? It really tickled the Pokemon, and I think one of the best positionings was really done by this Glaceon as well. Normally, you think that it's a target, right, for either the Leafeon or maybe the Queenly Ascendant coming out the Serena, but both times it was just away from the fight, right? It used this jet to get past the bridge so that the actual Icy Wind will still hit, but it's not in harm's way. And then you have the Leafeon, right, coming in from the bottom side. So guess where the Glaceon is? It's the top side. It was never really attacked the entire final stretch, and it paid off. It was able to shred that Rayquaza in good time. And when you have a Power-Up Punch Lucario, I mean, that's kind of like a pseudo overheat coming out from Blaziken, right? You know the Secure is in the bag, and you're very favored for that interaction.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good effort from Mewtwo to try and lock that in with the Unite move, but definitely felt like they were on a bit of a back foot as soon as that pick came through. So, you know, first game to Enterforce. Reject now have to bounce back, buddy. Will we see some adjustments? I think the Psyduck needs to be looked at. I think it provides way too much for teams. And of course, we just saw Alchemy for the first time there in a competitive setting, really putting up a bit of a statement to how much that can really assist. The amount of Unite moves we saw from that Alchemy that kept that fight elongated, kept them in the fight, stopped them from getting KO'd. That is the power of Alchemy in team fights.
Yeah, what a great way to show off such a new Pokemon, right? On arguably one of the biggest stages in the Asia region. We're going to hop right in to game number 2. I mean, this is really gut check time for Reject. They need to win this game to stay in the fight, right? They're going to start off with the exact same bands. Going to have that Clefable, but note here now, Reject has that first pick.
Ooh, okay, so we're going to stick with the bans. No changes at all. Let's see what they're going to go for a first pick here. They stick with the Mewtwo. Why? That is so interesting, Fu, especially for a first pick. You know, you've got Psyduck there. You've got, I mean, we know they don't like Suicune so much in this side of things, but I just think that's such an interesting way of building out your comp.
Yeah, I mean, the priority is just so different, right, to what we've used to. Same with picking Blast Away so early on as well. But they're going to lock in this Snorlax time for Tamarin, and Haruto's going to make a return on that Leafeon as well. I do think so. What happened last game was a really decent 8-minute game, right? Reject played it really beautifully. They were able to gain the lead early and just keep it throughout the fight. So if they can really tighten up that Rayquaza, I guess engagement, I think they should have this one in the bag, but definitely momentum is not on their side as well. Enter Force 36, they're going to run it back with this Alchemy and also that Lucario.
I mean, they're just going to run it straight on back, buddy, feeling like they've done, you know, what they needed to do. I'm with you, though. It felt like Reject, you know, it was such a great fight for those first 8 minutes. And to be honest, if it wasn't for Nobu's incredible picks alongside Senno's assistance with the Alchemy, they would have been able to win that game. So I like the thinking from Reject. We're going to pick up the Blaziken here. We're going to lock in, run it back and see what we can do. But then, of course, they feel quite confident in what they did during that game, being able to at least keep it close at that Rayquaza battle, right? Through there was only like 100 points between them, and we know in final stretch 100 points is nothing.
Yeah, that's right. And I think it's just so funny that Enter Force 36 and play the exact same draft, even though they're picked from another side, right? The second pick now for this competition. So they're really going for the, let's not fix what's not broken. Let's run the exact same thing back and hope Reject makes the same mistake. But hope is one thing, achieving it is another. So we're going to see whether Enter Force can actually upset Reject here and take this 2-0. Reject on the hand, very locked in now. You see, no more, I guess, having funny looks at the camera. Everyone is staring at the monitor, Tano. This is really a important fight for them. And coming off strong, they're looking for the exact same thing in the second game, especially that Leafeon as well. If they can keep it on that level 4 really early and then send the rest of the team down in that bot path, perhaps we'll have a really aggressive start yet again.
Well, you know it means business when everybody's leaning forward in their chairs here, buddy, all locked in, ready to go, as we see the same rotations in the previous game. Going to be Leafeon taking that central area alongside the Torchic and Blissey for Reject, looking like they might run the same path here of going into that basement lane.
Yeah, folks, don't forget the experience change in this game in that recent patch has really altered the way that you can clear farm. You're not going to get that comeback experience, especially if you go down early. So both teams really holding on to making sure that they not only secure the neutral farm, but also their side as well. But speaking of that, Tamarin able to escape with a little bit. It's their focus band proc, but going to be able to make it back to that pad safely as we head out on top right now. Chansey not going to ditch their lane partner this time round, Tano. Going in for perhaps a stack or maybe just trying to secure for the team.
Yeah, I like that adjustment. Now Blissey on the field, and of course it is going to be Combustion down here. A little pause, maybe we're having some issues with an AFK. We'll be back with you with the action, but I like the fact that both of these teams, despite what happened in the first game there, Phil, as we say, literally just run it on back, trying to play with the same way that they did, and, you know, just really fighting it out to see who comes out first.
Yeah, definitely. As we sort out the Sableye issues on stage, I mean, it's always such a nerve-wracking moment, right, to play on stage. But when you have something like an admin pause and the fact that you just have to sit there, you know, in all that nerves around you, knowing that you can be popping in at any moment in time, perhaps it's a great time for both these teams to discuss some strategies, right? Now knowing the drafts that both teams are going to be playing, now knowing the positioning of both teams, perhaps they might be able to change it up, because we saw vision of all 5 members of both teams. They know that they're not sending in that 4-man push down in the bottom path anymore. So do we see more of an aggressive, I guess, counterplay coming out from Enter Force 36, knowing that? Or is Reject going to switch things up and you really use that Leafeon to really, I guess, push that pad on top, get those stacks in? As long as they don't get KO'd, I think that's a great strategy.
No, I agree with you, buddy. And will Glaceon stick with the Icy Wind moveset? They've been using it so well at the moment. Blaziken is now on the opposite side, so, you know, even more really, you know, strong Pokemon to put that damage into. it wouldn't surprise me if they do stick with it. I feel like what I like about this Japanese region is that they do play the movesets that you don't expect through. I mean, I haven't seen an Icy Wind Glaceon in the West region forever, since it got nerfed, to be honest. It's usually that Icicle Spear, typically to deal with the rip onto those defenders, but I liked what we saw in that previous game with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've already established how different this region is compared to, right, like, we banned Cinderace, right? We play movesets that we don't normally see. We have chairs that make you play better. Like, can we just have it, can we just make it a global thing in the Western world as well, right? And, you know, spread out. I just saw someone's plushie with the new Cinderace Holoware on a Score Bunny plushie. How do they have that already? We're having like 2 sets behind on our plushies, and they already have some of the things. You can see Lucario plushie in the audience. They know the power of that Pokemon, and it's been played a couple of times today. I mean, it's just so wonderful, right? You know, having a region where Pokemon really originated from that will always have its advantages, and just you can see the hype, the amount of people there watching these teams battle out on the land. It really is an indescribable experience.
Yeah, I mean, hey, buddy, you've been on stage for, what, 2 of them now at the most recent IC. Such an incredible experience. I was in the crowd. It is something else being there, watching Pokemon Unite, being in the center of that esport, and it's incredibly exciting. It makes me so happy that this game came out, that we were able to, you know, play it, cast it. It's incredible to see the level of excitement that we have for this. You know, people call it a baby MOBA, buddy. It's such an exciting game, and as we see the crowd here, everybody constantly looking at the screens. We've got signs, we've got plushes, we've got so many smiles in that crowd. What more could you want?
Well, what more could I want is being able to understand who they're rooting for. All I see is characters. I wish I could read Japanese. We're going to head right back into this game, folks. We'll have a return of that Combusken in that bottom path. 3v3, as we mentioned beforehand. These birds are going to be coming out really soon.
Yeah, so interesting. Snorlax, such a strong defender to throw in this basement pad. And look, they just go straight for causing that disruption, opening up the space to allow Combusken to take that farm. But it is going to be Glaceon that locks in the big one with the Icy Wind. Limits that Combusken becoming Blaziken just yet. But they go on in, trying to lock in the KO. Squirtle just gets away with 1 HP in a dream. And Tamarin, not able to have that focus band popped, does go down to the Psyduck.
Yeah, and really interestingly as well is Japan loves Bubble Psyduck, which is very different, right? We see a lot of Surf in the Western world, but Bubbles is great if your team is surrounding some auto attackers, which this Glaceon is. And with each Bubble pop, it will be able to stun the enemy team, and that's probably why Tamarin couldn't really get out of that engagement. Nonetheless, though, we're going to be pivoting into that middle side. We have a Jet coming out from Choco, baited out by Haruto, as we have teams now fighting for these middle Altaria family. Coming up right now, you can see Instant Burst taking out the Assault Vest immediately as Kota looks for more there on that Altaria, getting pushed away from this Blaziken now. Finally online, we'll have now a closer game that we saw in that first game.
Yeah, it's really close. Managing to grab all of that farm though on the side of Reject. Now they want to score some points into this goal, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Tamarin taking their Citrus Berry away from Enterforce as well, but they're going to continue to rain down that damage here alongside the Glaceon, trying to see if they can sneak onto Tamarin. Assault Vest comes up, and they go on the retreat.
Yeah, it's really interesting as well that they prioritize this bot pad so much compared to that top, right? We're so used to people rotating and making sure that the top pad's broken early, but, I mean, Reject, they're all looking to break this as soon as possible. It's left on 17, but they will have to go through really a mountain to break it now. Lucario flanking from the behind of Reject. It's an interesting play. Probably just soaking up some more experience, and we have a Registeel, our first objective of our game number 2. Psychic onto the Snorlax. You can see immediately the safeguard gets broken in, and Snorlax might be coming into a bit of a sticky situation. Lucario, right place at the right time, gets that knockout, and just the sheer place and the ability to zone out the enemy team to make sure that this Blaziken doesn't get anything. Look at this. As I say this, though, they will get the secure. They get the right place at the right time there, as we now have an opportunity to push this bottom pad, Tano.
Oh, buddy, when Blaziken is on the field, it's inevitable. They're going to steal away that objective. They're going to get the double KO. They're going to rein in a 40 burger. That's a 38 overcap here for Reject, giving themselves the points lead, 160 to 11, as they continue to put the pressure in the central area of Enterforce.
Yeah, this is just typical of Reject now, right? They now see an opportunity, they got the lead, and they're just going to be running away with it. They break the bottom pad, they're over 100 points in the lead as well, and now they have their first eyes on this Regieleki. Blaziken still clearing some of the neutral farm down in the bottom part there. This is waiting to see patiently what the players for Interforce, and Interforce not going to waste any more time. They don't see any enemies on the side of Reject. They're going to rip it straight away, but Leafeon are actually the one that pockets it. This is bad news for Interforce.
Buddy, I can't wait to see that on the clip. That Lecky was literally on the outskirts of that Emerald 2-step, pretty much out of the range, but still manages to lock it in. That's going to go into the goal as well. More points can rain on in here as Rejects continue to give themselves a points lead. They're going to leave Blissey in the top side to capitalize on that as they go to steal some more experience away from Interforce in this central area.
Yeah, and they're going to leave that top pad available for a huge overdunk later on as well. They're not too fussed about that. 5 minutes have passed in this game, and Reject is in an incredible position. They have double levels on the enemy team, double level 11s as well. And then what an interesting fight now in the enemy central area. They are really shopping for both sides of the map here, making sure that they're able to starve out Interforce. But they will have all 5 Unite moves available from potentially both these teams. Mewtwo just taking into it very soon. We're going to have a good look at what Basement Reggie is going to be the second one.
Here's a Reg Ice. Looks like Rejects are going to go in and cause some disruption with that power nap, trying to buy a little bit of space for themselves here. Aura Cannon comes out from Lucario. It's going to be the side strike that takes the KO from them, though. And there is the Supreme coming out from Alchemy to provide the assistance to Interforce. But the damage raining on in from Reject is absolutely huge. Mewtwo Y trying to get back to that pad, but Blastoise hunts them down. Blaziken in the flank here on the side of Interforce gets the assistance from Blissey and gets them out of that situation. The Psyduck is 1 HP in a dream, but Blaziken can't escape. Leafeon having to back up as well. Blaziken comes in for the KO, takes down 2, looking for more. 1 overheat kick could take them both here, buddy. They're so weak at the moment, manages to get the Blastoise, misses on the Lucario, but Snorlax sits them down anyway.
So, oh my gosh, that I was going to say, Satake really made just meat out of Interforce right there. Somehow, somewhere, with one Bliss assistant, they were able to hold on for so long. And at the end of the day, without your level 11 power-up punch, they were not going to be able to avoid the crowd control coming out from the Snorlax to end off a huge fight for Reject and a massive amount of experience for their team as well. So that was probably the first 5-on-5 engagement we've seen this game. And with that, it paints the picture of what Reject has been doing, right? They've just been so aggressive. They fight when they're strong and can see they reap the rewards right now. We're going to have one more Regieleki up in the top side. But Reject, they're not even going to send their full team on. They're going to be fighting this Blastoise away from it. Emerald 2-step comes out, not able to take out Kota there, but they're going to be able to be rewarded with potentially a Regieleki. No! It comes back in with the HP regen, but that actually baits the Glaceon into the range of your Leafeon, and Haruto picks up a KO streak of 3, and perhaps more here as they look for a massive 49 over Tano.
Buddy, Regieleki's a paid actor. The way that reset has just caught out Interforce, trying to lock it in with that icy wind. Great burst damage, but the heal on that Lecky was too much for them. Reject do what Reject do best, and they capitalize on the opportunity, raining in the points, 49 over cap, as well as the experience from those KOs. And now we're 15 seconds away from Rayquaza being on the field. Both teams getting set up for this one.
Yeah, both teams looking for a pick yet again. I mean, I'm sure Reject has learned their lesson. They're going to put in the Snorlax here instead. If all things go bad, just takes a quick nap, provide that buddy barrier to this Blaziken. I'm sure that's what the Blissey is looking for as well. Both teams circling now the Rayquaza pit. Interforce really getting pushed onto the top side. You can see Kota playing really safe in that little bush, but they're going to be running out of spears very soon. Tamarin holding position as well. They know they're in the lead. They just need to stall it out for a little bit more time because the Alchemy making sure that there's no hindrance on this Glaceon as we yet again have a stall of a fight. Leafeon up in the top side, waiting for anyone to come in. Tano, we're running out of time for Interforce to take this game.
Gotta make a plan, gotta do it now. You don't have much time left. Looks like they're gonna throw a little bit of damage onto that Rayquaza, maybe hoping that it gives a little bit of vision here as to where people are with those Hurricanes. Blaziken dashes on in, tries to see if they can get Glaceon. They have managed to pop that passive. Power Nap comes through from the Snorlax. Leafeon has dived on in. There's the Emerald two-step, manages to take out Psyduck. Lucario going down as well. Blastoise out of the fight. It looks like Reject have done what they need to do to pull us to a game 3 here, Fu. They lock in the Rayquaza. It's a triple KO for Leafeon, and now the Hundo Burgers are going to reign in supreme.
Yeah, I mean, this is the type of gameplay that we expect from Reject, right? Very clean, very dominant gameplay, and that Snorlax baited out so many moves from Interforce, and with that, the Blaziken was going to be able to go in and really take out the insurance policy, right, of Interforce, which is going to be that Lucario as well. 805 points to the name, and perhaps more coming in. We're going to go game 3, and I think Reject definitely not here to lose in this first round of your Japan Championships, right?
Yet again, Japan showing how this Blaziken can make such a massive difference, buddy. We mentioned it when we were talking about the picks and bans, you know, it's been picked 5 times. It has a 4-1 streak. That's going to be 5-1 now on the field. They really do build around it really well. The fact that Blissey was just locked in every team fight to supporting that Blaziken meant it was already difficult to take down. But with Blissey providing more assistance as well, it is impossible to win that fight.
Yeah, that's right. 865 at the end to only a mere 11 Interforce now. Maybe having to reinvent the wheel for this third game. Probably can't get away with the same comp anymore, as we have now a bit of zoom in on Reject. They're ready. That person didn't even give anything to the camera. They were just so locked in there. Double fist pumps coming out for them. And now Captain here looking at the screen. They don't give us anything either. They're ready, Tano. They want to win this game number 3.
They're locked in, buddy. They know. Tamarins knows what went on in that first game. They are locked in. They know they need to take this win. Of course, it is a double elimination bracket, but you are always going to have a better advantage in that upper side of the bracket. Rejects know that. Reject know that they need to beat Interforce in this third game. That is going to be a bit of a sigh of relief here, though, isn't it, Fu? They were dominant in that game. They definitely got the right comp. They got the right way to play, and they learned from the mistake in that first game, knowing Psyduck is going to provide that disruption. Just allow the Snorlax to do the scouting out for us near that Blaziken, because they can just pop that Power Nap and be at a good stance with that Buddy Barrier.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's these adaptations that make these teams just the reason why they've made it this far, right, in the Japan Championships. Now, having a chance at qualifying for Worlds is a huge bit of stakes at hand. We can see now as we get prepared for this final game there. What do you think Interforce is going to adapt to, right? Do they ban out this Blaziken instead? So far, they've been banning out Dodrio and Inteleon. I mean, is Dodrio better to give in the space of Blaziken? Are we still going to look for something like a Psyduck play, right? I mean, one way to counter Psyduck is to play Pokemon that, even if you're getting captured by that Psychic, can still get out of a lot of those fights, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, that's exactly what Reject did there in that final moments. I think Interforce needs to at least entertain the idea of dealing with this Blaziken, whether they ban it, whether they pick it, whatever they do, buddy, because, I mean, looking at the track record of Blaziken in this tournament already, it's such a strong pick. These teams know how to use it, how to build around it, how to make sure that they can lock in. The amount of objectives that Interforce were going for there would have been able to steal if it wasn't for that Blaziken. That's something that they have to at least entertain, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Koda now on the screen, right? One of the best players on that team, definitely, in terms of the ability to just carry some of these engagements with them. I always wonder, what are the 2 colored tags? Is it like the types that you want to be? You know, it's like fire and psychic? Probably not, but like, I find that really cool that they've got some, you know, nameplates like that for the Japan Championships.
Maybe it's what they play, right? Attacker, all-rounder?
Oh, that would make so much more sense. I don't know where I was going with the type stuff. You're right. That's probably what we're looking right. What would your one be, Tano? Would it be just speedsters because Gengar?
I would say, yeah, speedsters are what I play the most. I play quite a lot of all-rounders as well, you know. For most of my Pokemon Unite playing career, it was attackers. I was a bot lane attacker. But then kind of just adjusted to the speedsters. And yeah, I would say now it would have to be speedster all-rounder. What about you, Fu?
Well, for me, I think, can I even say I'm an attacker main anymore? I mean, like, any sort of representation of OC in like the international stages or even in the domestic gameplay has just been me playing whatever I don't want to play. So is it around a tank? Is that the way we're going? You know, the green, the yucky green background, and the all-rounder. Give me that red, man. I want that attacker, but we're gonna have we're gonna make that change for the next season, I think.
Yeah, I mean, maybe after NAIC, buddy, we just need a Mamoswine next to your name because that was some.
That's right. I was really playing the binary. I was really playing the binary there. If Snorlax is taken, I'm playing Mamo. If Mamo is taken, I'm playing Snorlax. But enough yapping for us about my experience. Let's talk about these experiences from Enterforce 36 and Reject. We're gonna go in with the exact same bands. Now that we do have, yet again, a first pick potential from Reject. They're going to not change anything, Tano. We're going to go with the Mewtwo Y.
Hey, buddy, when you've managed to lock in the way that you did in that previous game, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Enterforce here are going to shake things up a little bit. They've taken the Leafeon and the Blissey straight from the get-go here. The bans are still exactly the same, so still not trying to handle that Blaziken early on the side of Enterforce.
I really like that Choco has taken away the Leafeon from Haruto. I think that was one of the problems, right? Just the early game aggression. And if they can kind of like stop that from happening, it might work a little bit more in their favor. Maybe get some scores in at that time. Satake, you know, knowing how well they did in the Blaziken, will run it back. A Rocky Helmet and all on that side. And Eldegoss for the first time, while we've casted, will enter the stage as well.
With a rescue hood. I quite like this. Reject trying to run it on back with that support. We've got the Alolan Raichu coming out now for Enterforce 36. We see that so much here in the Western region. Really great at dropping some really good burst damage. Pairing that with Nomu again on the Psyduck. So I like the adjustment here from Enterforce. They know, buddy, it's match point. They have to win this game or end up down in that lower bracket.
Well, what's scary is they're staring down the barrel of two defenders, you know, albeit we do have a damaged Blastoise coming out, but it's a lot of sustain to get through, especially with the Blaziken as well. I'm just not sure, because it's not the same on the side of Enterforce, right? We have a Psyduck as playing that pseudo-defender role with a Leafeon and a Alolan Raichu, not known for tankiness at all. Very curious to see how they can actually play this end game well. We have Aegislash rounding out the roster as well, so definitely going to have that secure potential, but the question on everyone's mind is, are they going to be able to hold on enough in some of these fights? Because on a 5v5 kind of on paper, I think Reject takes this, right, with the sheer amount of sustain they have.
Yeah, I think those late game team fights are how this game is going to be decided, buddy. As soon as Blastoise is on the field and Blaziken is here with their levels as well, that is when things start to shape up onto the side of Reject. This Aegislash is going to be so important for Enterforce in these team fights because we already know that Psyduck has to be the pseudo tank here. A lot of damage coming their way, but the Aegislash has to be in the middle of that fight, trying to cause the disruptions with the whichever moveset they go for, the wide guard or not. They need to be in there, really causing the disruption onto the side of those defenders.
Yeah, absolutely. These teams are locking in now as we're going to get ready to go for our final game of these quarterfinals of the first round of these Japan Championships. Folks, remember, whoever is going to be able to make it into that loser finals and then the grands will have a huge advantage because they will be able to go to Worlds and really show off what Japan is all about on that world stage. But before, they have to conquer one team at a time. It is going to be that Enterforce back on the purple side, Reject orange side for potentially the last time for both these teams.
Sending the Aegislash into the central area here for Enterforce, trying to come into that lane with that good advantage. Reject are picking up where they left off, buddy. Huge amount of damage coming their way from U2Y and Tamarin as well. We've got to remember, Snorlax is so good in these early stages, buddy. They tackle pretty much half health any farm that is on the field.
That's right. I think just a really good pick down the bottom, but just to help out this Mewtwo Y as well. Choco getting able to steal away that neutral farm with now Blissey coming online, but without that Citrus Berry, we might spell trouble there. It's actually going to be a soft-boiled Blissey one of the rarer movesets to see on Blissey nowadays, but with, I guess, not a lot of crowd control coming out from Reject, perhaps that is the play. Not really sure about that pick.
I mean, I do feel like you have to get some healing onto your team somewhere, right? You've got Psyduck here as your pseudo tank. It's an interesting decision here by Enter Force, but now we have the first set of birds spawning on in, and it is going to be this Honedge going on in to see if they can cause some damage. But of course, it is a Squirtle, one of the best laners in the game at the moment, paired with a Glossifer. They're causing disruption, buddy. The slow is here. Are they able to get the Honedge? They've got some shielding coming in from the Blissey. The heals, they managed to get themselves out, get back to that home pad. Leafeon's waiting for the right moment to dive on into the Squirtle, sees its full health, and makes a wise decision to get on out of there.
Wow, you really got to respect that red buff and how much it slows now, right? It slows so much that these teams are actually going on a pause as we now have some technical difficulties. That red buff was too much for both these teams. I mean, just looking at how they played there, just a Reject, I'm just so... I guess I admire so much how much aggression they can play from the get-go, even without a Leafeon as well, right? You see a Squirtle and a Glossifer upstage, and we have 3 members of Enter Force not really wanting to push that pad. I mean, they really have to respect these players and how mechanically great they are, right? On that, you know, international, well, in this case, the national stage for Japan.
Yeah, it's fascinating, mate. We know how good of a laner Squirtle is, right? Of course, you look at it and you think this is a squishy Pokemon. No, it's not. It is so good in those lanes. Usually it's paired with that focus band as well, but the fact that it's got the headbutt, it's able to dash around, it's got the push with the water gun as well, does a decent amount of damage. So to recognize on the side of Enter Force that even as a Leafeon, I'm not going to be able to get this KO because that's a full health Squirtle and not going into, as we call int at that moment. It just shows the capability of all these teams here and these players on these teams.
Yeah, that's right. And while we have a bit of time, I think it'll be a good way to introduce, what we're actually streaming today to those folks that might be just popping in. Big drama here in the Japan Championships. Well, 1 apiece between our last set of the upper bracket quarterfinals. Enter Force 36 and Reject locked in. Just have an admin pause right now. But on the other side of today's winners bracket, Zeta Division has gone down to QT Dig. And XIZ taking down Burning Core 2-1 as well. All these sets have gone 2-1 except for Scars against a team that I can't pronounce, but Scars has taken that 2-0. So this is the final set to determine which of the 4 teams will be, progressing onto that upper bracket semifinals. It is different to what we've seen in the Western region, though. These are going to be double bracket eliminations. So for those teams that have been knocked down, there's definitely that one more chance to make it through maybe a huge losers run. You only need to make it into the losers bracket finals to secure your spot in Worlds. So, I mean, fingers crossed that these teams get the chance. And, they all very much deserve this time, but we can only pick 3 out of 8.
Yeah, I mean, that's it, isn't it? 8 teams here. They've been fantastic from what I've been seeing all season. And only 3 are able to progress, buddy. So it is such a high stakes competition here in this Japan Championships because, it doesn't get any better than who you're competing with here in this region. Only 3 of you can make it. Top 2 getting the travel award as well. It's one of those where, it's so much high competition. You're playing an entire day of Pokemon Unite and then you've got day 2 tomorrow. It's incredible, but we're going to go on back to this game here. The pause has been deleted. We've got rid of the Sableye, and we do have an Eldegoss on the field.
Yeah, a really great way to get back into the game, seeing that you've got that evolution ready to go. Choco on the top side, stealing as much as possible with the Blissey, still trying to gain vision for the team. We're going to pan now into the Altara family coming on in. Still a Doublade for Enter Force 36, and with that bit of farm, they will enter with that wide guard as well. So looking at the levels, double level 4s on the side of Reject, they've actually been behind now. Maybe the Leafeon pick was a great move after all.
Ooh, Electro Ball here from the Raichu. That's the move that people say is probably the better one at the moment. And of course, just allows you to find a little bit of vision as well. Throw it into those bushes, buddy, and exactly what they're going to do here. Knowing that Mewtwo Y was there, it's really good for being able to spot where people are.
Definitely now a bit of aggression now coming in. Overheat chunks down a huge amount onto Aegislash, and they're forced to really back away now. And this is where the soft board has come in handy. Look at that, healing that sword back up to full HP. We have a Surf Psyduck in this game. Bit different now, so both these teams adapting for our final game of the set. 30 goes in for the Leafs on the top side.
Yeah, whilst this Regirock is going to spawn here, Aegislash putting some damage onto it right away. Snorlax diving in to provide that zoning that they need in. Pulls in the Blaziken, but they're just going to sit around this Regirock waiting to get the overheat hit. Manages to take out the Aegislash there as Mewtwo Y gets 1 HP in a dream. So Blaziken is going to go cause the zoning here, get those KOs, and get this Regirock ready to take. And that's exactly what they do. Emerald two-step comes in from Leafeon, manages to pick up the Eldegoss, but Blaziken gets themselves out of there. It's going to be a double KO for the Leafeon. And now Enterforce have a bit of oppression onto this T1 pad, buddy. Blaziken is here with the overheat to cause that disruption. They're about to go down. They finally do, but Blastoise is here to pick up the slack.
Wow, what a great defense coming in. And also a huge eject from the Blaziken just to prevent any more scores coming in from Enterforce. I mean, it's just so hard, right? We had, what, 4 members of Enterforce trying to create some sort of opportunity down the bot path, but to no avail. They also lose that Regirock as well. So defenses are on the high for Reject. They've gotten their levels back somewhat. And with, I guess, double level 7s, the Snorlax will have access to their second move as well. It's going to be blocked this time instead of Yawn. They're going to be running in. Looking for maybe an opportunity to siege this basement pad. It's going to be Reject. Overheat, just to fend everybody out. The Saiyai actually comes through early just to wait and delay for the teammates coming back in. Bliss Assistance chooses the Psyduck here. So interesting of a pick. I'm not sure whether that was the correct target, but regardless though, they will be losing that pad to Reject.
Just recognizing that these supports are here to cause this disruption so that the rest of the team can go and do what they've done in that top lane, buddy. We don't have any goals in that top lane for Reject anymore. That happened to Enterforce in the previous, and now, what a great way to work out the dominating side of the top lane. It's going to be Thunderstorm Aerial here from that Raichu to defend that T2 pad. Enterforce 36, whilst they didn't win this basement lane, buddy, they've given themselves a point lead. They've got some level leads as well, and they've totally broken that top side.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I don't think they'll be too mad there. So the coup de grace comes in, but the Eldegoss Konokai Crash really saves down their teammates. We do have now a power nap coming after Snorlax, having 2 members, and here comes the cavalry in the form of Infocyber, and huge push from the Blaze Kick into the overheat, and that's what we like to see in Japan. This is why Blaziken has one of the highest win rates, right, in the tournament so far. Just the sheer amount of damage you can enact on the opposite team and have that secure potential. They're going to pocket that Reggie steal as well. Tano, this is Reject on a high right now.
Buddy, that is such a way to sneak yourself back into this game. Enterforce had a moment of genius with that previous play, giving themselves that lead, and Reject needed something. That's exactly how you get yourself back into the game. Level 11 now on the Blaziken, managing to catch up onto the side of that Leafeon. They just need a few more moments like that.
That's right. Now we have Surf on Nomu just catching out this Snorlax right here. I mean, with the one more potentially Regieleki to go, this is a bit of danger zone for Reject, but we're going to be focused on in the bot part there as a Thunderstorm Aerial comes through. The Emerald two-step as well, just to focus on Satake, but no one can actually grab this Blaziken out. Huge Psychic though from Nomu. We're going to do just that as we now finally have points coming in from Enterforce. They're looking to break this pad with 28 or so overdunk. That sends them into a points lead, perhaps for the first time in today's games in this mid-game here. Meanwhile, you can see in the little camera down in the bottom, Tano, Regieleki goes successfully to Haruto, and now relief, I guess, for Reject. They won't have to worry about a third Regieleki.
Yeah, I like that acknowledgement from Enterforce, not being concerned about that Lecky going into that top pad, buddy. They know what it was on. Happy to let that go in. They still have the lead, and as we've already mentioned, this isn't a position we've seen Enterforce in for the entirety of this set. Seems like a completely different game here in this third game. They've got the points lead. They're getting the levels. Level 14 here on Leafeon, buddy. 13 on the Aegislash and that Raichu. Having the levels on all of your carries as we're 40 seconds away from Rayquaza, and now they're just looking for more action here as they try and pull them in on the side of the Psyduck. Does get a lot of damage there onto that Eldegoss. The Electro Balls are flying through as well. Seems like Reject being a little bit cautious of them being here in this bush.
whoa, I mean, they're having PTSD from the psychics, right, from Interforce. They have to respect that play, but we're having early engage as a huge push onto the side actually deletes them off the map. They say goodbye and say hello to Nurse Joy, but they will be back in time. However, with now that KO, Reject has able to secure all that positioning, and positioning is really king in this third game.
That it is. Rayquaza now on the field. Blaziken looking to see if they can get a pick. The Emerald two-step is going to come through onto Snorlax. Absorbed by the block as well. Power Nap comes on through. Infinite Sideburn was there. Doesn't connect on enough though. Might be able to get the side-up pick, but with full power Sai coming out, it takes a lot of damage to do just that. Blitz Assistance goes into the Rayquaza, but it's Mewtwo Y who locks it in for Reject. The rip was there, Fu, and that is going to be the set if they rein in this Hundo Burgers. Enter Force on the verge of victory. Get clawed on out, and now it's going to be Reject's game if they can hold on to this 30-point lead.
Well, I'm not sure whether they know, but the lead isn't that insurmountable, right? We've got 30 points difference between both these teams, but with Blaziken scoring at 28, it will push that apart a little bit longer. Still 70 seconds on the clock. No Unite move from either of these teams. Can they actually push this back? I think it may be doable. Actually, from the side of Interforce, they have a minute to go, but with Snorlax, just a bit of shield. If they can keep this and get a Hundo Burger in, they might be able to do the impossible and make sure that this game 3 goes to them. A bit of a fight here in the Psychic pulls in Tamarin. The shield is still available for them. You can see Blastoise on the top side. We're running out of time on the time of Interforce. They need to enter some sort of engagement now, and with that deletion of that Psyduck, Tano, I think the dreams of making through the upper bracket might be over now for Interforce 36.
Yeah, especially with this Blastoise Hundo Burger. That's going to be it. Reject are going to be able to take this game. We are going to have some points raining in here from Interforce if they can sneak it in. But I don't think there's enough change on the field for them to get the win, buddy. Reject is going to win this set 2-1. And Interforce 36 are going to be going down into that lower bracket.
Huge shout out to Reject here. Even losing the first game, kept their composure and really demonstrated why this team was one of the world, I guess, championship qualifiers last year, able to attend it in Hawaii, I think. And, you know, looking at the faces. Do they even look happy? Or are they just more relieved? I think it's just more relieved on the fact that they get to fight another day. They're going to be up against Scars in that next round, but for now, they're going to enjoy this win. 2-1 for our first game that we get to cast together. What a way to set up today's stream.
Buddy, incredible. I mean, every game except that Scars one has now been a 2-1 victory set. Incredible here in the Japanese Championships. What more could you possibly want? Alrighty, look at these stats here, buddy. Satake with 90-odd K damage there. The Blaziken seems to be the pick of the day here for these Japanese teams.
Yeah, I mean, the first game, Reject didn't pick the Blaziken, and then they were like, you know what? It's time to play one of the most broken characters that we know how to play. Let's put that Blaziken in. No more playing around. And, I mean, that's just great. I mean, I think the commentators, even though I don't understand what they're saying, I bet they're saying the same thing. Reject with the Blaziken. It has to be a ban. I don't care about the Dojo. Don't care for the Inteleon. Get that Blaziken off the stage.
Oh, look at the sportsmanship here, though, buddy. This is what it's all about. Yes, we do like to win, but it's all about having fun, all about accepting and being respectful to each other. What a great effort by Interforce 36. Of course, they're not out. They're going into that lower bracket. They still have an opportunity to get themselves here into that losers final.
Yeah, absolutely. Handshakes all around for both these teams. They know they have a tough opponent coming up for both these teams if they want to make it a deep run in this tournament. But definitely, you know, pictures now all around. I feel like it's so cool, right? Playing on stage is just a different feeling. And winning on stage for Reject, definitely something that they love to do. So congratulations to Reject once again for making it through to the semi-finals. And it's going to be Interforce 36 with one more chance. And I'm just going to get the bracket right now. They're going to go up against Soaring to Dreams, who have lost to Scars 2-0. So more action to come very, very soon. I think we're going to take a... Oh, we're going to call back Nitera for their thoughts before we send this to a break. Welcome back, Ryan.
Oh, I'm excited to see Nitera's opinion on that set, buddy. How did you find that one? Oh.
Here we go.
I mean, I wish I had one.
I think the Regieleki was more of a paid actor, in my opinion. That
Oh
was
my
some.
God.
That was. Fair play, fair play. But I think on that note, we're gonna send it to a quick break, correct, as we get prepared for the next set. Just gonna wait for.
PJCS 優勝して、3度目の優勝したいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。リジェクトのピウイ選手でした。明日も頑張ってください。
Welcome back, trainers, to Unity Clash, bringing you a special broadcast here today, which is the PJCS Pokemon Japan Championships. Now, of course, with me below, we have Fu and Tano here. We have yet to make our totem poll thing yet, so we'll figure that out later. But for now, we're looking into the losers brackets, where we have Zeta Division versus Burning Kotoyama. Japan's energy is like peak. But what are your thoughts moving into this after seeing the last game? Now that we're in losers brackets here, it's going to be a little bit more high stakes here, as once you're out of this round, you're going home.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, once you're out, this is really the final chance, right, Terra, that these teams get a chance. And Zeta Division, probably not a team that they want to be in the losers in that first lower bracket run. I mean, with that flag as well, they say Zeta wins, so... I mean, it's on a little like banner, so it must be true, right? I'm sure Burning Core Toyama also not wanting to go home today as well. Any preliminary thoughts, Tano, that you've got from this matchup?
Well, of course, Zeta Division won the April qualifiers, first place. Burning Core got the April qualifiers, third place. So these teams, they've seen each other before throughout this season. As we said, Zeta Division definitely not used to being in this lower bracket side, but they are the ones that came out on top the last time these two teams met. So let's see how this one shapes out.
Yeah, and in addition as well, we do have some notes. Sorry, Natara, that we got from the lower production. It says Tommy, previous stand-in from IGZIST, but they joined officially offensive Pokemon. So perhaps we'll see. I don't know what that means, but probably we'll see some really aggressive start to them. But on the other side, it does say that Burning Core has someone named Harusame, and their Scyther is something to watch out for. So haven't seen a lot of Scythers recently in the competitive meta for the Western world, but it'll be cool to see in today's games, right? In the Japan Championship.
Right. Maybe just to give you a bit of understanding of what these notes are. First of all, thank you to Urso, who was on site and giving us all the notes for the players, having taken time to actually dedicate his time to write down notes for each team. So with Zeta Division, their team with the offensive Pokemon thing that you were talking about, Tommy, has joined their team officially as a part of Zeta Division, being their offensive lead in terms of their composition. So highly likely you'll see Tommy on the all-rounders role or the attackers role. And I think I saw the infographic this morning. It was like, his name was like Beast Burst Tommy. There we go. And that kind of gives you a good idea of what he might be able to play. We might see Buzzwole come into frame again, or maybe something a bit more aggressive, maybe a Miraidon.
Okay.
I would love to see the Cypher though, too. I think that is...
I see you play favorites.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows I love my speedsters, but his Cypher was one of my favorite Pokemon from the first gen, so I love the way Cypher plays in Pokemon Unite. I absolutely adore it. I would love to see some of that action here today.
You've defected from Gengar.
The jerseys look so cool from Burning Core. I feel like the color schemes.
Burning Core.
And who is this? Who is the guy with this blue? Is it a cardigan or a sleeve? Well, that was so weird.
Isn't it Staryu?
As I talk to him. I think that's so cool. That's like, it's kind of like they're like relaxed, but you know they're here. They're on a mission. They want to obviously win against Zeta Division, and I think just we need probably more of that. I think if we can
the
have a way to make these. Yeah. Play this t-shirt. Look at that! Look at that!
Oh,
I mean, they looked into my soul there. I actually I started. I didn't know.
I felt that. I didn't
even know what I was talking about for a second. But let's get back on topic though. Their division also looks very, very sleek with their outfits as well. I mean, these two teams, like you mentioned before, Tano, played together.
Look at that!
In the April Cup.
You could snipe their core.
One of them. So this is defender and supporter, right?
Hey, there we go. We're learning.
Yeah,
hey, you got it.
Or grass and fire type. I mean,
fighting type.
Oh, fighting type. You're right.
Version.
I would be so cooked if they had type differences in Pokemon Unite, guys. I still have to Google that stuff because brain learned bad. So I would be cooked in Pokemon Unite if that was the case.
I'm still stuck on Gen 1 to 3, mate. I don't know anything after that. So
I
what is
think
fairy?
you're covered.
What even is that?
You're covered. You're covered. Don't worry about it. I think it's kind of interesting to see these two teams go about. As we talked about, Zeta Division was the winners to the qualifiers in April, which is one of the earliest ones coming into it. So, to be honest, not a lot of people have seen what Zeta Division can offer aside from April qualifiers. And then you look at a Burning Core Toyama, and they are like also in the April qualifiers, except they are 3rd place. And so it's interesting because, like you said, they have fought before. And now the question is like, have they changed anything? Have they improved? Or have they just been like sitting, like, you know, and just waiting for this moment? Because this could be a match where like, maybe Zeta is now coming back from it, and who knows, maybe we see Burning Core wanting to take back what was supposed to be their first place in the April qualifiers.
I mean, the main thing I want to say is, like, I think it'll be very surprising if we just don't see Zeta Division have a deep run in this championship. But at the same time, like, we've seen upsets before, and Burning Core took a game off AXIZ, which obviously it was the other set that went to a game number 3 as well. So both these teams definitely not, you know, pick-up teams. These teams are definitely here to do one thing, and that is to gain that ticket to Worlds, right? And
right,
you know,
right.
With all of them sitting there now, ready to go, I'm sure we'll get the game underway very, very soon. I mean, Zeta on one hand, what other Pokemon do you guys think that it will be able to be brought out? We're going to have the coin flip in, so maybe we'll look at this before answering my questions there. We do have Zeta Division getting the choice to pick left or right. Let's call it. Nitara and Tana, what do you say?
Zeta Division. Burning Core.
I'm left. Oh, okay. I would have lost that. So
Okay,
we do have Zeta Division with the first pick.
Damn, I was so into Burning Core for that. Okay, anyways, we have our first picks coming in just a bit here. I guess before we close it up on my end, I think we just gotta ask you, what do you think is the outcome for this? Give me a number.
I think this is gonna go 2-1.
2-1.
Zeta. Yeah, to Zeta.
To Zeta? Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I would even give you like they're close. They're close.
They're close. Okay.
Yeah, I think
mean,
if you
I
chose
would love a 3-game situation as well in Nitara, and I think because I don't know Burning Core that well, Zeta Division did fantastic in some of the games I watched last season. So no, that's so cute that they like yawned a little bit and didn't realize they were on camera. You know, it can get you at multiple times, but this is the player that we want to watch, right? Red hair, ready to go. I think we're all on the edge of our seats. I think for me as well, 2-1 to Zeta Division is hopefully the outcome. But, I mean, I wouldn't mind if it was 2-1 the other way. I just want 3 games, Tano. That's what I'm asking. Isn't that
Yeah, you just want to cast 3 games. Yeah. Just, voices, tomorrow. Yeah. If Japan can do it, we can do it. That's the plan, right?
That's right. That's right. And I think with Alchemy being able to be played in this tournament, it really brings a fresh take on competitive, right? These teams have... Well, Alchemy's only been out for a week, correct? Or a week?
About there.
Maybe. For these teams to be able to already feel like it's decent and competitive, it's just so exciting. And if you're not used to going up against these Pokemons in, let's say, scrims, stuff like that, you might not know, or you might overestimate how good it is in certain, or you might underestimate in certain other scenarios, and might be the edge that each team can use to win a game or so. Anyway, Hoopa's going to be the first Pokemon banned out in our first game of this losers round 1 set. Comfy instantly banned out from Burning Core.
Oh,
Gengar?
Getting my hopes up here on the side of Burning Core. We'll have to see, but the support bans continue to rain on down here. Fukla Fable still on that ban stage. I mean, the way that in this championships they are just taking out as many supports as they possibly can really showcases how important they are in Pokemon Unite, especially from the side of how much CC they can provide.
Yeah, and that's right. I think Wajuro taking out the Blissey is a huge way to ensure that the only other healing support that's available, right? Your natural healers are probably going to be that Eldegoss, right? Which we haven't seen too much. We watched one game with it in the last set, but Zeros and Harusam going in for the Blaziken Intel, 2 of the very, one of the most popular picks, both of them actually, in the competition so far, already taken away from Zeta Division.
What I love about this so far is the fact that in our own regions, we expect the defenders, the supports to be picked so early, maybe the ranged attacker that's so dominant. But here, he seems to be locking in that really aggressive side so quickly on the side of Burning Core. We've got Leafeon coming out as well, still hasn't built that strength around it just yet. There's Mama Swine. On the other side, though, Zeta Division, we're finally getting to see the Dodrio that we've seen so many bans for already here today, Fu.
Yeah, that's right. And that's going to be paired up with Aegislash, which is really the region favorite Pokemon, right? And Tomato picking up the Umbreon as well. They're really just taking away any sort of support that Burning Core can play. And, it results in, is it Euclid? Or I might be pronouncing that wrong, but they're going to be running off their roster with an Eldegoss as well. So, top path, do have to say, incredibly strong for Burning Core. But with the Dodrio coming online very early on and also Umbreon Blissey only needing level 4s as well, this is definitely going to be a fight from the get-go. And once we have Snipe Shots coming in, if you get a good pick on this Dodrio, Inteleon should be able to go infinite here.
Yeah, and Inteleon's people say, oh, it's a ranged attacker, but they're already quite hard to catch, right? They get the invisibility. Yeah. You've got Fell Stinger that enables you to really get around. But then when you have a trainer on that Pokemon that has some great micros, great macro, knowing when to engage, when to back up, when they're going to be getting approached, it makes it even harder to try and catch an Inteleon. So that is really going to be Dodrio's play here, trying to make sure that they limit how much that Inteleon can cook with those Snipe Shots, buddy. It's all about that 1v1 matchup between those two players.
Absolutely. These teams are locking in now as we load into our first game of this losers of round 1. You can see the little Espeon with the sunglasses on the bottom right of the screen for Burning Core. No Espeons here, but they will be facing up against an Umbreon. We're going to go right into it. We have Zeta Division, your purple team, Tano. Burning Core, your orange. Let's see what these teams bring.
It's going to be the Aegislash taking the central area here for Zeta Division, coming into that lane as a Honedge. This top side is going to be an interesting battle, having Leafeon up there against the Dodrio with those supports as well. We'll have to see how that matchup shakes out.
Yeah, we will. Honedge in the central area will guarantee them 5. And, that's really important for something like an Aegislash. They need that level 7 for their entire combo. Aggression already coming out from Zeta Division at the bottom. They know they're strong here. We've tried to get a 7 in for Tomato, but they are a little bit too greedy. Focus Band gets procced in, and they might have bitten a little bit more than they can chew. No, they actually chew off the double citrus berries, and this is a great trade-off, even if they go down here.
Yeah, you've triggered that experience that they were wanting to wait until past that 9-minute mark, so you get a little bit extra from it. So, they're definitely going to go down, but they've tried to make the most of it, taking those citrus berries as well. We do have level 5 here on the side of Tomato. They're going to see if they can rotate into that top side, knowing Leafeon is there. You want to try and balance out the pressure that is in that top side as early as possible.
Yeah, and we will still have a double 2v2 down at bottom part, but all eyes are on this top side there, so we have a huge push from the Combusken. Here comes the sword there with the Sacred Sword, and Tommy has to quickly veer away now. It's actually going to be a Shadow Claw Doublade, and they might not be able to survive this ordeal. We have a first pick onto the Doublade from the Blaziken. That gets traded out with the Leafeon going down to Vito, and they might be looking for more here. We'll have Tri-Attack as the Dodrio moveset for this game. They decide not to really risk it, and I think this is really intelligent from the side of Zeta.
So close for the early stages of this game so far, though, buddy. Only 5 points being scored, so different from that previous set that we saw. 8 minutes are away, about 10 seconds. Looks like they're going to try and lock in Dodrio, not able to do so. And Eldegoss finally comes to provide some assistance with that healing. Drizzile has to get out of this situation, gets pulled in by Umbreon, and Dual Blade gets the KO. The central area farm does go to the side of Burning Core, but they get KO'd anyway, with Umbreon causing so much disruption. Blissey gets a double KO. Blaziken finally on the field, but gets sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, Zeta Division winning the first, real fight here in our game number 1. That rewards Tommy with a 30 down the bot path as well. They are still looking at a Swine up on the side of Burning Core, so definitely need to find that level 5 at least before we have our first Reggies come online. One of the best things that these Japanese teams play is how aggressive it is, and if they can keep it up, we'll have Zeta Division in the advantage spot. They will be able to pocket that Altaria, but with that, Tomato gets a huge snuck onto them, and they're on 1 HP. Luckily, they're running Soft Boil.
Wow, 84 points now on the board for Zeta Division, finally managing to give themselves a bit of a lead. Good Ice Fang there onto Aegis Slash though, pulls them into the fight of that Blaziken, utilising that shield form though, just to make sure they don't get KO'd. Boosters are ready to go, nice snipe shot there onto Mewtwo Y, blocked by the Blissey, and the coup de grace locks in the red Jice there for Zeta Division. Now on top with the levels, with the scores, still a donut there for Burning Core Toyomara, and they're going to be able to lock in the Regieleki as well on the side of Zeta.
Yeah, I mean, Burning Core needs to find an opportunity somewhere now. They're behind in both levels and points right now. We do have Dodrio, level 10, 2 levels higher than anyone on the side of Burning Core, and this is spelling trouble, right? If you allow this Pokemon to continuously off lane and gain that experience and gaining a good overdunk as well, might be a bit problematic now. We'll have now the top pad broken in favor of Zeta Division, as we now have more of a Pac-Man scenario, both teams looking for any sort of experience on the map. 1v1 on top side between Leafeon and Dodrio. In the middle, we'll have a contest for that Altara family.
They are playing around this Blaziken quite well so far. That's going to be the main target that they need to be concerned about here. Manages to dive in again, causing the disruption on the side of Umbreon, but they do have the snipe shots on the side of Burning Core. Here's the Azure Spy Vision. The Infinite Cyburn does come out, causes some disruption, buddy. They haven't been able to lock in the KOs just yet on the side of the Inteleon, as the assistance comes in from Blissey, allowing Aegis Slash to get out of that situation. Now, they may not have got many KOs, but they've burnt that Unite move ready for the next team fight.
Yeah, they absolutely have, and slowly the levels are coming back onto the side of Burning Core. We're still missing a Mamoswine, but Inteleon getting that level 10 is great news for Burning Core, because they haven't still dunked in a single point there. They're not going to be too fast. I mean, 144 is not too bad of a scenario. One of the problems is if they don't break a pad that requires a fire, it's going to be a huge advantage to Zeta Division. We have the triple trample coming in. They take down Leafeon. This is daylight robbery right now as team of Zeta Division comes here to help. The side striking now Blaziken, and out of nowhere, we have so much value going out of Zeta Division. They were able to use one Unite move to take down 2 members.
Mate, the confidence you have on that Dodrio to run into an overheat prepared Blaziken and find that KO onto Leafeon is ridiculous, as Aegis Slash continues to put down the distraction on this T1. Does get taken out though by Leafeon. Inteleon finds the Umbreon. It's a Registeel down here in this basement lane, and the rip is instant here for Burning Core. Free real estate with that experience buff, and now they want to push this T1 pad.
Well, definitely now Burning Core is a lot stronger with that attack buff from the Registeel, but they're still delaying it a little bit more. Mamoswine goes in for an eject to go in. Doesn't able to pick up anyone with the Ice Fang, but Blissey now caught between 5 members of a Burning Core. Somehow still gets away, question mark, where the snipe's going in. There we go. Zera's able to get that KO, and the Azure Spy Vision just has to be propped now. Even if they don't get any KOs, this is a huge comeback. And now able to break that bottom pad. They have one more challenge up in that top half.
Zeta Division just won't let go of the aggression though, but it continuing to lock in. They've got this Lecky. Is going to be defended here by Burning Core, or at least Aegis Slash wants to see what they can do about it. Sees that Lecky is on such low health, so they go and grab the experience from the central area anyway. But they've managed to cut down that score lead is the important thing here for Burning Core. They've got levels as well. Now they've got level 12s on the field, really catching up to what Zeta Division has.
Yeah, I really feel bad for the Mamo, because it's just so hard to capture something like a Dodrio, right? Especially if it's tri-attack as well. But if they do, the Inteleon better be looking at it, because like I mentioned before, if they can get rid of a veto here, it just makes it so much easier for Inteleon to play the game. You can see the sheer confidence, as you mentioned before. 1v1 against the Blaziken, and the Dodrio comes out on top without uniting. Is a sight to see. A masterclass experience and also gameplay coming out from Zeta Division.
I mean, this is probably why we see those Dodrio bans, buddy. I've never seen a speedster manhandle a Blaziken the way that Dodrio has been able to in this game. It's been awesome to see, and is going to give a little bit of thought for Burning Core if they do end up losing this game coming into the next one, because Blaziken seems to be a bit of a lean here for the Japanese team. Such a core Pokemon that they want to go to try and lock in a bit of a carry.
A bit of a serious scenario now, as we have to use our soft-boiled eggs onto Rome there, as have a cheeky little snipe cannon from Zeros. This is what we need consistently from Burning Core. If they want to have a look at taking this game number 1, they need to make an effort to kind of focus on one player. Make sure that whoever gets sniped, we just jump on it. They might only have one chance, but one chance is usually enough, right, to take a game.
Rayquaza now on the field. There's only 70-odd points between these teams right now. That's nothing. The final stretch. We do see Dodrio here. Vitopo looking to see if they can get some vision on where Burning Core is. They do spot lead Leafy on Emerald. 2-step comes through. They lock in the KO anyway, and they're so hard to catch that Blaziken can't do it. They have to back on up. The Mewtwo Y here getting ready to go Mega. Burns the damage onto the Mamoswine. They jump on in. Getting so weak at the moment. The passive has been popped. Zera's here in the invisibility, not able to get those snipe shots landing just yet. And again, Dodrio locks in, causing some disruption here for the Blaziken. Focus Blast has been used, not able to catch them. Spy Vision coming out from the Inteleon, but it's going to be Umbreon with the Moonlight Prance that causes all that damage to come their way. And Tomato locks them in alongside the Aegis Slash. Incredible play here from Zeta Division to bring the action to Burning Core.
Yeah, but we do have now more Unite moves, possibly. No, I take it back. 3v3 in terms of Unite moves might have a refight potential. With less than 100 points in between these teams, it's still a possible for Burning Core to come back in, overheat in that bush, but doesn't hit anybody. But instead, we will have just the sheer aggression coming out from Vitopo, just running it down at whatever it takes. But with 30 seconds left, I mean, it's just a rip or go home now, right, for this game number 1. We have a snipe to come through, doesn't really quite connect. Leafeon goes down immediately to Aegis Slash, and here comes the Dodrio. Vitopo playing what Vitopo plays best, takes out the Inteleon, and 20 seconds left. We still have a rip on this Rayquaza, but numbers are dwindling on the side of Burning Core. And that's going to be the Mamoswine, the last member to fall. And with that, and also the Rayquaza secure, I think undoubtedly Zeta Division, in a dominant fashion, take this game number 1.
Wow, buddy, dominant fashion is absolutely right, and I don't care what anybody says, my MVP of that game is Vitopo on that Dodrio, showcasing how much of a nuisance that Pokemon truly can be with that Tri-Attack moveset, buddy. What a great effort from Zeta Division. I mean, Burning Core, to be fair, we can't outcount them. They managed to get themselves right back into that game to the point where there was literally only 70 points between them at that Rayquaza battle. Just came down to that team fight, mate.
Yeah, it really did. And I think not able to, score any points at the start really just shows you how well, not only in the offensive aspect of the game that Zeta Division can play, but also just macro, right? Able to just defend the pads and just knowing at all times where Burning Core is. You can see the gears are turning for everyone on Burning Core. They want to think about, is the Dodrio ban actually worth it now? Because I think, to my understanding, they banned Comfey instead, right?
Yeah, they did, buddy. I mean, all the bans were for supports, Clefable being the other one as well for Burning Core, but I think you're absolutely right. We've seen Dodrio banned in previous sets, and that wasn't against Zeta Division, but I think if you have a Dodrio player that isn't even remotely concerned about a Blaziken that they're going up against, you've got to think about doing something to keep that off the field.
Yeah, and it's actually crazy, right? We watched this gameplay, and it's like, wow, this Dodrio is just so incredibly confident. Yet, Zeta Division still went down to QD Dig 2-1. So the question begs is, did they ban out Dodrio? Was it able to catch that set? Or was it just a, there's always a bigger fish in the sea kind of scenario. So I'm keen to see how Burning Core responds to this. We're going to have the players now for everyone to get to know Vitopo, the Dodrio player, the captain of the team, followed by Tommy, the Aegis Slash there, Wajiro, Rome, Tomato, and their support or alternate player 1 level up. I mean, if they continued this display in that second game, it might be a 2-0 scenario, Tano.
Well, I mean, of course, Tomato already has that red aura buff ready to go on their head. So that might be the difference between these two teams, but great effort by Burning Core to get themselves back into that, because, I mean, straight from the get-go, it felt like Zeta Division, they meant business in this game, buddy. They're not happy being in this lower bracket. It's not where they're comfortable. It's not where they're used to being, and you could tell straight from the get-go that they meant a lot of business in that game. So Burning Core managing to pull themselves back into it is a testament to how good these players are.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think just an adaptation is always ready to go right for the second game. It's not over yet for them. They are going to be able to come back. For example, when we watched E36 against Reject lost the first game as well, but they were able to quickly sweep through the bracket in the second 2 games. So I always say, right, rice cooks better with the lid on. I mean, the pressure is really on now for Burning Core. This is the final game potentially, and if they win this, they have a chance to continue and not go home in the first round of the loser bracket.
Oh, and this is it though, isn't it? This is the tournament of the year for these teams here. The top 3 will be going to Worlds, and that is where they want to be. It is time to go big or go home if you're on the side of Burning Core. It's a best of 3, but it is currently match point now for Zeta Division. You can't leave anything in your back pocket here if you're on the side of Burning Core.
What background is blue?
Speedster.
Oh my god, my brain isn't working. I was gonna say, I was like, what? It's like all-rounder and...
Too early for you, bro.
And water type? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I should be back in bed, right? 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Perfect time to take a quick nap. As I say this, though, I mean, maybe it's time for the Scyther to come out. Speedster against Speedster, right? Can't beat him, join him.
Yeah.
Is that something that we might be able to see in this next game?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many speedsters that are very viable in this meta at the moment, or at least we see them over here in the Western regions. I mean, I was doing a little bit of casting last night. I was covering the collaboration games for Koma Esports of another qualified team for Worlds, and they were doing some fundraising for their campaign buddy, and Talonflame was absolutely dominant in that. So I would like to see that here in the Japan Championships, but of course they have a completely different way of playing this game.
Yeah, they definitely do. They choose another bird instead with 3 heads, and it's going to be Hooper sending it through the bans yet again. Comfy going to be banned out from Burning Core. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if they ban Comfy, is it even worth banning Dojrio anymore? Timers ticks down as we find out what the second ban from Zeta Division is going to be. They're going to stick with this Psyduck here, and with Clefable, we're going right into the exact same bans. Is it going to be the exact same picks?
I mean, if you're Zeta Division, why wouldn't you run it back as soon as you possibly can? But we'll see if Burning Core shake up the way that they do their picks here to try and pull that attention away from the Dodrio. You've got to do something. You can't let that game happen again. It is going to be the same picks here. Blaziken and Inteleon coming out for Burning Core.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they go back in, but is the Dodrio more of like a once in a blue moon kind of pick? Well, I mean, they're going with the Umbreon sword yet again, so perhaps they're going to run this exact same thing back. Speaking of Talonflame, though, saw a glimpse of that as we go through the players, but with Snorlax now picked in instead of Mamoswine, we have Takubin taking it away. I love this adaptation coming out from Burning Core.
I'm with you, buddy. I love it. If you don't want to ban it, pick it. If you've got a player that can play it, take it away from Zeta Division. That's exactly how you make adjustments come in. So Vitapo has to pull out the Leafeon here, which, you know, they're going to be not really complaining about that. A great early game for them. Snorlax goes onto the side of Burning Core, which is going to be great coming up against the Leafeon. Now, Leafeon, even for a Mamoswine, definitely easier to catch. Not easy by any means, but easier to catch than a Dodrio here, though, Fu.
Now, I'm really confused, because we don't see a single supporter on the side of Burning Core. So they're going to have no heals at all. I mean, they do have Pokemon that can really sustain themselves, but what I'm worried about is if they are not able to have that healing capacity, how are they going to go up against this Leafeon here? Which is probably going to be looking at this Inteleon, right? There's no other better target to use your Emerald 2 steps on. And is Dodrio really a good matchup against something like an Umbreon, Aegislash, and a unstoppable Mewtwo Y? I mean, it wasn't a bait the entire time. Just play, Dodrio in such a good way that the opposition team's like, we need to take it away from them. But then draft a team comp that is just so anti-Dodrio that you just win the second game as well. I mean, these are mind games going on, right, between Zeta Division and Burning Core.
I mean, that would be so Zeta Division coded that it's genius play, buddy, if that's what they want to go for. You are right, though, that Dodrio's not going to have an easy game against the comp that they've picked on the side of Zeta Division. And then, of course, Leafeon being so good in those early stages without a core healer on the side of Burning Core. They may have bit off a bit much than they can chew, but we'll have to find out, buddy. Here we go. It's game 2 here. It's Zeta Division on your purple side, Burning Core on your orange side.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if a Leafeon goes up in early after taking just the red buff there, as we have a zoomed in version to see which are the Pokemons going into the respective paths. Not surprised either that Torchic has taken the central area for Burning Core. I mean, Blaziken, one of the best Pokemons to play in this region, is definitely going to be a decent advantage for those secure games. So, Takubin on the top side. They only see one. They need to actually secure these, but it is going to be Leafeon that comes online first.
That's crazy, but you've got that Doduo and the Snorlax on that farm, trying to take that away from you, but you still lock it in to get your Evo. They do cause a bit too much damage, and they're sent back to the Pokemon Center, but not too concerned on the side of Zeta Division, because now they can put some pressure down here into this basement lane, although that Swinub definitely going to be a bit tough for them to break through.
Yeah, definitely. And yet again, 4 members of Zeta Division have now spawned in this bottom part there. And you can see Combusken actually rotating up to the top side. Might have a trade, a handshake of pad breaks here for these teams as the first bit of Altarias come in online. They're not even going to try to contest it a lot by Zeras. They're going to be playing very, very safe here, considering the fact that they are severely outnumbered, right? And with all the scores going in, you know what? Zeta Division isn't even going to look for a pick either.
Nah, I mean, 21 apiece. That 24 is going to go in by Combusken. They are definitely throwing this top lane a little bit. The Leafeon having to deal with the Dodrio, but Zeta Division are going to try and lock in with the pressure in the basement side. The difficulty is that Swinub and that Snorlax are so hard to break through right now, Fu. Umbreon now on the field here, trying to put some disruption onto the side of Burning Core as well. But, I mean, Dodrio doing Dodrio things yet again, locks in the KO in the central area.
Yeah, I mean, Takubin really giving Zeta Division a taste of their own medicine, isn't it? Just hiding the boys getting the prime opportunity to take down the Doublade as well. But with the side strike hitting Takubin now, they're on 1 HP and a dream as we have a little bit of a broadcast issue here. No worries about that. Everyone is in suspense seeing whether Takubin can actually get out of there. But with the Leafeon rotating back on, I mean, Tano, it might be back to the Pokemon Center they go.
I mean, I'm glad it's not just me having that issue, buddy. I was looking at my internet connection saying, what is going on? But a good pick there by Piloswine, grabbing the Ice Fang onto the Blissey. And I tell you what, buddy, some good adjustment here from Burning Core. They've come out swinging. They've got themselves a points lead. Level-wise, they're slightly ahead as well, with Blaziken being there, with that Unite move ready to go. Dodrio not too far from it. Definitely a difference from that first game.
Oh, definitely, and this is what I like to see from Burning Core. They know they need to beat aggression with aggression here. Ice Fang onto Tomato there, but with the Snarl coming out, stuns both members of Burning Core. They're still looking, trying to get some dunks in. Inteleon successful. So it's going to be the sword up top, though, to just match that score coming in. And with Mewtwo Y now fully megaed up, that's a ton of damage coming out, and may not be enough damage for your Mamoswine to actually take in Inteleon getting Chaos Trigger 2. So it's actually going to be Burning Core coming out on top. And with this 40 going in, great signs from Burning Core there. They will have a first look at this Spaceman Reggie as well.
Oh my god, this is what Blaziken does best, buddy. Wow. Not able to deal with that Blaziken on the side of Zeta Division, and they get the double KO, whilst Inteleon was really comfortably getting those snipe shots connected, rips the objective, and now Burning Core really comfortable. Oh, good effort there by Dodrio, isn't able to take the Lecky away. Aegislash is going to find the KO, and now Burning Core back up. But they've got the points lead here, Fu. They've got the levels lead as well. They are feeling quite comfortable as we hit this mid-game.
Yeah, I think just for the first time in this matchup, right, they really are in head in both aspects of this game. But Inteleon getting caught out there might be a bit of a sticky situation now. They won't have a ton of damage for this top pad defense, but this Regieleki is already so low, so I don't think they'll be too worried about that as the overheat takes care of that problem. But you can see vision of all 4 members of Zeta Division in the enemy's central area. Big zoom in on Harusam here. I think both the Japanese broadcast and our broadcast is just in awe of how Japan plays Blaziken, right? And really feels like a win con if your team has it.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. We do get out of there on the side of Pillar Swine. Just showcasing, by the way, how difficult it is to take down that Pokemon. Dodrio does fall here. Diving into the entirety of Zeta Division is definitely a decision you can make. Not sure if it's the right one at that moment, but as I was saying, the Pillar Swine, the Swinub, the Mama Swine, whichever Evo they're currently on, the passive that they get, the thick fat, makes them already incredibly difficult to take down. You put a focus band on that as well, Fu. They are basically a damage sponge, taking so much, so difficult to take out, as we see Leafeon getting that Emerald 2-step there to take down the Dodrio.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking of damage sponges, Takubin taking the entire damage of the Emerald 2-step and allows Zeta Division to get some scores in. They're going to go back for a round 2 up on the top side, but we're focused on what this Reggie in the basement is going to be. Blaziken playing very forward here. Haru-Sam looking for a potential opportunity to kick some people back. There's no safeguards in this tournament here. Yawn onto your tomato there. It is going to be Zeta Division really pushing it out, but as long as Blazer can actually survive this ordeal, they will have a favorite secure there. So I think a huge nap in. It's going to be the Aegis Slash that takes it for them, though. Even the time to come through in good time. And Haru-Sam also goes down along with 2 other members of Burning Core, all thanks to your Mewtwo Y. And with that 1-2 trade, slowly but surely, you can see Zeta Division's levels coming back in.
Yeah, that might be the moment where this game flips, buddy. They've done enough to cut down that score lead even more, give themselves the levels they were looking for. Level 12 across the board on the carries here. We've got Mewtwo, Y, Leafeon, and Aegis Slash at that higher level. 13 has just been hit on Dodrio for Burning Core. Emerald 2-step comes in from Vetapo, doesn't connect though, and now they've got to back on up. Of course, they're going to get that back very soon. The Lecky locked in by Zeta Division. This is one heck of a game, but it's all going to come down to Rayquaza yet again to decide if we go to game 3 or if Zeta Division can take the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this. There seems to be one more potential fight now that these teams are looking for. Side Strike into the teleport through the bridge just to advance their cause there. And Zaras has to play really careful here. They don't have a lot of people to help them peel, because the Mamo is so far away from them. Gyakubari just waiting in the bush, very patient here. They know they've got a slight points lead right now, Tano. And I think they're not going to be a lot more action apart from this Rayquaza fight, right? Both these teams just looking to lock in a bit more experience before then, maybe get a bit of vision, and that's exactly what the Snorlax is doing now. But you can see how aggressive their division is, already taking that full space in that top side of the Rayquaza pit.
Getting a bit wary here. They have spotted the Mama Swine, but Dodrio's there with the tri-attack and a huge pick onto Mama Swine. Of course, they're going to be back for the Rayquaza, but it does mean that they get a bit more aggressive positioning on the side of Zeta Division.
Oh, this is really good for Zeta Division. You can see they're holding this bottom L very closely. I mean, Rom is playing very forward, and so is Leafeon right in the middle of it all in that center area.
They can get Blaziken here. That will make a world of difference. Overheat comes out. So difficult to take down. Looks like they may be able to get a good pick in here. We do have to use Moonlight Prance already. As soon as the Rayquaza's on the field, Triple Trample comes through. Looking to take down the Mewtwo Y. Emerald 2-step there onto Inteleon as their Spy Vision doesn't do enough. The Bliss Assistance onto Aegis Slash keeps them up in this fight. Now one carry down on the side of Zeta as well. Mewtwo Y being taken out, trying to lock in if they can get the Dodrio if they can. That might be the difference they're looking for. But Dodrio comes out on top. It's going to be a double KO for them. And now Burning Core have the advantage. It's just these defenders and supports that they have to deal with at the moment, buddy. The rip is on. Umbreon is here. They've got the Snarl. Can they sneak on in, though? They're going to continue to rip the Rayquaza. Inteleon back in the fight. What can they do on the side of Zeta Division? The Infinite Cyburn was a good effort, but it's the God of Secure Blaziken that takes the Green Dragon for Burning Core.
Burning Core almost lost it to the Infinite Cyber. Good effort from Zeta Division, but this is exactly what we want to see as spectators and passionate casters of this game. Burning Core coming back so resilient from that first game, despite losing it, has proven to everyone that they can take games of Zeta Division. And we're going to go the distance, folks. 390 to 146. Zeta Division, I think, knows this as well. They got 4 members down. Make that all 5 from a snipe off the screen. And Burning Core, let's go. One final chance for either of these teams to progress in the lower bracket.
Buddy, this Dodrio, this Blaziken, such an issue for these teams. I mean, we saw them against each other in the first game, but if a team gets both picks, wow. Burning Core were really dominant in this game, different from the first one. They came out of the gate swinging, they won that early stages. Zeta Division had a good attack down in that bottom lane, managed to get themselves back into the fight, but that Rayquaza battle was Burning Core all the way, locking in the picks, nearly getting an ace, and then they take game 2. We're going to a game 3, buddy.
Yeah, we are. That's exactly what we hoped as well, and I think having a pick of a Mamo was so good for Zeta Division, but Dodrio coming in hot, taking down both Mewtwo Y and also the Leafeon, just negated a lot of that damage coming out from Zeta Division, right? 878 to 146. Come on, we're really going distance here for both these sets. I mean, it does not get better than this.
Well, a sigh of relief there for Burning Core. We saw the second they got that Rayquaza, the cheers that you could see on the screen, buddy, while they were still playing the game. It was electric. Massive sigh of relief for this team. They know that was the opportunity, buddy. They had to pull everything out, and that's exactly what they did. 80k damage coming in there from Dodrio, 86k from Blaziken, 87 from Inteleon, just showing how much of a team game that really was for Burning Core Toyama.
Yeah, it really is, and this is what we like to see, right? With the replay coming in hot, we're going to be able to see what exactly happened at this Rayquaza fight. Mamoswine pushed up very far at the get-go. I think they were the first to fall here. We're just going to wait for the replay to go through. I think the casters are also saying, what a formation, a very aggressive line that Zeta Division has formed. Really trying to divide, I guess, the team of Burning Core, but they do say, though, teams that stick together probably win some of these engagements. Snorlax going first, double yawn there, Tano. And this is where the overheat gets charged in, deals a decent amount of damage to the supporter and the defender of Zeta Division. And I think with that, it really started the ball rolling.
Yeah, Mamoswine dies one in there, manages to get a good pick there onto Umbreon, has to use that Unite move right at the fight, probably where you don't want to use it just yet, and then it just breaks out everywhere. Leafeon, with a really good flank to be honest, gets onto the Inteleon. That was the pick they were looking for, and that looks like Zeta has the advantage now in this fight, buddy, and not being able to take down those defenders is the call, but Dodrio, doing Dodrio things, looks for the carry, and taking out a Mewtwo Y or or the Leafeon is exactly what Dodrio is there to do.
Isn't that crazy that they were able to take down the Mewtwo Y when it was on half HP, and then use the high jump kick that stuns out the Aegis Slash, escape that, and then just 180, no problem, takes out the Leafeon as well. I mean, that's just scenes here in the Japan Championships. Absolute masterclass for Dodrio player, and now they're just gonna be poking. And I think at this position, it was like, let's just flip it because we have Inteleon, right? We have Blaziken. We should be favored there.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that so many people on the side of Zeta just don't know how to deal with that Dodrio in those moments. You've lost your carries, buddy. You know, what's the support going to do? You don't do enough damage to it. You can't disrupt it enough. And even if you do manage to pull it out of that speed boost, what have you got to try and handle it? It's one of those where this Dodrio is really showcasing itself to be one of the strong picks here in the Japan region alongside that Blaziken, and it's just incredibly exciting Pokemon Unite to see, mate.
Yeah, it's actually like the Zorak of the Western world, right? It's just like, we still are struggling to think about how to really counter that Pokemon. I mean, we've seen a little bit from Luminosity where they would pick something like a Charizard into Comfy Zorak, which I think is a decent shout, to be honest. But in here, it's like, do you pick a Charizard into Dodrio? I mean, Dodrio doesn't really need a Comfy, you can see, to keep themselves sustained, just because Tri-Attack boosted, it gives you back so much more HP, right? And when you have your level 13s, your high jump kick does that double stun, so you can actually get out of sticky situations, exactly what Takubin showed us that game. I mean, now, Pitopo's like, yo, that's my mon. It's my turn to play that Pokemon. Let's do first pick so I get this Pokemon for our team.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how they change the way that they do these pick and bans. But I expect we're going to have the same supporter bans. I don't think there'll be much change there, but I think it's going to be a bit of a contested pick to see who can get the Blaziken and who can get the Dodrio here. Zeta Division will be looking to try and take that Dodrio. That's probably the one that they feel is more important to them. But it's one apiece, buddy, in the lower bracket. One of these teams will be leaving today if they don't win this next game. It is now time to really go big or go home.
Yeah, it really is, and I think this is not even like the game to qualify for Worlds, right? This is the first round of the lower bracket, and it's already just huge drama now for both these teams. It is now time. I think Zeta Division probably got caught off guard as well, considering that they had a good start to that Rayquaza, but as they say, these are just how these Rayquaza fights go, right? 2 minutes could be the difference of whether you're flying to Anahei later this year, or you're going back and waiting a few months for the next season to start. So Japan Championships, we're back in it again. One apiece, folks, between the Zeta Division, Burning Court Toyama, Hooper, Comfy. I mean, we don't expect anything different from these bands.
That we do not, buddy. And I mean, we've already had so many 2-1 games here today. Really, Japan has put on an absolute statement in these first round games. Of course, we've got day 2 tomorrow as well. It's incredible to see. So it is going to be a Blaziken steal here on the side of Zeta Division, taking it for Tommy straight away from the get-go. Such an interesting adjustment here for Zeta Division.
Yeah, they're going to give up this Blissey here, but I don't think Burning Core wants it either. They're going to lock into Inteleon instead, and Takubin thinking about, is this a Dodrio time? No, they're going to switch to the Snorlax to see. But that means that we're going to have Zeta Division getting both Dodrio and Blaziken? Is that what? I can't even say anything now, because is that worth it for a one Snorlax?
No. In my opinion, no. I mean, of course, we're looking at it with the vision of how we see our own regions. But from what I have seen, I'm not sure that that's a right or wise choice. But we do have Zoroark and Zacian here on the field. We know that Japan loves that Zacian so much. And it is probably going to be a good matchup against this Blaziken at the moment. And then it's just a matter of these speedsters matching up against each other, buddy. This is the third game, and it's already showing to be a very exciting one.
Tana, tell me how Zeta Division got away with Blaziken, Dodrio, and Blissey, and Umbreon, and Mewtwo Y. What is going on the side of Burning Core? What are they going to pick that is going to be so worth it to give away these 5 Pokemon? We're going to find out in about 8 seconds time. Zoroark, without your conventional support, will mean that Eldegoss has to be picked here in order to provide some sort of healing. But I mean, on paper, is it not just a Dodrio game here? You got 2 squishy targets in the form of Eldegoss and your Inteleon, and a Snorlax that needs to try to peel for this Inteleon. It's going to be a tough ask.
It honestly feels like this is everything Zeta Division wanted in this third game, buddy. They've got everything that they could possibly want. They've been using these Pokemon all day. They've been playing so well on them. We're going to have to see what Burning Core can bring here, of course. They do have Pokemon that we haven't quite seen on broadcast just yet. And, you know, they're definitely comfortable on them. But I'm with you. I'm kind of shocked that Zeta Division have been able to lock in this comp, knowing how well Burning Core have just dominated on that Blaziken and Dodrio.
Yeah, and I think just the last game, it's clear to see that Burning Core has a really good Dodrio player as well, right? Takubin is, you know, not shy to go in as well. So even though Vitopo, we saw so many highlights in that game number 1, I am surprised that they gave it away for something like a Snorlax. But, you know, they say you got to play your comforts, right, when it matters the most. If you know the limits of your Pokemon, you can even defeat some of the worst matchups just because you play that Pokemon so much. We're going to load into the game very, very soon, folks. The final game between these two teams, and it's going to be the decider for the first time of who goes home today early on in this Japan Championships.
Here we go, buddy. Zeta Division on our purple side. Burning Core still on our orange side. Central area here for Blaziken. Zoroark doing the same for Burning Core.
And here we go yet again. We're looking for that early aggression, especially having something like a Dodrio and a Zoroark on your side. You're going to be able to really fight it off from the get-go. And Zacian now one of the other really good top path Pokemons to pick. So, you know, confident that they don't need anybody else at the moment just to get some of those auto attack stats, deal some damage, maybe bait out a Citrus Berry or so. and they completely run over this path if they're lucky.
Snorlax gets the first KO of the game. If Zacian can hit level 5 up here before Dodrio, that's going to be huge for them. They do take down the Blissey, trying to put the pressure on here to Dodrio. Zeta Division managing to come out with a bit of aggression here, finding those KOs and giving a bit of dominance into their lanes.
Yeah, they're going to be waiting now. Patience, rewards for Harusam as they're going to look to maybe lurk in this bottom path instead. They know that they don't have an Umbreon just yet, so going to be able to do a combo on at least one person here. Bane attack successfully goes through, but not enough to take down anybody, and all three members are going to go back on close to their pad, Tano, as we have potentially a revisit of the fight there. No, Zoroark goes back in otherwise. They are maybe giving up the blue buff to this Inteleon instead, maybe feeding a little bit higher. Let's see what they do.
Now we've got Dodrio on the field. Verdopo ready to cause that chaos that they're so used to doing, buddy. The tri-attack is here. Zacian's wary for it. And we have to keep an eye on whether that's going to be Metal Claw or Sacred Sword. We do have 15 seconds before these 8 minutes spawn in. Zeta Division already swarming that way to see if they can take them away.
Yeah, we're going to have now level 7 coming out from Inteleon soon as we have a clash of these teams in the middle there. Overheat goes in just a bit early, but they're going to be able to push the major Altaria out of the site and onto their side as well. Snipe shot available for Zaris here. See whether they can land anything as we have a Zoroark going through early. Huge snipe there to take out a Rom, and this is an opportunity. Heavy slam to go in. Jai Kubari going in for the heavy slam, but not able to connect with any KOs, as we now have a patient waiting for this next Altara farm Tano to come in.
Buddy, we're about to hit the 720s, and we've had 2 points scored in this game. Zoroark is here with the KO, managing to get the 30 dunk on in. So it does honestly feel like Burning Core are taking the lead in these early stages, buddy. They've got higher levels, they've got higher points on the field. Not too far from the Unite move being up for the Zoroark. There it is. Inteleon's close to it as well. As we're about to have the first objectives on the field, Zeta Division getting prepared to take this basement Reggie.
Yeah, I mean, despite giving seemingly all Pokemon that Zeta Division like to play, it is going to be Burning Core that comes out on top with their Pokemons. We have a Blaziken now for Tommy, just ripping this Regirock down. Heavy slam right into the Snarl, and the Snipe comes through. He's going to be good for Regirock on the side of Burning Core, and they're going to go in once again. Zoroark is unstoppable going in, avoids the overheat, and with the Azure Spy Vision, here comes the damage. It goes through yet again. We do have Rom trying to escape with the Side Shock, but into that auto attack damage from Azaris will mean that they also get taken down. A win for Burning Core here is massive, and they're going to keep moving. They want to keep this lead, Tano.
Buddy, the highest level on the side of Zeta is level 8, level 10 for Burning Core. An entire 2 levels is huge in Pokemon Unite as we see that shaking out here. Zoroark locks in the KOs that they were looking for. Mewtwo Y has to use that teleport to get themselves away from the Inteleon. Zoroark shows face. Looks like they want to go in for the hunt. Snorlax dives on in. Good pick onto the Umbreon on the side of Burning Core. They try to rein in the 40 dunks. There's a 30, but it's going to be Mewtwo Y looking for the KO here. Onto Inteleon. Zacian gets KO'd as well, and Zeta Division flip the field just like that. If they take down the Elder Goss, that's pretty much an ace in this basement lane. They rein in more points, and that may have just flipped this game on its head.
Well, every action has an equal and opposite reaction, and I think Zeta Division got probably a little bit more than that. They're not only able to wipe out all members of Burning Core, also able to break that bottom pad now. So even though Burning Core has that points lead still, you can see the levels are so much more healthier on the side of Zeta Division now, right? Level 11, Vitopo, there, it's on now, right? We have the move advantage? No, sorry. The move upgrade for your tri-attack, so going to be able to deal a little bit more damage as well.
Umbreon trying to cause some disruption. Nightfall Days alongside the Elder Gods. Colin Crowd Clash was massive there for Burning Core. Keeps Zoroark in this fight. And they managed to find a KO onto Dodrio. Blaziken takes the Elder Gods though. Goes out. 1 HP in a dream. Zoroark comes dashing back in and takes that double. Looks for the Umbreon here, but they take down Zacian. And the Azure Spy Vision's going to come out from Burning Core to buy that space. While Zoroark continues to rip this Regieleki. The Inteleon is going to go down, but Burning Core have found all the advantage that they need in this topside, Fu.
Oh, absolutely. I think the linchpin of both these teams are the speedsters, right? And how well they can play. And so far, both Vitapo and Harusam have just shown us how you can play speedsters without, you know, always a supporter by your side, such as a Comfy as well. Now we have a 6th member on the side of Burning Core trying to push this top in, but they're going to actually use this opportunity to focus on this Dodrio here. Vitapo gets the KO streak onto Inteleon and somehow uses the triple trample to trample away. I think that was an absolute moment of daylight robbery. How in the world did they survive that ordeal?
Oh, buddy, I hope they were shouting parkour as they did that, bouncing off the wall. Sovereign Sword comes in here from Zacian. He's going to do enough to lock down the Mewtwo-Y as Burning Core continue to look for the picks, hunting down the Blissey. Blissey doing that just to make sure that Zeta Division can get back onto their pad and no more KOs coming their way. Burning Core have got sights on Zeta Division in this game, buddy, and the second they find an advantage, they are capitalizing on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it gets closer than this. Both these teams, instead of, you know, always going in and farming, they're just looking for fights here and there. Harusam in the bush now, in the tall grass, going for a 50 after confirming all vision. Can they actually get this in, though? They are going to be successful, Tano, to lock in that 50 and bringing back the points lead for their team. Snipe shot's not going to be able to land, and they actually sacrifice the Zorak there for the points as Vitapo goes in. The Mewtwo-Y by their side. We have a minute until the final stretch. I am hyped for this game.
But the way that this game is shaped up, buddy, we now have level 14 on the field for Dodrio. Vitapo has hit that despite the fact that in the mid-game, it was Burning Core all the way with the levels. Now, they do have 13 on Xeris and also Takubin there with the Zacian. Harusam has just hit it as well. This is going to be an incredibly close Rayquaza battle as we see Rayquaza getting ready to enter the field and decide the fate of one of these teams here today.
Whoa, that is one of the coolest observing I've ever seen. I did not know you could see the Rayquaza coming in. But about 20 seconds, folks, it's going to land right in the middle of it all. And we'll also decide which team will move forward with a chance of qualifying for Anaheim still in sight. And which team will leave this competition, obviously, in heartbreak. We're going to have an initial vision provided by Tomato. As we now have teams gathering up top, you can see Vitapo just chilling up in the top side, waiting for the vision before they actually confirm whether they want to flank in or whether they're just going to go right in with that triple trample as well. No action so far. Both these teams playing musical chairs, but here comes the high jump kick. Chunks down the Zacian immediately, but Zorak's there to quickly fend them off as well. Snipe shot to Tommy. So many things are happening right now and no KOs, but we've already spent 30 seconds, Tano.
Oh, wow, these teams so close to each other. We do have to see Snorlax get out of that situation, go back and heal. That's why Zeta Division are looking for the advantage here. Zorak has to dash on through, get themselves out of that situation. Cotton Crowd Clash comes through here. Dodrio will not be stopped, though, until Inteleon finds the KO. In return, though, they also fall from Mewtwo-Y. Both of the carries are out here now for these teams, having to rely on the Zorak on the side of Burning Core. They lock in with all the Unite moves here, though, buddy, and with that Moonlight Press, that's going to be enough to cause the disruption. Zeta Division have wiped out Burning Core. It's an ace. They're going to lock in the Green Dragon. Zeta Division are going to be able to win this game if they just score some hundo burgers here and send Burning Core Toyama home.
Yeah, there's nothing colder than clapping before the game ended. I mean, Vitapo knew at that moment in time, after wiping out the Elder Goss, that their dreams of making to Anaheim lives on in the lower bracket. I mean, absolute heartbreak for Burning Core. Massive credit for how well they played into Zeta Division. I feel like they definitely gave us a show on the hands, but it is going to be Zeta that lives for another day. Hunderberger's coming in and undisputedly in this game that were able to take it out and find their way. I mean, they still have lots of work to do, Tano, but for this one moment, they can celebrate moving on in this competition.
I mean, buddy, Burning Core deserved to take a bow. The fact that this set was so incredibly close, and what an effort from Zeta Division, knowing that they were able to win that game with that effort at the Rayquaza. But buddy, this set has been electric, my favorite of the day so far. And, you know, Burning Core, of course, they're going home and they're going to be upset about that. But what a fantastic way to take the fight to one of Japan's biggest and best known teams.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the Topo here Just really relieved, I think, that they played so excellently at the end. I think that this team synergy is just something that's so inspiring, right, for a lot of these players. Just the fact that everyone is constantly looking for each other and really just trust the way that they can get these picks off. I thought for a moment when Zeros took down the Dodrio that perhaps we'll have a better fight there, but in that midst of that little choke point at Ray Point where everyone on the side of Zeta Division just used their Unite moves when everyone was snarled in and in that crowd control, at that moment in time, wiping out 4 members of Burning Core just meant that they had the advantage. And there's just so much an Eldegoss can do, Tano, at the end of the day, with Side Strike knocking them out. I mean, that's just the prerequisite, though, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I mean, great effort from both these players. The respect is across the board here as they shake each other's hands. Zeta Division are going to be the ones progressing. We predicted it, buddy, a 2-1 victory to Zeta, but Burning Core took them right down to the wire, being the Rayquaza battle in the final moments of that game that decides who goes home and who progresses through. And I mean, this is just round 1 of the Japan Championships. Incredible play here, buddy.
Yeah, 100%, and that's gonna round off the first set of the lower bracket round 1 between Zeta Division and Burning Core. I mean, in each stage, right, we're gonna be waiting for whoever is gonna be knocked out in the upper bracket to verse Zeta Division. So my understanding, it's gonna be the loser of Scars against Reject, which is gonna be another exciting set that we'll be bringing you guys in a bit. You can see on the screen right now, the Dodrio MVP player is getting interviewed. Vitopo, I mean, understandably, such a great mechanical player, but I think just knowing the limits of that Pokemon and knowing who can contest and having the confidence, Tano, to contest mons that may not even be in the favor, such as something like a Blaziken, is just so good to see.
It's just genius play, buddy. What more could you want? The way that they bounced off that wall, got themselves out of that fight at 1 HP in a dream. Wow, it kind of left me speechless. It was incredible to see, and definitely a very well-deserved MVP award for them there, and the progression through to the next round. Incredible play. I mean, this is Pokemon Unite at its best, buddy, and we're not even at Worlds yet, okay? Worlds is in August. We've got more action to come throughout this year. This is the pinnacle so far, and it's going to get even better from here, too.
Yeah, and I think that's why Worlds is so fun to spectate, right? Just because you've got kind of the best of the best in the Western side against the best of the Asia side, and sometimes, you know, when teams play so differently, that clash is just... I think it's... The fact that it only happens once a year, I wish there were more LAN events, and maybe in the next season there's going to be a shake-up, but for now, we just have to wait until August comes around to see whether, you know, these type of gameplay that Japan showed us, just the max aggression, playing speedsters whenever they can, against maybe more of the tanky comps now that the Western world has brought in, which one comes out on top, and which one deserves to be the fourth, you know, world champion of this Pokemon Unite game. So, fantastic work, I think, from both these teams, and I think we're going to go quickly to the brackets, just to highlight for everyone and those folks at home watching in for the first time, what has already transpired in our top 8 bracket today?
Alrighty, so Zeta Division. Oh, okay. Okay, we're just getting a bit of confirmation there, chat. So it's a different way of doing the bracket here. So as we see in the lower bracket, so Zeta Division are going to progress on through there, but they're going to be going up against whoever loses between Soaring to Dreams and Enter Force 36. Usually it would be whoever loses in these upper bracket games that goes up against them down in the lower bracket. So a different way of doing it here. That's going to be quite interesting. So you're going up against another loser bracket team here.
I mean, I wonder whether that changes anything. Isn't that easier for people that went into the lower brackets? Because they're going to be versing against more lower bracket teams.
I mean, it is Zeta division though, so I don't.
Yeah, that's true.
But what is interesting?
Forgot about
that. where does the upper bracket team go then? If they're going into the other lower bracket quarterfinals, I guess that's such an interesting way of doing it.
Okay.
That makes sense. So, yeah, that makes sense. The loser of upper bracket semifinal 1 will go up against the loser of upper bracket semifinal 2. That makes perfect sense, when you think about it. So, interesting. A different way of doing the bracket here, Fu.
Yeah, I mean, that's just very different to what normally, in terms of like the advantage of going into the upper bracket provides you. But in this case, it doesn't really matter what bracket you're in, right? Apart from the fact that you have one additional chance in the upper bracket. Because if you're an upper bracket competitor and you're versing after losing another upper bracket competitor, that means that the advantage of being in the upper bracket is just that, right? You get to have one more go. You have a safety net. But the people that you're versing don't really get easier. They just really they get the same or harder, right? If you think about it. Whereas if you go into the loser bracket, you are technically versing another team that has also been in that position. So maybe it's more like the Swiss format where you're versing teams that are kind of in the same matchup stage of the competition, and maybe that will produce even better finals, I guess, because you'll really have the best of the best versus the best of the second best. Yeah, I need a bit more cooking on that. I feel like maybe I didn't interpret it correctly, but that's gonna be it.
I think it is one of those where I mean, all these teams are so close anyway, Fu, like in this Japan Championships, like they're so close. Like the fact that only 3 of these teams are going to go to Worlds is just crazy, which is I think why we're seeing so many 2-1 victories here. But in the first round there was only one 2-0 victory, so it just showcasing how close these teams really are. But we're just going to take a break here, but I believe that's going to be your last cast for the day, Fu. How did you find it, mate?
Yeah, it was awesome. Thank you so much for having me. I feel like these games are just going to get better and better per set, right? I'm really glad that we got 3 game sets today, just because I love to watch Japan. I feel like no other region has played that aggressive just from the get-go, and I think we learn a lot as the Western side of things on how these teams play. So I hope everyone has a great watch for the rest of today's broadcast, and I'll see you tomorrow for day number 2.
せしました。ポケモンユナイト部門 PJCS2025 Day1 でございます。
お願いします。
お願いします。さあ今日も残すところ本当に少なくあと2戦ですか。
あと2試合ですね。
あと2試合となりまして、素晴らしい。ちょっとね長めのインターバルのお時間いただいたんですけれども、選手たち励ますかのようなというか、それこそね温かいVTR ご覧いただきましたけれども、まずはローワーの続いてのマッチを見る前にこちらをご覧ください。ポケモンユナイトは7月21日月曜日にリリースから4周年を迎えます。4周年を記念してラティアスとラティアスが参戦決定。イエーイ。
これは嬉しい。
そうです。はい、本当にどんなポケモンたちなんだか会うのが楽しみですね。さあそれぞれの参戦日など詳細は続報をお待ちください。続いてこちらの動画をご覧ください。現在バトルパスシーズン32おめかしスタイルピクシーが開催中です。おめかしスタイルピクシーとお茶会スタイルマリルリのホロウェアやピクシーとお揃いのトレーナーファッションなどがゲットできます。ぜひおめかし楽しんでみてください。続いてこちらの動画をご覧ください。ホイップクリームを分け与えて味方を癒すサポートタイプのポケモンマホイップ6月12日に参戦しました。バトルする姿も可愛いのでぜひ遊んでみてください。
もしかしたらねこの後も見れるかもしれませんから。
そうですよ。先ほど、本当に痛快なデビュー戦を果たしましたから。
そうですね。
はい、
まだまだ楽しみです。
続いてこちらの動画もご覧ください。 ことで現在フェアリーフェスティバルが開催中です。フェアリータイプのポケモンでミッションをクリアするとユナイトライセンスやフォロウェアがもらえる特別イベントも登場しました。ぜひチャレンジしてみてください。お待ちしてます。続いてこちらの動画もご覧ください。ということでオレンジタグ付きフォロウェアネオストリートスタイルルカリオ、とんでもなくかっこいい。
かっこいいですね、今日もルカリオたくさん活躍してますからね。
ですね。
ぜひ皆さんもゲットして、ルカリオで活躍してほしいです。
はい、宝箱チャレンジもありますのでチェックしてみてください。さあまだあります。続いてこちらの動画をご覧ください。の新しいフォロウェアおやすみスタイルが登場しました。全ての技エフェクトの見た目が特別なものになっています。今ならライセンスとセットでお得にゲットできるチャンスです。いや珍しい姿ですね。S1もね。
そうですね、リターンした時も、寝ながら帰ってますからね。
こうやってね余裕が強さに
めちゃめちゃ可愛いですね。
ねということでぜひチェックしてください。そして告知はこれだけではありません。もう一つございます。今ね後ろにちょっと準備も整っているんですが、実は我々キャスターと、あと選手が座るこちらの椅子、もしかしたら配信をご覧になっている皆さんもお気づきかもしれませんが、こちらをご覧ください。なんとゲーミングチェアブランドのコンティークスからポケモンユナイトデザインのゲーミングチェアが登場します。これ本当にめでたい。
ありがとうございます。
もちろんねこの日のためにという気持ちもあると思うんですけれども、この日だけじゃなくポケモンユナイトを愛する皆さんのためにということで、なんとコンティークスさんがね作ってくださいました。
僕も愛してますからポケモンユナイトめちゃめちゃ欲しいですよ。
そのポケモンユナイトの紫色とオレンジ色のデザインが印象的なデザイン性と機能性を兼ね備えたチェアです。そして6月21日今日からご覧の QR コードから画面左下の QR コードから予約開始です。もう予約スタートしておりますのでぜひチェックしてみてください。
お願いします。
はい、メーカーさんが鋭意開発中で11月下旬より順次発売予定となります。いやということで、こちらのゲーミングチェアなんですけれども、僕らもね座り続けてみてもこの座り心地の良さみたいなところはありますが、やっぱりね実況席でいろいろ伝えるのは限界がある。
なんか見覚えのある人が
そうやっぱり実況解説席はこう背筋を伸ばしてピンとね、しっかり座らなきゃいけない場ですから、より自由にステージ上で魅力を教えていただけるということですのでちょっと呼んでみましょう。うないさん。
はい、こちらステージ上です。水上さんとそしてレフさんがいらっしゃいます。
レフさんだ。
レフさん今日は何のお仕事してきたんですか？
後ろで ゲーム部門の実況と解説の方をさせていただいております。
今日は終わったということなんですけれども、お手伝いに来てくれました。
そうですね、どちらも全部門本当に楽しんでいるので、ここにいたところ手伝ってくれと言われたので快く来ました。
すいません、いつも
レフさん急遽の登壇ということなんですが、座り心地いかがですか？
いや本当に座りやすくて、でゲーミングチェアって僕も持ってるんですけど、このクッション性というか革が結構多いイメージで、通気性もしっかりしててすごいいいなって今思ってますね、座って。
なんで何も聞いてないのに完璧なの。
5分ぐらい前まで本当に何も知らないんですけど大丈夫ですかねって言ってたらとは思えないね。
マジで何も知らないんですけど、率直に座った気持ちをお伝えしております。
じゃあ私たち何も説明しないんで、ちょっと気づいてください。どこがすごいか気づいてほしいんですよ。
どこがすごいか。
いろいろやってみて、レフさんいろいろやってみて。
うないさん結構、いやでもこれはこれ一番じゃないですか。倒れる。こうまだいける。まだいける。怖い、普通に怖いんだけど。全然椅子をどうこう思ってはいないんですけど、普通に僕の腹筋が足りなくて後ろに行く可能性を考慮してしまった。
これ175度まで倒れます。
すごいですね。じゃあほぼ水平にというか寝れるぐらいまで行くと。でもそれは多分重心の問題で倒れる可能性が怖いので、一旦やめときます、この辺で。
はい、危なかったんですけれども、それぐらい後ろに倒れることができるということで、さっき立った時も言ったんですけれども、疲れた時にはちょっと横になることもできるし、モニターの向きに合わせてもね、そのプレイの角度調整できますから、かなりいろんなところに、配慮されているというか、いろんな人に向けたゲーミングチェアなんだなと思います。
あともう一つ、こちらですね、アームレストかなり動きます。ボタンいろいろ動かしてみてください。
まず高さ、これ結構あって、いろいろってことはこれなんだ。横に動くんだ。はい、じゃあなんかこう僕が普段あぐらをかくときとかは広めにして
そうですね
っていうことができる。さすがにここでねあぐらかくのはちょっと忍びないためやらないですけど、もう気づいてください。これかな。いやこれ難しくないですか。これ押して回る系。すごいですね。角度もこれあんま見たことないですね。人によって、好きな角度でやれて、高さも幅も変えれる。いやドキドキしながらやった。全部
あともう一個気づいてほしい。
もう一個、うないさん結構攻めるタイプだな。すればいい。
かなりゲーミングチェアで必ずついてるところがかなり画期的なので、ちょっとそこ触ってみてください。
はい。目に見え
疲れるよね。
疲れるよね。
何も聞いてなさすぎだろレフさん。
マジで何も聞いてない。これか。これが取れるんだ。これマジでびっくりしました。本当に知らなかったんで。びっくりしてた。取れるんですね。はい。本当だ。なんか高さが調整できて、結構本当に首の位置とかがね低い人ってこれあっても邪魔かなぐらいのあると思うんですけど、かなり動けますね。すごい。
さあこれなんだって
グレイシアのカバーがあって、
もっとあります。もっと
すごいいっぱいある。
いっぱいある。これ本当にカメラさんに向けて。ごめんなさい。未来ドンとかいろいろあって、ハピナスもある。多種多様なポケモンがいて、これをここ
っていうのがね、こちらのヘッドレストの部分にお好きなポケモンのカバーをこうセットして、かなり相棒のポケモンを頭に感じながらゲームすることができますという仕様になっております。これすごいよね。
すごいですね。しっかりとそのポケモンとコラボっていう感じを見せつつ、好きなポケモンを選べるっていうのはなかなかないですよね。
すごい。カバーを作ろうという発想はマジでなかったなと思って、発想の勝利です。これいくらでもね、好きなポケモンもユナイトに関連するポケモン、今後いろんなポケモンがユナイトに増えていったとしても、もしかしたらね、その できたりもするかもしれませんから、今本当に好き勝手言ってますよ。想像であるか分かりませんけれども、そういうことができるものとしてそのカバーの部分っていうのが、出てきたのはものすごい発想だなと思います。
ここってあんまりこうお洗濯する印象がないじゃないですか。日頃首やら頭つけてるのに、でもカバーつけてたらね、これだけ洗うことできますから、衛生面でも
天才ですそれ。確かにそうだ、すごいな。あらゆる方面が配慮されております。こちらおすすめです。一応
ということで本日から受付開始ということなので、気になる方はぜひこちらポケモンユナイトデザインのゲーミングチェアチェックしてください。以上です。
はい、うないさん、みなかみさん、レフさん、ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
いやー、本当に急にステージに上げられた人でしたね。
何も知らなかったですけど、でもちゃんと気づけたのはやっぱ
いや
すごいですよ。
いや、あの人すごすぎる。あの人すごすぎる。
すごすぎますよ。
すごすぎますよ。うますぎました。ということで、いろいろ魅力を紹介したんですけれども、そんなこのポケモンユナイト仕様のゲーミングチェア、会場でも座ることができますので、ぜひぜひお試しください。我々実況キャスター席の、目の前のブースにありますので、ぜひぜひ座ってみてください。これはね、ガチでいろんな大会シーンを作ってくださっているスタッフさんです。今回まさか椅子に座る、そしてこれだけカメラで抜かれて配信に乗るとは思わず今日出勤してきたということですので、必死に笑顔を作ってくれて、椅子を映してほしいんですがスタッフさんにもエールを送ってあげていただけたらなと思います。さあ、ということで、滝島さん、ここまでちょっとね、和やかな時間をお送りしましたけれども、ちょっと緊張感戻します。そうですね。ローワーブラケット、選手たちはここで負けると敗退です。少し準備の時間もいただきまして、選手たちにもね、休憩していただきたいなという意味で口コーナー設けましたが、もうここからはノンストップで2戦お届けします。ローワーブラケット Day1 で3チームが敗退するうちの残り2チームが決まるということになります。それでは参りましょう。続いての対戦カードはこちらです。夢へ羽ばたく VS エンターフォース36。
お願いします。
お願いします。大きな拍手をお送りください。さあ、滝島さん、ここもまた今年の WCS 予選から存在感をどんどん大きくしていった両チームです。
そうですね。やはり先ほどの戦いでもしっかりと自分たちの存在感がある構成っていうのを出してきてますので、この戦いも非常に楽しみなものですがありますね。
そうですね。先ほど午前中ですかのスカーズと夢へ羽ばたく戦でもお伝えしましたが、彼らにとって初めて立つであろうこのステージがどれだけプレッシャーがかかるか。さあ、皆さんのもし初めて見るという方がきっと多いと思うんです、コメント欄も。だからこそ彼らの背中を押してあげていただきたい。大きな拍手と声でお迎えください。選手入場です。まずは WCS5 月大会2位アルティメットフュージョン改めエンターフォース36。1回戦ではリジェクトを相手に激闘、肉薄、僅差の戦いを勝ち抜いて、ギリギリの戦いで惜しくも敗れてこのローワーブラケットに降りてきたというエンターフォース36です。究極融合と書きましてアルティメットフュージョンと呼んだそのチーム、オレンジサイドのシートに座ります。さあ、対するはこちらのチームです。5月大会第3位夢羽ばたく。この夢へ羽ばたくチームも1回戦ではスカーズと対戦、惜しくも敗れローワーでこのエンターフォース36と戦うことになりましたが、滝島さん、この夢へ羽ばたくチームの実力というのも午前中でしっかりと
見せつけられましたよね。
そうですね。2匹のディフェンスタイプを採用した攻めっ気のある構成であったりとか、ファイヤーを軸とした中盤後半に寄せたプレイというところは非常に。
Hello trainers and welcome back to Unity Clash, which are bringing you a special broadcast live from Japan, which is the Pokemon Japan World Championships Qualifiers here. And of course, below me, I've got Lobo. Below that, I've got Tano. So how are we doing today, both of you?
Tano, you go first.
Oh, I mean, I'm doing absolutely well, buddy. We had a couple of sets that I've already casted with Fu. Absolutely electric. Very
With who?
excited to continue casting this with you, Lobo.
Oh, mate, you trade one Aussie for another. I mean, that's just, it is what it is. We're going to keep the hype going. Nitera looking schmick and span. I love the little vest that you got going, buddy. How have the games been, boys? Like, what's, talk to me about a little bit about the meta. What are we seeing? Is it very different to what we're seeing over in the West? Nitera, give me a rundown.
Well, I come from Asia, as we all know. Very strong proponent of Japan, part of it. A lot of the meta is definitely very different coming in from the West and the East, right? And we're gonna see a very big change. In fact, just before we get into the match, pick and bans. We're looking at a lot more support-focused bans as compared to the West side, where we're actually taking out more key Pokemon. So if we're taking Suicune out on the West, you're probably seeing Blissey out in the East. So that's something you can look forward to, but a lot of more traditional picks that you see in the West, we're going to be seeing a lot more speedsters coming in here in Japan because their gameplay is a lot more of overwhelming force rather than having a good tempo.
So that's actually really interesting. That's actually really interesting because Tana, when we were watching, just watching NAIC, and even when we were watching, when we were doing our own stuff, casting for some other grassroots stuff, we were seeing a lot more tempo played, like Nitera said, coming through from these games. A lot more control, a lot more throttling on and off, and trying to break those goal zones early. But this overwhelming force that Nitera is kind of talking about kind of just very much symbolizes what I feel like Japan Pokemon Unite can be. So I'm really excited to actually get watching into my first games. Have we had any from the last couple of games that you casted, Tana, have there any been just outlying Pokemon that have just sprung out that have been performing really well?
I mean, hey, Naito's gonna say Lucario, but it's all about that Dodrio Blaziken, mate. That's what it's all about. If a team gets both of those picks, they seem to just be winning automatically. We do have a little bit of pick and ban stuff going on the Liquipedia page. They've not updated it just yet, but Blaziken is storming the win rate at 80% at the moment, and Snorlax being one of the most picked as well. So plenty of Pokemon action. I do think it'll continue to be the Dodrio and Blaziken that decides these games.
Are we surprised?
No, because when Blaziken got that buff recently before we headed on into NAIC, and it was probably one of the most consistently picked Pokemon that we saw across that tournament as well. And Snorlax, I think, has just come out front as probably the premier defender right now. I guess your second pick could be Umbreon as well. Even Mamoswine. Those three Pokemon are vying for that top position when it comes to defender, but Snorlax it doesn't require any evolution. It has such a versatile moveset if you take Flail and put it to one side over there, and we go with that heavy slam into either block or yawn. It's just such a heavy crowd control meta. Now you add Mamoswine, you add Umbreon, you add the Suicune that you were talking about as well, Nitera, but the little golden duck, how are they favoriting that Pokemon over here? Are we seeing much of the side duck come out to play?
Every game.
Come on. Alright, you know what? Before we do that, I think Lobo, you want to take a look at the brackets real quick. And so I'm going to give you that favor, sold out for you. But Tano, I'm going to give you a spotlight to share how you think this is going to go down.
I mean, buddy, look at the amount of 2-1s we've had on the bracket already. Would we be surprised to see another 2-1? Zeta Division is waiting to see who they're coming up against between these two teams. Enter Force 36 went down against Reject 2-1. Soaring to Dreams are the only ones that had the 2-0 defeat to Scars. So I'm predicting a 2-1 victory to Enter Force here.
It's really interesting, man. These 2-1s. I mean, we love a good game 3 situation as casters. Just means we get to cast a little bit more. I know, Nitera, you've been here since the beginning. So you've been enjoying seeing some of the everything going through. I'm actually, you know what? I'm going to give you my pick based purely on name and name only. And that's going to be Enter Force. I'm going Enter Force for the 2-1. That's going to be my pick. That's the game we're watching. So, it's going to be interesting. But Tano, can you give us a little bit of idea of how the losers bracket works?
Absolutely. So we've just had this confirmation. We were on about it earlier. So the way the loser bracket works, it is going to be this game will go up against the Zeta division in the loser brackets. It's going to be the losers of the upper semi-finals, the upper semi-final 1 that goes up against the losers of upper semi-final 2. So it's such an interesting way for them to do this bracket, buddy. It's going to be kind of playing up against that same level of team that you're going up against, and I think it's such an interesting way that they do these brackets.
No, I mean, having something new is always done really well, and I also really like we just saw both teams giving themselves that the fist bump, where I think they're all starting to about lock in, ready go. As you can see, we're going lower first. Round B, Enter Force, I think might be on your orange side, and I think it's going to be Soaring Dreams on your purple side, just by going by the layout. I could be wrong. We'll probably shift that around, but I'm very, very interested. This can be probably my first chance getting to cast a Japanese game, so mate, I'm hyped about it. How about you, Nitera? You gonna give us your pick of the winner?
You know, I'm gonna give you some background on some of the teams first before that. Soaring to Dreams is actually one of the, I believe it's the only team today in the top 8 that has no organization tied to them. So in some sense, every other team has a backer, right? Yeah. If Soaring to Dreams wants to go to Worlds and they hit 3rd place, they would need to fund the trip themselves. So Soaring to Dreams has a long climb ahead of them, and I'm kind of rooting for them to actually pick it up to the top 2 actually. My code is going to 2-1 Soaring to Dreams. So that's where I'm at. Enter Force has been played before. They were once a different team under a different name, picking up for Orc, changed their name. They're looking very strong, but so far, having an Orc seems to be like the winning strat here. But Soaring to Dreams, they're Soaring to Dreams, right? That's the plan.
I mean, I think that's such a great story, right? We see a lot of teams that are picked up by these organizations that are now doing very, very well. You know, having the backing of an org can do wonders for you as a team, but seeing 5 players come out and decide that they don't want that backing of an org, or, you know, just going at it solo, I think that's such a great thing. But we're going to head on in to this one. Tano, I believe it's you and me, my friend.
Not yet.
So long. Let's get into these drafts, baby.
I want to know some names.
Looking at the bans though, buddy. Mewtwo, Y, Inteleon for Enter Force. Leafeon so far for Soaring to Dreams. It's crazy because we've seen nothing but support bans, but I called Clefable being banned in this entire tournament, and it's pretty much exclusively been banned here.
I mean, Clefable is such a counter to species as well, so I think it's such an important ban, especially from what I've heard so far, with the speedster heavy meta right now, especially in Japan, if that is what it is. Clefable without gravity is going to be such a problem to deal with. But Tyler, you know my history with Leafeon. I'm not a fan of that Leafy boy. But hey, look, we got Snorlax being picked up as well. Prominent defender coming through. Nomu and Sino are going to pick up a nice little water core there with Blastoise and Psyduck. And there's the one, Choco. Nitera called it. That Lucario is going to come out to play. We're going to see Pup. We're going to see E-Speed this time around.
I mean, I expect we're going to see Pup, but we'll have to wait and see, buddy. I think looking at that build, that's what I'm expecting. But a great top laner, Armarouge, finally comes onto the field. We've been seeing an uprise of this Pokemon at the moment. Really good for the brawling with that fire spin, but also with the armor cannon. Enter Force are shaking things up a little bit here, Lobo. We've got a Cinderace coming onto the field for them for that carry potential near the late game. And Blissey here to provide that assistance with either the Safeguard, or we have been seeing a little bit of their egg build as well.
I mean, Safeguard could go really well here, especially if that Cinderace is going to be playing Blaze Kick or if it's going to be playing Feint. There's just no way that you're going to be able to stop that Cinderace from doing what it can do. Assuming that it's going to stay inside that central area, Kota with that helping hand could just put the burn on the side of your purple team here. But Talonflame is such a good pick here because there is a lot of potential for burst damage here if they decide to go with that Brave Bird moveset, but Fly also very prominent here. So I'm kind of excited to see this. Cinderace Kota can just stay at range from Snorlax and Garchomp here. I feel like that's what they're going to try and do, especially with the possible double Surf combination, but that is a rapid fire scuff on that Blastoise.
Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting, mate. And, you know, we're going to have to see what they decide to do with movesets, because Cinderace being on the field means the potential for Feint to be used as a moveset, which means potential for dodging CC coming your way, dodging burst damage coming your way. Will they go for the Brave Bird and try and, you know, it's so quick is the Brave Bird burst damage. It is going to take literally a matter of seconds, milliseconds really, for that Cinderace to react and get that Feint on. Or do they go for the Fly, which gives them more secure and more get out ability on that Pokemon? And then you've also got the same with the Pokemon on the other side as well, utilizing those all-rounders, buddy. So it's really interesting, this matchup. Will we see that Feint come out? But here we go. It's going to be game 1 of the lower first round B. We have a pause at the moment. Maybe some technical
away.
issues.
Buddy, we had a pause straight away. That was less than a second on the clock for us to get paused. We were just getting too hyped. They needed to cool us down. But you know what is so very, very hype? And we were talking about it behind the scenes. Those Unite chairs.
Yeah.
Talk to me about those Unite chairs, buddy, because my chair's looking a little bit grim right here, just a plain, a black right here. I think those chairs could look quite good behind our setups, don't you think?
Mate, the more I see it, the more I think about it, the more upset I am that it's ridiculously expensive for me to get that flown over to the UK. It's just, I want to do it. It's such an irresponsible, I will never financially recover from that decision, but I want to do it so bad.
You know what? I think the better financial decision is for us to take a trip over to Japan, play some Pokemon Unite, get involved with some of these teams, and then purchase a chair, and then just, we won't take any carry-on luggage. We'll just bring the chair in a box, chuck it in the overhead cabin, chuck it under the chair in front of us, and we'll be fine. I mean, I think that's the best, most responsible financial decision that we could do right now.
What we need to do, mate, is form a team that can play in the Japan Championship Qualifier. So we go over there, we form a team, we get on the stage, and it doesn't matter whether we win or lose, because we just take the chair with us.
We just take a chair, right?
Just take the chair.
They're not gonna, they can't stop us from taking a chair, right? I mean, we might as well just take a chair. So, for anyone else that's watching out there, Tano and I are looking for a team to compete in the Japan circuit next season, just so that we can take a chair. That's pretty much it.
But we're not going to tell you that. We are serious competitors, so please.
Yes, absolutely. I'll play Leafeon and Tano can play Alcremie, and then we just got to fill out the rest of that squad, But these players, even though they've got that pause locked in right now, they are still locked in. Look at the concentration on these players' faces, and look at the incredible fans that are there, man. Like, this is something that, I have yet to witness with an in-person event. I haven't had a chance to go to an international event. I'm so excited to go to my first one. The vibes, the scenery, the stadium just looks so nice. And I think having the support of people around you, especially, waving your plushies, waving the names, the chants, everything. But we're going to get right on into it. Tell them they're going to take that central area. And where else was that Cinderace going to go? Into their central area. I was confused for a minute. He didn't go in.
We've been seeing a lot of different routes into the central area here by teams, but it looks like these two are going to stick to the normal route. It is going to be this Lucario Blissey in the top side going up against a Gible and a Mew. That's definitely not a good matchup for them at the moment as they try and sneak in that 7 dunk.
Managing to stake a 7 dunk and stealing the citrus berries away. What are you doing, you little pink egg? There we've got with the Super Psyduck. Love that holoware. Just flexing on people inside that basement path. Lucario is going through, trying to steal some farm away, but managing to have to get out as well. Blissey is still alive. Sorry, Little Chansey's still alive, but Central Lane has decided to go to that bottom path first. Cinderace almost picking up a KO, but managing to get out. There's a headache from the Psyduck, keeping them defensively clear.
Crazy Squirtle managed to get out of that situation, buddy. The acrobatics was right there. A lot of damage coming in from the Fletchinder. And now we've got a 3v3 down in the basement lane yet again, waiting for the 850s to come on in. Acrobatics is so good for trying to get the secure across the field here on this farm, but it's going to be taken over on the side of Enter Force. Diving on in here, looking for the KO onto the Squirtle. Unable to do so. There comes the headache again from the side of the passive pops. Gives them the space that they need. Fire Spin Armor Rouge here to absorb that damage. Get Soaring to Dreams back to their T1 pad.
I don't know what happened there. Acrobatics was just held off, and then it didn't really hit anything. I thought Cinderace would be a prime target for that Acrobatics to hit, but Talonflame, Lil Fletch into there, just not able to make as big of an impact on that first rotation into that basement lane. Cinderace wants to get online as soon as possible. As a little Raboot, he can just kick that little ball as much as he wants, but we're going to start turning our attention to those middle Bs. I mean, our attention will be on those middle Bs. These players haven't gone to the middle yet, but look at the audacity of Sarah on this Blissey, just X beating on out.
I mean, trying to use the eggs to keep themselves healthy. There's a pound, but it's going to be Fly Talonflame that finds that KO. Does give Enter Force the availability of grabbing that central farm. War Turtle's going to get a nice dunk in here as well. Still a donut on the board here for Soaring to Dreams. They have found some good KOs, buddy. They've got power spikes. We've hit level 7 on the Talonflame, but Enter Force, the only way that you win a Pokemon Unite game is by scoring points, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Scoring points, taking KOs, taking numbers as Psyduck, Super Psyduck has found its Kryptonite. Cinderace is here. We did say Blaze Kick being used. Nice reposition on the Mew as well, but that boosted is going to hit hard as well. But Cinderace, once it gets attached with that Helping Hand, but no, we're not getting Helping Hand, we're just getting eggs. So no attack speed boost coming from the Blissey this time around. But Tano, we've got objectives on the map. Talk to me. What do these guys want to see first up on these rotations at 7 minutes? Regi's probably not one of them.
Nah, definitely not. Looking for the Registeel probably, but they're going to go for it anyway, given that global experience. Talonflame shows up, baby! Blastoise sent back to the Pokemon Center, looking to get the lock in here on the Regis. It is going to be a toss-up of whether it's going to be the Cinderace. They're back onto the T1. Blissey with an illegal bomb to take out the Regis there, Lobo. What more could you want from your support?
I mean, this audacious Blissey, like, come on now. But we also have to see that managing to secure that Regis away from Talonflame that was in its fly. Incredible. We're also seeing a Rapid Spin and I believe Hydro Pump combination between this Blastoise, which means any of that secure potential inside these objectives is going to be hit up by that Hydro Pump. So I'm really excited to see what they're going for. But Enter Force, they're going to just secure all of this farm for themselves. Blastoise is going to stay top. And instead, deciding that they want to defend this as Lucario is playing Pop, but look at this, the counter score happening as Regieleki walks in. Nice little bit of macro play coming from your teams right now.
Yeah, that's great, knowing that you weren't going to be able to stop that Lecky anyway. Full power Psy comes on through to reduce that damage. Flame Sweep was there as well. Mew kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place there. Gets KO'd back to the Pokemon Center. We have a Garchomp here. Pops that Focus Band. Gives that little bit of a healing. Psyduck is trying to 1v1 this Land Shark. Cinderace comes to lick in that KO. And I mean, even Lucario with a 30 dunk here. Both of these teams are just not letting up on any side of this field here, Lobo.
No, there's action left, right, front, center, up, down, sideways. Everywhere you look, there is action going on. Cinderace do a fantastic job just staying at range, but then you head into the water. You got Super Psyduck to deal with, even if you are a big land shark now. Both teams just reverting to play a little bit of Pac-Man. Again, that's very, very popular over in this region, I would assume. But here we go. We got 90 to 159. 2 Citrus Berries on the side of Enter Force. What are they going to be able to do here? I believe Cinderace does not have access to that Blazing Bicycle Kick just yet, but the rest of the Unite moves on deck. There we go. 5 Unite moves versus 2 for the other team. Super Psyduck's going to try and find their way in, and it is a Regirock. I think they still wanted to see that Registeel.
Yeah, they're going to go for it either way, though. We do have Snorlax here to cause some space building for their team, but they get pulled in by Psyduck. Has to get on the retreat here, and they're going to try and lock in the Rip with the Cinderace. Gets hit, though, by the Regirock. A good beam coming in from Mew, but Lucario finds the secure. Now they have to defend this T1 pad on the side of Soaring to Dreams, and they have the Fire Spin Armarouge to do just that. Aura Cannon comes on out. Lucario falls to the livid outrage. Mystical Mirage is here to reduce the damage, and it's steel defenses here for Soaring as we come on down with the Hydrate and the Fly just to respond to Enter Force. Now they've got the KOs they were looking for, but it looks like they want to show some attention to trying to take this goal, but they have to put on the retreat because Talonflame is still a threat.
Talonflame is definitely a threat, but I like the patience of Enterforce there. They didn't use any Unite moves, so they still had access to Hydro Typhoon. We saw the Blazing Bicycle Kick being used by Cinderace, causing a lot of damage there, and the Bliss Assistance as well. We saw Blissey running that 40-meter dash as fast as it possibly could to try and keep its enemies alive, but check this out. 3.5 minutes left on the map, 130 to 64 to Dreams. They've managed to soar to Dreams, I believe. They've come back into this quite nicely. Only tier 1s in the top side have been eliminated. Garchomp's looking interested into this. Is it going to take a bite out of this Regieleki? No, it is the pop secure from Lucario without a shadow of a doubt.
I think the Garchomp may have got stunned out of that one, buddy, or something. I mean, the slow of the red buff might have been what limited them, but a good effort nevertheless, and it is going to be Lucario that comes out on top. 34 points between these teams right now. Enterforce wants to continue to push this T1 pad. Basement Reggie is going to spawn very shortly. That feint stops that fly from doing any amount of damage. It's going to be the Rapid Hydro Spear that goes on up the Flux Zone, causes that disruption, and now Enterforce 36 have all the space they need to take this Basement Reggie.
130 to 210, still an 80-point game between these two. That's some simple math that even you and I can do. But let's have a look at these levels. But a level 13 Cinderace, which means that A-pressing damage is going to be a problem. We got level 12 Lucario, level 13 Blastoise as well. So those surfs, those rapid spin Hydro Pump combinations gonna hit like a truck. Level 14 Cinderace on the mark, but the only highest we've got 3 level 13s coming in. So we've got 10 seconds till Rayquaza spawns. Enterforce taking a strong position. Look at Blastoise. Blastoise getting caught out early, Tano, and they might decide to take this fight straight away.
They've got the rip for it. They've got the potential for the team fight here as well, as Livid Outrage comes on in Flame Sweep, trying to do that disruption. Livid Outrage is going to find the KO onto the Cinderace. The Mystical Mirage was used to reduce all of that damage coming their way. Lucario is the only one here with secure potential. Psyduck as well, trying to stay on the outskirts of this fight. The rip is coming through. Is it going to be Power Up Punch? No, it's not. What a good effort from Lucario, but it's none other than Talonflame that comes out on top for Soaring to Dreams, soaring to victory in this game 1.
Oh my god, Soaring to Dreams on the back and the wings of Talonflame, managing to secure that. But how quickly did they jump onto the one little misplay from Blastoise, just getting caught out? Not even a misplay, if you can call it. It was scouting, doing what defenders should do. And look at all those orbs. I don't think I've seen that many orbs sitting inside that central area in a long, hot minute. But Blastoise getting caught out there. No Hydro Typhoon, no Hydro Pump, which meant Garchomp couldn't get stunned. Armarouge couldn't get stunned. Mew and Snorlax had free range of what they were doing, but there's still 220 points to go. I don't know how many people have shield, but nope, those Hundo Burgers, they're coming in courtesy of the big Land Shark and the big Fiery Bird.
Yeah, it's going to be enough to secure this game for Soaring to Dreams. Not enough points up here for Enterforce 36 to pull this one back. Usually I say there's not enough change on the field for them to do it, buddy, but there absolutely is in that central area here for Enterforce. But it's whether they're going to be able to stay around for just that. Talonflame goes back in, finds the secure onto the Cinderace, and with that Fire Spin, Armarouge paired with that Garchomp, they absolutely chunk through the field of Enterforce 36. Soaring to Dreams are going to take game 1.
I mean, Soaring to Dreams did such a fantastic job. Again, you got to capitalize on the mistakes that your teammates make. You got to find those openings, and they found it. They took that Blastoise out without utilizing any of their Unite moves. It became a 4v5 situation. Cinderace, if it gets caught, doesn't have too much survivability just by itself. Even though the Bliss Assistance was there, the Infinite Sai was there as well to do damage reduction. But between that team, between Armarouge, Garchomp, and Talonflame, that damage is just insurmountable. There's that final score, 630 to 3-3-2. But now, I guess we got to turn our attention to game number 2. These players are happy. Look at those faces. Look at those chairs. It's a beautiful sight all around for game number 1.
I mean, they deserve it, mate. What a fantastic way to capitalize on what happened in that Rayquaza battle. And you are absolutely right. Blastoise was doing what Blastoise should do, trying to scout out, get some vision, and of course, just the wrong moment. And as soon as Soaring to Dreams saw it, they capitalized on it. Now, this is a 1 victory. They're on match point on the side of Soaring to Dreams, buddy. They heard what we predicted with Enterforce taking this away, and they were like, you know what, bet. We are going to lock in here and prove you two wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Our Japanese cast is going to have a look at some of these highlights right now. Enterforce were doing really well in the early stages of this game. Cinderace got online very early. It got to level 13 very early. Lucario providing a lot of secure potential. But here is the moment we were talking about. Blastoise. Look at the position of the Talonflame. Is on the other side, so it cannot escape. But Snorlax is also there as well, ready for a heavy slam if Blastoise does try and escape as well. And all of the moves at one time. That Blastoise's health just disappears, and for good measure, there's a scoop with the Garchomp. That Mew had a boosted auto ready to go, taking it out. Look at that. All 4 members involved in that KO, they jumped on that chance, and as we go through, there's that Fire Spin popping. Even Psyduck in all of that, just gonna lose its health massively. And look at the effect of Dragon Claw, mate. That is a beautiful freeze frame.
It really is. Really, really is. And the fact that this is all going on while Blastoise is there on 17 seconds before they spawn in. That's realistically where they should be. We're going to see Snorlax try to jump on over, uses the eject button to do just that. Talonflame comes in, hits free with that fly buddy, uses the sweep to try and disrupt them, but it doesn't matter. They split up Enterforce anyway, and whilst this is all going on, mate, we still have a spawn timer there on Blastoise with Hydro Typhoon, an incredible Unite move for team fights, especially at Rayquaza, not in this fight.
And I have to say, this is a fantastic job done by Lucario here as well. Bone rushes to try and get away from the Mew. But I think Pop's just a little bit early, but you have to risk that at that point because everybody's going to be hitting that Rayquaza. And then Blastoise can only come back in just to help out that defense. So a really, really good play. Garchomp in that Ray fight was targeting Cinderace. You saw Cinderace had to escape to the lower left-hand side L bush just before you enter the Rayquaza pit. They had to pop their feint to avoid the Livid Outrage, and then they had to try and eject across the wall. But Garchomp's area of range, its hitbox is massive, and Cinderace went pop. I think if Blissey wanted to target anyone with that Bliss Assistance, it was going to try for the Cinderace, but Flame Sweep coming through and providing that disruption where Blissey and Lucario had to go upwards towards the top side of the Rayquaza pit, and Cinderace had to go down. So it was a very nice, I want to say, again, macro play between Talonflame. I don't think needed to use any of that Unite move. Didn't have to use Flame Sweep because they were comfortably in the lead there, but to take them away from that Rake pit and split the teams, I think, fantastic job from Soaring to Dreams.
Yeah, and Armor Rouge yet again showcasing how it really does have a position in the meta at the moment, but we've seen it so often in the Western region. Most teams are now running an Armor Rouge, usually because it is one of the very few Pokemon that can go toe-to-toe with a Blaziken. So, great effort from Soaring to Dreams there. I think that Enterforce 36 had too much difficulty trying to deal with that Armor Rouge as well as the Talonflame coming in with the Fly Buddy. I think it was way too much sustainability on the Armor Rouge. They were putting so many resources in trying to take that KO, and then Talonflame comes in with the Fly and causes a humongous amount of damage whilst you're in that Fire Spin. It was definitely a bit too much for Enterforce to handle.
What I'm interested about is the Rapid Spin choice from the Blastoise as well. Now, we are seeing a lot of Rapid Spin come into play because of when you combo that Rapid Spin with the Hydro Pump, it does provide that CC, that stun, that push every time that Hydro Pump comes out of the Rapid Spin. Spin. But I'm curious to make I'm gonna make a statement. I don't know, a statement. I don't know if Surf is a little bit better. I don't know if Surf was a little bit better in that one, just to provide, because you also had Psyduck there as well, to combo those Surfs on, so you get more stuns on the Armor Rouge that could possibly allow a little bit more of an engage, a safer engage come through. I'm not sure, but we're gonna find out how these teams are gonna change it up, because we've got Psyduck, Talonflame, and Leafeon banned, so two major players for the side of Soaring to Dreams are going to be banned at this time, alongside that Inteleon.
Oh, okay. An interesting difference here. I like it. Got to take the Talonflame out of there. We've been seeing so many sticking with support picks or support bans. Is going to be the Clefable on the field for one of the first few times here for Enterforce 36. Soaring to Dreams looks like they could just run it back with the Armor Rouge, but no. Moving on to these attackers here, Lobo.
I see Clefable being picked up first up. Now, Soaring to Dreams are going to be careful about what they pick here. We saw Ninetales getting hovered over as well. A ranged attacker. We're seeing Mewtwo Y be picked as well. So that's also going to stay at range. But picking up Blaziken and Suicune is just audacious. I mean, if they're free, let them have it. But I thought they were going to pick Duraludon. I genuinely thought they were going to pick Duraludon. I thought, Rip Comp, here we go. But this is another interesting thing. Clefable doesn't really stop any of the Pokemon that Soaring to Dreams have really got on their plate, unless you're talking about the scoop coming out from Garchomp.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're going with a Clefable here just to really try and keep their team healed with that Moon Knight across the board, buddy. Of course, they do also have quite a lot of damage that it can take. This is such an interesting comp from Enterforce 36 here.
Oh, wow.
3 all-rounders, buddy. And that Dodrio going up against what effectively is 3 all-rounders on the side of Soaring to Dreams, because we know Fire Spin Armarouge is very much a pseudo all-rounder, and they also have that Snorlax that they want to try and break through. This is a very difficult front wall for Enterforce to try and take on. Of course, they want to try and lock down that Mewtwo Y, but I'm not sure you can break through the absolute fortress that they've built around it.
I mean, what Enterforce is relying on is for Soaring to Dreams to play Follow the Birdie. Essentially, Coda is going to have to play Distraction this entire game. Suicune is a great pick here because it does allow for displacement. I have a feeling we're mostly seeing Whirlpool being used as the primary inside this meta. So being able to stun anyone out inside that back line. But Tana, we call them the gods of secure for a reason. It is a battle between 2 secure gods coming up in this game number 2. Urshifu versus Blaziken. It's going to be Dark Bear. We usually see an eject button run with the Dark Bear, the single strike, the Wicked Blow. Urshifu. So it's going to be Wicked Blow versus Focus Blast / Overheat. So I'm really excited to see this contest of secures, because this might come down to almost single frames between these two teams when it comes to the secures. But we're going to head right on into game number 2. Enterforce on your orange side, Soaring to Dreams on your purple side. But no! There's been a fire in the kitchen, a Sableye in the system. We're going to take ourselves a little break, man. I was really proud of that one just then. I was really, really proud of that one. Shivam, can you clip that for me, please? I was really proud of that.
I feel like they got us both, mate. It makes me feel better about them getting me in the first game. Now they got you as well in the second game. But, I mean, Soaring to Dreams are on match point here, buddy. And, you know, Fu was talking about it in the previous set because, of course, he's fresh off NAIC action, being on that stage. Right now, at this moment, you have got all that nerves going on, being on that stage. You really want to get going, but you can't. You've got to wait for this to be sorted, and it just builds and builds and builds. So it's not a position that these players want to be in. They just want to get this game in. They want to really concentrate on what they want to do, as we see some absolutely adorable fans in the crowd here. I know they've got a Leafeon plushie, Lobo, but
that's a Buzzwole plushie. I've never seen a Buzzwole plushie in my life. That's a Trevenant plushie as well.
Oh my god! I've got that plushie. Where is it? Oh my god, I've got an Alolan Vulpix plushie. Here we go.
Satana's gonna go find his plushie for you guys. I don't have my... he's got... Oh, okay, you have an Alolan Vulpix plushie. That's so cute. But
it's
these
the same
fans,
one.
These oh my god, Hoopa, Heliptile. I think that's Heliptile, isn't it? The little one, a Gengar, and oh my god,
Gengar!
It's like where's Wally, but where's the plushie? It's like who's that Pokemon plushie edition? But I love the signs, I love the fanfare. These fans are so incredible right now, especially seeing all the young fans come out, because this is what Pokemon means to them. It's such a fantastic atmosphere and a vibe. Oh my god, Tana, look at that Pikachu.
I believe that's from the Japan Worlds, isn't it? I think I saw that in the emails, buddy, when you could go over there. There's Lucario, more Lucario.
So many
around.
Lucario puffs, bro. They're so like, it's not only, but they're not the same plushie. They're different plushies. So, guys in our chat, I mean, our viewers, tell us what your favorite plushie. Oh my god, it's a Poipole. A Poipole and Eradicate. It's a Eradicate plushie. I've never seen a Eradicate plushie. What is your favorite plushie that you've seen on screen so far? Because these are amazing. There's another Pikachu. That's a Wailord.
This is what I love about Pokemon, though, Lobo, is that there is so many Pokemon that there is always going to be a favorite for everyone, right? So many different Pokemon out there, and a Pokemon is always going to be one person's favorite, no matter what. There's a Lapras, Serena. I mean, the fact that we just saw Eradicate plushie is crazy.
That's crazy. That's incredible. Like, but so I think there's over 1,200 Pokemon. I think there's 1,200 Pokemon after we include Scarlet and Violet and the Paradox Pokemon, there's 1,200 Pokemon there. You're absolutely right. I think out of all 1,200 Pokemon across 7 billion people on the planet, every Pokemon there has to be at least 1,027. I apologize. 1,027 Pokemon. Thank you, chat, for correcting me. But that is insane that every single Pokemon has the possibility of being somebody's favorite Pokemon. But now here is the question that's going to get us in trouble. Which Pokemon is not somebody's favorite Pokemon? Which Pokemon can you 100% absolutely without a doubt say that there is probably nobody that has this Pokemon as a favorite Pokemon? Is there one?
It's got to be Trubbish, hasn't it?
Don't you dare! Don't you dare! Trubbish?
Man's just a bag of rubbish, bro.
Trubbish? Oh my god, he has the cutest little derpy face. How dare you?
Oh, okay,
Tano,
okay.
you and I have had contention before, but this is going to be on a new... Trubbish is adorable.
Well,
Excuse me?
Talk about hot takes, buddy. What I will say is, what isn't an adorable Pokemon that people have to accept is a Alolan Raichu. It ugly, bro. It ugly.
I don't know why, but there's obviously lore behind the Alolan Pokemon, but when it came to Alolan Raichu and Alolan Persian, they're just like, let's just give it a big face. Let's just give it a big face. But again, we say this so much because I think sometimes we might take for granted just how incredible Pokemon is on a global scale. We've seen it on EUIC broadcasts, NAIC broadcasts. We've seen it at Worlds. We're seeing it now at these Japanese qualifiers right now. And then, we're taking into account, every other game that's ever come out. And it's just such a phenomenon. But like, just really seeing it here puts everything into complete perspective, man. And I think it's such a fantastic thing to see. It's just so many fans and so many people there just cheering their teammates on. But then also, not all the Pokemon that we see as plushies are actually in Pokemon Unite. So maybe, hey, I wouldn't mind seeing Raticate in Pokemon Unite. What about you?
I'd be down for it. I mean, Cubone is the one that I feel needs to be there anyway. But, buddy, I have just Googled, right?
Yep.
The least liked Pokemon, okay? And
give me multiple choice. Give me the least. Give me the bottom 3 Pokemon, and I'll try and figure out which one's in last place, which one's in second last, and which one's in third last.
Okay. So the bottom 3 Pokemon is Rellor,
Who?
Bruxish.
Whoa. What was the first one?
I mean, that might give you your answer, mate. But Rellor, a Gen 9 Pokemon, the Dung Beetle one.
Oh, the Dung Beetle. Okay, I didn't even remember that Pokemon. And then, so Bruxish, Rellor, and what was the other one?
Watchog.
I can understand why people hate Watchog. Gen 5 is my favorite gen, and Watchog in Gen 5 is such a nightmare to deal with. Okay. I'm gonna go because I think there are gonna be some Bruxish stands out there. And so I'm gonna go in this order. So in third last is going to be Bruxish, in second last is going to be Rellor, and last is going to be Watchog.
So, apparently, this is just a website on Google, and it's using like an AI overview, but Rellor is the least liked Pokemon.
Oh, I was hoping.
And then it's Bruxish, and then it's Watchog.
So I was wrong. Oh, wait, no, I got Bruxish right. I think No, I didn't. No, I did. Yeah, okay. I mean, if you had to pick 3 Pokemon that would be the least liked, I could see reasoning for all of them. One I didn't even remember, and I'm a massive Pokemon fan. But Watchog is an interesting one for me. I really want to know where Watchog came from, because is it the eyes? It must be the eyes. But guys, we're just looking at God, I can't even speak anymore. We're just looking at the bracket right now. Check out some of these teams. Zeta Division went down to QT Dig. They're sitting down. Oh my God, the bracket's gone as soon as I was up of it. We're just going to go through the bracket really quickly. So Zeta Division is waiting for the winner of this competition. We're in our second game of Soaring to Dreams, taking on Enter Force 36. Soaring to Dreams came out on top in game number 1 with a beautifully done Rave Quasar fight. Still got some gremlins in our system, so we're taking a pause here. But Tana, another question: what on this stage right now attracts your eye the most?
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, you would think it's the big, like, Jumbotron screen that brings your attention.
That's not it for me. That's not it for me.
What I do like is underneath that, you have, like, a light up sort of, like, podium that's got all the different colors of the roles in Pokemon Unite, and I think that's really cool, mate.
That's exactly what I was going to say. That's what draws my eye every time. There's an Oricorio plush. There's a Mimikyu plush. Let's go. Mimikyu. There's a Gumi plush as well. Oh, that's so adorable. Okay. We got we've seen that Pikachu plush already. I love the signs as well. The signs are so creative, and I'm curious if you buy those signs or if they made them from home, because it looks like you kind of buy those signs at the event. Let's see. Can we spot anything else? Is that a Zeraora in like a costume? That's a Zeraora with a comfy around it.
Yep. And,
that is.
Fu spotted earlier as well. Somebody has a Cinderace plush with the new Holloway that has just come out for it on the Cinderace plush, right?
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
How?
Yeah.
How?
I don't know.
How is
it's
that
a
possible?
different world in Japan, mate, is what we know.
What is... I think that's a Mawile. No, that was Mimikyu someone else is holding. The Zeraora with the comfy around it is amazing. There's a Sobble. There's a Blissey. Oh my god. There's a Dragonite, Zeraora, and I think that's a Faroki? Man, we're just playing Find the Pokemon plushie
There
right
was
now.
also a Mousehold there, look. Just there. Just gone off screen.
And look, just like even the Pokemon books and stuff that you can get, attending an event in Japan, it must be something special.
I'd be out of money. Honestly, I would not financially recover from being there because I would spend so much money on all that merch.
I'd have to remortgage my house.
Yeah,
just to survive.
I'd be broke, bro.
Yeah. Oh, that wasn't a Mimikyu. That's a Mawile plush. Hello, a Zeraora plush on the seat there.
Is that a Dedenne in the background, or is that an Alolan Raichu? Oh, it's a Pikachu. It's a Pikachu.
I don't know how you confuse those two. They're so far apart. Dedenne and Raichu.
And they've got the same kind of like
same kind of color. I would say same kind of
color
yellow.
Scheme.
Same kind of color scheme. So we are still going through this. Again, we do apologize, guys. We are just waiting for the technical issues to come back. I mean, this must be so frustrating as a player, I guess. So, especially at a LAN event, the nerves must be something special. And it's something I really want to talk to, like have a chat to Fu about as well. I think we've had a chance to chat to Ghatlue about it as well. Just how those nerves that you can feel on stage when you're just waiting around. And I'm not even sure what the pause was, because this is the second time that as soon as we've entered the match, the pause has happened, right?
I'm going to bet that somebody was on a Switch 1 and the game broke. But we're going back in from the draft phase here, buddy. So they're literally going straight away. Are they going to pick the exact same Pokemon?
I think it would have to. I think it would have to be, man, because you can see Talonflame was picked as a ban, Psyduck was picked as a ban, and Talon was picked as a ban. So same bans, and then we're seeing Blaziken, Clefable, Mewtwo being locked in. So this should go pretty quickly. Yeah, there it goes. Senna's going to pick up the Clefable, and then we've got Mewtwo, Snorlax coming through. Yeah, so they've just redone the ban, essentially, which I think is the best way to do it. Because they're playing in tournament mode, you know, when we play on normal mode, you can just go into normal mode, you remake a draft, like in friendlies. So yeah, nothing has changed. Everything's kind of stayed the same here. So let's hope that everything's okay. I think we did see one Switch player, but I think everybody else was mobile. I think we saw one of the players that was holding a Switch. I don't know if it was a Switch 2. I think because it might be a little bit tricky since the Switch 2 came out. Unite does, I have heard, Unite does run just a tad bit better on Switch 2, but then also being able to make that adjustment whether you're allowed to play it or not is going to be difficult. So I guess we'll see.
I mean, running it back, of course, as we say, they're just going to stick with the same plan here, but you were absolutely right earlier, buddy. The nerves that these players are going to be going through right now is crazy. Of course, they just want to get into this game and try and lock in, forget everything that's around them, and just, you know, concentrate on this one game. It's so hard to do that where your adrenaline is pumping, you're right there, you're in the game, and then it's paused instantly. You've got, you know, maybe like 15-20 minutes of you just being sat on that stage with those nerves building again, and now you again have to lock in for going into this game. So it's it's like an emotional roller coaster for all of these players through that.
I mean, but look at that, though. We saw a complete distinction between, I think, from the left and the right. The players were smiling, a little bit joking. The other players on the right seemed a little bit more locked in as well. Just ready to get into this game. I love the art that we're seeing on this transition, the Garchomp and the Dragapult. Of course, you're going to have 2 pseudo legendaries, but no pauses this time round. Your lower bracket round B. As we head on in, Urshifu's going to take that central lane. Lucario and Mewtwo, along with the little Gibble, heading into the top path. So, Armarouge and Snorlax heading into bottom path. But Senno going up for some sneak.
Hey, buddy, you got to cut through in the central area. It would be disingenuous not to go and invade it and see what you can take away, as Lucario locks in the farm for their own side here. Suicune in this basement pad is going to be difficult for Soaring to Dreams to handle. What's going to happen with the central area? Because now they've had to pull in their support to deal with it.
Yeah, but look, Clefairy has gotten away with the red buff, but this turning around, and that is going to be enough time spent trying to distract that Urshifu, also not having access to that red buff coming through. Dodo almost hitting that level 5, going to grab those bundle beats to the back, get that evolution from 2 heads to 3 heads, because always say 2 heads is enough, but 3 heads is better than most. So we're going to have a Dodrio online, but Urshifu Kung-Fu is not online as we head on over to these middle Altaras about to spawn. These family of bees can never catch a break.
That is so true. It's going to be taken by Enter Force, all of that. Dodrio with its 2 hats on that skin, I believe. It looks like one of them hasn't got anything on at all as they dive on in here to cause some damage with the tri-attack. The Dodrio play has been off the charts today, buddy, so I'm so excited to see what Kota can cook here.
I will tell you this, that I have just started learning Dodrio in the last couple days, and I have had so much fun on this Pokemon. Tri-Attack is a very, very tricky move to learn how to use as well. Having access to that Tri-Attack, but then getting that boosted as well, that is such a good secure. It does so much damage, but Dodrio does what Dodrio best. It wants that buff, but look at who is here to try and contest it. There's the Tri-Attack. Dodrio does manage to secure that away. Nicely played. I also love on Dodrio, its beaks light up after the Tri-Attack hits as well, so you'll know that you are in danger. End of Force Day 6, once again, coming out the gate strong.
Level 6 on the Lucario now. The all-rounder battle in the top lane is being left to see who comes out on top. Has been Lucario so far, but Gabite is ready with the Dragon Rush. Basement lane looks like it's going to show a lot of attention here from Soaring to Dreams. We have that rotation from Blaziken, trying to get those higher levels, get that Unite move ready to go. It's already here at level 8. They want to come on in here now and see what they can capitalize on, Lobo. We've got 720s about to spawn.
Yeah, Whirlpool is the move of choice from Suicune as well. Tri-Attack's here. Urshifu is here as well. Just one swing of that Wicked Fist, and they're going to manage to get it. Blaziken has decided to go in. Beautiful Blaze Kick to move the Urshifu back as well. Mewtwo's caught out between all the members of End of Force, and now they're trying to assert their dominance inside this bottom path. Blaziken's going to go in. Nothing's really going to stop this Fire Chicken from moving those flaming fists, and it is finally a Registeel inside this bottom path. But only Blaziken is showing any attention to it.
I mean, this is great play from both of these teams, but currently a donut on the board, though, for Soaring to Dreams. Who's going to lock in the Registeel? That's what they're looking for. The overheat kick is there. Didn't do so, but they do manage to get it with that last hit, and that's going to be Registeel for Enter Force 36. A great global experience as well as a global buff for their team as well, as they rein in points now into the T1. Soaring to Dreams has made the wise decision to let it happen. Don't give any more experience with these KOs and get back for your own farm.
Yeah, donuts on the board for the side of Soaring to Dreams. They did not want to give away that experience. You're just right. But Suicune is going to take that middle family of Altaras all for themselves. Level 8 on the board. 3 Unite moves with Clefable's Unite move also on way. But Power Up Punch Lucario is here. There is another God of Secure as well. The OG God of Secure. The Wicked Blow misses as the Power Up Punch is avoided. Clefable is here. There's a close combat into the Bone Rush. Urshifu goes down. But they've avoided the Regieleki entirely, Tano. Zero. They just wanted to force that Mewtwo right back out.
I mean, what more could you want than both objectives in your team? You're going to break this T1. You are now 217 points up against Soaring to Dreams with that donut still on the board. Looking to push this Lecky in with 40 seconds before the springboard is there. The difficulty is the Armarouge Fire Spin is there. They also have the Snorlax. It's difficult to handle all of that damage coming your way as Wicked Blow connects on 3 of them. Trying to see if they can take down the Blaziken here. Not able to do so because the Clefable is there to provide that healing. And this Lecky doesn't go in. Good defense from Soaring to Dreams, but Enter Force will not let go of the pedal here, buddy, as they rain in more points and more KOs in the central area.
I mean, they're just putting the pressure on. Again, the Ebon Fist combination from Urshifu had the entirety of Ender Force in under half HP. Another member of Soaring to Dreams could have been there to help with the knockouts as well, but they were too focused on trying to defend that pad from the Regieleki. I think when you have 273 points to 0, maybe go for the KOs because you need that experience right now. They're not doing too badly, Tana. 3 level 11s, only 1 level 10. They're a little bit behind. They need to get into these double-digit figures, but it does not matter. Suicune is just going to make sure that they provide as much distraction. But there's the triple trample. Garchomp versus Dodrio. Bird versus Dragon. This round goes to Bird.
I mean, this Dodrio, we've been seeing it so many times today, Woody, especially when it's paired with a Blaziken as well. It's way too much for teams to handle. They've also got the Suicune here. It just feels like Enter Force 36 are locking down Soaring to Dreams. They're not able to move out of the areas that they want to be. I mean, it is going to be a late game comp here for Soaring to Dreams. They have Garchomp at level 10, but they need more levels before Rayquaza if they realistically want to win this game.
They did a fantastic job in game number 1 to pull out a good Rayquaza fight, but this Dodrio has had full range of that enemy team central area. There it is, the pincer maneuver by Lucario. There's the infinite cyber coming down from Mewtwo. It's Mega Volt as well. Maybe they can finally get some damage there, but the Suicune Whirlpool, they're just going to sit in it because they can't. The scoop misses from the Garchomp into the limit outrage, misses its second swipe, misses its third swipe, finally gets the knock up on Suicune, but that's not the target. But what RNG do you have to pull for Clefable to roll block in that clutch moment?
Really no way to escape for Garchomp. Everything is going the way of Enter Force 36 in this game at the moment. Gotta be wary though. Don't want to be pushing up too hard when you don't need to. The Aura Cannon comes out. Fire Spin also locks in the Blaziken there. They're gonna take down Suicune as well. 2 massive KOs for Soaring to Dreams. Level 12 and level 10 on the field. Gives them a little bit more levels now. And it does mean that they can continue to try and push this pad. Lucario in the flank though, looking to disrupt this scoring. They get taken down by the Fire Spin. Here comes Dodrio yet again with the assistance of the Clefable. It's going to do enough to defend that T1 pad, but finally we have a couple of scores on the board for Soaring to Dreams.
I mean, it might be 12, but 12 might be enough as Garchomp's also going to go for a KO, nap back to Nurse Joy, KO streak of 3 for Coda on that Dodrio, playing it masterfully. And even with the Clefable, that Clefable, wherever that Clefable is, that Dodrio, and look at Clefable, tried to body block, but you cannot body block a side strike, goes straight through the Clefable. And Dodrio usually a Pokemon that doesn't want to, like, it wants to avoid getting CC chain, wants to avoid getting stunned, going up against a Mewtwo, which can stun it. There you go, that speed gauge just gets emptied. But 22 seconds on the clock, 12 to 319. That's easy math for us to do, Tano. That's 307 points. Blaziken gets caught by the block. And my god, this is going to be an interesting Ray fight because Enter Force can just play this as calmly as they want.
I love the fact that these Japanese teams just don't go for those objectives as they spawn. They had 30 seconds to go for either that Lecky or Reggie, buddy. And all day, none of them have been showing attention to it. It was a Reggie steal as well. Here in the West region, everybody would be showing up for that. But it looks like they're going to try and see if they can find a poke here onto Lucario. Bone Rush was set up, though, to get themselves out there. It's the Psycho Boom, but it doesn't do enough. And Armarouge gets defeated. Enter Force 36 here, taking down Soaring to Dreams 1 by 1. Power Nap from the Snorlax keeps them on the field, but Mewtwo Y has been pulled by Dodrio. Now it's down to what the Shifu can do up against the Suicune and Clefable. Blaziken coming back into the fight. Snorlax trying to stop that from happening. The Dodrio has been taken down, though. They have got the damage. Sorry, they aren't taken down. It's Lucario that has, and they're just down to 1 HP in the pit. Shifu gets taken out. The Garchomp is back, though, Lobo. This might be what they need on the side of Soaring to Dreams. Who locks it in? It's the Armarouge! Soaring to Dreams! They just need the scores, buddy, but they're getting their shields broken. Enter Force has taken down enough. It's just the 2 left with the 2 hundo burgers. Can they defend it?
Snorlax is waiting to jump. He's waiting for the rest. Urshifu's going to jump. That's going to be one block saved. Can Urshifu get the KO on it? But Fable's going to try and score as well. They need the 100 burgers. They have to keep these shields, but no, Lucario's going to get a score of 2 in. They still need 340 points. They still have shields as well, buddy. There's Snorlax. Snorlax is going to take off on a hike by himself because he's still got shield. Don't worry about the rest of them, buddy. Go score your points because this could be Soaring to Dreams' chance to soar high, sky high, score those points, but no, Snorlax has found that shield is gone. And I think End of Force might have just saved this one for themselves because now they have to defend and they're doing a fantastic job doing so, but they are dangerously low on health.
10 seconds left now, buddy. Do they have enough to score these points? They're going to get the KOs, but I don't know if there's enough time to get. I think they need 300 points. There's an 84. Garchomp doesn't score in the top side. Enter Force 36 may have done enough to take this to a game 3.
Oh my god, what an ending to that game. Yeah, no, again, having that lead so early on, especially that 2-minute mark, over 300 points. Even then, when they managed to secure the Rayquazas, I think 2 members of Soaring to Dreams were not up at that time. And so they only, I think 3 of them had shields. Armarouge lost their shield instantly. Snorlax and Garchomp both went to score. They both went to top side to go and score. I don't know if they should have split off or should have focused on the defense. Maybe with your defense and your shields, you take them down. I don't know, but that was a fantastic game number 2, buddy.
It was brilliant, mate. That was absolutely brilliant. What more could we want from these Japan Championship qualifiers as we have a look at these stats here? Wow. Soaring to Dreams, it was difficult for them for the entirety of that game, buddy. Yes. The whole 8 minutes, they were on the back foot. Enterforce really came out swinging in that game, but the way that Rayquaza ended up being, it was incredible. They got the lock in, but Enterforce knew, we just got to take these shields down, mate. There's already enough that have been KO'd. Now we just go score and put up a huge defense.
Armarouge did a fantastic job securing that. We're going to take a look at some of the highlights here because that game was riddled full of highlights. And we saw the Clefable doing over 100k healing, but as we take a look at some of these highlights, especially in the bottom path, Blaziken probably going to be the eye here, as well as Dodrio going from top lane to bottom lane so quickly and just not allowing even the own taking of their central area, just burdening teams right now. There's a beautiful Blaze kick right there as Dodrio again has to make the decision to go in and out, get that speed gauge up, but really smart play. I think Suicune was the big enabler of Enterforce's comp.
Yeah, I mean, and it's so crazy because we don't see much Suicune here in this region, buddy. They don't pick it that often, but, you know, it really does enable and cause disruptions on the side of Soaring to Dreams. And, you know, Mewtwo Y wasn't able to get a KO at that moment. We're going down into the 2-minute mark here, and this is it. There is the Unite move from Suicune that causes some disruption onto the side of that Snorlax, getting frozen, and they just find the KOs at this moment. And Soaring to Dreams on the back foot, mate.
Yeah, the endless ice spikes into the Psycho Boom. There's the Livid Outrage. Again, getting taken out. Snorlax does a good job here. Yeah, there's the Infinite Psyburn as well coming through. Blaziken does get hit by the Psy Strike coming through. Dodrio managed to score 30. I think that's the benefit of having 3 heads scoring at the same time, because even if you don't get the full pockets in, you still get enough in to do some damage to that scoreline. 12 to 349, but here Urshifu did a masterful job 3v1ing in that situation, and Mewtwo is just there as a distraction. Garchomp heads on in with the scoop. I want to see how Armarouge takes this. I think it was the tick damage of the Fire Spin, but then look here, Armarouge gets trounced by 4 members of Enderforce.
You've got to take it there and then, mate. Yeah, it doesn't have any backup from the rest of its team. You have to take Armarouge there, because as soon as it gets a little bit of support with that Fire Spin and that Rayquaza shield, it's going to be an absolute mountain to climb. So what a good way for Enterforce to respond to losing that straight away. No heads down, locking in, get those shields broken. Let's go score some points. Let's take this to a game 3.
Yeah, and game 3s are what we've seen so far. I mean, we've had a look at the bracket so far. You guys had the privilege of causing game 3s. I'm already ready to call my first game 3. I'm very, very excited. There goes PP Parsley. I don't know if that's the coach. They are standing behind the players. So having a coach there, I mean, we haven't really seen this, right, on the west side. Having a coach standing behind the team. I don't know if they're making calls whilst in the game, or I don't know if they're kind of giving instructions, or if this is just kind of like a what they do between games right now. But having someone, I think, behind you to support you like that, it has to have some kind of moral value, right? It has to be so reassuring to players. And I think Nitero was talking about this as well, that Soaring to Dreams was one of those teams that wasn't picked up by an org. So we're not really, I mean, if this is, I do believe this is Soaring to Dreams that we're looking at now. No, I think this is Enter Force that we're looking at right now. I can't tell too much. It is Enter Force. But I mean, so Soaring to Dreams actually had the coach behind them. So that's actually really interesting. I've got to try and point out that maybe there's no coach for a team that's not picked up by an organization, but that proved me wrong straight away. So I don't know. What do you think? Does having someone standing behind you, like in a coach kind of scenario, how much would that help going through? But we're not going to waste any time. Let's hope, Tano, not third time in a row, that we're going to get a Gremlins in our system.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see, mate. I feel like I'm going to let you open it up so that it doesn't happen to me, mate. We'll have to see.
Sure.
But
sure, give it to me then. Yeah. Let's see how it is.
What is interesting here, though, is that they are banning out the Talonflame, continuing on the side of Enter Force. And in our notes that we've had from our fantastic production team and the people that are actually there in the stadium is watch out for Koyan's Talonflame, specifically for Soaring to Dreams. So they recognize we have to keep that off the field here if we want to take this win.
Well, Kota has finally possibly been allowed his Inteleon, so I'm interested to see. I did I was watching the stream earlier, and just seeing people comment on Inteleon plays over in this region as well. So I'm kind of excited to see this. So it's going to be a Beam versus Snipe combination with Mew versus Inteleon. Snorlax against such a prominent pick alongside Umbreon, and then Senna's going to hover over Blissey as well. I'm curious to see what kind of pick they're going to go. There's those players just giving us a nice little wave, such friendly faces that we want to see over there representing Pokemon Unite.
Will we see Dodrio? We've got the Blaziken on the field. Nomu's going to lock in the Umbreon as well. The Enter Force 36. What are they going to do on the side of Soaring to Dreams? They've got the double Mewtwo coming out here, buddy. Back into Pokemon 2000. And it's Garchomp coming on the field again for Soaring to Dreams. Enter Force aren't going to be too unhappy with the way they've built their comp. It feels very much like they've already been playing.
Yeah, I mean, Lucario has been a constant for the side of Enter Force. We are seeing Senna for the first time on a different supporter, so not opting in for that Blissey, because if Blissey is usually picked, unless it's banned out when we're talking about the West region. Now, interestingly enough, first time I'm going to be seeing an Aegislash. I'm curious how they're going to do, because, I mean, that's a potion. Every time we see a potion on a Pokemon in this region, we're going, what are you doing, my friend? But hey, how can we question these players considering how well they have been playing? So not a bad look comp, very brawly comp coming out from the side of Soaring to Dreams. Enter Force seem like it's business as usual. They've got double secure coming through with the side of Blaziken and Lucario. Also, your Snipe Shot has a possibility of securing and doing big damage, especially when you've got some wide targets like that Snorlax and Garchomp, buddy.
What is interesting is they don't really have a main target to get onto that Inteleon on the side of Soaring to Dreams, but also on the other side, they don't have anything to really try and get onto those Mews either, buddy. It's kind of, there's no speedsters in this game, so, you know, you're not having something trying to look for those flanks, trying to dive on into those backlines that you typically expect to see. Yes, you do have an Aegislash that can dash on in utilizing their moveset, but then you are in the middle of that team fight where you're having to block that damage coming your way, so it's such an interesting way to build a comp here for both of these teams. They kind of just want to brawl it out and see who can win on the side of the range attackers.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. And like Mew is a different, I want to say a different style of range attacker than your Inteleon. It does still have to get in using those coaching, those boosted autos, as well as Surf and Electro Ball. So it's not going to be at range just pumping solar beams the entire time. As you can see, it does start off with Electro Ball, one of the best early game secures that we've got. We've got the Fire Chicken heading on into the central area for the side of Enter Force, Soaring to Dreams. They aren't going to be soaring on the wings of Talonflame this time around, but maybe they can be soaring with the slice of those blades from the Aegislash. But we've got an Eldegoss heading on in to try and weed out, you see what I did there, trying to weed out this little buff for themselves.
And I like the fact that they've gone straight for the blue buff here, buddy. We saw that Mew come down, just trying to get a bit of vision to see if the invade was going to happen. And that's built the space that Eldegoss needs to put the pressure here onto the Hone Edge. And they're going to try and take more away as they dive on the side of the Umbreon as well. Gets out of that situation. Mewtwo Y looking to find that KO.
I mean, Eldegoss did actually manage to see it. We can see on that bottom screen that Eldegoss has got a little blue circle around it, which means it does take that blue buff away, which means Hone Edge is not going to be a big Doughblade heading on in to this middle area here for these 850 Altares, but it's going to be a 4v3 situation down here as well. Snorlax is going to try and search out anybody. Mewtwo has the ability to put pressure on, but who's going to take this away? It looks like Combustion's just wanting to Blaze Kick this away, but no. Most of that's actually going to go to the side of Soaring for Dreams. Doughblade's online. He is going for Shadow Claw instead of the Sacred Sword, dude, adding a little bit of extra stun and knock up to the side of Interforce whenever it decides to go on in.
Still no KOs in this bottom lane yet, though, buddy. Umbreon is now on the field, and we've got Mew coming in as well to provide some support and damage. Does feel like both of these teams would just want to compete in that central area and bottom lane, allow these all-rounders just to kind of have a little bit of fun up in this top side. Mew has come to provide some assistance to this duo Blade, and we've only got 2 points scored at the 8-minute mark here, Lobo.
I mean, Senna is proving to be such a problem to deal with. Eldegoss playing so well, just providing so much stun. Whoa, our camera just went way off there. I mean, nice little cinematic shot of their Sky Ruins backdrop there, if you like that kind of stuff. You know, we have a lot of photographers in our audience right there. Nice little combination play from Inteleon there to take down the Drizzle, and now Score's going to go in for the side of Soaring for Dreams. Top side, bottom side, both getting scores dunked in on there.
They've broken that pad now, opening up that extra bit of experience for Enterforce 36. Does buy you a little bit of space, though, on the side of Soaring to Dreams, and they want to get Garchomp on field as soon as possible. Aegislash waiting to see if they've got a moment to dive on in here, but it does seem like the 720s about to spawn on in. Soaring to Dreams are prepared for a pincer movement as they try and dive in here for all of this farm. Blaziken does push them in, picks up the KO on the side of the Mew with the assistance from the Umbreon, trying to sneak that 5 in, buddy, but the disruption from Aegislash is too much, with the Mewtwo Y causing that damage as well, and they take down Umbreon as Enterforce 36 look to reset for this Lecky in the basement lane.
I love the utility of Aegislash right now, just using its Shield Bash to gain back its health, using its the Xing ability. There it goes, right after the Inteleon. Make sure it can't cause anything, but can it get in? It cannot. Nothing's going to overpower and overheat with the Fire Fist are going. It's a Steel type versus Ghost type. There's the Wide Guard coming through. Hey, Blaziken, no way! That Blaziken managed to use the Fire Fist to really dodge and weave its way on in. Chucks the Focus Blast. Mewtwo has no choice but to retreat.
Wow, what a way to showcase your micro skills on that Pokemon, buddy, as they rain in points to this T2 goal, as Earthspy Vision is here. Crits all day long for Inteleon now, and it does look like Eldegoss is going to be caught out, but it's bought the space for Enterforce 36 to back on up as they look to steal a little bit of farm from that central area. They are over 100 points in the lead on that scoreboard.
I mean, I think it's great when you realize just the motive. You can see the motive when they're moving through. Eldegoss was moving. It wasn't auto-attacking, wasn't doing anything. It knew exactly its role in that situation. That was to get itself KO'd. So the rest of Enterforce could make its way through the central area, head top side, and try and position themselves. Mewtwo is going to try and defend this bottom side as well. Umbreon is lurking, but now they're making their way. This is exactly what you want to do when you have a Pokemon like Garchomp. It wants to rip, but there is the coup de grace. It misses the Blaziken. It does manage to survive. Pulps its Unite move. The Flaming Fists are firing. Aura Cannon comes out. Livid Outrage does go. The Dragon is angry. Overheat goes the wrong side. Infinite Cyburn hits its mark, but they're all so healthy. It's not going to do much. And Enterforce led the bait. They snared the bait. They let the trap. They got them all. Tano.
I mean, this Eldegoss with the shields and the pollen puffs, it's just keeping up these all-rounders for all of these team fights, buddy. And a coup de grace in the face of a Blaziken did absolutely nothing. Now they have the springboard. That's up. They can defend this Lecky, but it looks like Enterforce want to push on in anyway, as Earthspy Vision is here trying to see if they can pick up the Garchomp. That's what they do. Snorlax dives on in with the block, pushes Enterforce off the goal, and that's going to be enough to defend it, as Blaziken could be caught
out here, but it is the Blaziken. They dash them back into the backside of their own team. Aegislash goes down from the Lucario, and Snorlax is going to continue to do enough to allow this defense through. Good effort by Enterforce, but a legal movement coming out of these players, buddy.
Oh my god, the Umbreon was on nothing. Nomu, what are you doing? And there's the Electro Ball onto the Lucario. This is criminal. It is criminal the second time that Enterforce have gotten out on an HP and a Dream. Now, Mew, is it going to be provided the same opportunity? There's no chance. There it goes. Just chased down, and a Registeel is going to be taken by the side of Enterforce. 92 to 208. Enterforce looking like a force to be dealt with.
I love it. This game is a crazy, mate. Another game 3 situation that is just ridiculous. Soaring to Dreams at the moment, just trying to find some more experience to get themselves back into this fight. They've managed to do enough to keep those levels even at least, but Garchomp is there on level 12, looking to see if they can pick up the Inteleon. The block may have just done that. Breaks the invisibility, and they dive in for the KO. Lucario goes down as well. Soaring to Dreams with some fantastic picks in that moment. Now wants to push on to this T1.
That's exactly what they needed to. They're going to push exactly the way they want to do, aggressively with delivered outrage. That Dragon is angry. Umbreon is low. Has to pop a Unite move as well. Blaziken is still full health in the back. Coup de Grace gets whiffed, and Aegislash is going to make its way on out. Mewtwo avoids the overheat. A Garchomp is going to take on the Blaziken, but nothing can stop a Blaziken when those fire fists start moving. Garchomp finally gets felled by Inteleon. Holy Enterforce, what are you doing?
Wow. This, I mean, if you have ever wanted to see how to play Blaziken in a game of Pokemon Unite, you have to watch this tournament. The micro coming out from these players on that Pokemon is incredible. They were 1 HP in a Dream, Lobo, and they take the double KO.
At what point does it just become audacious? Like, come on now. The audacity to live that much on 1 HP. Now, we've seen it being done by the Lucario. We've seen it being done by the Blaziken. Now we've seen it done by the Umbreon. What is Inteleon going to live on 1 HP in a Dream next? We got 15 seconds until Rayquaza spawns. Enterforce have made that pit their own. Look at where Soaring to Dreams are. They've got to find a way in. 92 to 208. It's not as bad as the previous games were before. It wasn't as bad as game 1. Definitely not as bad as game 2. But look at Blaziken. This aggressive stance from this level 13 Blaziken. They just have to find a way in. Enterforce playing this game very patiently. They know they have the lead. They can tell that because they're tier 1 on that basement side, but this Inteleon is just not missing! That was a double hit! And Aegislash has to go back to base.
This is it. They don't have any heals on the side of Soaring to Dreams to deal with them snipe shots coming on in. Garchomp goes on over. Living Outrage is here, buddy. Does manage to dodge the overheat. Aegislash goes in as well. There is the Moonlight Prance coming on out. They've managed to take down the Garchomp. There goes the Aura Cannon as the Spy Vision is here as well. Looking for the KOs. It's a double. Blaziken finds the Mewtwo Y. Mystical Mirage has to be used to keep themselves out of this fight. And the snipe shot lands. It's a triple KO for Enterforce 36. Snorlax is the only one here, buddy. Garchomp rushing on back. Can they do it? No, they can't. Enterforce 36 does it. They're going to take the win and send Soaring to Dreams down out of this tournament.
Holy, a 3 KO streak for Inteleon. The Cotton Cloud Crash saving the Blaziken from being KO'd. I don't think this Blaziken has been KO'd this entire game. I don't think I've seen it. The audacious attitude of this Blaziken to just survive. But Chocol is here. Inteleon is on an HP and a Dream as well. They must have heard me on the way. It's invisible. They can't see him. And it finally goes down with 30 seconds to go. What in the hell am I watching right now? Take a bow. Blaziken's about to 1v4 their entire Soaring to Dream. Here we go. Fire Fist are going. Gotta call this one out. There's the Electro Ball. It's still alive. And finally, Blaziken gets set back to Nurse Joy. That meme. Was I a good all-rounder? No, you were the best all-rounder that we have seen in this game so far. Game, set, match over. Enterforce are your winners. They are moving on. Soaring to Dream are going to be crashing out of this tournament this time around.
Oh, buddy, the dream turns into a nightmare in the final moments, but they need to keep their heads held high. They're the only team that doesn't have a sponsor at the moment. They've not been picked up, but that was absolutely electric. They took Enterforce 36 all the way down to the wire. It was a 2-1 victory for them, mate. And what more could you want out of this Pokemon Unite tournament? 86k damage coming in from Mewtwo Y, 92 for that Blaziken.
I mean, look at the 65k healing. Senno was that MVP. Got to be my MVP of the match. No matter where Koda was, no matter where Blaziken was, no matter where Nomu or Chokol was, Senno was there. Senno was there to heal them. Senno was there to provide that. Blaziken was gone in that Rayquaza fight if Cotton Cloud Crash hadn't come down at the right moment. And you take down that Blaziken, that's a turning point of the match. I think Aegislash was a good switch. Being able to slash and dash, especially with your boosters, as well as keep yourself alive with Wide Guard. I think that was a good switch around for the side of Soaring to Dream. But, I mean, Lucario was picked up by Chokol every single game that set. Lucario just did what they had to do. Like, again, there was no ifs, ands, or buts about Lucario's role. It had to 1v1 the Garchomp. It had to come in. The Aura Cannons were fired off. It had to provide a distraction. But then, again, they just know what they're doing. And allowing Blaziken that amount of freedom with not only Umbreon. I didn't see if Umbreon went Wish in that one. I'm going to assume that it did go Wish on that one. So you've got the Umbreon healing from Wish, and then you've got the Eldegoss healing. So, my goodness. I mean, congratulations, Enterforce. You're going on, and again, I mean, fantastic.
Buddy, I literally, when we predicted a 2-1 victory to Enterforce 36, I never thought in a million years that would be how that game turned out. That was one of my favorite sets to cast so far. I cannot wait to get that clipped onto my caster reel, as we have a bit of an interview here with Kota. I mean, we're going to bring Nitera back in as well, because I want to know his opinion, of course, knowing those teams quite well. But, I mean, such a well-deserved MVP here for Kota.
And look at this handsome young man. Look at him. Absolutely doesn't look like he was sweating. Doesn't look like he was doing anything. Looks absolutely casual with it.
It just breezes off them, doesn't it? Yeah, we got the victory. Yeah, it was incredible.
Absolutely.
What a team. I mean, all these teams here are incredible. We say how close they are. Only 3, Lobo, make it through to the World Championships.
I mean, and again, to see these teams, the 3 that are going to go through, I know we're doing day 1 today, we've got day 2 tomorrow as well, to see which teams are going to go through and then take on teams from the West. I mean, just watching the way that these players are playing right now, I mean, and everything that we see along the West, it's going to be such an interesting clash of styles, and it's going to be so interesting to watch. So, and just seeing this, I'm hoping Enterforce are now in the losers bracket. Seeing a losers bracket run is always going to be absolutely amazing. But I think we've got Nitera coming back. Just going to check with our production before. We're going to get a quick word in with him and his thoughts on that match before we send ourselves to a break. Nitera, welcome back. Soaring to Dreams. Their dreams have been crushed as Enterforce, proving too much of a force to deal with. Is that what you predict? Is that what you had happening?
Where Zeta Division was knocked out by who was it again? QT Dick, right?
Yes.
And yeah, that was one of the first upsets. I was really hoping Soaring to Dreams would be the other one that, you know, walked out of this like a champ, and fortunately Ogdiv, right? So that's kind of a bit of a shame. But lots of spread mods, right? I love that much.
Give us your thoughts. So Enterforce did such a fantastic job. Their comp seemed very, very solid no matter what they brought in. Lucario was not switched around in any 3 of those games, but they were able to bring in Dodrio as well as a Stonewall with Blaziken as well. Is that just how they are known for playing?
That's kind of roughly how you would see, right? So you have a very strong speedster, usually in the form of ones that can actually not so much hard commit. So we're not talking like Zorua, we're not talking about maybe Leafeon, but even then it's a little bit more like the Dodrio, things that can really run in and out. And I would venture to guess that if Galarian Rapidash was actually available for pickup, you would definitely see that as well. However, of course, today all we got was the Trio. So they have a good line of bruisers, but a lot of times they are trying to scale in levels without overcommitting to anything. And you can definitely see that in a lot of the other players. So that is what I kind of expected, more or less. Thank you, Lobo, for like letting me stack on top of what I've already seen throughout the first day. I mean, second day, probably gonna see a lot more of that.
I'm so excited to see it, but we still have a little bit more to go, and I know, Tana, that set tired us out. I think just watching that was fantastic. But we're going to take ourselves a nice quick break. We're going to grab ourselves a drink of water or drink of whatever we want. We're going to grab ourselves a snack. You guys should do the same. Keep your eye out for your favorite plushie in the crowd. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, anybody.
Hello trainers! Welcome back to Unity Clash, where we have a special broadcast just for you, and we're entering its final stages. Today we take a look at the Pokémon Japan Championships here, and this region is going to determine who comes in the qualifiers. The game has already started, so I'm just going to make a very quick statement. We're introducing Zeta Division versus Enter Force 36. Begin!
I mean, if I was watching anime and I was listening to an anime narrator, that would definitely be what I thought it sounded like. So thank you so much, Nitera. Thank you so much, Nitera, for that wonderful introduction. Like you said, we do have Zeta Division. On your purple side, Enter Force, who we just witnessed. On your orange side, Tano, Cinderace, Psyduck, Mewtwo, Y, and Clefairy will band off. Let's see these speedsters come out to play. I want to see some more Dodrio.
Me too, buddy. Also, I feel like we should get some voice packs for Nitera to voice Pokemon Unite, like coming into it like this. I think that would
100%.
be next level, buddy. But yes, it is going to be Blaziken locked in by Zeta Division, showcasing how incredible that Pokemon is today in this tournament. What are Enter Force going to answer with as they shake through quite a lot of picks here? It is going to be Nomu on the Umbreon, Kota taking the Inteleon.
There were some crazy snipes coming out from Kota in the previous game, but they have got that Blaziken taken away from them previously. Could we see Zoroark come to play? And once you see a Zoroark, you have to see a Comfey! I hate it. I hate it from the bottom of my toes to the tip of my head, from the bottom of my soul to the bottom of my heart. I hate this combination with a passion, but we're going to see it anyway as Vitopo and Warijo are going to play this. But now we've got Umbreon and Senna locking in that Snorlax alongside Serena. Choco was playing that Lucario every single match of that game 3 before. But we're going to see the Queen take the stage.
Now, a good camera person in that field would go and get that Zoroark Comfey plushie on screen for us right now, buddy. You know, that's what they would do. But no, we're going to have Mr. Mime on the field as well for Zeta Division. I absolutely love this, buddy. Left, right, and center. Lucario here as well. Nitera giving us their excitement there. I mean, wow, what a comp we have set up here, Lobo. Zeta Division going really...
Let's go, our production, Shivam Kitchen behind the scenes. Nitera showing his excitement there. Hope you guys are so excited to watch this. The final pick was Lucario for the side of Enter Force as well, so they've swapped with Choco as well, who's going to stick with Lucario, so that's 4 games in a row. This is a very interesting comp because there's a lot that Zoroark can target in this one. It's going to be a problem for Kota on that Inteleon, but we've seen how dangerous they can be with that Inteleon. These players are locked in. They're ready to go. Look at those faces. Look at that hair in the back, man. I wish I could have pulled that off. That was some beautiful locks. Mate, they just all lucky over there, aren't they?
There it is, buddy. There is the Zoroark Comfey collar around it on the plush. They are ready for this action. And you are absolutely right. They look incredible, buddy. They have style dripping off them left, right, and center to these players. They are locked in, ready to go. You see that little Mimikyu plush there just underneath the
I do indeed. I haven't seen a Mimikyu get played yet. I'm very excited to see how this region does handle the little Pikachu wannabe, or the little Pikachu should be, as I like to call it. Zeta Division versus Enter Force. This is your game number 1. We're going to see a game 3 situation this time around. We've got Tommy going to head topside with the Comfey, so we know where the Zoroark is going to go first turn. We've got Intel and Snorlax, such a common basement lane pick, as we do have the Queen taking her rightful place in center stage.
Alrighty, let's see who comes into the lane feeling stronger, getting the KOs, as we see Wajiro now coming into that top side to provide some assistance to this Torchic. Has to deal with Charcoal here, manages to get a stack in, but doesn't get that one, buddy. Torchic locks in the secure.
I do like this here. The Comfey is an interesting pick because it can go on the Blaziken / Torchic, and it can go on the Zoroark Snorlax. Very low health there. A nice secure, a secure versus secure on that side of that basement lane. Zoroark's actually going to go bot side, possibly banking on the fact that it might go to the lane with the Comfey in it, but Blaziken is just as good as using that Comfey, but Zoroark's going to make me eat my words. Mate, I'm on a diet. Can't eat any more words than that. It's going to go inside that top part. It's going to transform into Lucario, the little mischievous bugger, and we're going to head on in for these middle Altarias. They're going to come as quickly as they leave.
Oh, so difficult for you to even get any damage on it when you combo that and get all of it on the side of Zeta Division. Now we have a level 5 Zorak coming down into the basement lane, looking to see if they can get some KOs. Some good disruption coming in down here. Looks like they could get one onto the side of this. Serena tries to do just that, and the boosted connects for the KO.
I thought they were going to turn and go on to the Drizzle there. So actually get some points behind them. There's the wall coming up from Mr. Mime. It's going to provide such utility as they try to go through. Umbreon is on low health here, chasing after a Mew, and Zeta Division are proving to be very strong. Nice scores early on, 72-48, but look at what is going on here. Nomu going to nom all over that blue buff, because once Zorak gets that first rotation, doesn't really tend to go back and get any more. It just wants it. Drizzle does pick up a red buff, but I think it's going to have a quick visit back to Nurse Joy, and it does. See you later, alligator. There's no for alligators in this game, but Zorak gonna send Umbreon packing as well.
Ooh, can they get them though? There we go, in on the side of Serena. The healing coming on out is going to be enough to keep Vital Pro around as Serena tries to dive on in, pulls them around again with the stomp, looks for the KO, but the beam from you is enough paired with Zorak to take them down. Zeta Division have the levels at the moment very close to having that Nightfall days ready for 720s, buddy.
Yeah, but it just wants to go and get some stacks here, so that Blaziken's going to deal with that as well. Lucario is going to make their way down to the bottom pad, so Enter Force probably going to try and take the advantage here. Nice snipe shot, does manage to hit a Mew. Probably one of the hardest Pokemon to hit. Hits the Mime as well. These snipe shots are on point. Look at where Cho'Gall is looking for the Lucario. This is nice here. Power up punch gets moved as well. Zorak gets pushed out of its combo. The Wish is on Lucario, keeps it healed as well. Zorak should go back in for another combination. Does get taken down by the Electro Ball, by the Mew. The walls are up. Both walls from Mime and Mew from the safeguard. Zorak finally gets taken down. The Queen says, bow to me right now, but Blaziken is about to show them who the king or who the gods of secures are, with the Queen ascended into the snipe shot tunnel. Comfy has to do whatever it can to just go and hang on to that Mew for dear life.
I mean, they've just flipped that around, buddy. Serena with some great movement there. Locks in the KO. Good serve from Mew, though. Comes on through. Who's going to lock in the secure? Here comes Zorak. Nightfall Days is out. I think they did it. They locked in the Regirock. No, it was Snorlax. They chased it for Enter Force, buddy. Zorak finds the KOs. But what an important lock in there for Enter Force.
Yeah, they're going to delete that basement lane. There's the mean look. I think that's a great play to play against this Zorak as well. Really try to lock it down. Serena's going to go into that central area with a 3v1 situation. The Queen doesn't want to lose its crown just yet. But again, 173-81, almost doubled the score. The all-round is going to fight out inside that bot lane. Lucario's going to try and go to that Bone Rush, but no, just going to let it activate. That's a nice little all-rounder fight inside that top path with his Lucario versus Blaziken. But now Zorak's going to try and turn the tides. It's only on 15. The Focus Blast hit, but the rest of Ender Force is here. Who's they going to pick up? Lucario's low health. There's the heavy slam. Picks up the Zorak. There goes the Blaziken. The flow feels a healing as well. Snipe shot hits its mark on the smallest target on the field. And Ender Force, the Force has awakened amongst this team. Let the points rain in.
Wow, now they're going to cut down this score lead, buddy. Mystical Mirage comes out from Mew, but it's just going to delay the inevitable as they look to lock it in with the mean look. The KOs are going to rain on in, and it feels like Enter Force has the answer at the moment for Zeta Division, but the rest of them are coming up. Zorak looking to see if they can dive on in for the KOs, but Serena backs on out of here as both teams wait for the right moment to go for that Lecky.
Oh, 30 points between these two. Zorak's going to go back for the central area's blue buff, as it does. Zorak does not like to share, does not share its food. Stomp is going to make sure that Serena secures one. Can they get the Unite off? Snipe Shot's going to go through the illusion onto the full heal, but Comfy has been left in its wake, which means Zorak is by itself. Snorlax has found him as well. Now, with Zorak without its Comfy necklace is a little bit more threatening. As you can see, just has to wide away. Solar Beam does chunk a big bit of damage. It's still only 30 points in this game. They're rotating around. Who is going to secure the Registeel? Beautiful yawn onto the Mime, and Ender Force, they pounce.
I mean, this is free real estate for them now. We do have Blaziken locking in the Lecky for Zeta Division at least. I don't think anyone can even get close to trying to take that Registeel away, which is why we see Zorak go for the scores here. Vital Pro's going to do exactly that. Or they could have got a bigger overcap there, buddy. They get the 6 in from Lucario. The 40 could have been a huge dunk for Enter Force.
I'm just wondering if that has to do with stacks or if that has to do with just miscommunication or just urgency. Snorlax is here defending. There's Blaziken as well. They are just living inside Ender Force's central air. Blaziken gets locked down with the mean look. Umbreon goes back into the bush to find it, but gets chunked. Has to use its Unite move as well. There's Lucario as well. The Aura Cannon has to be fired out. Intel's Azure Spy Vision, but unfortunately it's surrounded by 3 members of Zeta Division. Zeta Division want to prove that they are the ones that are going to win this fight. The Queen has to hold on, has to use its drop kick to manage it getting away. But now Blaziken is stuck as well. There's the Stomp, going to heal it up. Serena does get taken down. Blaziken on an HP and a Dream does get taken down by the Lucario. The all-round battle goes to the Lucario this time around. Heavy Slam on it to the Mr. Mime, getting chunked down by Snipe Shots. Is it going to hit? Yes, Mr. Mime gets taken down as well. Coda does not miss with these Snipe Shots.
I mean, this just shows how important this game is to both of these teams. But Zeta Division, the amount of times they've been stuck in that central area, probably should back up, gives away some important KOs, and, you know, Enterforce capitalize on it. We're going to go into Rayquaza in 40 seconds, buddy, with 3 level 13 Pokemon on the field. Zoroark, Blaziken, and then Serena on the other side. But Inteleon and Lucario have hit
6.
there as well.
That's 6. That's 6 level 13 Pokemon heading on into Rayquaza. The Solar Beams are going to fire. Intel gets chunked down. The Snipe Shot's going to do anything they can. This might go. There's the nice, beautiful yawn. Snorlax could get caught out. He does not have enough time to pump the power now, but look at the time. The time is okay. It's going to be back before the Rayquaza fight. Zeta Division want to push the pace of this fight as quickly as they can. 230 to 68. That's 60... 2 points between these two. I'm trying to do quick math with all the pressure. I don't know how I'm going to go. But Tano, this Ray fight's going to start as quickly as it can. Mime is in danger here.
Oh my god, there comes the Aura Blast. Lucario has been picked. That mean look was on cooldown, buddy. And now Enterforce are just sat waiting for the approach from Zeta Division here. They have to wait for Lucario to come back in. They've spotted the Zoroark. Doesn't get the boosted off. The beam comes through though. Azure Spy Vision is there. Gets locked in. That's a KO onto the Inteleon. And Zoroark wants to continue going hunting. Looking here for the Serena. The Stomp comes through. They haven't used the Queen Ascendance yet. That goes onto the Mime. Runs into the overheat from the Blaze. And now they're looking for the KOs onto Serena. Now it's down to Umbreon and Snorlax to stall this fight out as Lucario comes in with a power-up punch. Looks for the KOs, but Mime finds Umbreon. Zeta Division are taking down Enterforce 1 by 1 as Inteleon gets back into this fight. Zoroark does get yawned. Snipe Shot just missed, the only one that we've seen from Kota not hitting. And Zoroark gets out of the fight there, Lobo.
It's 1 minute. Everybody's back. Mr. Mime has just respawned as well. They're going to have to take a fight again. Zoroark kind of almost spotted the Queen heading back in. Blaziken almost getting caught out as well. Snorlax is that frontline. Big Solar Beam that's going to chunk them down. Overheat into the bush. They've got to take this Rayquaza. They've got to make it into flip. The Mystical Mirage comes out. Throws us the Nightfall Days. Serena falls. Lucario Bone Rushes in as well. But no, the boosted comes out from the Zoroark for a beautiful chaos streak of 2. And Zeta Division are cutting down Enterforce. The Force is not on their side, but Snorlax gets a 28. There's a 50 going in from Blaziken. Rayquaza not even needed this time round.
Wow, mate. A fantastic effort from both teams. Zeta Division come out on top, and I do honestly feel like that game came down to the matchup of Serena versus that Zoroark. Zoroark comes out on top here. What a fight by both squads. Rayquaza not even needed in those final moments, Lobo.
Brother, wow. That was game 1. That was game 1.
I mean, I'm going to need a second, bro. These fights are just insane.
I'm going to need a minute. That was game 1. Those final minutes of that game it felt and it looked like it was all over the place, but it wasn't. It was calculated. It was very... Zeta Division were, I feel, more comfortable in the enemy team's central area than they were in their own. They had... it was the Mew. Look at the damage coming out from Mew on ROM. 93k damage. Those solar beams were hitting. Kota was just being locked down. Could not hit anything. Zoroark, these movements so fluid. Again, by all means, Kota was hitting Snipe Shots.
And mate,
the fact that like the final the 2 snipe shots from Kota that need to hit were the only 2 that they didn't manage to land. If they hit those 2 snipe shots onto that Zorak, Comfy has to use their Unite move, buddy. They have to do something and use those resources. So we're gonna see it here. It's crazy that Kota's been connecting all game and then misses there.
Right into there. Look at I wish that we'd seen that combo again, because Kota pulls off a beautiful eject button as well. Here we go. Mr. Mime again criminally getting away on absolutely nothing. Aura Cannon fires just too late. Mew was the difference maker, I have to say, in this match. We can talk all the live long day about Zorak, Comfy and that combination, but the Mew solar beams were fantastic. Look here, we're gonna see this again. Does the Fell Stinger in. Look at this. The Intellion pops its Azure Spy Vision. It does manage to hit the Mew as well and take it out. The Yawn misses as well. But here I thought we could get to... I think Queenly Ascendant was not up. It needed to use the Queenly Ascendant on the Zorak, but they managed to use it on the Mime. The Mime Showtime coming out as well. And just the cleanup crew with the walls, not allowing End of Force to really play their game. Between the light screen from the Mew and then the barriers from the Mr. Mime. Oh my days. And then Lucario here just barely managing to get out. We see the Snorlax almost getting caught here. The snipe shots missing by half, like just an inch. And again, I mean, End of Force, they were by no means outclassed in this game, Tana. They did such a fantastic job.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, mate. I mean, look at the scoreboard here. That's nothing in final stretch, mate. You know, the fact that Rayquaza wasn't even needed because they had to just go score those points as quick as possible. And it was good here by Interforce because I think it's the Snorlax that recognizes how late it's getting in the game, just runs straight to that top T2 here, buddy, looking to score those points. And then Blaziken acknowledges that. Tommy does the same to go score the Hundo Burger. And if it wasn't for that, Interforce would have been straight back into that game, mate.
Yeah, look, it was game 1. Like,
mate, this
brother,
is lower
chill.
bracket. This is lower bracket second round, bro.
Brother, chill with your nonsense. I mean, but look, I mean, we're watching this game, but look at Tomato. Not a single worry in the world on that man's face.
So much
red hair. The red hair is gorgeous. And this man is like, bring me my next victim. And I'm loving just the style points that I feel like we're seeing in Japan, the poses of the players, just that, I got you, bro. This is my team. I'm going to lead them the way. And they're doing a fantastic job. So, I mean, it's just brilliant. I'm like, we said it before, I need a minute. That was game 1. Game 1, and I'm curious now. Let's breathe in, breathe out. What do Interforce have to do? Do they go back to the bans? They've been allowed Inteleon, and we know Kota's Inteleon is a problem. Do they take Zorak away? Do they allow it again? Zorak Comfy, every time we've seen it, whether it's been in Asia, whether it's been, we've gotten to cast India, we've casted EU, we've casted NA, we've casted OS. Anytime we've seen a Zorak Comfy, it is a problem. So, and again, it's being picked in that slot where you're getting 2 picks. It's not first pick, it's not second pick, it's not third or fourth. It's 5th and 6th pick every single time. So, once you pick your first 2, if Zorak Comfy is picked then, now you have to kind of find a way around it. And I think it's such a hard Pokemon to find a way around. So, do you ban it? I mean, you only need to ban one of them, don't you?
You do. The thing is, though, Interforce might just want to run it back, mate, because
I know,
let's look at it realistically. If those snipe shots land by Kota, we're looking at a different game, mate. We might be looking at a different result. They kept it really close into that Rayquaza fight, and it wasn't like Zeta Division were dominating that Rayquaza fight. They were maybe some misclicks here and there. As we mentioned, Serena wasn't able to get their Queenly Ascendant onto the Zorak, ended up going onto the Mime. If that was different, if the snipe shots hit, I feel like it was such a ridiculously close game, Lobo. They might just want to run it back here.
I mean, I also want to point out that Blaziken was so useful. Like, again, across all of the games we've seen, Blaziken is such a hard Pokemon to dumb down. But there we go. We're seeing the Comfey ban. straight away. So that's going to allow another Pokemon out. It could allow the Talonflame out. It could allow Inteleon out once again. I don't know what we're going to see, but there's a Clefable chance because now having access to, there it is. That is exactly what I expected Enterforce to do. Enterforce were going to pick up that Blaziken because of how good it was, but that is a beautiful counter, Tano. Clefable into Inteleon.
Yeah, I mean, taking Inteleon away from Kota as well, Ron locking that in. What a great play by Zeta Division to do just that. Knowing they can't get the Blaziken, Choco's going to lock in the Leafeon here with Blissey. So we're kind of getting a bit of an even matchup here, buddy. I mean, the fact that Votopo gets access to this Dodrio, again, is going to be scary for Enterforce, but if they lock in an all-rounder here, mate, and we see that ranged attacker on the side of Enterforce, we're pretty much going mirror match.
Yeah, I agree with you. We don't have a range attacker on the side of Enterforce yet, just exactly like what you said. I want to see what Tommy's going to lock in. Tomato's actually going to lock in the Umbreon, which is a great play because that puts a lot of pressure on that Blaziken now. Blaziken is kind of almost handicapped right now, Tano. It cannot use that Unite move, the Fire Force, because it is a dash move. It can't use Blaze Kick as well, especially that Gravity's going to go on. Nobody's going to pick up the Blastoise, which could be useful in stopping that Dodrio, and Koda's actually going to pick up a Mew. Oh my god. So it's rainbows on both teams. We've got one red, we've got one purple, one blue, one yellow, and one green on each side. So we've got the Unite Rainbow on our screen. It's very, very hard to pick this straight from draft screen.
It is, mate. I don't know where you throw this. I think maybe you give advantage to Vitopo being on Dodrio. We've already seen how they dominate on that Pokemon today, but, you know, on the other side, you've got these picks that work so well for them. Kota's on the Mew. We've got Blaziken on the field. I don't know, mate, because this could be the last game of the day if Zeta Division take it away. If Enterforce do, we're back to a Game 3 situation like we've had all day, mate.
I mean, not only do we have to be on point with our casting throughout these games, but now we also have to be on point with our facial expressions, thanks to our lovely production person behind the desk, Shivam, showing us our faces in the most pivotal moments of these games. So, you know, gotta make ourselves snazzy and look good. These players look snazzy. The audience looks absolutely wonderful. We're heading on in to the final game of the day, buddy. We've casted 2 games together, and it's been almost an hour and a half of just pure, just non-stop action. The Garchomp and the Dragapult for the final time. We're gonna see them head on in. Your bands of Cinderace, Psyduck, Mewtwo, Y, and Comfey. Ain't no one else but the Queen is gonna take that center stage for the side of Zeta Division, and it is gonna be none other than one of the gods of Secure themselves, probably the MVP of most tournaments going forward. That Blaziken heading on into Central Area for Enterforce.
Now we've got a speedster matchup in this top lane, buddy. I expect the Clefairy to come in to provide assistance to this duo, or in fact, coming over the central area here. Maybe looking to do a little bit of an invade onto the Torchic. No, coming into the backside, trying to see what they can steal and get a stack in. Such an interesting path there for that Clefairy.
I agree with you 100%. Dodo is such a problem inside that path. That boosted auto does allow you, but look at this, it's a standoff, and obviously Dodo is going to win that with the reaction time against a little pink egg. There's the Razor Leaf, it's going to come back to it, going to secure that as well. The Queen is here, going to attack those 2 bad. Well, where is Steenie going? I think they get GPS up on the map because Steenie has lost its way. I don't know if we're going to get another pause or if something has gone on here, but nope, it seems like we're all good. Middle Altar is about to spawn.
Let's see who grabs these, because it is going to be that level 4 on the Leafeon, but Dodrio's here as well for the try attack. Good effort with the Razor Leaf, does take quite a bit, but a lot of that farm does go to Zeta Division. We're now getting ever so closer to having Serena on the field, buddy.
I mean, exactly, the Queen is here, but Drizzle gonna feel the pressure. Umbreon also on low health as well. Gets taken down. That's exactly what Enterforce wanted to do. Now Combuskin is free to get those stacks. We're seeing a triple axle come out from Serena this time around for the side of Zeta Division, because we did see Stomp come out before triple axle. The more, I want to say, used moveset, as we do have a Blaziken online, but inside that top part, 3 heads are better than 1, as Dodrio makes its mark on that top path. Middle Altara is in that central lane about to spawn, but a Wartortle seems to be taking that central lane, Tano.
Buddy, I want a bit of VAR on that blue buff that was going on in Zeta Division, because I don't know how War Turtle came out with that against the Drizzile, mate. That was crazy with the water gun matchup. And in fact, War Turtle finds the KO onto Drizzile. Serena gets that revenge straight away as Dodrio and Blissey have a bit of a 1v1.
Flag on the plate. That's a red card. Flag on the plate. But Leafeon gets one back for its teammates. Takes down the Dodrio. Flag on the plate. Timeout. Roll it. Give it back. Send him off. That's unnecessary roughness, ref. As we go through, Blaziken's going to make its way out again on an HP and a dream. That HP bar just never seems to drop. Nice little coaching Electro Ball combination coming out. War Turtle, once it gets evolved into Blastoise, I'm interested to see what kind of moveset we're going in. Blaziken's not afraid. It's going to 1v1 the Queen alongside that Overheat, but it does not matter. Let's have a look. What objective do we want to see inside this ball path? Because Enterforce playing nicely here, providing a little bit of a wall, but Blissey is just being bullied.
That they are. They have been able to pull Tommy up, though, but now they're going to be back in on the field. The Queen Ascendance says kneel to the Blaziken, but they get out anyway, buddy, because it's Blaziken. They do find the KO onto War Turtle. They're still out of there, buddy. They're on the path, though, and Zeta Division wants this KO. They're locking it in. Dodrio trying to put up the fight. Blaziken still gets out with the focus blast, finds the KO, and here is Leafeon. How are they still around? They're literally fighting on the point, buddy.
What are you doing?
The Overheat gets them out, and now they're back on their own side of the field. What is going on? And Serena looks to dash in.
And now Blastoise is here with the surf. Blaziken secures the Regirock. Oh.
Wow. I mean, wow.
I don't even know what Pokemon Unite is anymore.
Incredible, mate.
It's just Serena's gonna get a 40 in, but that's not. I mean, how do you call that after what we just witnessed from Blaziken? Oh my god.
They put so much resources, mate, on trying to handle that Blaziken there as well. They were literally chasing it from their goal back to the opposite goal, and they still come out on top. Incredible microplay there. They do lock in the Lecky, though, on the side of Zeta Division. Now let's just reset at this moment, buddy. We're at 5:30 on the clock. We have just over 100 points, 99 points in the lead here for Zeta Division, as that Lecky wants to push in 20 seconds before the springboard is in here for Enterforce.
And that's a beautiful little bit of macro play for Blaziken as well. I can't say anything else apart from the Blaziken. Blaze kicked it away because we saw Serena inside that base. Not a big overcap onside that bottom part. Intel gets taken down by Mew as well. But I think the focus needs to be on this Serena and this Dodrio. Obviously, you don't play follow the birdie. You don't want to play follow the birdie. There's the triple travel does come out. Dodrio does get taken out by the Leafeon alongside that Emerald 2-step. Serena's going to try and stop the Leafeon from doing what it has to do. Bliss Assistance is going to keep the sleep nice and lively. Water up that plant, make sure it stays alive. Beautiful Midnight Prayers by Omrion to make sure that Blastoise just has to grab on that surf and get right away. Blissey sacrificing its eggs to keep Blaziken alive, but I think Blaziken's going to just stay alive no matter what, buddy.
Man, I can't predict how this game's going to end up here. We've got 15 seconds before this bottom Reggie spawns in again. Serena looking for a KO onto Blissey. Doesn't find it at the moment. Inteleon looking to find a target for those snipe shots. Not able to find them. Blaziken here in the front or side of it. They're going to put so much attention onto Blaziken yet again. Overheat ready to go. There's the eject button pairing that into the Hydro Typhoon. Queen Ascendance does come through onto Blaziken. Still hasn't found the KO yet as they look to take down the Inteleon. As their Spy Vision is here. They find the Blastoise. Can they find Blaziken? No, they can't. They're up and they're out of there, buddy. Emerald 2-step from Leafeon is going to do enough to take the KO onto Serena, and they take the Registeel again. Enterforce 36 will not be stopped.
He stood inside the Azure Spy Vision. He got Queenly Ascendant as well. There's the Overheat's going to do some more damage as well. Dodrio's going to come in, takes down the Blissey. Blaziken has now got to deal with the Dodrio and the Umbreon. Luckily, this Umbreon is not mean. Look, Umbreon has got its eyes set. Blaziken finally goes down, and it took the combined efforts of Snipe Shot, Tri Attack. Blastoise gets stopped on a wall, gets taken down as well. And Zeta Division are finally going to take advantage of the Blaziken being KO'd 191 to 77. But let's not take away anything, Tano. Enter Force are doing such a brilliant job inside these fights. We've got a level 13 lead, a level 12 Blaziken, 12 from Inteleon, Dojiro, and Serena.
Buddy, the fact that, I know we're going on about this Blaziken, but it feels like they've managed to take an objective when they KO that Blaziken. That's literally what it feels like right now, mate. It's incredible
100%.
play. And it does feel like that is how Enter Force are keeping themselves in this game. Right now, look at it. Zeta Division have the points lead. They've taken that Lecky, but look at the levels, mate. The fact that they've locked in those basement Regis has meant we've got a level 13 Leafeon here, and they're better on that level stance.
Yeah, absolutely. We got level 13 Leafeon. Again, level 13 Dodrio now is coming up to play. Blissey is being targeted by the members of Zeta Division as well. Again, this is prime example. Oh my god. Mew gets sat down by Dodrio with a beautiful boosted order coming out from Tri-Attack. They're going to steal this blue buff away. But look at the side of Enter Force. They might go in here for a dunk to try and put that level gap back in lead. Umbreon is there to make sure it's not too harsh. But Blastoise does not want to get caught out again because Rayquaza has spawned. They could take this fight. They're waiting to see where the Blaziken is. Blaziken is actually on the opposite side of the map from the rest of its teammates. They're trying to find out. Mew has been caught out by the triple from the Dodrio. Zeta Division strikes first, Tano, and now all hell has broken loose inside the central area.
Double KO for the Dodrio, buddy. Looking for more here as well, trying to take down the Blaziken. They take Blaziken. It's a triple KO as we see the Hydra Typhoon coming in from Nomu. It is going to be Zeta Division that has the advantage at the moment. Serena looking to find this Leafeon, wary of them being in that backside, ready with an Emerald two-step. They're not going to let them close to this Rayquaza as we see Zeta Division showing some attention to it. They know they're in the lead though, buddy. They don't have to take this. Leafeon has gone back to that home pad, and his Zeta Division still with the advantage in this fight, looking to see if they can take down the Blaziken yet again.
There's 103 on the clock. They're about to see they're in the lead, but there it is, almost double points right now. But we still have Unite moves. We have Mystical Ramage, we have Emerald two-step, we have Bliss Assistance, and we have the Blaziken Unite move, which always is on cooldown. Bliss Assistance can do wonders here, but Blaziken needs to go. There's the Quinley Ascendant on to the... I completely missed who was onto. There's the Emerald Prize coming out from Umbreon. There's one member down for the side of Zeta Division. For the side of Enter Force. A 3 KO streak for Serena. Blaziken is still alive. It is Mew as well. But now what is happening here? It is Blaziken alive. It's the only one that is doing the Rayquaza. But the scores are going to go in for the side of Zeta Division. 19 seconds left to go on the clock. And I think... that is going to be game, set, and match. Zeta Division were just too good at that Rayquaza fight, buddy. Unfortunately, the magical performance on that Blaziken was not enough to carry them forward. And Zeta Division are going to move forward in your lower bracket.
Wow, Zeta Division going to make it into the lower bracket semi-final. But what a 2-0 victory that ended up being, buddy. I don't know. It doesn't feel justified with that Blaziken play that they don't even win one game out of it. It was just incredible from Zeta Division to lock in that Rayquaza fight. There were moments there where they were falling one by one, but Serena with a triple KO is enough to keep Zeta Division in that moment and take the victory. I've got no words for how incredible that fight ended up being, mate.
I've got no words. Absolutely. I think there were multiple instances where Rayquaza wasn't needed in some of the games that we watched today, and we just saw that they just wanted to fight. They just wanted to fight. And I think they did a fantastic job. I think taking out Coda on the Mew was really important. Look at... oh my god, I thought that was 111 from the Blissey. But that was 60k coming out from the Blissey. 73 coming out from Blaziken. Again, damage across the board, Tano, was pretty even across both teams. I think Vitopo on the Dodrio picked their targets beautifully. Taking out the Mew was super important because just allowing Mew to just ping those solar beams onto you is a big problem. And I think we saw Ender Force did that in the previous match. Mew doing 90k damage when used in that conjunction. So they knew that they had to make sure that Dodrio was targeting that Mew, and it got taken out before the Rayquaza fight even started. as well as targeting Blissey. Blissey usually kind of safe, just to put those heals on to allow Blaziken to survive. We did see finally a Bliss assistance, and then we had to take a refight as well. So I think the macro decisions in Japan are just crazy, and they are like putting on cinema for us right now. What we have watched is absolute cinema, honestly.
Oh, it really is, buddy. And, you know, with that, we got to bring back Nightera, because I need to know the opinion on that match, buddy. Those Blaziken plays, absolutely cinema, Nightera.
I mean, what can I say, right? Zeta Division was the top seeded, as well as the fact that they already qualified in the April qualifiers. I think the only difference, or the only thing I can add on to what you guys are saying, is that you're absolutely right when it comes to a difference in strategy, right? And I say this with the utmost respect for NA, EU, OC, and whatnot, but if NA has a strategy where it's like they have one strategy and they're going to stick to that, right? They do it very well. Where Japan, I think, differs is that they're able to like flex the strategy a little bit more. But before that, let's take a look at the interviews here real quick.
Absolutely. Well, another again, it just doesn't even look like he's gone through a battle at all, right, guys? Just so comfortable, so well done. And again, these guys are going to move on to day 2. So we are going to be over here on Ghatlue's channel bringing you guys day 2 of Japanese qualifiers for Worlds. I believe 3 teams from Japan are going to make it through to the World Championships to take on the West. And but guys, so looking at the way that they're playing right now, they are contenders.
I'm so jealous of that Red Bull sponsorship, bro. How amazing must it feel to have Red Bull? If you're listening, please sponsor me. I drink you all the time.
Hey, I'm looking for Monster. Yep. Closing statements here. Wajiro was very confident in his team, and of course the interview wrapped up with them hopefully showing them a great performance tomorrow, which we'll still be going there, so no worries about that. I do believe that we have at least another 7 more games tomorrow, so that's a long stretch away for day 2. But
I think, and we have a wonderful roster of casters as well that are going to be joining us here. But we're going to take a look at this top 8. Let's have a look at these guys. Zeta Division actually getting knocked out by QT Dig, going down into that lower bracket. Axis took down Burning Core Toyama 2-1. Scars took down Soaring to Dreams in the only 2-0. Enter Force went down to Reject. As well. So tomorrow we're going to see K2D go up against Axis. We're going to see Scars versus Reject. We've got the 2-0 of Zeta Division versus Enter Force. So Zeta Division are waiting in the wings for, I believe, whoever's going to drop down tomorrow, guys. So they're looking pretty, but that loses that lower round run for Zeta Division, one of the top seeded teams, is looking kind of juicy.
It is. Hopefully you get to see your Mimikyu here. I pulled it out just for you, right?
I gotta see what Japan is doing with Mimikyu. I gotta see if they're sticking with the play rough combination. I want to see if I'm vindicated in my decision to play Shadow Claw, and just gotta see what they're doing out here.
I would say maybe Trick Room is more favored in Japan. They're definitely more into like weird things.
Trick Room with the combination of Shadow Claw.
We'll find out tomorrow when Mimikyu gets
Trick Room
played.
No, hold up. Trick Room Play Rough? Are you about to tell me that Japan is playing Trick Room Play Rough?
It wouldn't surprise me, mate, if anyone's doing it.
I wouldn't be surprised at all. But again, we're going to finish off the stream, guys, with these wonderful highlights. Thank you to everyone that casted today. We had Steel Agent Carl, we had Speedy, we had Fu, Nitera, Spartan, Tano. Is there anyone that I'm missing, guys?
Yourself.
Out of our... myself. I was only here for the last 2, but you guys have been holding it down for an absolutely fantastic stream. Please, big shout outs to everyone behind the production here at Unity Clash for being able to put on this wonderful event for us. Big shout outs to Shivam. Also getting our casters reaction now, which is a thing apparently. So big thank you to him, because now we have to be on point throughout the game whenever we're not on camera. So big thank you to everybody that was watching. Big thank you to all the viewers that were watching. Thank you to Ghatlue, thank you Siobhan, thank you Nitera, Tano. Boys, before we head off,
wait, we still got a few more. We still got a few more to thank. We've got even the people on site who are actually giving us information
yes.
as we go along. We have Ursel, who's actually been there. Unfortunately, had to leave a little bit earlier today. Maybe tomorrow we'll get a little bit more from him. We also have Fifi, who has been doing a few interviews here and there, and as well giving us a good idea of what to expect when going to Yokohama this weekend. And so we will see a few of those videos tomorrow, and so that we don't have to keep watching them talk about the chairs. That's
those
cool.
Chairs. Pokemon, send us those chairs, please. We would love those chairs. Thank you. That's it for me.
So okay,
but I think
Japan
that's gonna.
side, yes.
I think that's gonna wrap it up for us here. I think it's amazing that we have people on site that are doing all those interviews and amazing stuff. Again, this Unite scene is so amazing. So I guess from Natera, myself, and Spartano, we will see you guys later. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend wherever you are. Hug your Pokemon, love your Pokemon, trade your Pokemon, and battle with your Pokemon. We will see you guys soon. Bye.
そうですね。ただ勝っても負けても、お互いを称え合う姿勢、それぞれの席に行って握手をしたり抱きしめたり、なんかそういう姿勢が勝負の世界だけどやっぱり同じ競技で戦っている仲間たちっていうその友情も感じられてグッとくるシーンもたくさんありました。
すごかったよね、滝島さん、あのシーン。いつの間にこんなことになったスポーツマンシップ、ユナイトプレイヤーはっていう。
やっぱユナイトはいつも最後は称え合ってるイメージはありますよ。
そうですね。なんか僕らがスタッフさんたちがね案内してみたいなことはあったと思うんですけど、結構もう自分たちから真っ先に席を立って思わず駆け寄るようなシーンとかはチーム同士で練習してきたシーンがあるんだろうなっていう思い出を共有しているような感覚がありましたね。
やっぱり競技が長いからこそ、みんながみんな友達っていう感覚もあると思うんですよね。
ですね。まさしく、今年の新しい1ページとして長く続いてきたなっていう感覚もありますが、まだまだ新しく進んでいこうぜというところを皆さんと一緒に見守っていけたらなと思っております。ということで本日全ての試合を終えましてトーナメント表で結果を振り返っていきましょう。こちらです。ファーストラウンドマッチ A ゼータディビジョン VSQT ディグは QT ディグの勝利ということになりました。朝一からびっくりでしたね。
そうですね。今さっきまで見せたら勢いあるゼータでしたけども、実は1戦目負けてますからね。
そうなんですよね。
だからこそ明日の QT ディグの活躍っていうのもすごい気になりますよね。
そしてアクシズ、スカーズ、リジェクトとそこにプロチームが続いていきます。
そうですね。でもアクシズの9点差の勝利、ちょっともう今日一の完成だったじゃないですか。あのシーンは脳に焼き付きました。
いや
最高でしたね。
うないさんってゲーム見てこの声量で喋り始められる人なんですよ。伝わってきました、うないりさというそのアナウンサーの姿が。ということで、そして直前の激闘はゼータディビジョン VS そうエンターフォース36はゼータディビジョンが勝ち進んだということになりまして、もう残りの試合すべてを明日のデイ2でお送りしていくということになります。改めまして明日のデイ2は WCS2025 進出をかけたアッパーセミファイナルからお届けします。 QT リグ対アクシズ、そしてスカーズ、リジェクト、お送りするとローワー側空欄のローワーセカンドラウンドが埋まっていくということになります。もう皆さんご存知の通りアッパーセミファイナルからはあと1勝すれば3位以内確定。この QT、アクシズ、スカーズ、リジェクトは1勝すればアナハイムが確定するという試合ですので、つまり何が言いたいかというと早起きして早起きをどうにか
そうですね
お願いしたい。朝9時からなんで配信が9時からアナハイム行きのチケットがかかった配信始まりますんで、ぜひ
もう午前中に決まるわけだ。
そうです。
いや
そうちゃんと起きなか日曜日だけど
そうですねちゃんともう1時間前ぐらいに起きて、
そうなんですよ、
しっかりした状態で見てほしいですね。
そしてですね、ハッシュタグで応援の声をね、送ってくださった皆さんも本当にありがとうございます。オープニングではね、最近ハッシュタグ少ない感じがするってスタッフさんが嘆いてたなんてお伝えしましたけれども、僕はさっき調べまして、いっぱい皆さんの声が届いてるのを感じましたよ。
伝わってるんですね。よかったです。
ユナイト仕様の椅子のお話であったり、ユナイトの大会の画面どんどん見やすくなってきた。今日ね、そうでしたよね。
そうですね。そのポケモンの隣に選手の名前と顔があったりとか、すごい見やすい仕様になってましたよね。
そう、これ結構ユネさんも感じたと思うんですけど、スタッフさんたちとどうにかして選手とポケモンセットで届けたいという気持ちがありまして、
見やすかった。
4年目にしてこう徐々に進化して、逆に新しいことチャレンジするあまりトラブル可能性もありますが、その時は我々と一緒にお話ししていただけたらなと思いますので、今後その観戦体験のお声などもハッシュタグでお待ちしております。改めて明日の Day2 は朝9時から配信がスタートするということですので、ぜひ応援のほどよろしくお願いいたします。さて、ということで長時間お付き合いいただきました PJCS2025 ポケモンユナイト部門、皆さんもね、朝早い時間からこの目の前の椅子にずーっと集まっていただき、そして選手たちの姿を見守っていただき本当にありがとうございました。楽しんでいただけましたか？ありがとうございます。あとね、ステージに立って逆に思うんですけど、最前列だけじゃなくて一番後ろの列までよーく見えるんですよ、これつまり選手たちからも皆さんの姿が見えてるってことですので、どの席であれ明日はきっと立ち見とかも出ると思います。どこからでも思いっきりアピールしてあげてください。少しでも選手たちが一人じゃないよっていうのを伝えてあげていただけたらなと思います。ということで一日振り返りましょう。滝島さん、いかがでしたか？
そうですね、本当に皆さんと一緒にこうポケモンユナイトを観戦できてめちゃめちゃ楽しかったです。ただやっぱり本当に大事な試合っていうのは明日にありますので、また明日も、選手の皆さんを応援しつつ、一緒に楽しんでいけたらなと思います。本日は本当にありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。そしてうないさん、今回うないさんは一番我々の中でも選手に近い位置で見届けていただいたと思いますが、いかがでしたか？
いや、もう皆さんの表情この距離で見てて、全員 WCS 行ってほしいって思い入れがどんどん高まっちゃいました。でも勝負の世界ですから、
そうですね、
明日はますます表情変わった選手たち、その姿見せてくれると思うので、
まさしく、
はい、寄り添って引き続き頑張りたいです。
よろしくお願いします。うないさんもありがとうございました。
はい、ありがとうございました。
はい、先ほどからお伝えしていますが、まだまだ終わりません。まだ一瞬の油断もならない Day1、選手たちがどんな気持ちでこの夜を乗り越えるのかというところです。明日出し切るためにも皆さんも少しでも休んで明日また会いましょうね。今全員に目を合わせながら顔を覚えながら言ってますからね。コメント欄の皆さんも名前を覚えながら言ってますからね。明日また再集合しましょう。今年の PJCS を皆さんは全力で楽しみつつ選手へのエールを送っていただけたらと思います。最後までご視聴いただき本当にありがとうございました。6月22日の PJCS Day2 は日本一の座に加えて WCS2025 アナハイムへ進出する3チームが決定します。改めて9時15分からです。それでは本日実況 MC 務めました篠原光と、解説には
滝島と、
そしてインタビュアーには
うないりさでした。
それに加えて実況解説は水上優チョモスのセットで、ありがとうございます。そんななんて朗らかなんでしょうか。はい、明日もこの5人でお伝えしていきます。一日ご覧いただきありがとうございました。一度長めのインターバルです。嘘ですよ、配信終わるんですけど明日までまだ空きますよっていうところですね、それでは失礼します。